It all kicks off with Earth plunging into a new ice age, leaving cities totally frozen and in shambles. On TV, a reporter announces that global temperatures are still dropping without end, telling people not to lose hope. He assures everyone that the government hasn't forgotten anyone, and that they'll get through this crisis together. The signal starts glitching out violently as the reporter tries to offer a few more words of encouragement. And just like that, the image on the screen freezes amidst a loud, static buzz. The monitor goes completely black, plunging the room into silence and darkness. Suddenly, a voice echoes down the hallway, calling out the name Hanfeng. The scene shifts to a small, dark storage room cluttered with boxes. Hurried footsteps quickly approach the entrance. Inside, our protagonist is on high alert, huddled in the shadows and shivering from the cold. Outside, a blonde girl named Hyana is frantically banging on the door, trembling uncontrollably. As soon as Hanfeng cracks the door open, he's surprised and asks what she's doing out there. Worried, the guy quickly pulls her inside, warning her that it's way too dangerous to be out in the open. The heavy metal door is swiftly locked. Without wasting a second, the girl throws herself into his arms for a tight hug. The camera pans out, showing the small, lit room in the middle of the gloomy hallway. The sound of their heavy breathing fills the silence. Surprised by her sudden move, he asks what got into her, kissing him the second the door opened. With a soft expression, the girl confesses she's realized he's her one true love. She argues that it takes a crisis to see people's true colors, and who really cares about her. Pulling his hands to her chest, she asks him to feel her heartbeat, and declares she's willing to do anything for him now. The guy's face turns red as he shyly asks if she'd really do anything. In response, the blonde starts to lower the zipper on his jacket. Wrapping her in his arms, Hanfeng says she has no idea how much those words mean to him. Cutting him off, Hyana softly tells him to just close his eyes. Following her request, he waits with his eyes shut and asks what's going to happen next. All of a sudden, a mysterious man emerges from the shadows and lands a brutal blow to the back of the protagonist's neck. Lying on the floor in a growing puddle of red, he stammers, accusing the girl of taking him out, while she coldly retorts that the world's already ended, and one less mouth to feed won't make a difference. The attacker approaches the body, eager to loot the supplies the chump was hiding. More red stuff seeps across the concrete floor, confirming how bad the injury is. Unable to move, the guy contemplates his end as his lifeblood spreads further and further. In the background, the treacherous pair walks away, laughing and planning what to do with the stolen goods. As his vision fades to black, he swears to himself that if he gets a next life, he'll never be a lovesick puppy again. In the middle of the absolute darkness, a small, bright spark appears, catching his attention. The light begins to expand, and he reaches out, feeling a comforting warmth. Touching the glowing energy, the guy wonders if this is the stairway to heaven. Unexpectedly, the light completely envelops him, and his hand starts to radiate a strange red aura. An excruciating pain makes him scream in agony as his body is consumed by the mysterious force. The entire scene is swallowed by a colossal explosion of pure energy. With a violent jolt, Hanfeng wakes up, panting and covered in a cold sweat. Totally lost, he looks around, trying to figure out where he ended up. The protagonist realizes he's sitting on a comfortable bed in a room filled with sunlight. Half an hour passes with the morning light streaming calmly through the apartment window. Reaching his hand into the sunbeams, he marvels at the warmth he thought he'd never feel again. Checking the date on his phone, he's stunned to discover he's traveled back in time, exactly 1 month before the apocalypse begins. Still in shock, he holds his face, realizing he's truly been reborn and given a second chance. Looking at his right hand, he notices the strange red light has been glowing ever since he woke up. As he brings his other hand closer, he finds that he feels no pain, just a pleasant warmth emanating from the energy. The peaceful mood is broken when the guy lets out a sudden sneeze. Instantly, the color of the energy shifts to a vibrant green, leaving the guy completely baffled. His eye widens as he witnesses the bizarre magical transformation. Panicking, he realizes the greenish aura is growing larger and larger, completely out of control. Startled, the guy jumps out of bed in a sudden movement. Backing away to the center of the room, he stares at his own hand, afraid of what might happen. Sweating nervously, he wonders how science could possibly explain beams of light shooting out of his body. Just as quickly as it grew, the energy starts to shrink, showing a much more unstable behavior than before. Worn out by the tension, he collapses onto the living room sofa, feeling completely drained. He figures this extreme weakness must be from using the green power. Frustrated with the situation, he shakes his arm frantically, trying to get rid of the weird aura. An epiphany hits him, his eyes widening as he connects this to the manhwa stories he used to read. Imagining a blade infused with power, he concludes that reborn main characters always get OP abilities. Confident in his new theory, the guy strikes an imposing pose, showing off his green aura. Wielding a kitchen knife, he tries to imbue it with magic, but the weapon shows no reaction. His stomach rumbles loudly, shattering his hero persona and reminding him just how hungry he is. Rummaging through the fridge, the guy sighs in disappointment, finding the shelves completely empty. Fearing the worst, he realizes he's going to pass out from weakness if he doesn't eat something soon. His gaze is drawn to a large glass jar forgotten on the kitchen counter. Sitting down again in the living room, he examines the leftover roasted soybeans, saved from before the end of the world. Using his glowing fingers, he picks up a single bean from the container. Tossing the little soybean into the air, he opens his mouth to catch it. A powerful explosion of smoke erupts as soon as the food makes contact with his mouth. Stunned, he reflexively chews on a massive, leafy branch that magically sprouted from his face. Uncomfortable with the giant foliage, he quickly spits out the green sprig. Holding the plant with both hands, he tries to process if all that shrubbery was really the tiny bean he just swallowed. Amazed by the result of his own power, he's relieved to notice that all his fatigue has completely vanished. Looking at his hand resting on the table, the guy notices the green light is gone and wonders if it was directly related to the soybean. Immediately, the shot focuses on a verdant bean pod being held firmly. With the same bright aura as before, the protagonist stares at the sprouted plant in his hands, wearing an expression of awe. Analyzing his own fist, he recognizes that this is his power and plans to study the incredible discovery more carefully later. Back in the sunlit living room, the guy decides the most urgent thing now is to stock up on supplies before the world ends. The scene transitions outside, showing a small bird perched peacefully on the branch of a leafy tree. Just below, a shopping street crowded with pedestrians shows the chaotic hustle and bustle of the city. Walking thoughtfully through the crowd, Henfeng recaps that first came the red light, and then the green glow that left him exhausted after making the sprouts grow. With his hand glowing an emerald hue amidst the foliage, he asks himself about the true nature of this mysterious ability. Just then, the sound of elegant footsteps catches the guy's attention, and he turns his head in surprise. Carrying a fancy purse, the blonde girl approaches with a friendly look, calling his name and commenting on what a coincidence it is to see him. To smoothly start a conversation, the girl says that bumping into him like this feels like fate. Completely frozen with wide eyes, the guy immediately recognizes Li Hyana. Face to face with the woman, he inwardly recalls how he used to think of her as the goddess of his dreams, doing anything to see her happy, even though he knew, deep down, he was just a guy serving as her backup plan. With his face covered by shadows and his eyes glowing with fury, he regrets never having imagined that she would be directly responsible for his demise. The hatred makes him grip his own arm tightly, trying to stay calm in this extreme situation. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist concludes that it's not the right time for revenge yet. The absolute priority is to ensure his survival. Leaning in toward him, the blonde asks why he's so distracted, complaining that she's been calling his name for a while. To hide his anger, the guy puts on a soft expression and apologizes, complimenting her beauty as an excuse for being lost in the moment. Flattered by the comment, the woman puts a hand to her face, telling him to stop and asking since when he got so charming. Given the pleasant atmosphere, the blonde suggests they do some shopping together since fate brought them there. Ignoring her, the guy walks right past and dryly says he can't join her today. A look of shock takes over the woman's face, leaving her completely confused by the unexpected rejection. Far from the girl, the guy shows a calculating look, guessing she was trying to use him as her personal ATM again, but assuring himself he's not the same fool he used to be. The scene cuts to the imposing storefront of the gigantic supermarket, Walmart. The inside of the store features long aisles packed with products, being the best stock place in the entire eastern region. However, the image changes to a grim, frozen view of the same empty shelves. A reminder that during the Ice Age, the place was looted overnight without anyone discovering the culprit. Pushing a shopping cart down the crowded aisle, the protagonist reaffirms the need to grab as much as possible before the disaster strikes. On his phone screen, he carefully reads a survival guide detailing the urgency of preparing food, winter clothes, medicine, and other daily necessities. After checking his balance of just over 15,000 in his digital wallet, the guy realizes he has a much bigger problem to solve. In an act of desperation, he pulls his own hair, wondering what he can possibly do with such a small amount. Suddenly, a loud notification sound draws the guy's attention back to the device in his hands. The screen displays a message informing him that a credit application has been approved, releasing a loan of 169,000. An imaginary light bulb appears over his head, his eyes widening as he remembers he had completely forgotten about this valuable option. Surrounded by virtual icons of financial apps, the protagonist gets a wicked glint in his eye, planning to take out a bunch of loans, since he won't have to pay any of them back after the apocalypse. Far away, a woman's foot kicks the concrete ground with extreme violence. In front of a commercial building, the blonde vents her immense frustration by throwing a can far away. Completely irritated and with her face covered in shadows, the woman grumbles that the guy was just another one of her lackeys and he had the audacity to turn her down. After calling the guy a pathetic loser for not even owning a car, she swears he shouldn't expect any kindness from her in the future. The sudden blast of a loud horn makes the girl turn her head toward the street, startled. With a lot of dust flying up from the asphalt, a huge black pickup truck screeches to a halt right next to the sidewalk where she's standing. The vehicle's tinted window rolls down, revealing the protagonist leaning against the door, pretending to be surprised to see her there. Totally in disbelief at the unusual scene, the woman just says the guy's name in a questioning tone. Now out of the truck, he very casually confirms that he just bought the vehicle after she asked. Making up an elaborate excuse, the guy says his dad is making big money in the United States and transferred some cash to him right after he dropped him off at the airport. The woman's posture changes instantly, and she looks at the guy with a sweet, interested gaze. With a soft sigh, she quickly processes the new information about her target's sudden wealth. Playing the victim, the blonde looks down shyly and apologizes for demanding he go shopping without knowing about his family commitment. Forcing tears, the girl tries to win him over, claiming she thought he was abandoning his friend because of how coldly he treated her before. An extremely confident look appears on the guy's face as he calls her silly in a falsely affectionate tone. Without warning, his hand firmly grabs the woman's thin wrist. Pulling her body close, the protagonist asks, staring deep into her eyes, why he would ever abandon someone so important. The corner of the girl's lips curls up, revealing her sense of imminent victory. Returning to her demure damsel act, she confesses that he's also very special, suggesting dinner and a movie to get to know each other better. To completely shatter the romantic mood, the guy's ghostly outline points behind him, asking for her opinion on something else. Shock takes over the woman's expression, leaving her completely frozen by the sudden break in expectation. Standing in front of the truck bed, which is loaded with large boxes, the guy laments being too busy, needing to unload everything all by himself. Forced to carry a heavy crate, the blonde asks in frustration why he bought so much, while he, walking ahead, replies that it's just stuff he likes. Pointing his fingers in the air, the guy pretends to have just remembered something and says he bought a small gift especially for her. With the small bag in her hands, the woman says goodbye, announcing she's heading home to wait for the gift, while the guy agrees, keeping his distance. Walking alone on the sidewalk, she sports a triumphant expression, believing she's successfully hooked her rich target. Now inside the building carrying his load, the guy tells himself that he absolutely cannot let the parasite find out about his emergency stash. The guy's shadow projects the figure of a menacing reaper as he walks, determining that the supplies are his ticket to survival, and promising to get his payback on the woman and the man who offed him. With a dark expression and his eye glowing red, the protagonist confesses he's starting to look forward to the apocalypse. The digital clock on the shelf shows June 29th, a reminder that the severe blizzard responsible for the temperature drop will begin on July 15th. The narration describes how the extreme cold will isolate everyone in their homes, while the scene shows a team of delivery people filling the apartment's living room with boxes full of food. The guy reinforces his mental strategy of keeping all packages sealed and well hidden to prevent neighbors from suspecting his excessive hoarding of resources. Standing in the middle of his makeshift warehouse, the protagonist points out that the most vital items need to be transported personally in the dead of night to avoid the curious eyes of other residents. The next day, workers install huge metal cylinders, securing the fuel for the power generator needed to keep the heat on for at least a year. The heavy renovation of the space continues, with workers reinforcing the doors and windows to create a highly resistant and independent thermal insulation system. An aerial view of the room reveals the long process of organization, with shelves lined with water jugs and vital supplies occupying every free inch. Sitting cross-legged on the floor surrounded by his goods, the guy checks his phone, noticing it's already July 14th. With only one day left until the global catastrophe. With his eyes still intensely focused on the device's screen, he prepares to start the next critical phase of his plan. As he watches the list of crucial tasks being completed, the protagonist taps his finger on the Study Secret Abilities option, declaring that it's finally time for the main event. In the apartment kitchen, a dirty pan in the sink illustrates the protagonist's thought that just relying on his hoarded supplies won't be enough to survive the impending Ice Age apocalypse. Sitting at the living room table, the guy stares at his meal, concluding that this power to manipulate plants is his only hope. As he brings the spoon to his mouth, the guy chews, reflecting that all the soybeans on his plate were grown by him using his ability. Even so, he confesses he's exhausted on the floor, complaining that the process is still too random and that he hasn't figured out the exact trigger for the power. With sweat pouring down, the protagonist decides it's time for a taste test to make sure these things are actually edible. The plate is quickly empty, leaving only the spoon and the glass of milk beside it. In a brief moment, the guy confirms by looking down that the food tastes acceptable, proving his power's ability to produce nourishment. With his right hand glowing red and his left green, he determines that the next step is to figure out how to really use this thing. Standing in front of the open refrigerator, the guy notes that so far, he's only tested the ability on soybeans. Facing shelves packed with vegetables, he realizes he needs to check if the power also works on other plants. The scene cuts to an external view of the large apartment complex under the clear daylight. The hours pass quickly, with the sun setting on the horizon, painting the sky orange over the buildings. Soon a groan of pain breaks the silence, echoing in the darkness. With his vision completely blurred, the guy holds a broccoli, wondering if he passed out from exhaustion. Lying on the living room floor, surrounded by dirt and various plants that have grown uncontrollably, he complains of a severe headache. With his hands on his temples, the guy deduces that using this power takes a heavy toll on his mind and body. To regain his energy, a spoon dives deep into another generous plate of freshly prepared food. Amidst the mess of vegetables, he reflects while chewing nonstop that at least he managed to learn something new about the ability. Sitting on the floor with his green hand, surrounded by the results of his experiments, he remembers that before blacking out, he had tested the power on several different plants. Demonstrating the process's failure, the magical energy dissipates into the air, showing that some vegetables had no reaction at all. However, he excitedly shows off a long green stalk, proving that some seeds grew into complete plants, just like the soybeans. Other seeds, however, cause a tremendous explosion, throwing the guy backward with the force of a sudden blast. Baffled by the situation, the protagonist notices that the residue turns into substances similar to charcoal but extremely light. Thrown into a metal bucket, the mysterious black pieces burn intensely, revealing they can be used as a heat source. Taking advantage of the heat, the guy shows a relieved expression, warming his hands, no longer needing to worry about how to stay warm in the future. Returning to his tests, he spends a long time trying to apply magic to the scattered vegetables but fails repeatedly. In a moment of reflection, the guy closes his eyes, trying to focus completely and control his breathing. With a start, he yells in surprise when the broccoli in his hands begins to glow and aggressively sprout roots. Dripping with sweat, the guy complains, breathing heavily, that the success rate of this process is excessively random. Unable to find a pattern, he analyzes the vegetable, concluding there must be some kind of principle behind how the ability works. Holding a large lettuce leaf, the protagonist acknowledges that he at least has some understanding of the power's activation conditions. Focused on his meditation, the guy deduces that the key to mastering the technique lies in his own consciousness. The scene cuts to the guy's imagination, showing him without clothes in the center of a sunlit forest while he visualizes being connected with nature. His bare feet walk softly on the green grass next to a small white rabbit. With a serene expression, the guy enjoys the tranquility of the wooded environment, feeling the light breeze on his face. In the middle of the forest, surrounded by various friendly animals, the protagonist flexes his muscles, stating that his body and mind are integral parts of the natural world. Back in reality, the guy's eyes slowly open, emanating a strong emerald glow. With a confident smile and his hand enveloped in a powerful green aura, he enthusiastically confirms that the ability is indeed connected to his thoughts. The image focuses on a table full of trays containing various types of raw meat and a whole fish. Bringing his glowing hand closer to a large, packaged piece of meat, the guy decides it's time to test the magic on animal protein. After a failed attempt, the light fades, leaving the guy disappointed as he notices the lack of reaction and wonders if the gift only works on plants. Frustrated, he squeezes the meat with great force, summoning the green energy again in a desperate attempt to make the magic happen. With his eyes half closed from exhaustion, the protagonist laments that the piece of protein still shows no change. Resuming his meditation, surrounded by red and green DNA strands, the guy remembers that he can sense two distinct colors and that he hasn't tested the scarlet energy yet. Focusing his gaze intensely, he summons the red light, asking the new power to show him what it can do. Back in the lit room, the guy remains seated on the floor, staring intently at the piece of raw meat in his hand. In an instant, his thumb sinks into the protein's surface as a reddish aura begins to emerge from the contact. The entire piece is quickly consumed by the strong scarlet light, releasing smoke as the guy feels the energy flowing freely. When he squeezes it hard, the food violently dissolves into a dark goo, splattering fluids everywhere and causing immediate disgust. Unable to stand the grossness, he hurls the bizarre mass with great force against the apartment floor. Crouched next to the steaming puddle, the guy notices that the meat reacted to the red light, appearing to have been cooked or burned in some way. With a very serious expression, the guy questions if the sole purpose of the scarlet energy is just to heat things up. As the mystical smoke dissipates from his hand, he soon concludes that the ability must go far beyond a simple temperature increase. With the charred piece in his fingers, the protagonist compares the result to an aggressive process of matter disintegration. His eyes widening in shock, an absurd idea crosses the guy's mind, hinting at a new, shocking discovery. To test the new theory, his nimble hand dives into the bowl, grabbing a good handful of golden soybeans. In a lotus position, balancing the emerald energy on one side and the scarlet on the other, he deduces that green represents the evolution of matter, while red causes its disintegration. Driven by curiosity, the guy brings his hands together forcefully, merging the opposing auras and materials to see what happens when they're combined. Immediately, a blinding flash explodes in the center of his hands, illuminating the guy's entire face as he yells, startled by the violent reaction. When the light subsides, the protagonist is left speechless, holding a gigantic piece of meat, stunned to realize the food's size has increased considerably. Sitting in the middle of the mess, holding the immense piece, the guy looks for the soybeans, suspecting they have mysteriously fused with the meat. A moment later, the guy is amazed as he smells it up close, knowing the texture and scent are identical to real meat, but incredibly fresh. Excited by the experiment's success, he lets out a breath and decides to try the process one more time. However, the following attempts only result in puddles of dark goo, making the protagonist punch the floor in frustration, not understanding the reason for the failures. Tired of so much effort in vain, the guy gives up for now, planning to use his free time in the future to calmly uncover the ability's secrets. To celebrate his efforts, the guy focuses on his achievements, raising his two illuminated hands to remind himself that the day was quite productive. A smile of pure confidence appears on the guy's face as he imagines what he'll do if he can fully master this insane power. In his glorious imagination, the protagonist pictures himself wearing a superhero suit on top of a snowy mountain, declaring with a laugh that he will be the man in charge of this apocalyptic world. Suddenly cutting off the fantasy, his eyes widen in panic as he remembers that just having food won't be enough, as he's still completely defenseless against real threats. Hurrying to store the supplies in cardboard boxes, the guy emphasizes the urgency of finding a weapon before the temperatures plummet for good. The perspective pulls back, showing the thoughtful guy through the apartment window as a dense snowstorm begins to fall on the city. Outside, the statues are already starting to be covered by a thick layer of ice, signaling that the catastrophic event has finally arrived. Impressed by the blizzard swallowing the massive buildings, the protagonist confirms by looking at the sky that the apocalypse is really happening before his eyes. Seeing a pedestrian struggling to walk on the ice, the guy despairs, knowing the temperature will drop sharply within a week and that buying weapons is illegal and impossible without the right contacts. In another part of the frozen city, a rough-looking man in a thick jacket yells in the middle of the street, claiming he works in construction and has millions at stake in his projects. The protagonist watches from a distance as a flashy guy boasts in the street that the leader of the Sigang Leda group is practically his big brother, remembering he's seen this guy before. Dressed in flashy clothes and striking a tough pose in the snow, the guy smokes calmly as Hanfeng recalls his nickname in the area. With smoke curling from his mouth, he tries to act all buddy, offering a cigarette and telling them not to be shy with their big bro, known around here as Homeless Joe. Li Ziji's reputation in the neighborhood is that of the guy who manages projects and knows everyone, maintaining the image of an influential figure. Refusing an acquaintance's offer, he says he only smokes an expensive brand because the others make him cough, and then promises to take his friend to a sauna as a reward for a project. Without taking his eyes off the hustler, Hanfeng notes that he doesn't have a real job but always acts like he's very busy, even turning down million-dollar deals. Standing on the cold sidewalk, the guy deduces that this loudmouth might have exactly the shady connections he needs right now. With that, he approaches calling for Brother Lee, who turns around confused with a cigarette in his mouth. A friendly smile appears on the protagonist's face as he waves, trying to pass himself off as an old acquaintance. Totally lost in the blizzard, the conman hesitates and asks if they actually know each other from somewhere. To keep up the act, the guy claims to be Xiaohan and says they met a while ago, while the blonde apologizes for his bad memory, blaming it on overwork, and asks what he wants. Very naturally, the guy gets closer and puts his arm around the hustler's shoulders to speak privately. Right next to the blonde's ear, he whispers, explaining what he's looking for in a secretive tone. Immediately, Lee's eyes widen in pure shock, and he yells, asking what the heck he needs something like that for. With a drop of sweat on his face, Hanfeng looks away and scratches his cheek, faking guilt while thinking of an excuse. Sweating nervously, the blonde says he doesn't mess with anything illegal, stating that weapons are serious business and getting involved is way too dangerous. The guy quickly raises his hands in surrender, assuring him that Brotherly got it all wrong. Forcing an awkward smile, he claims the weapon is just to solve some personal problems and ensure his own defense. To add weight to his request, the protagonist makes up a story, saying that one day he was biking to work when he bumped into a muscular old guy who was spitting everywhere. In the fake scene, the disgusting guy ends up spitting right in his face, leaving him completely paralyzed with disgust. When he tried to confront the man for his lack of manners, the aggressor simply spat on him again. According to his made-up narrative, he lost his patience and gave the old guy a good beating in the middle of the street. However, the guy limped away, vowing to come back for revenge. The next day, the aggressor returned with a gang of thugs and beat the guy senseless, warning they'd do worse if they saw him again. With a traumatized expression and sweating profusely, the guy finishes his act, lamenting that he's never been so humiliated in his life to justify his desperate need for a weapon. Totally outraged by the story, the hustler stumps his foot and yells that spitting on someone is a disgusting and uncivilized act. With a bored expression, the protagonist watches the tantrum, deducing that the con man completely missed the point of the story. Even so, the blonde's hand rests firmly on the guy's shoulder, telling him to say no more. The fake millionaire hugs his new friend, promising to solve the problem by calling his big brother right now, while Hanfeng thanks him, relieved. As they walk down the snowy street, the loudmouth suggests they take a bus, giving the lame excuse that his luxury car is in the shop, so he doesn't lose face. Pressing the button on his keys, the protagonist unlocks the massive black pickup truck parked just ahead and says not to worry, they can take his car. Now in the passenger seat, the blonde is amazed by the vehicle's luxury and asks the price, praising the $700,000 the guy paid for it. Not missing the opportunity, the hustler takes out his phone and starts taking several selfies, posing on the leather seat. The phone screen reveals he posted the photo on social media, acting as if he were the true owner of the incredible car. Outside, the imposing pickup truck parks in front of a brightly lit casino as the narration highlights the craziness of the sudden climate change that night. Entering the back of the place, the pair finds a group of tough-looking men warming themselves around a makeshift fire. One of the goons recognizes the con man and asks why he's visiting, to which he replies that he brought a friend to do business with the boss. Impressed by the luxury vehicle, the gangsters ask if Lee finally bought a new car, and he lies straight to their faces, saying he only paid about $700,000. Hanfeng's serious gaze falls on his companion as he thinks to himself how bold the guy must be to claim ownership of the car right in front of the real owner. Inside a lavish room, Boss Lou shows off his scars and tattoos, irritably asking what the loudmouth is doing there so late. Surrounded by his underlings, the big guy tells Lee to get straight to the point, as he's a very busy man. The blonde then points to the guy and explains that his little bro wants to buy a weapon, surprising the boss. In the middle of the tense office, Hanfeng remains silent, swallowing hard. With a heavy gaze, the mob boss stares at the pair and lets out a thick cloud of smoke from his cigar. A mocking smile appears on Liu's face as he asks if that was all the crap they wanted, confessing he was expecting something more interesting. Without paying much attention, the boss calls for one of his goons named Chiangzi, who promptly answers. With a dull thud, a silver pistol is placed on the gambling table, costing $6,000. Gesturing with his hands, the guy politely refuses the offer, explaining he was thinking of a slightly longer weapon. Making the shape of a scope over his eye, the protagonist specifies that he wants a rifle equipped with a telescopic sight. The big guy's patience quickly runs out, and he blows smoke from the corner of his mouth, calling the guy kid, in a threatening tone. Faced with the tense atmosphere, Hanfeng gulps and adopts a more cautious posture. Liu's fists slam furiously on the table as he yells, asking if the idiots think they're in a shopping mall to ask for a darn sniper rifle, telling them to take the handgun or get out. Desperate at the mobster's fury, Lee steps in and pleads for calm, starting to invent a dramatic story that it all began 5 years ago, involving the guy's wife. The scene cuts to the building's exterior, showing the blizzard punishing the casino's sign during the early morning hours. Completely in tears after hearing the lie, the boss slams the table, crying with rage upon learning that the woman had 3 children and none of them were the guy's. With an embarrassed expression and sweating bullets, the protagonist mentally admits that Lee's made-up stories are going way beyond the limits of absurdity. After wiping away his tears, the big guy promises to get the rifle in a few days, while the guy thanks him excitedly for the help. Liu immediately orders his goon to get a semi-automatic rifle loaded with ammo, allowing the blonde to brag to his friend about how quickly he gets things done. The mobster's rough hand extends the silver pistol toward the guy. The boss hands over the weapon and says it's a gift, leaving the guy quite surprised by the generous gesture. With the weapon put away, the guy stops mid-stride, showing a thoughtful look. Turning his attention to the back of the room, he calls for Boss Liu, getting the big guy's attention. In a very serious posture, the protagonist invents that a friend in the government warned him about a restriction on buying supplies due to the weather and advises the mobster to stock up on everything he can. The gang leader's gaze focuses intensely to process the valuable tip. Maintaining a firm expression, the guy makes it clear that the information is crucial and that he's not joking. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the big guy just nods and says he got the message. Outside, the hustler yells exaggeratedly for some goons to get out of the way as the pair leaves the casino and faces the snowstorm. As they walk down the frozen street, the blonde brags that the boss was in a good mood and he could have even gotten a cannon if he wanted, while the guy thanks him, promising to buy some cigarettes as a reward. The blonde feigns humility, telling his buddy not to worry, but soon demands 7 or 8 packs of the expensive Huazi brand, claiming the others make him cough. Now alone and with his eyes closed against the cold wind, Hanfeng concludes that his basic preparations of supplies and weapons are complete, deciding to focus entirely on mastering his magical abilities. Suddenly, a sharp shard of ice cuts through the air at high speed. A desperate scream echoes through the street, making the guy turn his head, startled, to see his partner tripping. Due to the force of the impact, several pieces of ice shatter violently as they hit the ground. Sprawled face down on the frozen ground, the conman groans in pain, clutching his leg, while the protagonist asks if he's okay. With tears in his eyes amidst the blizzard, the hustler claims his leg must be broken, while the guy approaches to check the severity of the injury. With the car keys in hand, the protagonist listens as the conman begs to be taken to the hospital. Huddled on the ground, the blonde makes up the excuse that he actually doesn't have a driver's license. Supporting the hustler by the shoulders, Hanfeng tells him to hold on tight as they walk together through the snow. Faced with the extreme cold, the guy suggests they just grab a taxi, promising to pay the fare. The scene changes, showing the illuminated facade of a hospital bravely withstanding the nighttime blizzard. Inside the building, 2 nurses say goodbye at the counter, wishing each other a safe night shift. Looking out the window, the young woman worriedly notes that the snowstorm is getting more and more intense. Suddenly, the white phone on the reception desk starts to ring, drawing attention. Quickly answering the call, the beautiful blonde nurse agrees to go to the lobby to help her colleagues due to the staff shortage. Analyzing the X-ray, the doctor confirms a fracture in the blonde's right tibia, instructing him to be under observation for an hour before getting his medicine, while Hanfeng laments the situation happening right before the apocalypse. Sitting in the waiting room with a hot drink, the protagonist is interrupted by a voice calling his attention. Leaning on crutches, the fake millionaire says he needs to leave to take care of some important business, telling his friend to call if he needs anything. Watching the guy walk away, our protagonist just lets out a long, tired sigh. The wide view of the lobby reveals the place is completely packed with accident victims caused by the severe weather. Holding his medical chart, the guy waits patiently, wondering how long it will take to get his medication. Still waiting on the bench, the protagonist mutters as he notices some movement in the hallway. Hurrying through the hall, the head nurse gives orders to the staff to check on the patients. With a slightly flushed face, the guy admires the woman's ability to hold such an important position at such a young age. Her dedication is clear as she treats an injured child with great kindness. Charmed by the sight, the guy realizes just how beautiful the woman truly is. The protagonist's gaze travels down, following the curve of the nurse's legs. He immediately feels embarrassed, realizing the girl is too innocent to notice the attention she attracts wherever she goes. Just then, an old man with a mask on his chin approaches, suspiciously getting the woman's attention. The blonde promptly turns her head, saying she'll be right with him. After she apologizes for the staff shortage, the old man pretends his back has suddenly started to hurt. Discreetly holding his phone at leg level, he asks the girl to take a look at his made-up problem. Leaning over innocently, the nurse smiles, explaining that she'll need an X-ray to be sure. Insisting on the lie, the guy insists she just take a quick look where it hurts. A wrinkled hand stealthily reaches toward the woman's body. Taking advantage of the proximity, the pervy old man grabs the nurse's waist, who reacts, startled by the unwanted contact. Very uncomfortable, the girl pulls away, apologizing for being ticklish and instructing the patient to wait for the resident doctor. A wicked smile forms on the man's lips, confirming his bad intentions. Shamelessly, the guy's hands move even further down her skirt as he claims the pain is a little lower. Suddenly, a swift kick cuts through the air, heading straight for the aggressor. The force of the impact sends the old man flying violently against the seats as the protagonist asks if the nurse is okay. Scratching his head, the guy holds the aggressor's phone and sarcastically apologizes, saying it's his first time using that kind of device. Showing the device with a dark screen, the guy mocks him, asking if the fall broke the phone. Absolutely furious, the old man screams for the kid not to touch his property. Lunging desperately at the guy, the old man curses, demanding he return the item immediately. With a dark look, the protagonist confirms his suspicions upon seeing the content on the lit screen. Holding up the evidence, Hanfeng confronts the creep for having the audacity to film and harass the employee in public. Pointing his finger in the aggressor's face, the guy demands a good reason not to call security and send the pervert straight to jail. Taking a sarcastic photo while holding the device, the guy warns that if he sees the man again, the video will go straight to the internet. Sweating bullets, the man gulps, realizing he's completely lost the argument. Without a second thought, the aggressor turns and flees through the hospital door, while the nurse tries to call him back in vain. Completely confused, the girl wonders how the patient could run with a bad back, while Han Feng is indignant at such naivety. Showing the phone screen, the guy reveals the indecent recording, leaving the woman in shock for not having noticed the harassment. Handing the device to her, the protagonist advises the professional to decide whether she wants to delete the file or call the police. Thanking him shyly, the nurse notices the bandage and asks if the guy's ankle wasn't injured. Suddenly, the sound of the bed curtains being drawn is accompanied by a sharp scream of pain. The image focuses on the guy's foot receiving tight bandages on the hospital gurney. Finishing the dressing, the blonde smiles and asks if the pain is gone, while the guy, sweating nervously, assures her he doesn't feel a thing. Cheered by the earlier help, the nurse leans in, accidentally pressing her cleavage against the guy's knee, promising not to let any more creeps get away. With his face completely red, the protagonist realizes the woman has no sense of her own physical proximity. The awkward moment is broken by a distant voice, calling the head nurse back to work at reception. Walking back to the patients, the blonde waves, reminding the guy to return in a week to check on his recovery. Left alone, the guy repeats the deadline, showing a very serious expression about the remaining time. The guy's firm hand pushes the heavy handle of the hospital's exit door. Glancing back at the bustling medical staff, he laments that he'll probably never see the kind nurse again. The next day, the urban landscape awakens completely engulfed by a thick snowstorm. On the television screen, the news anchor interrupts the programming, warning about the sharp drop in temperature over the next 24 hours. The news footage shows intense blizzards hitting naturally warm places like Egypt and the Amazon basin. As the report advises caution, the apartment's powerful heat generator works tirelessly. Curled up on the living room sofa, the guy listens to the television telling people to stay calm, claiming the disaster will pass quickly. Sipping a glass of wine, the protagonist scoffs at the government's lies, certain that he would have believed it all if he hadn't met his end in the past. Looking at his vast stock of supplies and stacked cylinders, he celebrates being fully prepared this time. The calm atmosphere is shattered by a frantic sequence of notifications going off on the guy's phone. The device's screen reveals the building's residents' group chat in a panic, discussing how the snow is making it impossible to use their cars. Reading the messages, the guy notices an anonymous user warning everyone that the bizarre weather is the beginning of the Ice Age apocalypse. Intrigued by the revelation, the protagonist wonders how this unknown person has such accurate information about the end of the world. Scratching his head, he decides he needs to keep an eye on this mysterious informant in the future. In the app, the complaints continue, with neighbors demanding that the management clear the streets so they can rush to the supermarket. The flood of virtual icons illustrates the absolute chaos and desperation taking over all the residents in the chat. Completely outraged, the avatars start demanding an immediate response from those responsible for cleaning the building. In response, the management just sends a message of apology, confessing that the blizzard is too strong, making any action impossible. In the building's chat, residents continue to demand a refund of their fees, since the management can't solve such a small problem. Watching the chaos on his phone, Han Feng finds the fight completely pointless, as humans can't do anything against a storm like this. In the middle of the virtual argument, a voice chimes in, asking everyone to stop fighting. The neighbor Zhang Shuiyu argues that the blizzard is so strong the snow would just pile up again in a few hours, and that if everyone had helped clear it, they would have been able to get out by now. He defends that the staff are also helpless humans against a natural disaster and questions if the residents are just taking out their frustration on them. Outraged by the lecture, the other users ask who he thinks he is and accuse him of being part of the management. Staying calm, the man with glasses assures them he's not speaking on behalf of the staff, but is just being objective and realistic, explaining that pressuring the team won't get the desired result. He's interrupted by someone asking what they should do then, and if the plan is to let everyone starve. As a solution, Zhang says driving is impossible and suggests everyone walk to the market, offering to go down and help clear the sidewalks. Reading the message, the protagonist scratches his chin, remembering he'd heard of this Jiang neighbor in his past life. He vaguely recalls that this guy used to be a very lively person back then. With an ironic smile, the guy wonders if solving this whole situation really needs to be so complicated. The argument heats up again when a stressed out resident tells those who want to leave to go clear the street, and those who don't to just shut up. An awkward silence immediately falls over the group, with no one knowing what to say. To break the tense mood, the app's system just sends an automatic alert, asking everyone to pay attention to the weather forecasts. Breaking the silence, a user announces they're going down to clear the streets quickly, because they need to meet a partner to discuss a multi-million-dollar deal. With his hand on his face, the protagonist sighs, noticing that this arrogant way of talking is identical to a certain hustler he knows. Spurred on by the initiative, several other residents start sending messages confirming they'll be there, as they urgently need to buy food. Joining the trend, a female user says she'll also go down to help, even though she warns she's not very strong. Playing coy, she comments that despite catching a cold recently, Brother Jiang set a great example that she wants to follow. Surprised by the message, the guy raises an eyebrow, wondering if that manipulative girl is really going down to work. The men in the group quickly start fawning over the woman, saying that with so many guys there, they can't let Hyana exert herself, and tell her to stay home and rest. Surrounding the blonde's avatar, they all thank her for her concern and assure her they'll handle all the heavy lifting of the cleanup by themselves. The guy's finger taps the phone screen, closing the building's app. Sitting comfortably on the sofa with his leg in a cast, he concludes that the girl really is an expert in the art of faking it and manipulating suckers. Suddenly, the device vibrates in his hand, indicating a new private message. Opening the notification, he sees Lee Hyana asking for the contact he had promised and wondering if he's been busy these days. In the next message, she casts her bait, asking him to buy food for her when he goes to the supermarket. To secure the favor, the woman sends a well-produced photo of herself sitting on the bed in short clothes, trying to look cute and vulnerable. With a smirk, the protagonist finds it impressive how she keeps trying to seduce him just to turn him into an errand boy, even during the end of the world. As he wiggles the toes of his injured foot, the guy thinks about how he should reply to the message, and soon has a brilliant idea. Far away, the blonde furiously grips her phone upon receiving only a photo of a casted foot, cursing the guy for ruining her plan. The narration explains that it's the third day of snow, with thermometers hitting -20 degrees. But the city's central heating is still working in the initial stage of the apocalypse. With the internet still active, people continue to live their lives normally, posting dance videos on social media. Stuck in his apartment, the protagonist admits that all he can do is scroll through his short video feed to try to pass the time. Scratching his head in boredom, he complains that it's only the second day of isolation and realizes the biggest challenge of the end of the world will be enduring the extreme loneliness. Stretching out on the sofa, the guy laments that his leg isn't healing quickly and that a broken bone needs at least a few months to fully recover. Bored, he clicks on a bizarre internet video that scientifically questions the existence of people with healing powers and shows a photo of a bloodied patient on a gurney. Reading the caption, the guy learns that a man survived a fall from the 15th floor and had his organs and bones regenerate on their own, wondering if it's real or fake. The bizarre information makes the guy's eyes widen as he connects the regeneration story to his own situation. With an excited smile on his face, he chides himself for not thinking of this obvious possibility sooner. The protagonist immediately concentrates his energy, making the familiar vibrant green aura completely envelop his right hand. Without hesitation, he presses his illuminated palm directly onto the cast of his fractured leg. Sitting on the sofa, he focuses all his attention on transferring the healing magic from the plants to his own broken bones. Suddenly, the greenish energy reacts violently, exploding in uncontrolled beams of light around the injury. The intense glow dissipates quickly, leaving the guy confused as he notices that nothing seems to have happened to his leg. Leaning his head back on the couch, he sighs in frustration for getting his hopes up, thinking the green light would help him recover faster. The magical effort drains his energy, making the guy let out a long yawn as he scratches the back of his neck sleepily. Unable to fight the heavy fatigue, his eyes slowly close, sinking into a deep sleep. The scene transitions to the dream world, where a large white goat lets out a loud bleat in a greenish sky. Inside his own mind, the protagonist appears wearing a Native American headdress, shouting excitedly amidst nature. With a wild smile, he rides on the back of a huge furry goat, announcing it's time for the herd to take a stroll through the meadows. Cracking his whip in the air with gusto, the guy commands the magical animal to run faster and faster through the red clouds. Amidst the psychedelic and colorful scenery, he laughs uncontrollably while herding the bizarre animals with his makeshift whip. In the middle of the wild race, one of the goats strays from the group across the reddish field as a lasso flies in its direction. As he stumps hard on the grass-covered ground, the guy's bare foot suffers a sharp impact, followed by a loud cracking sound. Fallen on the ground of the dream world, he screams in agony, clutching his injured leg after the unexpected fall. Worried about its owner, one of the goats approaches and begins to lick the injured foot very gently. Trying to endure the pain, he pets the little animal's head as a way of thanking it for its care in the middle of the red meadow. The animal's rough tongue continues to lick his skin while the guy's hand pets his dream partner's horns. Suddenly, thick pink roots sprout from the ground and wrap firmly around the guy's ankle. With a violent tug, the guy's body is thrown into the air by the plant's giant tentacle. The vine squeezes the injured foot with extreme force as it begins to radiate a greenish slime over the limb. With a desperate leap, Haimfeng wakes up back in the real world, screaming at the top of his lungs in the middle of the living room. Panting and covered in a cold sweat, he leans on the sofa, trying to understand what kind of chaotic nightmare that was. Slowly, his breathing returns to normal until he looks down with a look of total confusion. His eyes widen as he sees that the cast has been completely shattered from the inside out, and his leg now glows with the same magical energy from the dream. The torn pieces of the medical bandages lie scattered on the living room rug, confirming the cast has been broken. Cautiously, the guy lowers his now healed foot, stepping firmly on the smooth apartment floor over the bandages. Now standing holding the scissors he used to cut off the dressings, he feels his calf, amazed that he no longer feels any pain in the bone. Walking nonchalantly to the kitchen, the protagonist wonders if the green healing power only works while he's asleep. With a kitchen knife in hand, he stares at his own skin and decides he needs to test the ability one more time, consciously. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he runs the metal blade directly across the flesh of his own thumb. The guy carefully watches the blood drip from the deep cut he just made on himself. He promptly envelopes his injured hand with the intense emerald aura, activating immediate cellular regeneration on the wound. With a subtle smile on his face, the protagonist murmurs that he's finally understood how his power works. The scene shifts to the building's frozen courtyard, where several residents work together to clear a path in the heavy snow, synchronizing their efforts with a loud count. With his hands clasped, the well-dressed Jiang Shuyu thanks everyone for their effort and apologizes to Uncle Lu for bothering him during the intense blizzard. Leaning on his snow shovel, the old man laughs, downplaying his own effort and stating that the heavy lifting credit mostly goes to the Jin brothers. A bit embarrassed by the recognition, the two guys in beanies wave their hands with shy little laughs. Just then, the loud sound of shovels hitting the frozen ground catches everyone's attention. In the middle of the path, a woman slips, and the guy next to her immediately asks if she's okay, warning that the ice on the ground is very dangerous. Focusing on the thick gloves, one of the workers' hands firmly grabs the girl's arm to help her stay upright. Now on her feet, the beautiful Jin giant smiles, her face rosy from the cold, assuring everyone she's fine and kindly thanking them for the help. Watching the girl get back to work, the guy suggests they finish clearing the main path first, asking her to call them if she needs more help, while the blonde says she can handle it alone. From above, you can see the snow falling even harder as someone comments that they'll need to be quick when buying supplies, which is immediately seconded by another resident. With a cigarette in his mouth, Uncle Lu reflects that this talk about supplies just reminded him of something suspicious. Walking beside him in the snow, the well-dressed man asks curiously what the old man remembered. As he adjusts the brim of his cap, the old man says he noticed a new resident bringing in several boxes of supplies in a small truck over the last few days. To be logical, Jiang questions if that isn't normal for someone who just moved in or is renovating their house. Keeping the cigarette between his lips, the old man argues that he saw the guy carrying gas tanks and a fireplace, assuring him that this doesn't seem normal for a simple move. As he blows smoke into the air, he suspects the young man was preparing intensely to get through the long winter. At that moment, the Jin brothers approach, announcing that the main path is cleared and everyone can leave now. Happy with the news, the old man nods, thanking the pair for their hard work. However, one of the brothers shows a suspicious look, mentioning that he heard the two talking about someone making preparations for the blizzard and found the topic very interesting. Suddenly, a strong impact hits the nosy guy's head, sending a lot of snow flying everywhere. Completely irritated, the voluptuous Lu Yan tells the guy to stop slacking off and get back to work immediately. Enraged, she points her finger in the guy's face, complaining that she did all the work by herself while he just stood by and watched. To calm things down, Jiang Shuyu intervenes, asking them to stop fighting since the main access is finally clear. With her hand raised, the girl in the pink coat tells everyone to wrap it up and get ready to go to the supermarket. Excited about the break, the Jin brothers agree to message their mother, reminding her that she also needs to buy plenty of food for the house. As everyone gets organized, the old man in the cap looks at Jiang and asks what he really thinks about this whole storm. With his gaze fixed on the heavy blizzard, the well-dressed man furrows his brow, trying to analyze the situation rationally. Maintaining a confident posture, he admits with his phone in hand that he's not too worried about it all. With a relaxed smile, the guy assures them it's just a passing storm, and that soon everyone's lives will go back to normal, so there's no reason to think the events are connected. Adjusting his glasses, he argues that even if the snow doesn't stop, having someone in the building with so many resources stored up could end up being a huge advantage for all of them. With a loud laugh, the old man agrees with the reasoning, stating that young people today really do use their heads a lot more. The view pulls back, showing the massive residential buildings being battered by the freezing wind and continuous snow. With his umbrella open in the middle of the street, Jiang organizes the group, telling them to line up without pushing and reminding them they need to be back in 3 hours at most due to the worsening weather. Following the leader, the crowd of residents walks with great difficulty on the ice-covered sidewalk towards the supermarket. The wind howls violently between the apartment blocks, showing the relentless force of the apocalyptic winter. The scene cuts to the illuminated windows of one of the floors being hit hard by the icy gusts. Waking with a start, the protagonist gasps, startled by the sound of loud banging coming from the door. All disheveled from sleep, the guy gets up from the sofa, surrounded by leftover food, as someone from outside calls for him to open up. Rubbing his tired eyes, Hanfeng cracks the door and finds the hustler wrapped in a giant scarf, apologizing for waking him. With his tough guy pose in the hallway, the blonde smiles, showing off the heavy rifle case on his back, and brags about bringing his friend's order. Excited, the guy takes the case, thanking the mob boss for his courtesy. In stocking up on supplies beforehand, while the neighbor laughs, finding the comment super polite. However, Lee's expression changes to a frustrated look, and he lets out a heavy sigh, catching the protagonist's attention. Pointing into the distance, the hustler explains that the building's group went to the supermarket in the eastern region after clearing the street, but found the place completely looted by someone during the night. With wide eyes, the guy processes the information, swallowing hard as he internally questions if that impossible robbery really happened again. Noticing his friend's silence, Lee says he's heading back to his apartment and tells the guy to put on warmer clothes, receiving a simple agreement in reply. With the heavy gun case on his back, the protagonist enters his home, locking the door behind him. Standing in the middle of the living room, he stares at the case with a serious look, intrigued about who could possibly empty an entire gigantic market in just one night. The narration visualizes his thoughts, associating the crime with comics where humans with dimensional powers can store mountains of items in an empty space out of nowhere. Due to his nervousness, he deduces that there really might be another person with supernatural abilities focused on spatial storage in this world and clenches his hand, emanating the green aura with a sense of extreme insecurity. Sitting on the sofa, the guy decides he needs to research and improve his own gift to have countermeasures in case other super-powered people show up in the future. Analyzing his notebook, he understands that the magic affects different types of food, increasing the quantity or size of the generated products. The image focuses on the guy's fingers picking a single bean from a bowl full of roasted soybeans. With his gaze fixed on the small bean, he grumbles that the success rate with seeds is only 10%, while the meat mutation fails almost every time. Frustrated with this randomness, the protagonist clenches his green hand, not understanding the real reason for so many consecutive failures. In another failed attempt, he blasts green smoke at a broccoli, but is startled by the lack of a positive result. Completely exhausted, he holds what's left of the charred vegetable and laments that the number of failures is getting ridiculously high. Driven by anger, he squeezes the failed vegetable, crushing the piece and vowing that he needs to figure out how the ability really works today. The digital clock on the table reads almost 11 at night, showing how much time he spent on his exhausting training. Soon, a verdant stalk appears glowing in the guy's hands with small magical sounds, proving he's finally succeeded in another attempt. Dripping with sweat in the middle of the dirty soil, the guy celebrates the achievement, noting that even though he's tired, he's managed to get the hang of it. Gathering the newly created plants on the sofa, the protagonist deduces that the energy spent using the ability is not constant. In his mind, he imagines a graph where each type of food requires a specific value and level of energy to work correctly. With his attention on the imaginary screen, the guy concludes that if he injects the magic charge at the wrong time, the process results in an immediate failure. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, the guy admits that this whole rhythmic energy model is starting to seem very familiar. With wide eyes, he connects the functioning of his power to that old online dancing game where you had to press the arrows in the exact rhythm of the music. In his mind, the green hand appears surrounded by the game's icons, making him understand that the energy values work like directional buttons, needing to be applied at the exact second to find the critical point. Positioned like a video game player, the guy visualizes rhythm bars descending from the air and prepares, focused, to test the theory in practice. After completing the brilliant sequence, a giant plant appears in his hands, proving that the game's logic worked perfectly and making him laugh with great excitement. Excited by the discovery, he approaches the kitchen counter, determined to test the same strategy on a piece of raw meat. As he holds the protein, he recognizes that meats are very different from vegetables, as they turn into a disgusting, dark liquid when the process goes wrong. Surrounded by trays full of red pieces, the protagonist takes a deep breath, sure that the rhythmic theory must be exactly the same for both cases. With both hands together, he focuses the red and green auras at the same time, planning to first identify the commands the meat requires. The magic soon destabilizes, exploding into a puddle of black goo as the guy complains about the absurd difficulty, as the meat's charging time seems to be much longer than that of the vegetables. After trying dozens of times without any success and getting drenched in dark goo with every failure, the guy finally snaps, telling it all to go to heck and yelling that the difficulty of this process is way too high. The mess spreads all over the kitchen floor, covered in dark goo from the last failed experiment. In front of the dirty stove, the guy remains completely silent, processing the exhaustion of that failure. Not giving up, he tries again, focusing the green and red energy in a rhythmic sequence of precise commands. With his eyes wide with extreme concentration, the protagonist waits for the exact second to activate the power at the peak of the rhythm. Immediately, a powerful magical explosion occurs, throwing the guy backward as an immense piece of meat appears in the air. With a confident smile on his dirty face, he lets out a murmur of victory, proving that the game theory was right. Soon, a very loud rumble from his own stomach echoes through the room, breaking the heroic pose to remind him of his hunger. Lying on the floor and completely exhausted, the guy sighs in relief for finally having discovered the synthesis method for proteins. On July 16th, the external view of the city reveals the third morning of the relentless blizzard, being reported as the worst storm of the century. On television, the news reports that defense measures have been established by the government, while the guy listens to it all, lying comfortably on the sofa. The reporter warns that the infrastructure is beginning to fail, asking the population to wait patiently for support. In a relaxed stretch, surrounded by food, the protagonist deduces that everything will collapse, just like in his past life, until his phone rings, catching his attention. The device's bright screen displays a new notification coming directly from the building's residents' group chat. Sitting on the sofa in just his shorts, the guy focuses on the phone, impressed by the number of neighbors fighting in the chat. His thumb quickly taps the app icon to open the conversation and follow the virtual chaos. The chat turns into a visual mess where several avatars furiously argue that the TV news isn't solving the lack of supplies. Watching the shouting on the screen, the protagonist questions with a dark expression if these people really believe the news promises. Just then, Uncle Lou's profile argues that if the situation were under control, the support team would have arrived a long time ago. Sharing tense information, the old man says he heard that military tanks are heading to the city, raising suspicions of a larger collapse. All the neighborhood residents react with extreme shock, deducing that a war must be about to start. Desperation takes over the conversation, with neighbors asking if the military information is true, fearing the worst. The crowd of illustrated avatars remains frozen in pure panic at the worsening of the end of the world. Thoughtfully, the guy scratches his chin, recalling having heard this exact same rumor about the conflict during his past life. Typing again, the old man suggests that if the theory is correct, they urgently need to start organizing their own survival. In a dark room lit by a heater, Jiang agrees with the reasoning, proposing that the residents unite to help those who are already out of resources. As a leader, the guy with glasses suggests that those with extra supplies donate a portion, offering his own stocks as an initial example for the neighborhood. The generous act generates a wave of instant admiration among the other app users. To support the idea, residents agree they can't let anyone go hungry, tagging the gold, digging blonde to see if she'll also contribute. Wrapped in a thick coat and eating instant noodles, the woman curses at her phone, furiously accusing the guy of asking for donations from her out of pure revenge. Changing her tone to play the victim in the chat, the girl lies about not having extra food, while another neighbor retorts that without everyone's collaboration, no one will want to help alone. Immediately, some building residents get excited about the idea and confirm their participation in the solidarity donations. The chain of goodwill grows in the app, with other people offering everything from warm clothes to medicine for those in need. As a thank you for the collective support, the old man suggests that some specific members be chosen to manage these contributions. Soon, a temporary emergency committee is officially formed in the group, with the well-dressed guy and the old man as leaders of the planning. With a sarcastic smirk, the protagonist stares at the screen, remembering that this so-called charity committee was just a dirty scheme to rip off everyone's resources in his past life. On July 19th, the external view of the buildings marks the 5th day of the apocalypse, with thermometers registering a terrible -40 degrees. The huge ventilation ducts on the outside freeze completely, showing that the city's heating system has finally failed. Trapped in the deadly cold, desperate neighbors huddle together under heavy blankets, trying to maintain some body heat. In an act of pure desperation, a family burns their own books inside their house, confirming the guy's certainty that things would only get worse from there. Going against the general misery, the reinforced fireplace burns wood intensely, keeping the guy's apartment at a perfect temperature. Savoring a nice slice of cake with soda, the protagonist continues to focus on the television, complaining about the difficulty of his video game match. Totally immersed in the game, he blames the zombies until the loud ringing of his phone interrupts his cozy leisure time. The glowing screen on the coffee table alerts him to an incoming call from an unidentified number. Through his straw, the guy sips his drink and answers the call. Hearing a representative from the block demand he come down to the parking lot in 20 minutes to clear the street. Completely outraged by the audacity, he yells into the microphone, calling the team blind and telling the freeloader to clear the street himself in the middle of the extreme blizzard. In a reinforced winter suit, the protagonist arrives at the main lobby, confessing he only came down to avoid the committee's suspicions about his apartment. However, as he approaches the building's entrance, the guy sees that a mountain of snow has completely blocked the glass doors up to the ceiling. In a wide view of the hall, the residents lament that the long, cleared path from the day before has vanished under the storm, planning to force their way out together. As the protagonist approaches, one of the workers asks for help to push the obstacle, which the guy reluctantly agrees to. Positioned side by side, the men lean their body weight against the heavy glass structure, synchronizing their brute force in a countdown. Through a great deal of effort, the group manages to move one of the door panels, breaking the seal hardened by the overnight ice. As soon as the barrier gives way, a violent gust of cutting wind invades the building, throwing the workers backward from the impact. Unable to keep their balance, the crowd shields themselves with their arms, complaining that the extreme temperature prevents them from even opening their eyes properly. Due to the cold, the protagonist crosses his arms in his thick jacket, deducing that going out in weather like that would result in severe frostbite or a quick end. Scared by the force of the aggressive weather, one of the neighbors turns his back on the exit, declaring that only a complete idiot would face nature now. Suddenly, the fake millionaire's silhouette bursts through the wall of snow, yelling flashily to announce that he's finally arrived at the meeting spot. Shivering from head to toe but forcing an arrogant demeanor, the blonde calls the team cowards while his sycophants praise his supposedly imposing attitude. Fearful of the weather situation, one of the men begs the con man not to play with his own life, asking them to wait for a break in the storm. Recklessly, the loudmouth brings a lit cigarette to his lips to maintain the tough guy character he created for himself. With a shovel in hand, the hustler runs back to certain doom in the middle of the blizzard, letting out a deafening roar of false courage. Outside, the con man strikes the wall of ice at a frantic pace, yelling loudly in an attempt to ward off the brutal wind chill. In a matter of seconds, the agitated silhouette completely stops moving, letting the snow shovel fall heavily onto the white, covered ground. Overcome by the deadly weather, the blurred figure reaches out toward the building, begging for rescue before freezing solid. In a quick reflex, the protagonist grabs the neighbor's coat, dragging the guy with a purple face, coughing heavily, back into the safe hall. As soon as the troublesome duo returns, the heavy glass doors close, sealing out the killer wind from the outside. Stretched out on the lobby floor and covered in snow from head to toe, the blonde shivers uncontrollably while the guy checks on his health. Holding his partner by the arms, Han Feng takes the lead, suggesting the group go down to the basement to sign the volunteer list, since the street is impassable. The aerial view of the complex, swallowed by white, confirms that all the manual labor of that morning was completely overcome by the uncontrollable fury of the ice storm. Far from the upper floor, the scene cuts to the long, illuminated hallway that connects the upper floors directly to the building's massive underground parking garage. Standing before the crowd gathered in the temporary shelter, the well-dressed guy cancels the outdoor activities and formalizes that safe space as the new supply distribution center. Huddled in the crowd in his heavy jacket, the protagonist looks at the speaker and asks the loudmouth to confirm if that guy is really the leader of the virtual group. Hidden in the shadows of his hood, the guy glares at the speaker, confirming that before him is the original creator of the mafia-like scheme disguised as charity. With a gentle and polite smile, the fake leader bows his head, immensely thanking everyone present for their presence and collaboration. Towards the already collected boxes, the leader emotionally declares that this generosity will save many vulnerable families, praising the solidarity of those who donated. Moved by the hypocritical speech, the neighbors show expressions of relief and hope, believing that mutual companionship will be the key to surviving the inevitable global disaster together. Watching the neighbors move around, the protagonist deduces that they will all soon regret it, as this freezing disaster has no end in sight. Next to him, a guy says he's going on ahead, and our protagonist casually agrees. Just then, a sound from the crowd catches the guy's attention. A girl in a blue coat with bare ears struggles to walk, asking for space to pass with her heavy box, as Han Feng recognizes the nurse who took care of his leg. Losing her balance, the young woman trips over her own feet and lets out a startled scream. The object slips from her hands, falling heavily to the ground. The protagonist quickly grabs the girl by the waist, preventing her fall and asking if she's okay, while the woman mumbles, confused. With flushed cheeks, she thanks him for the help and is surprised to recognize him. The pink-haired girl immediately remembers the fracture and asks about the state of his leg. Panicking, the guy plays down the magical healing, sarcastically asking if the limb looks healed already. As an excuse, he assures her that his recovery speed has always been incredible, allowing him to heal common injuries in a few days. The young woman just stares at the floor, processing the guy's explanation. Very excited, she believes the story without question and finds his body's ability amazing. To show his gratitude, the guy offers to carry the box and manages to convince her to accept the favor after she insists she was fine. As he lifts the crate, the protagonist shivers in surprise, feeling the absurd weight of the load. With difficulty, the guy asks what's inside, hearing that the donation is mainly heavy medical supplies. Showing confidence, the girl asks if the package is too heavy, suggesting she carry the donation herself again. Read from the extreme effort, the guy keeps his composure, claiming he doesn't feel any weight at all. Walking beside him, the nurse advises him not to push himself, warning that she's much stronger than most men, while the guy mentally doubts it. Embarrassed, she looks away, confessing there's a specific reason behind this abnormal strength. Intrigued by the mystery, the guy focuses his attention on her, wanting to know more details. Visibly nervous, the woman gives up on explaining, claiming it's too complicated to describe casually. To change the subject, the protagonist remembers he still doesn't know his new companion's name. Very directly, he reveals his name is Hanfeng. Very politely, the young woman introduces herself as Jin Shu and says it's a pleasure to meet him. The guy just nods, absorbing the information. When asked about his profession, he dryly replies that he's unemployed, causing an extremely shocked reaction from the girl. Suddenly, someone rushes past and bumps into the woman in the hallway. The impact makes her lose her balance and fall against the guy's chest, who holds the box firmly. The physical contact ends up being quite soft against the protagonist's thick jacket. The guy's face instantly turns the color of a tomato. The young woman quickly pulls away, apologizing for the bump, while he tries to hide his embarrassment. Cutting the mood, the gold-digging blonde appears, scolding the protagonist for not letting her know he was out of the house. Without any ceremony, she hugs the guy's arm, forcing intimacy. Staring at the nurse with a superior look, the woman asks who this friend is. Awkward in the situation, the young woman in blue takes her box back, promising not to interrupt their conversation anymore. With a cold expression, the guy asks what the blonde is doing there, hearing the cynical excuse that she came down because she was very worried about him being missing. To throw her off, the guy claims he was just about to text her, which is immediately refuted by the woman, who accuses him of being a liar for chatting with the other girl. Seductively, the gold digger asks if he has any spare supplies, begging him to share some food with her. The protagonist shows a smirk, plotting his revenge plan. Even without much food to share, he agrees to give her a little, pointing out that she still hasn't replied to that bold message from days ago. He pulls the girl closer by the waist, suggestively proposing that she spend a few days at his place. The blonde's eyes widen, completely caught off guard by the direct request. Trembling, she tries to back away, saying he can just look her up online if he wants company. In pure fake disappointment, the guy pulls away and says he's going back to his apartment. Immediately, the woman's hand grabs his jacket sleeve to stop him from leaving. Trying to manipulate him, she claims the guy has changed a lot recently, assuring him that she has always taken her own feelings very seriously. With tears in her eyes, she begs for more time, claiming she doesn't want to seem like a gold digger just because he got rich. The guy just looks down on her, taking in the cheap act. With his gaze darkened, he reflects that he would have believed this whole performance if he hadn't met his end in the past, feeling a strong urge to rip off that fake mask right now. Memories of the fatal betrayal flood the guy's mind, highlighting his anger toward the mysterious man who was with her on the day he was offed. However, the guy concludes that he just needs to repeat his actions from his past life to lure the real enemy back. Focusing on the girl's figure and the masked aggressor in his imagination, he plans to use the blonde as bait to bring the scumbag to him. With an affectionate smile, the guy assures her he was just teasing his friend in a playful tone. The woman reacts, confused by the sudden change in the young man's attitude. As he promises to bring food the next day, he fakes excitement while the gold digger celebrates the success of her charm with little jumps. Satisfied with the result, she says goodbye, telling him to take care, and quickly leaves the parking garage. The hooded silhouette climbs the stairs, escaping the cold towards the upper floors. The protagonist lets out a murmur, showing a dark, purely malicious expression. Outside, the harsh weather continues to freeze the massive blocks of the residential complex. 2 days later, the guy's phone won't stop ringing, displaying several messages from the blonde furiously demanding the promised supplies. Ignoring the notifications, the guy savors a juicy plate of rice covered with a huge layer of roasted meat. He chews the hearty meal with extreme gusto, filling his mouth with flavor. With his face flushed with happiness, the protagonist praises the taste, exalting how perfectly the cold weather pairs with a hot meal. Thoughtful at the living room table, he deduces after several days of testing that proteins cannot be expanded indefinitely. Sitting on the floor surrounded by a mountain of meat, he points out that at least the food can be reproduced infinitely, just like the soybeans. Using the same principle as the plants, the guy explains in his mind that he always saves half of the steak to be able to clone more in the future. Through magical energy, he combines the vegetables with the remaining piece, turning it all into a brand new, large steak. In this cycle of dual magic, the meats multiply endlessly in a homemade production line. Facing his mental pyramid of supplies, the guy laughs proudly for having ensured he will never go hungry in this apocalypse. The scene cuts to the television screen, reporting at the beginning of August that the disaster has reached places near the equator. Aerial images reveal the immense ocean and structures being completely frozen by the extremely low temperatures. In the news report video, experts confirm that the global ice layer has already surpassed 50 centimeters in depth. Sitting in the comfort of his sofa, surrounded by his things, the guy sarcastically remarks that the reality outside must be infinitely worse than what's portrayed in the media. Suddenly, the violent crash of loud banging on the door shatters the tranquility of the room, startling the guy immediately. A hand carefully pulls the edge of the dark curtain to peek at the light outside. In his bathrobe, the protagonist looks out the window, questioning what's happening out there, as that was the 7th explosion in the last few days. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widen in alert as he notices intense movement in the air. Amidst the strong snowstorm, dozens of military helicopters fly over the frozen city, indicating an extreme emergency situation. Closing the curtain again, the guy reflects with his phone in hand that all this military presence is a clear reason for the residents' general panic. The scene transitions to the complex's underground parking garage, where dozens of bundled up people gather in small groups to trade basic supplies. In the midst of the crowd, some men are pushing and shoving, confirming that many are taking advantage of the lack of resources to start physical altercations. Walking down the ramp, Hang Feng thoughtfully remembers that the building's chat had instructed residents in need to come to the parking garage to pick up donations. The illuminated sign on the wall ahead confirms the official entrance to the underground garage. With his hands in the pockets of his thick jacket, the guy lets out a loud sneeze, feeling the direct impact of the freezing temperature on that floor. Huddled in his own coat hood, he shivers uncontrollably and complains about the absurd cold that plagues the basement. Observing the noisy crowd, the guy internally admits that he only braved that terrible weather to gather valuable information about the neighborhood. Amidst the arguments in the parking garage, he recalls that in his past life, a violent rebellion led by these same people occurred, and he wonders if the committee is actually distributing food instead of just running a scam. With his attention on the device in his hands, he decides he needs to analyze the real situation of the place before taking any action. From the general view of the lot, the protagonist notices long distribution lines and concludes that the number of families suffering from the disaster is much larger than he had imagined. In the distribution line, a resident holds up a small bag, outraged, questioning why he received so little food when he had donated several large boxes before. Grabbing the delivery person's collar, the man demands his supplies back, while the person in charge just apologizes, confirming it's impossible to make any returns. Jiang immediately intervenes with a gentle smile, asking the neighbor to think of the greater good and promising to pay him back in cash as soon as the blizzard is over. Absolutely furious, the resident yells that no one knows how long the disaster will last, accusing the fake leader of being a shameless person focused only on hoarding more resources for himself. Without an ounce of empathy, the other residents in line start cursing and telling the fat man to leave so he doesn't delay the food for those still waiting. With a cold look from a distance, Han Feng deduces that the committee would never voluntarily return the supplies in such a critical situation. The tricked man ends up being mercilessly pushed out of the crowd, showing how the organization uses false moral authority against those who gave up their goods. Next to the protagonist, the loudmouth neighbor agrees with his arms crossed, grumbling that the administration's attitude is truly shameless. With a greedy smile, the blonde hustler approaches, rubbing his gloved hands together and greeting the guy in an overly familiar tone. To start a conversation, the con man asks how his neighbor has been since their last meeting, receiving a monosyllabic reply that things aren't so bad. Shivering uncontrollably from the cold, the guy sarcastically questions the answer, wondering how things can be good when he himself feels completely weak and frozen in the hallway. Just then, a loud rumble echoes from the fake millionaire's stomach, making the protagonist bluntly ask if his friend has run out of food. Trying to maintain a supportive facade, the loudmouth makes up the excuse that he donated almost all his supplies to the committee to help the neighbors. With tears in the corners of his eyes, the blonde complains about the ridiculous amount being distributed and laments that he would have kept the things in his own apartment if he had known about this misery. Suddenly changing his expression, he breaks into a huge pleading smile, calling the guy, "Little bro." Through small, friendly elbow nudges, the con man asks for a favor, while the protagonist just murmurs, waiting for the point of the conversation. Sweating bullets, the blonde meekly asks his neighbor to get him 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages, believing it's a trivial amount for his friend. Intending to play along with the manipulation, the protagonist smiles and turns the tables, saying the hustler is just making up a friendly excuse to feed him, under the promise of not forgetting such kindness. Hanfeng's firm hand squeezes the guy's arm, who reacts by assuring him there's no need for formalities between great friends. In a very receptive tone, the guy thanks him for the favor and tells the blonde to stop by his place later to get the food, while the neighbor shivers, nodding affirmatively. Turning to leave, the guy says he'll first go through the line to collect his own resources, leaving the loudmouth excited and giving a thumbs up. As he walks away, the protagonist shows a devilish smile, calculating that the low cost of a few noodles will solve the problem of having to come down again in the future, just to gather information. In the middle of the crowd, the guy admits he feels no pity for his building mate, since nothing is more important than relaxing on the sofa, playing video games, and enjoying his hearty meals. Suddenly, a shout calling Hanfeng's name echoes through the parking garage, making the guy turn his head in surprise toward the voice. In the same instant, a nimble hand cuts through the air, advancing with great speed and aggression. Without giving him any time to defend himself, the gold-digging blonde slaps the protagonist across the face with all her strength. From the force of the impact, the guy's face snaps to the side, showing a look of total shock and a huge, throbbing red mark on his cheek. Standing firmly before him, the woman glares at him with deep fury, stating that his attitude has disappointed her greatly. Drawing the curious attention of everyone around, the girl raises her voice, sharply demanding why he isn't answering her in the messaging app. With his breath held and his skin burning, the protagonist casts an empty gaze, processing the absurdity of the sudden aggression he just suffered. With his hand on his own bruised face, the guy mutters in a threatening tone, questioning why he got slapped out of nowhere. In his mind, a dark and deadly aura projects, lamenting that the fatal debt from the past hasn't even been collected yet, and this scumbag is already finding new reasons to get a beating. Glaring at the woman with a murderous look, the protagonist coldly asks if she really thinks he's that easy to intimidate. Frightened by his sudden threatening posture, the blonde pulls her shoulders back and masks her nervousness by calling the guy deaf for ignoring her. To regain his calm, the guy closes his eyes for a second and lets out a long sigh, relieving the tension of the confrontation. Back to his good guy act, the guy apologizes, calling the girl by her name in an attempt to justify his disappearance. The shot cuts abruptly to the word, theft, highlighting the woman's extreme reaction upon hearing the fake excuse invented by her neighbor. According to his fabricated story, he says he left the resources at her door and went back to his place to get his keys. But when he returned, the supplies had vanished without a trace in the hallway. The woman immediately panics, and with teary eyes, she anxiously asks if the guy still has any extra food in his apartment. Forcing an expression of great anguish, the protagonist turns his face away, assuring her that he only has enough left to survive a few more days, and only by eating one meal a day. In a quick emotional shift, the blonde clasps her hands near her mouth and breaks into a smile of pure excitement, celebrating the bad news while the guy stares into nothing, confused. In pure selfishness, the woman suggests they share what little is left so they can both eat every 2 days, ensuring they get through the chaos together. Completely expressionless, the protagonist stares at the blonde, thinking how shameless someone has to be to have the guts to make such a proposal. With narrowed eyes, the guy confirms his deduction, realizing that in this situation, he's nothing more than a simple disposable tool to be used in times of need. Behind his true deadly intentions, he shows a docile smile and accepts the ridiculous proposal, calmly agreeing to her plan. Excited by his acceptance, the blonde demands that he hand over the supplies right now, while the protagonist stalls, saying he'll only send the packages at night. In a quick agreement, the gold digger says she'll go back home to wait for his message, and take the opportunity to escape the cold environment before catching a bad cold. Waving his hand, the protagonist tells the woman to wait for him until night, showing a smile loaded with sinister promises. The hours pass, revealing a nighttime view of the large residential buildings being mercilessly swept by the strong gusts of the freezing storm. On the phone's illuminated screen, the sequence of demands sent by the blonde continues without any reply, making her click her tongue in pure impatience. Alone in the dark and completely dominated by the cold, the woman shivers, huddled, complaining about the communication failures and being stood up. Looking at the metal panel on the wall, she laments while checking her phone that the elevator on her floor has also broken down due to the extreme temperatures. With no other option, the girl begins the tense descent down the long, dark service staircase. The continuous sound of her heavy winter boots against the concrete fills the empty space. Leaning on the metal handrail, the gold digger rails against the protagonist, confessing out loud that she would never be going through this effort if she didn't need his food so badly. Breathing heavily, the blonde complains of excessive fatigue in her legs, remembering that the lack of meals in recent days has only worsened her weakness. Upon reaching the landing marked with the number 16, she takes a deep breath, believing she's almost at her destination, With a dry click, the single round light on the ceiling begins to flicker, and then goes out completely, plunging the area into darkness. Surrounded by absolute blackness, the woman shrinks, trembling with fear and cursing the fact that the emergency lights are also broken. Using her phone as a small, makeshift flashlight, she points the weak beam of light down the stairs, desperately asking, "Who's there in the dark?" Just then, a black umbrella suddenly opens in the middle of the dark staircase. Startled by the sound, the woman looks up with wide eyes. A dense cloud of white dust spreads through the area, accompanied by muffled coughs. Completely covered in the powder, the blonde coughs desperately and screams the protagonist's name. Holding the umbrella, the guy sarcastically apologizes, claiming he fell asleep and, while rushing down, bumped into the handrail, knocking over the flower, while the woman calls him useless for not being able to do anything right. Trying to clean her dirty clothes, the gold digger complains in disgust about all the mess. With a smirk, the guy holds out a plastic bag, stating he prepared it especially for her. As he hands over the black package, he assures her that it contains his last survival resources. Upon opening the bag, the girl is horrified to see that the food is completely moldy, looking like pure garbage. With a hand on his head, the guy feigns embarrassment, saying he had to eat very carefully to save those leftovers, while the blonde indignantly asks if that filth is still edible. In a cold gesture, the protagonist says she can return the supplies if she doesn't like the offer. The woman quickly pulls the bag closer to her body, sweating nervously, to make it clear that she never said she didn't want the food. The guy's gaze becomes extremely dark and calculating as he observes her pathetic behavior. Witnessing the humiliating scene, the protagonist ironically reflects that this was the great goddess to whom he dedicated his entire life in the past. To try to save the fruit, the woman convinces herself that the inside must still be good. She just needs to use a knife to peel off the rotten parts. Shamelessly, the blonde advances and demands that the guy also give her the spilled flour. Smiling cynically, the guy comments that there's still half a bag left, while she hastily gathers it all up. Climbing the steps back home, the protagonist deduces that this moldy garbage will be more than enough to give his neighbor a nasty stomach infection. In the hallways, he scoffs internally, knowing she won't be able to shower in this cold, and will have to endure the filth of the flour on her own body. The view pulls back, showing the guy walking calmly through the empty building hallway. Suddenly, he stops abruptly, noticing something strange. With a very serious expression, the guy casts a suspicious glance over his shoulder. At the end of the hallway, a small silhouette appears, peeking discreetly from around the corner of the wall. To play it cool, the guy starts walking again, picking up his pace towards his apartment. Just behind, the pursuer's mysterious shadow projects onto the smooth floor, following his path closely. The heavy winter shoes advance silently on the cold building floor. In a quick turn, the mysterious person tries not to lose sight of their target. In a very agile pounce, the protagonist emerges from behind the wall, firmly grabbing the pursuer's clothes. With great violence, the intruder is pinned against the wall as the guy yells that they're asking for it. Unexpectedly, the guy's anger vanishes, replaced by a look of total confusion upon seeing the face of the person he just captured. Staring at the young woman with glasses and long hair, the guy is internally surprised to have attacked a girl. Keeping the woman pinned against the wall, he asks in a stern tone why she was following him, and what she's trying to do. Pinned, the young woman looks away, breathing heavily and trembling with nervousness. Due to the constant silence, the protagonist impatiently deduces that the intruder refuses to speak. To force a response, the guy leans in very close and threatens to rip off all her clothes if she doesn't tell the truth soon. Instead of panicking, the girl just blushes, staring at the guy, who immediately realizes the failure of his empty threat. Frustrated by the lack of reaction, he lets the young woman go and says he'll let it slide this time. With his back to the girl, the guy tells the intruder to go home immediately and stop with these dangerous games. Suddenly, the guy's steps halt as he feels a small hand grabbing the sleeve of his coat. Turning his head back, the protagonist impatiently asks what the girl wants now. Bothered by the woman's fixed, silent gaze, he warns that he'll just disappear if she continues to say nothing. As her only response, the mysterious girl raises her index finger, pointing directly down her own hallway. With a nod, the young woman finally makes the guy deduce that she wants him to follow her. The scene cuts to a heavy apartment door being opened slowly in a dark room. Upon entering the place, the guy's eyes widen, completely shocked by the sight he has just found inside. Faced with a room full of computers and technological equipment, the protagonist, impressed, asks if she prepared all of this, receiving a nod in return. With the affirmative answer, the guy suspiciously asks if the young woman already knew in advance that the Great Blizzard was going to happen. Amidst the mess of books, the woman monosyllabically states that the Ice Age was the direct result of her precise calculations. Reading one of the monitor screens, the guy connects the dots and, surprised, asks if she's the anonymous person who warned everyone in the building's message group. With a smirk, The guy praises her intelligence but then asks if he was dragged here just to debate these conspiracy theories. Without saying a word, the mysterious girl with glasses starts to pull off her heavy winter coat. Meanwhile, the protagonist's attention is drawn to one of the lit screens illuminating the wall. The monitor displays an old security recording showing the exact moment the guy was carrying his precious boxes of supplies down the hallway. On the adjacent screen, another recording reveals the hired workers delivering the heavy gas cylinders directly to the guy's apartment before the disaster. The last camera shows the recent capture in the hallway, proving that the girl has complete and total access to the entire building's surveillance system. Completely serious, the guy turns and accuses the young woman of actively watching his every move this whole time. In agreement, the woman reveals herself wearing only light underwear as she throws her pants on the floor, leaving the guy with his eyes bulging in pure shock. With a very red face, the protagonist yells, asking the reason for the sudden striptease, while she innocently justifies the heat of the room, causing a huge misunderstanding. Desperate upon seeing the clothes on the rug, the guy orders the young woman to stop taking off her clothes and put her pants back on immediately before things get out of control. Minutes later, the two finally settle on the living room sofa with the girl properly dressed, surrounded by the glowing screens. Recapping the conversation, the guy deduces that she suspected his hoarding of resources and started monitoring him in an attempt to seek a possible survival alliance. Trying to understand the terms, the protagonist asks what she means by cooperation, while the young woman silently pulls his laptop to the side. With her soft hand on the sofa, the woman pushes off to start a stealthy movement. Across the upholstery, the girl slowly crawls towards the guy, who reacts with a confused grunt at her approach. In a very compromising position over the equipment, she sends the protagonist into a complete panic, telling the young woman to stop that inappropriate movement. Ignoring the guy's outburst, the woman with glasses uses all her strength to pull a heavy power generator across the living room floor. Looking over her shoulder, she meekly asks her neighbor to teach her how to turn on the machine, completely shattering the malicious expectations he had created. By the weight of the metal, the large power engine is dragged and finally positioned in the center of the room with great effort. Crouched next to the machine, the guy patiently explains how the activation buttons work, while the young woman agrees, observing everything attentively. Very close to the guy's face, she asks with an innocent look if there's anything else he can teach her now that the machine is on. With her finger pointing to the corner of the apartment, she draws the protagonist's attention, who lets out a long, tired sigh, anticipating more manual labor. Now, in front of the water heater, the guy shows how to regulate the temperature, sternly warning about the importance of closing the valve after each use. With a heavy box in his hands, the guy loses his patience and scolds the woman, telling her to take the packages out and put the food in the freezer, instead of just standing there watching him work. At the stove, the guy cooks with mastery while teaching the girl how to check the rice cooker's light and the gas safety protocols so they can prepare a much better meal together. After the long work together, the living room table is beautifully filled with juicy, well-served dishes, exuding an irresistible aroma of fresh food. Sitting side by side in the living room, the two begin to savor the freshly prepared meal as the guy tells her to eat before it gets cold. Chewing the meat, the protagonist sighs in frustration, deducing that he has become a full-time babysitter since her ability to take care of herself is terrible. With noodles in her mouth, the young woman with glasses turns her head, murmuring in doubt. The guy immediately breaks into a cold sweat, realizing his gaffe, and plays it off, saying he was just kidding. Returning his focus to the food, he grumbles internally about how mentally exhausting this whole situation is. After finishing his plate, the guy gets up sighing to clean up the mess. At that moment, he reacts with a subtle smile, noticing that his neighbor has simply passed out on the table in the middle of her meal. With few options, the guy carefully carries her to the bedroom and covers her with the comforter so she doesn't get cold. Back in his heavy winter coat, he closes the door, sighing that this is exactly like taking care of a small child. The sound of the metal lock clicking echoes through the empty hallway. Outside, the severe weather continues to batter the apartment towers with lots of ice and brutal winds. The next morning, the protagonist opens his front door, complaining about the noise so early. In front of him, his neighbor appears, carrying huge stacks of industrial supply boxes, claiming they are a gift for him being so kind. With an expressionless face, the woman stares at him in silence, making the guy ask if she needs anything else. Pointing to the machinery, the young woman asks if he could teach her everything again, making the guy reluctantly agree. After a few days of intense cohabitation, the protagonist concludes, watching the girl from behind, that the upstairs neighbor is a complete idiot when it comes to general knowledge. Completely stressed, he tries to teach her the basics of how to organize clothes, while she just watches him passively. In front of a makeshift stove, the guy guides the woman's hands, trying to show her how to prepare food without setting the place on fire. Contemplating the plates full of charred goop, he forces an ironic smile, praising the slight improvement in her culinary skills. In the background, he reflects that even in a situation of extreme hunger, anyone would perish if they ate that, and that not even a dog would go near it. Eating his own meal, the guy casually comments that he still hasn't asked his new roommate's name. Adjusting her glasses with a dramatic pose, the young woman calls herself the true eye of the Demon King. The protagonist immediately goes back to focusing on his plate, telling her to pretend he never even opened his mouth. The scene cuts drastically to the underground parking garage, where neighbors are violently assaulting each other amidst the trash, demanding that others hand over everything they have. Pulling a cardboard box from all sides, the desperate crowd enters into direct conflict, questioning who really owns those supplies. The sound of metal bars and pieces of wood clashing echoes through the area as a widespread brawl takes over the environment. In the midst of the extreme chaos, explosions and brutal blows happen everywhere, with people vowing to take out anyone who tries to steal their belongings. Fists fly directly into faces as residents yell for the aggressors to back off from their resources. Just then, a dirty shoe steps firmly on a puddle of dark blood on the concrete floor. The bruised and sweaty face of the well-dressed Jiang Zhuyu appears in the middle of the confusion, reflecting the loss of control of the situation. A finger firmly presses the power button of a red megaphone. In the middle of the garage, the shrill and deafening sound of the device echoes, suddenly interrupting the widespread battle. Stunned by the sharp noise, the residents cover their ears tightly, letting out pained groans. With the megaphone near his mouth, Jiang Zhuyu firmly asks if everyone has fought enough. Pointing to the injured group, he calls their attitude of fighting to the end for the few remaining crumbs ridiculous. Enraged, one of the residents points his finger, accusing the administration of handing out only one pack of noodles every few days, arguing that they'll starve if they don't fight. Maintaining a cold posture, the leader retorts, confirming that the scarcity has divided the neighborhood, making them fight over the scraps. With a cynical smile, the well-dressed man questions if all this barbarity doesn't prove they really deserve to starve. Pointing to the silent crowd, he tells everyone to think carefully about who was the real culprit for causing all this misery. A gloved hand holds up a stale piece of bread as the voice on the megaphone offers to refresh their memory. Angrily crushing the food, Jiang explains that this once cheap bread now costs hundreds of dollars in the hands of selfish hoarders. Throwing the crumbled pieces on the ground, he reminds them that the exploiters sucked up everything the residents had, slicing up food to auction it off at absurd prices. Staring at his own blood-stained shoes, the leader accuses this minority of having gotten rich at the expense of the disaster, draining everyone's money. With his gaze fixed on the attentive audience, he highlights the irony of them killing each other for scraps, while the real villains remain comfortable. Opening his arms, the leader incites revolt, pointing out that the hoarders full of resources donated absolutely nothing, and still inflated prices out of pure malice. Looking directly at the injured, Jiang dramatically asks if it's fair that only they should suffer from cold and hunger. Raising his clenched fist, the leader calls on the neighborhood to unite and take back the resources that belong to the people. Consumed by the planted anger, the men agree with shouts, indignant that they are suffering while others live in luxury. Behind his glasses, a look of pure malice confirms the success of his manipulation, shifting the blame for the crisis onto the hoarders. Seized by collective hatred, the crowd raises their weapons and roars in unison, demanding to reclaim what was stolen from them. A cruel and satisfied smile forms on the well-dressed man's lips. Armed with iron bars and bats, the residents march furiously towards the elevators, ready to invade the rich apartments. Hiding behind a pillar, the blonde hustler desperately types on his phone, sweating bullets as he realizes the group has completely lost their minds and a massacre is about to begin. Outside, the extreme blizzard continues to sweep the condominium without any respite. In the comfort of his apartment, the protagonist's phone won't stop buzzing with notifications, making him cover his head with a book to try to go back to sleep. Defeated by the noise, he reads the blonde's warning messages about a rebellion in progress and scratches his head, not quite understanding who is robbing whom. Upon reading that Jiang is leading door-to-door break-ins, the guy's eyes widen, astonished by the speed of events. Warned that the invaders are armed, the guy peeks through a crack in the curtain while his friend suggests he just hide to avoid a confrontation. With the device in hand, the protagonist gives a confident smile, commenting that he didn't expect such a rapid turn of events, but assuring himself that his armed arsenal will be very useful now. In his imagination, he visualizes the crazed neighbors breaking down his door, deducing that if his enormous stockpiles are discovered, he'll be devoured alive by the crowd. Hurrying down the hallway full of jugs, the guy decides he needs to prepare his defenses immediately. In the storage room, the protagonist grabs 2 heavy red fire extinguishers, carrying them with ease. With agility, he wraps a thick steel cable around the cylinder's metal trigger, creating an activation mechanism. Holding the makeshift contraption, The guy plans to position the safety equipment as a trap against the invaders. Near the entrance door, a metallic click confirms the installation of the defensive device on the apartment floor. The image cuts to the neighboring towers plunging into total darkness, indicating a sudden failure in the power grid. Through phone messages, residents panic over the blackout in the blocks, complaining about the complete lack of communication with the administration. Swallowed by darkness, the protagonist checks the magazine of his pistol, deducing that the system overload was expected in such aggressive weather. Pulling out his own power generator, the guy realizes that the snow accumulation has made any external maintenance absolutely impossible. Straining to lift the machine, he realizes that the loss of electricity and network signal must now be permanent. Sitting in the dark next to the running engine, the guy reflects on the psychological impact of this new reality on the residents. With a dark look on his face illuminated by the machine, he predicts that the absolute desperation will lead to an even more violent rebellion, marking the true beginning of hell. The narrative goes back 30 minutes in time, showing the gold-digging blonde avidly devouring a plate of hot noodles. Wearing designer clothes, the woman boasts about offering money to buy overpriced supplies, making the poorer neighbors shut up in the group chat. In another luxurious apartment, a tattooed man savors a glass of wine, bragging about investing thousands in food to auction off to the desperate and profit from the tragedy. Savoring her noodles, the gold-digging blonde thinks to herself that following the guy was the right choice. Satisfied, she continues to chew her hot meal while murmuring with happiness. Elsewhere, a man in a suit confidently states that as long as he has resources, he can do whatever he wants with the girls, then questions the situation on the current floor, remembering that those units have all been occupied. With an authoritarian attitude, he orders some goons to bring the tools and open the unit first, while the residents inside wonder about all the noise in the hallway in the middle of the night. Soon, one of the men confirms having seen the apartment owner buying a lot of resources, making the man in the suit remember that this was the guy leading the discussions about raising prices in the group, and immediately orders the door to be broken down. Surprised by a violent crash, the group leader lets out a scream of pain as he's hit by the splintering door. The heavy wooden structure breaks into pieces, scattering splinters all over the hallway. Still dazed by the impact, the man looks up and is shocked to see an old woman standing at the unit's entrance. Behind the old woman, the menacing silhouette of a resident appears, holding a bat, ready to attack the invaders. Outside, the extreme blizzard continues to relentlessly punish the massive apartment blocks. Inside the protagonist's apartment, the lit fireplace illuminates the living room, filled with supply boxes scattered on the floor. Near the entrance, the guy continues to work silently on his fire extinguisher trap. With wire cutters in hand, he shows a doubtful expression, wondering why the power hasn't come back on yet. Suddenly, an explosion of sparks jumps from the electrical wires, making the guy scream in surprise at the sudden flash. A dense smoke begins to rise from the short-circuited equipment, accompanied by the guy's muffled coughs in the dark. Frustrated with the small accident, the guy complains about the difficulty of fixing it, wishing the internet were still working so he could look up tutorials. Just then, the sound of light knocking from the other side of the door immediately catches his attention. Very cautiously, the protagonist brings his face to the peephole to spy on the dark hallway. Through the distorted lens, he recognizes some spiky blue hair and impatiently asks what the person wants now. Outside, the young hacker with glasses shivers uncontrollably from the cold and begs for help in a weak voice. Without opening the door, the guy grumbles, calling his neighbor a troublemaker for seeking him outright when he's so busy. With a dark aura forming behind him, he clenches his teeth, irritated by the unexpected interruption. In a reluctant move, the protagonist's hand lets go of the metal doorknob, abandoning his intention to open it. Keeping the barrier closed, he warns that he received information about invaders breaking down doors to steal resources, advising the girl to go back home quickly because he's not letting her in. Alone in the freezing hallway, the blue-haired woman just listens to the warning, shivering in the darkness. Far away, a heavy fist slams with extreme violence against another door in the building. The force of the blows is so great that the hinges begin to give way, spreading dust into the air. Returning to the guy's floor, the young hacker gives up on insisting and just curls up on the floor, hugging her own knees to try to retain some heat. Blowing on her own frozen hands, she hears threatening voices on the floor below, telling the crowd to be quick so others don't steal the resources first. The invaders question how many residents live on the 18th floor, while another shouts to just break everything down, sending the girl into a panic as she realizes they've already arrived. A dirty hand with thick gloves rests firmly on the edge of the hallway wall. Two men armed with crowbars appear, panting on the landing, excitedly noting that no one had looted that floor yet. Observing the doors in the hallway, the pair decides they will invade and take both units on that level. Near the entrance of the protagonist's apartment, one of the aggressors asks his partner to hand him the brake, in Tool. Now inside the apartment, the protagonist holds the girl firmly, covering her mouth, while the bandits outside knock on the door, lying that they've come to deliver resources. Crouched on the floor with the young woman trapped in his arms, the guy listens to the deafening noise of brutal blows hitting the entrance. With a confident smile, he whispers close to her face, telling her not to be afraid because the door has been very well reinforced. Panicked, the girl with glasses widens her eyes, terrified by the fury of the metallic impacts, while the guy's hand muffles any sound. From the inside, the doorknob shakes uncontrollably under the force of the extreme blows. Exhausted from the futile effort, the invaders complain about the structure's resistance and decide to break down the neighboring door first, ordering a mark to be left on the guy's unit. Relieved to notice the men have given up, the protagonist mentally celebrates the success of his thick iron plates while he hears the aggressors mock whoever overdid the reinforcement to hide. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widen in pure shock as he processes the hidden danger in the bandits' conversation. He immediately lets go of the young woman and panics, murmuring that the reinforced door makes it obvious someone is hiding inside with valuable resources. Free from his grip, the woman adjusts her glasses and shyly thanks him for pulling her inside to save her. A tense silence fills the reinforced entrance under the dim emergency lighting of the apartment. Getting up slowly, the protagonist surveys the area and comments, relieved that the invaders seem to have left for good. Resuming his place near the wall, the guy picks up his tools and swears that as soon as he fixes the wiring, he'll electrocute anyone who dares to touch his door again. From behind the guy, the young hacker curiously asks what that is, promptly hearing that it's an electrical defense measure. While working with the cables, the guy grumbles that he doesn't understand why the installation is so complicated and arrogantly says the girl wouldn't understand even if he explained it. With a calm demeanor, the girl ignores the insult and begins to explain in detail about the use of electricity and voltage differences, completely surprising the guy. Near the wiring, the young woman instructs the protagonist to turn off the power and wrap the bare wire directly around the doorknob, being careful not to burn himself. To finish the technical lesson, she points her tiny fingers, instructing him to connect the ground wire to the circuit box, before turning the main power back on, leaving the guy speechless. When he tests the doorknob with the electric screwdriver, the display lights up red, making the guy yell in astonishment to see that the system actually worked. Intrigued, he questions where she learned those things, while the girl strikes a dramatic pose, claiming that her High of the Demon King sees all the world's truth, making the guy regret ever asking. Without wasting time, the hacker sits on the floor, opening her own bag and telling the guy to say what else he needs help with, because she's a very busy person. As she pulls out several blankets and personal belongings from her backpack, she acts like she owns the place, while the guy points his finger furiously, demanding her attention. Despite the protests, the young woman declares that the High of the Demon King will now live in that apartment, leaving the protagonist completely paralyzed with disbelief. After the initial trance, the homeowner completely loses his patience and yells, asking what the heck she just said. With his hands on the boxes, the guy tells his neighbor to stop this absurd joke and yells for her to go back to her own home immediately. Without any ceremony, the protagonist's feet advance across the rug as he physically pushes the girl towards the exit. During the commotion to expel the intruder, the guy ends up tripping over his own feet and lets out a surprised cry. Due to the sudden loss of balance, he falls heavily on his back on the living room floor, knocking over several tools around him. Lying in the middle of the mess, the guy grumbles in pain as his right hand begins to glow intensely with a purple aura. As he supports his magical hand on the base of the wooden table to get up, he's surprised to notice that the surface has completely lost its rigidity. With his eyes narrowed in curiosity, the protagonist lets out an intrigued murmur, trying to process what just happened. As he pulls the edge of the immense coffee table, he watches in shock as the furniture bends as if it were made of pure rubber. With both hands enveloped by the purplish energy, the guy crushes the heavy structure, confirming that the material has become completely malleable. With his gaze fixed on his own illuminated palm, he questions out loud if it was that new, mysterious beam of light that was responsible for softening the wood. To test the new theory, the guy touches his glowing fingers to his metal toolbox. Without applying any excessive force, the heavy head of the steel hammer bends perfectly under the protagonist's fingers. Excited by the discovery, he holds some sharp shurikens and concludes with a smile that the purple magic has the power to alter the density of any object. With a violent start, the guy freezes completely upon turning his head and seeing the young hacker standing there, observing the entire magic demonstration. Covered in a cold sweat, the protagonist panics and curses internally for having forgotten about the intruder's presence during his moment of distraction. Through her round lenses, the girl maintains a completely apathetic expression, staring at the guy without saying a single word. With his face plunged into the shadows of despair, the apartment owner points his finger in her direction, already calculating the worst. Suddenly, the young woman with glasses surprises our protagonist by stating that she is also an emissary chosen by the true Demon King. Understanding the craziness, the guy recalls that he claimed to be a subordinate of the Demon King, concluding that this girl's brain works in a very strange way, and that it will be easy to fool her. In the middle of the messy room, the two stare at each other as she proposes that, as fellow emissaries, they should help each other. Adjusting her glasses with a confident expression, the hacker suggests that the apartment where he rests should be shared between them. With his hand on the doorknob, the guy grumbles indignantly, questioning how a girl can just want to live with him. Without leaving room for discussion, he slams the heavy wooden door with great force, isolating the intruder outside. Back in the comfort of the lit room, the protagonist sighs warily, complaining that she really thinks this place is the Demon King's lair, and deciding to just leave her alone. With his gaze fixed on his own hands, he wonders about the strange purple light that appeared just minutes before. Without applying force to the metal tool, the guy deduces that the new ability has the power to make things completely soft. With his eyes closed, he concludes that the magical lights he possesses are not limited to just two types, and that there must be much more to discover. On the rug, the guy recalls that the purplish energy manifested exactly when he tripped on the cable and almost hit the coffee table. Focused on replicating the process, he tries to remember precisely the exact physical sensation of that moment of falling. Just then, his eyes slowly open as he feels a familiar reaction coursing through his body. Completely amazed, he watches both his hands glow a violet hue, confirming that simply remembering the past event was enough to successfully summon the power. Bathed in the purplish aura, the protagonist wonders if this energy would also be able to affect the loose wiring on the floor. With that, a firm hand grips the handle of a massive kitchen cleaver. Standing in the lit kitchen, the guy decides to test the new power on different types of materials to understand its limits. Immediately, the steel blade is completely swallowed by the intense violet magical energy. Shocked by the result, he shakes the now completely malleable weapon, realizing that the ability affects even reinforced steel. As soon as the magic dissipates, the guy holds the fallen blade, commenting that the texture became identical to gelatin. The scene focuses on various spoons and utensils scattered on the floor, proving that he applied the light to several other materials. Staring at the mess, the protagonist concludes that the longer the light acts on objects, the softer they become, without any other structural changes. Without applying effort, he bends a metal spoon, grumbling that this type of alteration is practically useless for survival. However, a new idea comes to his mind, making the guy stop and stare at the tool with curiosity. Positioning his hands, he activates the purple energy on one side and the emerald on the other, wondering what would happen if he mixed the two. In a quick motion, he brings his fists together and fuses the two mysterious auras into a single magical charge. Completely excited, the guy slams his glowing hand on the cleaver, shouting the name of a famous anime power. Surprised by the visual reaction, he lifts the weapon, which now emits a mixed glow at the base of the blade. With a metallic clink, the tool regains its original rigidity, making the guy notice that the object has returned to its normal state. Without wasting time, the protagonist grabs a simple tissue from the box to continue his practical experiments. Dripping with sweat and with his hands shaking violently, he channels all his strength into the fragile sheet on the table. Observing the illuminated sheet, he finally understands that the fusion of the auras alters the physical resistance of any item. Tapping his finger against the hardened paper, the guy is amazed to find that the achieved rigidity is absurdly high. With his eye wide, an epiphany hits him as he connects this new discovery of hardening with a recent problem. Far away in the darkness of the staircase, two invaders climb the steps carrying stolen bags, while one of them says he doesn't intend to hand the food over to the administration. As they walk through the hallways, the selfish pair argues that it would be stupid to share the loot with the elderly and women, demanding that his partner keep this detour a total secret. Suddenly, the partner stops walking and points his flashlight at the wall, scared, telling the other to look back. Through his mask, the invader's eyes widen in pure panic at the bizarre sight. Under the dim light, the guy notices, perplexed, that the concrete painted with the number of the 18th floor is writhing as if it were alive. From the middle of the malleable structure, a terrifying human face begins to protrude from the wall. The ghostly figure forces its way through the material, revealing macabre features in the middle of the cement. Completely paralyzed by terror, the bandit gulps, unable to take a single step back. Due to the apparition's force, the two burglars tremble as the abomination advances directly towards them. Overcome by extreme fear, the pair puts their hands on their heads and flees, running through the corridors screaming about a ghost. Without looking back, the cowards tumble down the stairs, abandoning all the stolen supplies in their path. Alone in the hallway, the creature in the wall groans in a muffled way, complaining about the total lack of oxygen. With a violent tug, our protagonist pulls his own face out of the wall, softened by the purple magic. Leaning on the immense gelatinous structure, the guy pants heavily, deducing that altering the density of an entire wall consumes an absurd amount of energy. Just then, a powerful explosion of magic spreads through the concrete's innards, illuminating the dark hallway. Covered in exhaustion, the guy steps away from the finished work and says he needs to move on to the next stage of his defensive plan. With a metallic thud, the heavy head of a sledgehammer is dropped directly onto the apartment floor. Wielding the destructive tool, the guy prepares to test the real resistance of the hardening he applied to the wall. Maintaining a focused expression, he murmurs, beginning the practical impact test. In a swift motion, the protagonist swings the immense sledgehammer and delivers a brutal blow directly against the insulated surface. From the colossal force of the hit, the entire building structure trembles violently in the middle of the night blizzard. Completely out of breath from the effort, the guy leans on the tool's handle, trying to catch his breath. With his eyes on the intact wall, the guy is amazed to find that the blow didn't even manage to scratch the paint. The scene cuts to the destroyed ceiling of one of the lower floors, showing the damage caused by the violent invaders. With a dull thud, a trash bag full of looted resources is thrown roughly onto the parking garage floor. In front of the leader, the goon bows his head and apologizes, informing him that most residents are already out of food and that he only managed to steal these few things. Assessing the situation with a cold look, the well-dressed Jiang lets out a suspicious murmur. Suddenly, one of the goons advances and violently tackles the invader, pinning him face down on the cold floor. Pressing his colleague against the ground, the aggressor demands to know where the food was hidden, while the pinned man yells, swearing he handed everything over. With more force, the goon accuses his partner of coming up with 3 heavy bags, which is refuted by the desperate man who swears his innocence amidst a lot of pain. Frustrated with the lie, the aggressor raises his clenched fist, threatening to beat the traitor until he confesses the truth. Just then, the fist ceases its aggressive movement, stopping just inches from the guy's face. Acting as the savior, Jiang gently approaches and pulls the goon back, leaving the aggressor confused by the peaceful interruption. With his hand on his ally's shoulder, the leader asks for calm so they can resolve the issue through conversation, ignoring the warning that the partner was hiding food from the group. Forcing a friendly smile, the well-dressed man states that he's aware of the situation and takes control of the problem, being promptly obeyed. Enraged, the goon pushes the traitor away, warning with contempt that he's only letting him go out of respect for Mrs. Jiang. The fake benefactor's manicured hand extends politely towards the injured man on the floor. To help the invader up, the leader asks in a gentle voice if he's okay, while the man tries to explain, stammering. Behind his glasses, a dark, purely malicious smile reveals the psychopath's true intentions. The image focuses on the single, miserable trash bag full of packages that the traitor dared to deliver as payment. With his eyes on the floor, the resident lowers his head and begs for forgiveness, confessing that he had to divert the food because the distributed ration wasn't enough to feed his family of 5. Holding a small food box, the resident hands over his share for the day and, scared, asks what Mr. Jiang is doing. With a gentle smile on his face, the well-dressed man explains that rules are rules, and it's necessary to hand over the collected belongings to then receive rations according to the number of people in the house, but assures him he understands his difficulties. Completely relieved, the guy thanks him for his understanding, while the leader tells him to take the food back quickly. Bowing, the man promises to be at his disposal if the fake benefactor needs anything in the future, being answered with a laugh and a request to let him know if he faces any more problems. In front of the group in the snow, the well-dressed man instructs everyone to receive their resources quickly and go home, gaining the agreement of the crowd, who ask him to also take shelter soon. In the middle of the crowd, some goons whisper among themselves, not understanding how the leader made the resident hand over what he was hiding voluntarily, and questioning why the boss gave his own ration to the guy. Maintaining his manipulative expression, Jiang states that he didn't do much, just help the man understand a certain principle, while the sisters ask, confused, what principle that would be. With the reflection shining on his glasses, the psychopath begins to explain that in the history of Country M, several revolts happened due to conflicts of interest between social classes. Showing a chaotic vision of rebellion, he details that the nature of these riots is a collective social behavior where participants are not condemned if not caught red-handed, and that he just warned the man that breaking the rules would turn him into an isolated criminal without the group's support. Concluding his reasoning, he points out that even before dealing with post-disaster laws, the traitor would have to face the revenge of the robbed residents, making the goons finally understand the tactic used. Away from the conversation, the old man in the cap observes the situation over his shoulder while calmly smoking his cigarette. Blowing smoke from his mouth, the old man reflects internally that within these protest groups, there is always a leader guiding everyone's actions. Seeing the well-dressed man walk away with the girls, the old man deduces that heroes always emerge in difficult times, and that this kid is definitely not a simple person. The scene suddenly changes to the violent crash of an immense sledgehammer hitting the apartment door. With a sweaty face, the protagonist swings the heavy metal tool and strikes the structure with all his force to continue his tests. Panting from the physical effort, the guy mutters that the entire house has been reinforced, and the resistance check is complete. Suddenly, he furrows his brow and walks stealthily to the entrance, wondering if the thieving neighbors have returned to try to loot his resources. Standing close to the reinforced door, the guy wields the sledgehammer and asks loudly who is outside. Wearing winter clothes, the gold-digging blonde calls her neighbor's name, stating that she has thought a lot in recent days, and that she can't betray the feelings he has for her. Through the peephole, the protagonist watches the woman continue her fake act, swearing that only in difficult times does one understand someone's heart, and asking him to open the door and feel her heart if he doesn't believe her words. Immediately, the memory of the fatal betrayal invades the guy's mind, proving that these are the exact same words used on the day he was taken out. The guy's gaze darkens, consumed by a silent fury as he realizes the past is repeating itself. In his imagination, he visualizes the masked attacker armed behind the girl, deducing that the mysterious man is surely also outside in the hallway. Consumed by a thirst for revenge, the protagonist jumps up, carrying the sledgehammer, and plans to use his firearm to off the scumbag couple right now. However, his rapid steps come to an abrupt halt in the middle of the room. Sweating bullets, the guy analyzes the situation, noting that the enemy is hidden in total darkness, while he would be completely exposed upon opening the door, running the risk of being done in again if he can't take the man out with the first shot. Staring at the improvised electric trap on the doorknob, he concludes that it would be almost impossible to trick both of them into touching the metal at the same time. Plus, he's not sure about the shock's true lethality. Leaning his free hand on a piece of furniture, the guy takes a deep breath and tells himself he needs to stay calm to analyze the situation, as the moment he has been waiting for has finally arrived. In the darkness of the apartment, he reasons that the main threat is not the manipulative woman, but the aggressor hidden in the hallway. With the plan in mind, the guy deduces that he needs to find the enemy's exact location before going out to deliver an immediate fatal attack. Suddenly, an idea crosses the protagonist's mind, making him let out a surprised murmur. In his memory, he visualizes the area outside the entrance, recalling that the aggressor must be hiding exactly in the blind spot behind the door. Wielding a baseball bat, the guy rests his left hand on the reinforced wall, calculating the man's approximate position. Focused on the concrete structure, the guy admits that this process will take some time to complete. Soon, his fingers on the wall begin to radiate the powerful violet magical energy, confirming his attempt to use the density alteration on the material. On the other side, the blonde continues to knock and call for her neighbor in a sweet voice, begging him to open the door. Hidden in the darkness, the masked man with a bat questions if all this effort is worth it to rob the guy, while the woman assures him she remembered the truck full of supplies the target bought before the disaster. With a malicious smile under his hood, the bandit laughs, stating that the guy's resources will be enough to feed them for several days. Unbeknownst to the invaders, the strong purplish light begins to pulse directly on the man's back through the solid concrete. Due to the magic's action, the solid wall loses its rigidity and transforms into a completely malleable material. The bandit turns his head suspiciously, asking if his partner hears a strange noise, but she just retorts, confused. Squinting into the darkness, the invader murmurs that it sounds like he heard something coming from right behind him. Without warning, a fist bursts through the gelatinous wall at high speed and lands a devastating blow to the aggressor's head. From the brutal impact, the man is instantly knocked out and falls face first onto the floor, leaving the girl paralyzed in shock. Backing away scared, the blonde stammers, asking what happened to her friend and telling him to stop playing around on the hallway floor. The metallic sound of the doorknob unlocking echoes through the area, making the girl turn her head, startled. With extreme aggression, the protagonist flings the door open, holding a fire extinguisher, while the woman's eyes widen in surprise. In a violent jet, the equipment's cold, white smoke is discharged, completely covering the intruder and making her scream in agony. Completely blind and suffocating from the chemical foam, the blonde extends her hands, begging the guy to stop the attack. Unable to breathe properly, the woman chokes and coughs violently, falling to the floor covered in the white mist. Right next to her, the masked man also wakes up in the middle of the smoke, coughing uncontrollably due to the chemical powder. Lying on the floor, the girl whispers a weak plea for help, while her partner tries to get his bearings in the confusion. Desperate to escape the attack, the bandit starts to crawl away, abandoning his partner behind. Taking advantage of the lack of visibility, the protagonist extends his hand through the dense smoke, heading straight for the cowardly aggressor. In a swift motion, the guy grabs the man's hair with great force, pulling his head back. Maintaining a firm grip on his target, The guy mercilessly drags the man through the building's hallways. The aggressor screams desperately for help as he's pulled away from the scene of the initial attack. Stopping his movement, the protagonist clicks his tongue and mocks how quickly the trash tried to flee, brandishing his wooden bat. Cowering on the cold floor, the guy groans in pain, trying to protect his own head. Without giving him a chance to defend himself, the guy lands a brutal kick to the enemy's ribs, demanding to know who gave him permission to try to get up. Kneeling and coughing heavily, the bandit raises one hand, begging the protagonist to wait a second. With a bloodied face, the guy tries to use his family's influence, asking if our MC knows who his father is and threatening severe retaliation. Cutting off the threat, the guy lands a violent blow with the bat right in the aggressor's face, mocking the pathetic attempt at intimidation. The force of the blow sends the guy flying backward, splattering blood, as our protagonist yells that he doesn't care who his family is, vowing to beat him to a pulp. Lying in the dark, the invader extends a trembling hand and begs, "Bro," to hold on. Being pulled by the collar, the man says in a weak voice that they have no personal beef, asking the reason for all this anger. In a fit of rage, the protagonist unleashes a flurry of uncontrolled punches to the bandit's face, yelling that that's the exact same darn question he has. Standing over the sprawled body, the guy yells, questioning why his life meant nothing to this piece of trash, and demanding to know why he was taken out in the past. With his fist dripping blood, he stops his attacks and demands, through gritted teeth, that the scumbag answer the question. Completely broken by the blows, the invader just groans and stammers, unable to form a single coherent sentence. Consumed by accumulated hatred, the protagonist raises the heavy nail-studded bat to deliver the final blow. The guy's darkened gaze glares at the motionless body lying at his feet in the silent hallway. Coughing up more blood, the man murmurs one last time, begging the guy to give him a reason for this deadly beating. Frowning with extreme irritation, the guy repeats the question, incredulous at the aggressor's audacity. Twisting his body to gain momentum, the protagonist brings the bat down with full force on the invader, telling the scumbag to stop playing dumb. The view focuses on the dirty floor, with a lot of blood flowing, accompanied by sounds of heavy breathing filling the silence. Standing in the hallway holding the bloody bat, the protagonist questions if the aggressor asked for a reason when he offed him in the past. With his face covered by shadows, he breathes heavily, maintaining an expression of pure fury. Lying on the floor, the invader spits out a large amount of blood, unable to answer. Leaning on his own knees, the beaten man groans in pain and coughs violently in the middle of the dark hallway. Just then, the guy turns his back on his defeated enemy, letting out a long sigh to try to catch his breath. Suddenly, he looks over his shoulder with a look of total surprise. In the open door of his apartment, the young hacker waits, sitting on the floor, watching the whole scene. With her glasses adjusted, she maintains an expressionless look and calmly asks if her neighbor needs a hand with that. Now back inside, the guy sits on a box, deducing there's something wrong with this neighbor for not being scared by that brutal scene, and that it would be better not to let her live there. To try to convince her to leave, he argues that those guys might come back for revenge at any moment and that she would end up getting caught in the crossfire. Through the straw of her juice box, the girl just lets out a murmur of understanding. Completely irritated, the guy points his finger, demanding to know if that was a yes or a no, assuring her he's saying all this for her own good. Maintaining her apathetic posture, the woman simply refuses the offer, stating she's going to keep living there. Faced with her stubbornness, the protagonist throws his hands in the air, yelling that this place is too dangerous, and they could both end up getting taken out. Ending the discussion, the empty juice box is firmly placed on the living room table. Getting up from the sofa, the young woman strikes a confident pose, telling him not to worry because the High of the Demon King will protect him. With her back to him, the neighbor shuffles away in her slippers, announcing that her power has run out and she needs to go to sleep. In a quick motion, the guy's hand firmly grabs the sleeve of the girl's coat. With his neighbor held by the arm, he furiously demands that she stop with this fantasy nonsense and listen carefully, as the situation is very serious. In response, the woman simply lets the heavy coat slide off her shoulders, revealing her pajamas. Confused by the sudden action, he lets out a grunt as she meekly tells him to keep talking. The guy's hand turns the doorknob of the apartment's entrance. With a baseball bat in hand, he cracks the door open, peeking into the empty hallway to see if the invaders are still around. Immediately his eyes widen, showing a look of total disbelief at what he didn't find. The scene transitions to the frozen underground parking garage, where a voice on a megaphone orders those who have already received supplies to leave to free up space. In a wide view of the basement, dozens of residents huddle around makeshift fires in the middle of a huge commotion. In the crowd, several neighbors cast judgmental glances and whisper as they watch a specific couple. Near the fire, one of the organizers calls for resident Lou from apartment 601 to hand out the daily ration. From a distance, the blonde and the girl in the pink coat watch the distribution, finding it strange that the called resident hasn't shown up to get her food. With bread in his mouth, the blonde invader finds it strange that his partner hasn't come back all night, questioning if that scumbag neighbor set some kind of trap. Through narrowed eyes, he points out that the most curious detail of all was the moment the apartment door was opened. In his memory of the invasion, he recalls feeling a warm breeze coming from the unit, deducing that the target has a power generator and a lot of supplies stocked up. Consumed by envy, he crushes the bread and curses the neighbor for hoarding the good resources for himself while feeding him garbage, vowing to find a way to break into that place. Soon, a rough-looking man's hand abusively touches the shoulder of the girl in the pink coat in the middle of the crowd. Approaching the woman in the hallway, the guy tells her to wait a minute. Very uncomfortable, the young woman is cornered by the man, who recognizes her with a malicious smile. Surrounding the girl with another goon, he invites her to warm up by the fire they lit in Block 5. Scared, the woman backs away and refuses the invitation, stating she'd rather go warm up in her own home. Not taking no for an answer, the goon grabs her arm, offering his food in exchange for her company for a few days. With a disgusting smile, the guy tells her to think about the offer, stating he likes girls with her style, while the young woman turns her face away in contempt. Suddenly, the girl's blonde companion shoves the harasser away, telling the trash to get lost. Enraged by the push, the goon grabs the blonde's coat, demanding to know why he's playing hero since he's also a scoundrel who shamelessly stole resources from other residents. In a panic, the blonde realizes he's been discovered, while the girl next to him hears the accusation of theft, completely shocked. In a burst of anger, the blonde lands a punch right in the harasser's face, yelling for him to let go. The force of the blow sends the harasser's face snapping violently to the side. Back on his feet, the goon advances and grabs the girl by the collar, cursing the young woman as he prepares to punch. To defend his friend, the blonde steps in front and ends up taking a stinging slap to the face. Just then, the harasser is thrown with extreme brutality, falling hard onto the parking garage floor. Startled by the crash, the surrounding neighbors turn their heads, commenting that someone just got thrown in the commotion. Lying on the ground and groaning in pain, the aggressor draws the attention of the residents, who ask someone to call Mr. Jiang immediately. Near the commotion, the pink-haired nurse approaches the girl in the pink coat, asking if she's hurt, while the young woman refuses the help. With a gentle smile, the nurse extends her business card, advising the woman to find her if she doesn't feel well in the future. Still very nervous from the fight, the girl bows in thanks, assuring her that everything is fine. Suddenly, the goon gets up furiously and shoves the young woman, cursing her with offensive words. Pointing his finger at the fallen blonde, the aggressor questions his audacity to meddle in other people's business in the middle of the crowd. In a furious charge, the goon throws a powerful punch, threatening to take the guy out right there. Unable to defend himself, the blonde takes the direct impact to his face, letting out a groan of pain. With his opponent down, the harasser begins to brutally stomp on the guy on the concrete floor. With a bloodied face and a cigarette in his mouth, the blonde murmurs about his own life as he gets beaten uncontrollably. With great difficulty, the blonde gets up and faces his aggressor, stating that men who hit women disgust him deeply. In the middle of the crowd, the well-dressed Jung arrives at the scene, asking for space as the residents announce his presence. Pointing his finger, the goon accuses the guy of stealing resources and being an ally of the rich guy who inflated the prices in the building. Offended by the false accusation, the blonde's eyes widen while the harasser maintains his aggressive posture. In a swift motion, the goon violently grabs the blonde's collar, threatening to continue the fight. During the confusion, Jiang reprimands his subordinate, stating that the committee's duty is to protect the weak and ensure food for everyone, forcing the man to apologize. With his back to his subordinate, the leader warns in a threatening tone that the goon will be expelled if he causes that kind of trouble again. With a polite smile, Jiang addresses the blonde and the nurse, asking if they have considered the proposal he made earlier. With a firm stance, the blonde refuses the offer, assuring him that he would never join a group focused on robbing others, even if it meant starving to death. Next to him, the nurse also apologizes, rejecting the violent methods, but offering her medical services if anyone gets sick, earning the leader's thanks. Observing the pair's refusal, a discreet smile appears on the well-dressed man's face. Just then, the girl in the pink coat grabs Zhang's arm, coyly asking to join his group. Very close to the leader, the young woman confesses that she has always admired him, and that now they have plenty of time to be together. With a look of contempt, Zhang shoves the woman away, questioning her usefulness since the blonde knows how to fight and the nurse knows how to heal. Staring coldly at the girl, the leader refuses her entry, stating that she currently has no value that would justify her recruitment, leaving the young woman completely speechless. The story continues, focusing on the bruised face of the fake millionaire, Li, showing a very serious look. With a submissive posture, he tells Brother Jiang that he knows a place full of valuable resources. Cutting to the heated apartment, the protagonist impatiently complains, asking how many times he has to repeat that he needs a fan made of leaves, along with something triangular and a webcam. In the middle of the living room, a dark portal floats statically in the air, looking like a small black hole. The young hacker pulls a blue winter coat out of the rift and excitedly asks if she found the right item. Completely frustrated, the guy points to the object, questioning how a clothing mannequin has any connection to the electronic items he just described. With a heavy, tired sigh, the guy explains to himself that this girl has a dimensional storage ability. Observing the immense mess scattered around the room, he notes that she can open the portal and suck up everything she sees, but complains that the house will be cluttered with junk if her precision remains so low. Curious about the power, the protagonist asks what the inside of that virtual space is like, while the woman admits she's never explored it, but assumes it's a very vast place. With an unusual idea, the guy suggests putting his own head in the hole to help her search, and she immediately agrees. After assessing the situation, he deduces there shouldn't be any problem, since the girl's hand moves naturally inside it. The inside of the black hole reveals a starry vortex swirling in the empty space. Without hesitation, the protagonist sticks his head directly into the dark dimensional rift held by his neighbor. Immediately, the guy's eye widens as he witnesses the scene on the other side. Inside the magical space, he sees himself floating in an infinite vacuum, surrounded by a swirling blue aura. The guy floats deeper and deeper into the vastness of the bluish portal. Amazed by the size of the place, he observes an absurd amount of objects and furniture floating disorderly throughout the space. With a confident smile, he acknowledges that this was expected from someone who emptied an entire supermarket in one night, but admits that finding the parts in there will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, the guy's eyes fill with tears in an involuntary reflex. In pure panic, the guy brings his hands to his neck and starts to suffocate violently inside the vacuum. In a desperate move, the guy pulls his own body back, struggling to get out of the portal. With a great push, he finally yanks his head out of the magical rift, gasping for air. Kneeling on the living room floor, the protagonist coughs uncontrollably, trying to catch his breath. Still choking, he scolds the girl for not warning him about the lack of oxygen and the sensation of having the moisture sucked from his skin, while she just apologizes, saying she didn't know because she's never been in there. The young hacker looks away and lets out a murmur as she notices something inside her dimensional space. Dipping her arm into the black portal, she pulls out a metal piece, casually announcing she finally found the item. Very excited by the discovery, the guy points to the equipment, celebrating the fact that she really has the necessary components. With an expressionless face, the neighbor comments that she also found other interesting things in there. A veritable avalanche of drone boxes tumbles out of the portal, falling heavily onto the living room floor. The protagonist's face becomes completely obscured by shock as he stares at the mountain of electronics, unable to believe what he's seeing. The scene shifts to a dark and gloomy staircase, being illuminated by stealthy steps. The beam of a flashlight reveals the number 18 painted on the cold concrete wall, indicating the target floor. As they climb the steps, a group of invaders comments on the strangeness of that level, hoping not to encounter the supposed monster again. To try to maintain order, the small group's leader reprimands his partners, reminding them they are in the 21st century, and that it's ridiculous to believe in supernatural beings. To motivate the team, he points out that Mr. Jiang sent them as scouts out of pure trust, and that they can't disappoint the leadership. Still hesitant, one of the goons illuminates the upper steps, questioning what they would do if the girl had lied to Jiang. Through a remote control with a screen, the boss's voice tells the men to stop talking nonsense and trust his judgment to finish the job quickly. Back in the apartment, the protagonist and his neighbor watch everything on the cameras, thankful for having installed the monitoring system in advance. With a lighter in hand, Hanfeng says he's going to light the fuse and tells the girl to start Plan 2 as soon as he returns. With his phone in hand, the guy prepares to time the action with absolute precision. The device's digital display shows exactly 2 minutes on the countdown timer. Stuck on the staircase, the goons stop, scared, asking each other if they heard a strange noise coming from above. At the top of the darkness, 3 bright lights suddenly appear, catching the invaders' attention. The image focuses on the fast wheels of small remote-controlled cars advancing across the floor. In a frantic descent, the toys speed down the stairs, heading directly toward the frightened group. Surprised by the scene, the men illuminate the small toy vehicles, not understanding what's happening. The leader with glasses watches as one of the carts speeds past him. Taped to the back of the toy, thick red explosives show they're already burning fuses. A colossal explosion of red fire and smoke engulfs the entire staircase, accompanied by the agonizing screams of the invaders. Immersed in the reddish mist, the bandits scream in pain, warning that the smoke is lime powder and their eyes are burning. In the middle of the confusion, the man with glasses looks up and lets out a gasp as he notices something approaching. Flying through the dusty air, a drone carries a large package tied with ropes. Realizing the deadly trap, one of the invaders desperately screams for everyone to run. The equipment's camera focuses perfectly on the disoriented group trying to escape the chemical smoke. In front of the screen with 22 seconds on the timer, the girl asks if she should launch the attack, while the guy tells her to wait until it gets closer to teach the thieves a good lesson. At 15 seconds, the image shows the goons stumbling blindly down the staircase. Very tense, the protagonist yells for his neighbor to be careful and not let the guys destroy the device. Furious in the middle of the smoke, one of the bandits swings a crowbar in the air, trying to hit the flying threat in the dark. With a loud metallic crack, the tool hits the drone structure squarely. With only 5 seconds left, the hacker reports that she's lost control of the machine's left side, while the guy panics, demanding she stabilize the flight as it's the only drone they have. The equipment spins uncontrollably through the air towards a broken window in the last 3 seconds. With 1 second left, the drone is thrown out of the building into the blizzard, making the guy scream for control. Outside, a spectacular explosion of fireworks illuminates the frozen night, hitting the target. The broken propellers fight against the wind as the machine begins to plummet. Calmly, the girl reports the failure of the right propeller, and the protagonist tells her to find a soft place to land before everything breaks. The drone hits the soft snow and lands as the hacker confirms the successful landing outside one of the lower floors. The guy's hand pulls the zipper of his thick winter jacket all the way up. Fully bundled up, he says he's going down to retrieve the machine because the equipment is too valuable to be left behind. Pointing at the screen, the neighbor calls the guy's attention, warning that she found a body near the external staircase. Through the grainy image, the monitor shows a body lying in the snow, making the guy tell her to zoom in. The camera's zoom reveals the bruised and frozen face of the blonde hustler, leaving Han Feng shocked. With his eyes glued to the screen, the guy asks, confused, why his old acquaintance is lying dead in that place. Sweating bullets, he quickly deduces that the loudmouth must have also been robbed and taken out by the rioting group. Near the reinforced door, the guy says he'll be right back and sternly orders his neighbor not to open the entrance for anyone without the key. Showing a tense expression, he opens the heavy metal lock and steps out into the cold hallway. With his coat already zipped up, the protagonist lets out a confused grunt as he notices the girl approaching. Handing him a radio communicator, the young hacker explains that it will serve to keep in contact while he's out. The guy promptly takes the device, thanking his partner for the essential help. With a serious expression, he cocks his pistol, hoping he won't have to use the weapon during his outing. Descending the dark stairs, the guy illuminates the steps with a flashlight as he walks cautiously. Through the communication, his partner monitors the cameras and confirms that the lower floors are completely safe. Over the radio, she warns that the outside temperature has hit almost -50 degrees and that anyone would freeze solid in 30 minutes without protection. Observing the brutal blizzard through the window, the protagonist deduces that the blonde loudmouth's situation is critical and that he needs to be quick. Far away, the old man in the cap smokes his cigarette, warning the group to be very careful as they go up. As a thank you, the well-dressed Jiang agrees and acknowledges the old man's work in front of the fire. To exert his fake leadership, he orders the goons to hand out 3 pieces of thick clothing to the team, earning the gratitude of the residents. As the pieces are handed out, the fake benefactor assures them that it's the least he could do. Maintaining his hero pose, the leader declares that they will never treat those who contribute to the group unfairly. Just then, the girl in the pink coat tries to take the opportunity to ask if she can join the team now, but receives a direct and cold refusal. Adjusting his glasses, the well-dressed man justifies that he can't confirm if the attack was really the work of her friend, and that he only believed the story because the old man saw the resources being moved. Without wasting time, the leader tells the team to get ready to investigate the upstairs floor and orders them to give a tool to the girl as well. With his gaze fixed on the woman, he warns that he expects her to prove her worth during the operation, regardless of her true intentions. Surprised by the threatening tone, the young woman gulps and starts to sweat nervously. The goons immediately approach and extend a heavy crowbar towards her. Holding the tool awkwardly, the woman stammers, agreeing to help. Leading the march up the stairs, the well-dressed man tells the team to be careful, as they are all important human resources. The heavy winter shoes advance on the cold concrete steps. In a true armed mob formation, the group climbs the staircase, illuminating the path with flashlights. Suddenly, one of the men points ahead, calling the chief's attention. In the middle of the path, the team finds the blonde loudmouth collapsed and completely frozen, leaning against the wall. A goon quickly approaches with a thermos and pours a hot liquid directly into the injured man's mouth. Startled into swallowing, the blonde wakes up with a loud, agonized groan. Amidst uncontrolled coughing, he spits out the liquid and yells, complaining that the drink was too hot. Still dazed, he slowly opens his eyes, trying to understand what's happening around him. Gradually, his vision focuses on the huge crowd led by Jiang, observing him in the middle of the dark staircase. Enraged by his reaction, the goons curse the guy, demanding respect for not thanking the leader for saving his life. Pointing his finger in the injured man's face, the goon demands he change his attitude immediately. Instead of backing down, the blonde just shows a mocking smile, wiping his dirty mouth. As he gets up, he tells the group to stop playing hero, stating that if he has to thank anyone, it will be the people they stole the resources from. Consumed by anger, the goon advances and grabs the blonde's collar, ready to assault him. With a fake friendly posture, Jiang prevents the fight and reinforces the invitation to the team, while the blonde complains that he's already said several times that he'll never join them. On the staircase, the fake benefactor demands that the guy stop being so shameless and accept the offer at once. Without letting his guard down, the hustler questions if they are planning to force him into the group through violence. Faced with his resistance, Jiang's gloved hand clenches into a tight fist, indicating his frustration. With his other hand adjusting his glasses, the leader lies, saying they only want his strength to help the weaker ones survive, asking if there's any misunderstanding. Yelling, the blonde exposes the dirty plan, revealing that the group only gives one meal every 3 days to the elderly, which is practically waiting for them to pass away. Maintaining his aggressiveness, the guy points out that he has no living parents, and that these manipulation tactics won't work on him. Hiding a little higher up, the protagonist listens to everything and deduces that the meager rations prove that Jiang doesn't care one bit about the most vulnerable. After analyzing the scene, he concludes that the committee uses the sick and elderly only as an excuse to recruit the young, and that this tyrannical management will fatally cause a major internal conflict. With a look full of malice, the well-dressed man accuses the blonde of not appreciating the team's kindness. With no patience whatsoever, the goon grabs the hustler again, telling him to get out of the way if he's not going to join the gang. In a violent reflex, the blonde lands a brutal headbutt right in the aggressor's face. The force of the blow sends the bandit staggering backward, while the injured guy warns that he's not moving. Even injured and swaying, the blonde holds his ground, challenging the armed gang, which hesitates for a moment. Faced with the stubborn resistance, the leader with glasses lets out a long sigh of disappointment. With a silent nod, the well-dressed man authorizes his goons to take care of the problem once and for all. Immediately, the armed crowd with bats begins to surround the injured guy on the staircase. With his fists raised, the blonde calls the aggressors to fight, yelling that he's not afraid of them. Through the gaps in the handrail, the protagonist realizes that his partner is about to pass out at any moment, and thinks about going down to help. However, he hesitates immediately, deducing that with that numerical disadvantage, he wouldn't be able to do much. With his hands gripping the metal structure, he refuses to just watch his friend get taken out after everything the loudmouth has done to help him. The guy's gaze darkens, focused on finding an immediate solution. In a quick decision, his hand slides silently inside his own thick coat. Firmly, the guy draws his heavy black pistol from its holster. Standing on the upper steps, the protagonist holds the firearm with his finger off the trigger, preparing his intervention. Surrounded on all sides, the blonde continues to provoke the crowd to start the confrontation. Without wasting time, one of the invaders prepares his bat to deliver the first blow. A deafening roar cuts through the air as a shot violently hits the wall next to the group. The image focuses on the smoking barrel of the pistol after the warning shot. Stunned by the sudden noise, the goons flinch in fear, dropping their own bats on the floor. Panic takes over the crowd, who start to scream desperately upon realizing that the bang was the sound of a real firearm. Descending with his flashlight on, the protagonist points the pistol and yells for no one to move. With the light in their faces, the guy keeps a steady aim on the looter team. Surprised by the heroic appearance, the hustler murmurs his friend's name, unable to believe what he's seeing. Faced with the deadly aim, the well-dressed man and his goons remain in absolute silence, paralyzed by fear. Hiding at the back of the group, the girl in the pink coat whispers, confused, asking how her neighbor got a gun and why he left his house. Handing over the keys, the protagonist tells the blonde to grab the item and begin a slow and careful retreat. Due to the distraction, the goons whisper to their leader, suggesting they attack while the shooter is talking to his ally. Suddenly, the well-dressed man drops his own bat on the floor as a sign of surrender, preventing any move from his team. Furious with the movement, the protagonist orders everyone to drop their weapons and kneel on the ground immediately. Keeping the pistol pointed and the flashlight on, the protagonist illuminates the surrendered invader team on the frozen steps. With the situation under control, he tells his blonde partner to go up quickly, warning that he'll shoot anyone who moves. The hustler quickly climbs the dark staircase, leaving the group of assailants behind. Under the steady aim of the gun, the invaders remain completely motionless and silent in the darkness. Breaking the tense silence, one of the goons curiously asks who the armed guy up there is. Scared, The girl in the pink coat reveals that the shooter's name is Han Feng, and that this is exactly the apartment they were heading to. Immediately, one of the men grabs her coat, furiously demanding to know why she hid the information about the gun, being countered by the young woman who swears it's the first time she's seen the pistol. To calm things down, the well-dressed Jiang intervenes, telling them to forget it, as he believes the girl wouldn't lie to them. With his hand on his chin, the leader analyzes the situation, deducing that if the target has such a powerful weapon, he surely must also have a lot of supplies stored away. Excited by the deduction, one of the goons agrees and suspects that the guy is the real culprit for inflating the prices in the building. Focused on his thoughts, the psychopath with glasses concludes that this shooter must be the same person Uncle Liu saw carrying the boxes of resources before the storm. Worried about the risk, one of the subordinates asks if they are still going to follow the original plan and questions what they would do if the guy decided to shoot them. With a malicious smile, the leader assures them that if the guy were capable of taking someone out, he would have already shot them right there, not believing he can hide forever inside the apartment. Turning to the frightened crowd, Jiang announces a change of plans, ordering everyone to go back and prepare security measures. Outside, the relentless blizzard continues to batter the frozen ruins of the city. Back on the 18th floor, the apartment number plate remains lit in the darkness. Standing in front of the door, the blonde apologizes for shaking so much, while the protagonist puts his pistol away, noticing that the invaders have given up on pursuing them. With blue gloves, the guy inserts the key and unlocks the heavy metal lock. Upon entering the room, the hustler's face flushes, amazed by the extreme warmth of the place. Maintaining a serious posture, the guy tells his partner to come in quickly, so they don't lose the heat, which is promptly obeyed. Walking through the living room, the fake millionaire spots the reinforced fireplace burning wood intensely. Soon after, his gaze falls on the huge power generator running in the corner of the room. Pressing his hands against the glass door, the blonde's eyes widen, completely shocked to see the storage room packed with supplies. Turning his face, confused, he asks what the heck is going on with this house, while the protagonist closes the door and says it's a long story. Suddenly, the homeowner murmurs, intrigued, upon noticing a strange movement in the room. Peeking from around the corner of the wall, the young hacker adjusts her glasses and drily asks where the rescued drone is. With a drop of sweat on his face and an awkward smile, the guy admits he completely forgot about the equipment during the confusion. In the middle of the spacious room, the hustler questions what drone they are talking about, while the protagonist stares at his disappointed neighbor. 2 hours later, the blonde's cheeks are stuffed with food as he murmurs that he finally understands the situation. Sitting around the lavish table, the visitor praises his friend's preparation in predicting the disaster and concludes that studying a lot really brings great advantages in life. Watching his guest eat, the protagonist apologizes for not telling the truth sooner, explaining that he feared information about his resources would leak. Without stopping for a second, the visitor's nimble chopsticks grab another piece of meat from the plate. Making an exaggerated bow in his chair, the blonde thanks him emotionally, assuring him that he would have starved to death if not for his friend's extreme kindness. Feeling uncomfortable with the flattery, the guy tries to interrupt his partner, calling him by his name. With his mouth full and tears in his eyes, the loudmouth tells the guy not to be modest and encourages him to eat more since the feast is plentiful. In tears, the hustler yells praises for his friend's character, while the protagonist just stares at him in total silence. Panning out to the whole table, the blonde resumes his seriousness, warning that the situation in the building has changed drastically. Staring at the homeowner, he asks if the guy remembers the information sent before the blackout, receiving a simple confirmation. Through the hustler's narrative, the image shows goons beating up residents as he explains that Jiang started stealing supplies under the pretext of collectivism. The fake benefactor walks calmly through the snow as his partner explains that some residents left the group because they disagreed with the thefts and that Jiang didn't seem to care. In the middle of the rebellion, a strong, blonde man leads the beating, proving that the psychopath sent violent goons to eliminate opposing threats. Surprised, the protagonist asks if this aggressive leader is Jin Kyunwoo, the older brother of the university twins, which is confirmed by his friend who mocks the family's intelligence. Focused on the information, the guy concludes that the committee grew quickly because of these dirty tricks, while the loudmouth warns that this guy is not easy to deal with. With a malicious smile, the guy ironically says that evil always attracts retaliation and asks who was the target of the robbery attempt, making his friend excited. In a scene of brutal impact, a muscular man lands a devastating punch on an invader as the blonde yells the name Li Zhenghao. With absurd strength, the former middleweight boxing champion smashes the goon's face into the frozen ground, shattering the ice around them. Sitting at the table, the guy deduces that the committee must have taken a serious beating, and the blonde confirms, explaining that Jiang refused to accept defeat so as not to lose respect. Being manipulated by the psychopath, the crowd of invaders continued to advance relentlessly against the ex-boxer in the middle of the hallway. Overcome by extreme fatigue, the fighter ended up being brutally beaten by the crowd and fell to the ground, spitting a lot of blood. Because of this incident, the ex-champion gathered his own followers and formed a powerful faction, easily defeating the committee's invaders. Carrying a body across the floor, the hustler explains that one of the main allies is a very famous underground fighter known for his speed. Grabbing two men at the same time, another monstrous ally named Jin Zhongzai crushes the enemies, proving his absurd strength. With all this combat power gathered, the new faction took control of the region, united by their hatred of Jiang Zhuyu's hypocrisy. Gesturing with his hands, the hustler explains that the fake benefactor planned to steal the guy's supplies to solve his own crisis, and that he tried to warn him in time. Putting the pieces together, the protagonist smiles confidently, deducing that Jiang tried to recruit the blonde precisely because the committee's faction was losing badly. Suddenly, a metallic click from the door interrupts the conversation, making the young hacker ask what that was. Staring at the entrance, the guy's expression turns serious, and he warns that someone is outside. On the security screen, the monitor displays a huge group of armed men gathering right in front of the apartment. Without wasting time, the protagonist gets up from the table, announcing that he will electrify the doorknob immediately. With a swift motion, the guy's hand pulls the bare wire to activate his deadly trap. During the process, the protagonist's expression suddenly changes as he smells a strong scent of sulfur coming from the hallway. In a deafening explosion, the door suffers a brutal impact, throwing the guy across the living room floor. With his hand on his head, the guy grumbles in pain, completely indignant at the invader's audacity to use bombs against him. Huddled behind the table, the guy states that this type of directional explosive is very powerful, while the blonde curses the assailants, calling them wild beasts. On the monitoring screen, the group of criminals waits for the dust to settle in front of the apartment entrance. The camera's zoom focuses directly on the leader with glasses and the gold-digging blonde, making the guy deduce that she was the one who led the faction there. With the tool in his hands, the protagonist tells his partner to move further away from the door to avoid more accidents. In a quick action, the homeowner's gloved hand plugs the cord into the outlet, activating the electrical defense. Yelling, the guy runs desperately away from the entrance, trying to protect himself from any possible failure in the electrical system. Outside, the invaders are hit by a violent energy discharge upon touching the doorknob and fall to the ground, screaming in pain. Silently, the leader with glasses watches his own goons writhing on the floor, surrounded by electric sparks. Maintaining his composure, Jiang hands new explosives to his hooded ally and orders him to install 2 packs directly at the junction of the door and the wall. The image focuses on the 2 explosive charges fixed to the concrete structure, ready for detonation. A second colossal explosion destroys the hallway, raising a huge cloud of fire and dust into the air. After the smoke dissipates, the heavy door of the 18th floor apartment remains completely intact, proving the extreme resistance of the magical reinforcement. In front of the smoking door, one of the goons informs Mr. Jiang that the entrance is still intact even after the detonation. In total silence, the leader with glasses just stares at the reinforced structure, assessing the material's resistance. With an analytical look, he concludes that the explosives work perfectly, and that the target surely prepared these defenses well in advance. Without wasting time, the fake benefactor orders the team to use 3 packs of bombs at once on a more vulnerable point that he will indicate. With a determined expression, he coldly assures them that they need to bring that house down today. Inside, the protagonist and the blonde push heavy furniture with great effort to create a large barricade in the living room. A third colossal explosion hits the wall, making the 2 scream in surprise and cower from the violent impact. With his hands over his ears, the homeowner yells, asking if the noise isn't getting louder, while the hustler complains he can't hear anything. Just then, a loud cracking sound catches the guy's attention, making his eyes widen immediately. Desperate, his partner points to the yielding wall and warns that they need to get more objects to block the passage before everything collapses. Sweating bullets, the guy realizes that the destruction will only increase and create larger holes if the continuous attacks don't stop. Pulling his ally by the coat, he tells the blonde to stop piling up furniture, claiming he has a more efficient idea to solve the situation. Suddenly, the young hacker approaches through the middle of the mess, calmly offering to take care of the problem. Amused by her audacity, the fake millionaire scoffs at the girl, calling her a doll and telling her to go hide in the bedroom. Ignoring the mockery, the girl summons her swirling dimensional black hole in the middle of the living room, leaving her blonde colleague completely speechless. In the blink of an eye, the entire massive wooden barricade is violently sucked into the magical portal. With the space completely cleared, the neighbor calmly closes the rift and announces that the removal service is complete. Still in a state of shock, the hustler stammers, frightened by the destructive capacity of that bizarre power. Taking advantage of the free space, the protagonist advances and concentrates his powerful violet aura in both hands. Firing the magic at the damaged structure, he explains that he needs to soften the concrete to reshape it, but being careful not to affect too large an area. With his teeth clenched and dripping with sweat, the guy focuses intensely, waiting for the exact moment of physical transformation. He immediately combines the green light in his hands, creating a mixed flash with the intention of hardening the wall again. Observing the fully restored door, the homeowner is amazed to deduce that the magical fusion also serves to permanently repair damage. Perplexed by the scene, the blonde asks if that's some kind of superpower, while the guy brushes it off, saying it's too complicated to explain right now. Suddenly, the protagonist yells at the top of his lungs, telling his two allies to get down immediately. In a split second, the trio hits the floor, protecting their heads from another brutal detonation that makes the entire apartment shake. Lifting his face, the guy grumbles indignantly, questioning why the structure is cracking again even after the strong reinforcement. Adjusting her glasses, the young hacker analyzes the damage and quickly deduces that the invaders have changed tactics to directly explode the hallway floor. Sweating with tension, the guy concludes that rebuilding the door will be completely useless if the enemies manage to destroy the floor's foundation. Staring at his partners very seriously, he confesses he has an extremely dangerous plan and asks if they are willing to trust him just this once. Without hesitation, the girl with glasses just nods, agreeing to her neighbor's proposal. Completely focused, the loudmouth tells his ally to get straight to the point and explain what needs to be done. With his back to the pair, the protagonist begins to emanate his glowing energy, instructing them both to follow his orders to the letter at the right moment. Outside, the heavy reinforced barrier continues to suffer harsh impacts, getting hit by shrapnel amidst the smoke in the hallway. With a final crash, the immense metal protection finally gives way and collapses heavily on the floor. A large cloud of dust rises from the destroyed entrance, marking the successful invasion of the place. Peeking through the cleared access, the goons armed with shields receive the leader's order to search the place and collect all the supplies. Led by flashlights, the group of criminals invades the apartment in a defensive formation, expecting a possible ambush from the residents. Searching the wide, empty space, one of the invaders informs the fake benefactor that there is absolutely nothing of value in the main area of the house. From the kitchen, another goon reports in frustration that he only found some abandoned trash and a simple box of seeds stored in a corner. Enraged by the failure, one of the men grabs the gold-digging blonde by the collar, accusing the woman of being a liar, while she desperately suggests that the guy must be hiding the food inside the bedroom. Advancing down the hallway, one of the bandits says he doesn't want to take any blind shots and breaks down the wooden door with a violent kick. As he illuminates the inside of the room, the guy lets out a grunt of total confusion at the scene he has just witnessed. Without any warning, a devastating punch hits the invader's face, sending him flying backward. Leaping from the darkness of the room, the blonde hustler lands a brutal flying kick against the other goon's containment shield. After the quick blow, the ally lands firmly next to the protagonist, who is already advancing with his weapon drawn. With an extremely cold look, the homeowner aims the barrel of his pistol directly at the cornered assailants. In pure panic, the invaders scream, warning their leader about the shooter's deadly presence at the hallway entrance. A deafening shot echoes off the apartment wall, forcing the invading team to quickly retreat to the safety of the living room. Emerging from the shadows, the guy orders everyone to get out immediately, threatening to abandon his good manners and shoot to take them out. Maintaining an unshakable posture, the well-dressed man with glasses gives a cynical smile, questioning the supposed manners the guy claims to have. Pointing his finger, the fake leader accuses the resident of being a shameless egoist who hoarded food in secret while the entire neighborhood starved and froze. Completely manipulated by the psychopath's words, the crowd glares at the guy with indignation, demanding justice and the immediate surrender of the hidden resources. Continuing his act, the leader tells the target to hand over the supplies, appealing to the false morality that collective unity is the only way to triumph over this ice apocalypse. Analyzing the smile, the protagonist internally concludes that this beautiful and righteous speech is nothing but a shameless moral hijacking. Staring furiously at the criminals, he notes that the gathered group acts only as hungry, irrational wolves, blindly manipulated by the enemy's lies. The guy yells, refuting the moral offenses and furiously asking who the unfortunate soul was that spread the rumor that he had entire stockpiles of food at home. Indignant, the goons shout back, absolutely certain and manipulated into believing that the guy's wealth was hidden somewhere in that apartment before the invasion. With an expression full of anger, the gold-digging blonde advances and uses her past visits as proof, assuring them that she saw plenty of heating and light in the place, and threatening the young man's life if he doesn't tell the truth. Without hesitating for a single second, the protagonist pulls the pistol's trigger and shoots the woman directly in the leg. making her scream in a roar of agony. Bleeding heavily, the traitor falls, leaning on the broken glass, while the shooter calls her shameless for having the nerve to open her mouth after everything she's done. Yelling, the guy perfectly turns the tables, accusing his neighbor of tricking him in the past and stealing his only resources in exchange for that darn box of useless seeds. Frightened by the compelling revelation, the goons look at the blonde, who starts to cry desperately, swearing to the team that she wasn't messing with them. Taking back the reins of the situation, the well-dressed man tells the residents to stop fighting among themselves, claiming to have a practical and fair method to solve the whole mystery. Pointing to the blocked hallway, the leader calmly orders two subordinates to thoroughly search the guy's room. With his weapon still raised, the protagonist glares at his enemy while the fake benefactor sarcastically asks if the homeowner would have any objection to this reasonable search. Minutes later, the goons return to the living room, disappointed, reporting that they only found more piled up trash and a trembling little girl in the dark room. Hiding behind the corner of the wall, the young hacker fakes a moving cry and calls for her brother, adopting a posture of extreme terror. Hugging the protagonist's jacket, the girl puts on a flawless act, begging for food out of hunger, while the guy pets her head, promising to look for food as soon as the troublemakers leave. Completely indignant, the invading team curses their bad luck for having wasted half a day of hard work just to break into a miserable, empty apartment. With a dark and disappointed expression, the leader with glasses turns his head, focusing his gaze on the shot blonde and demanding a clear explanation for this lie. Surrounding the cause of the uproar, the frustrated crowd threatens to end her life right there if she can't justify this huge mistake and waste of time. Trembling with panic, the gold digger cries, assuring them that she saw the boxes full of food with her own eyes before the attack. Looking with pure hatred at the armed protagonist, she suspects that the guy set up this whole cruel trick just to leave her like that in front of the other neighbors. In an act of pure desperation, her hand quickly grabs a heavy tactical flashlight, justifying with yells that the confusion is only because of that darn pointed object. In one swift move, the girl hurls the heavy tactical flashlight. It smacks against the hallway's metal frame, blasting the dark corridor with a blinding flash. Startled by the sudden light, the protagonist shuts one eye and raises his pistol near his face, trying to shield his vision from the intense glare. Taking advantage of the visual distraction, a nimble hand darts out from the shadows and smacks the weapon, disarming the guy with a loud, sharp thud. Quick as a flash, the two-faced blonde snatches the pistol, aiming it right at the shooter's chest. She demands to know where he hid the supplies, while her blonde partner backs away, spooked, insisting the whole thing was a dirty setup. From outside, the armed invaders pressure the traitor, telling her to either force the guy to spill the beans in front of everyone, or just take him out without hesitation. Maintaining a cold and completely unshaken expression, the homeowner asks in a dark tone if the woman really wants to know the whole truth. Without a shred of fear, he presses his body against the pistol's barrel, stating flatly that all of his supplies had already been stolen by her a long time ago. Utterly panicked and breaking out in a cold sweat, the woman trembles with the gun in her hands, screaming that her neighbor is lying and threatening to end him right there for the false accusation. Suddenly, the girl in the pink coat rushes up behind the traitor and grabs the blonde by the arm, yanking her forcefully as the armed woman lets out a surprised shriek. Fed up with the whole mess, the goons storm the area and restrain the aggressive blonde, calling her a shameless liar as she struggles, begging to be let go and swearing she's telling the truth. Far from the scuffle, the protagonist stands calmly next to the young hacker, watching the crowd handle the problem of the armed woman. With the path clear and the commotion dying down, the guy calmly kneels in the middle of the apartment and picks up his heavy pistol. Moments later, the slick-looking leader enters the room peacefully and faces the homeowner, who already has his weapon raised and aimed directly at the enemy's leg. On the verge of a showdown, the two rivals lock eyes, a deep and extremely tense silence hanging between them. In the background, the furious crowd continues to drag the gold, digging blonde away without an ounce of pity, completely ignoring the prisoner's desperate screams under her neighbor's aim. Consumed by rage, one of the invaders raises his wooden club, threatening to beat the blonde for making the entire team look like fools with the fake tip about the apartment. Before the blow can land, the well-dressed leader's firm hand clamps down on the handle of the improvised weapon, ordering the goon to stop the assault immediately. Standing in the middle of the crowd, the leader scolds his team, calmly reminding them that the committee is not a group focused on violence, and that this hallway isn't a public execution square. Putting on his false hero persona, he argues in front of everyone that even though the woman lied, they should give her a chance to redeem herself and start a new life. Turning his attention back to the homeowner, the psychopath flashes a perfectly polite smile and offers his sincerest apologies for all the trouble and destruction caused by that day's invasion. Gesturing with his hands, He explains that all the residents here are victims of the freezing disaster and promises the armed guy that he'll provide a proper explanation for what happened soon. Without lowering his weapon, the protagonist keeps his face hidden in the shadows, processing the invader's cynical and calculated performance in absolute silence. Deciding to play the enemy's game of influence, the guy's gloved hand slowly lowers the heavy pistol as he agrees to the forced truce in a completely dry tone. Seizing the opportunity, the fake benefactor extends his hand in an open invitation, asking his armed neighbor to join the official committee, while the guy just lets out a murmur of pure suspicion. With a manipulative smile, the suit tells him he doesn't have to give an answer now, just asking that the guy think very long and hard about the offer. With his back turned and already leading the group's strategic retreat, Jiang instructs the guy to give his final decision when he comes to pick up his supply ration the next day with everyone else. The crowd of goons obeys the peaceful order and retreats down the dark hallway, leaving the main trio alone amidst the huge mess and the debris from the busted door. Worried about his friend's health, the blonde con artist approaches, sweating bullets and asking breathlessly if the guy is okay after surviving that whole tense invasion. Relieved that he didn't have to shoot anyone, the protagonist lets out a long, tired sigh, closing his eyes and muttering that the lie-filled nightmare is finally over. Completely exhausted from the physical and mental strain, he slumps onto the living room sofa, throwing his head back and telling his partners that their little drama performance has finally come to an end. Walking through the warm secret room, the blonde visitor comments in awe that he never expected his neighbor to have a place so spacious and ridiculously more comfortable than his own unit. With his phone in hand near the fire, the homeowner cracks a smirk and calmly states that they only managed to pull off that dangerous charade thanks to the girl's major contribution. Taking the lead, the guy instructs the young, blue-haired hacker to follow their plan, demanding she use her portal to immediately store all the valuable items in the house, but to leave some junk scattered around as a disguise. Intrigued by the bizarre orders, the fake millionaire asks what the exact point of all this is, while the protagonist tells his partner to go open the windows right away to quickly drop the indoor temperature. Staring at the wall, the shooter explains seriously that they need to create the perfect illusion of absolute misery, so that the next invaders will waste all their energy trying to break through strong defenses only to find dust at the end of their effort. Sitting comfortably around a table served with hot food, the guy reasons that Jiang created massive expectations for the group with the violent break-in, and that returning empty-handed would stir up a major internal revolt on the team. Through his sharp deduction, he pictures the lying blonde being humiliated by the furious crowd in the hallway, predicting that the collective frustration over food would make the traitor the perfect scapegoat for the crisis. During the meal, the blonde points a concerned finger, warning that the enemies are too numerous and that having a gun doesn't guarantee anyone's safety, since that crazy woman almost managed to steal the pistol in the chaos. With a calculated look, the protagonist counters the concern, explaining that even if the enemy had taken control of the weapon, Jiang would have still tried to resolve things peacefully just to maintain his precious public image as an untouchable hero. Spooked by the possibilities, the con artist asks what would have happened if the leader had just decided to take out the three of them right there. The guy bursts out laughing, revealing there was only one bullet in the chamber, and he'd already used it on the woman's leg. Totally impressed by the insane risk, the visitor asks excitedly if letting the gun get stolen was part of the perfect initial strategy. The shooter just smiles, admitting that part was just a little lucky improvisation. Resuming his meal with chopsticks, the chatterbox assumes with relief that their mission now is to just pretend they're starving and enjoy their stash in comfort. But the homeowner immediately rejects the theory with a flat "no." With a relentless posture and eyes gleaming in the dark, the guy states categorically that their only objective from that moment on is to work on taking down the entire leadership of the building's darned committee. The scene transitions, cutting to dirty, damaged signs posted at the top of a cold, dark wall in one of the long, underground stairwells of the complex. In the large distribution lobby, dimly lit by weak flashlights, the committee's goons demand order as they hand out meager rations to the huddled residents, who thank Uncle Jiang over and over for his great kindness. A tactical schematic reveals the committee's power distribution across the floors, highlighting their focus on keeping the supply base and main members' area isolated from the other logistics floors and the common residents below. Far from the crowded distribution area, two goons carry a heavy box full of stolen goods, lighting up the silent building hallway with a tactical flashlight as they head toward the hidden safe. Concerned about security, the man in front asks if his partner in the back locked the warehouse door properly, and gets immediate confirmation that the lock is checked meticulously every time someone leaves. Hidden in the deep shadows at a corner of one of the hallways, the protagonist and his blonde partner watch the two thugs' movements with extreme focus and in absolute silence. Crouched beside the cold wall, The con artist taps his friend's shoulder and whispers softly, waiting for the perfect moment to move forward without being spotted by the patrol. Displaying a clear diagram on his phone, the guy explains the mapping, confirming that the lower floors were cleared out to keep residents away, and logically deducing that the main warehouse must be hidden between the 7th and 8th floors, near the core command members. Focused on the infiltration mission, the shooter tells his partner to follow him to deal with the guards starting from the 5th floor, ordering his ally to knock out the targets by surprise with the metal pipe to save their conspicuous pistol shots. Moving stealthily up the shadow-drenched stairwell, the invading duo climbs the steps without meeting any resistance, which makes the blonde mutter in confusion, wondering if the entire security detail was let go for a lunch break in the middle of all this chaos. As they peek into the empty, pitch-black hallway of the next floor, the protagonist notes that there isn't a single soul guarding that specific perimeter either, but with an outstretched hand, he demands his partner keep his mouth shut and not get careless. Standing side by side in front of a large red door with the number 7 painted on the metal, the blonde visitor scratches the back of his neck and questions if the enemy's really store their vital food in these 2 unprotected wings. Bothered by how ridiculously easy the access is, he grumbles while tightening his grip on the pipe that not finding a single guard along the way is starting to feel way too suspicious and very dangerous. Without backing down from the final objective, the homeowner turns on his own flashlight, cutting through the dark, and decides to split up the search. He tells his ally to watch and search the right side, while he takes the left side of the long hallway. Advancing alone down the freezing corridor and gripping his metal pipe tightly, the guy admits to himself that he thought they'd have to fight hard to get up here, but he sighs with relief, admitting that this quiet stroll is great for focusing solely on scouting the area. The narrative flashes back to the conversation at the bountiful table, where the guy argued, counting on his fingers, that Jiang's army was gigantic and the only way for 3 people to win this war was to slowly destroy the committee from the inside. As the hacker listened attentively, gesturing excitedly, he made it clear to the duo that Jiang's empire only exists because he holds the food, and that. Back in the hostile, poorly lit hallway, the protagonist agrees with his own thoughts, muttering that the theory was excellent, but the real, practical problem was actually finding the darned vault room in this maze of identical doors. Suddenly, his ally's loud, breathless voice echoes off the abandoned walls, calling out to his friend, and making the shooter spin around in surprise to check on his blonde partner's side of the investigation. Staring at the bizarre discovery at the end of the long corridor, the homeowner lowers his weapon and adopts a look of pure boredom, completely speechless at the stupidity he's just stumbled upon. Standing before heavy wooden doors, the 2 invaders exchange confused glances as they read a ridiculous paper sign with the word, "Warehouse," taped to the entrance, which makes the blonde immediately suggest that the whole thing smells like a big, childish trap. With an ironic smirk of pure disbelief, the guy points a finger and scoffs, noting the key left casually in the lock, and praising the security team's immense and touching consideration in making the robbery easier for them. Trying to justify the absurd scene, the con artist grips his wooden pipe with both hands and suggests that Jiang's dumb logistics team might have simply forgotten the lock there, deciding to open it up at once to check on the food inside. Before his eager ally can touch the structure, the protagonist's eyes widen in absolute panic, and he lets out a deafening shout for the blonde to freeze and not touch the fake door. Shining his flashlight's white beam on the lock, the guy points to the tiny trigger wires installed in the metal frame, explaining with horror that the connection was a classic detonation trap linked to heavy bombs that would cause an instant, messy end for any careless thieves. With cold sweat dripping down the sides of his face and imagining his own demise, the partner agrees, trembling. He recalls the guard's words in the lobby and realizes with terror that the warning about always checking the entrance before leaving was entirely about this terrible explosive defense. With both hands raised, the shooter warns his shocked ally not to try opening or even touching the fatal device, dictating that the temporary plan is now to return to the stairwell and search other floors while they think of a solution. Backing away quickly from the booby-trapped door, the homeowner tries to stay in control and rationalizes, flashlight in hand, that at least the location of the food stash has now been discovered, confirming to his partner that they can discuss a safe break in back at base later. Cautiously climbing the emergency access stairs with their flashlights crisscrossing in the air, the 2 ascend toward the upper level, focused on the absolute necessity of clearing out all of Jiang's supplies to crush his power. Upon reaching the 8th floor and peeking with extreme care through the crack in the door, they freeze instantly in the icy corridor when they spot an armed guard holding a leash flight far off in the shadows, watching over the solitary wing. In a violent, instinctive survival reflex, the guy throws his body backward, sliding down the icy steps while pulling his ally's leg, hissing for him to stop and get back from the danger zone before the guard's light crosses their faces. Crouched against the stairwell wall, holding their breath from the tension, the two partners light up the escape route on the floor, running through the complete darkness of the main access, fleeing as fast as possible to avoid being seen by the dangerous guard positioned on the landing above. During the confusion in the hallway, the blonde con artist screams desperately for his friend to watch out for the enemy attack. With the force of the impact, the protagonist uses his metal pipe to block the aggressive charge of two goons at the same time, letting out a grunt of effort. The Ellie quickly lands a direct kick to the chest of one of the guards, yelling for the guy to run fast. In a swift move, the heavy metal door is shut and securely locked with a thick iron bar. Leaning all their weight against the structure, the duo listens to the violent banging from outside as the blonde complains that his friend guaranteed the place would be empty during the supply distribution. The guy retorts that he couldn't access this floor before. Suddenly, the shooter hears approaching footsteps and warns tensely that someone is coming toward them. Looking up the stairwell, the homeowner suggests they go up the steps, as there should be fewer guards up there. The red sign on the wall, illuminated by a flashlight, confirms the duo's arrival on the 8th floor of the building. Shining the light on his partner, the guy notices the wound on his arm as the blonde groans in pain, guessing the bone is probably fractured. Keeping his cool, the protagonist states that the priority now is to find a safe place to hide. Suddenly, the fake millionaire's eyes go wide with pure panic, and he stammers a warning that there's something right behind his friend. Confused by his partner's reaction, the guy slowly turns his head, asking what could be there. Without any warning, a huge hand emerges from the shadows and violently grabs the protagonist's face, muffling any scream. With a brutal tug, the shooter is yanked backward, falling through an open door while the blonde screams his name in despair. From the impact of the fall, the guy slides on his back across the cold apartment floor, which is plunged into darkness. With a loud slam, the apartment's front door is shut abruptly, sealing the room. Lying on the floor, the protagonist lets out a pained grunt as he tries to recover from the violent fall. Through the crack in the door, the blonde Ally desperately asks if his friend is okay and promises to come in and save him right now. Standing over the fallen guy, a huge, hooded figure shrouded in shadows asks threateningly what they're doing there, while the invader lies, stammering that they just came to collect supplies. In response, the stranger's heavy boot stomps down with great force directly on the shooter's hand that was holding the pipe, clearly doubting the flimsy excuse. Unable to defend himself, the protagonist screams in agony, feeling his fingers being crushed by the attacker's brutal weight. Revealing his face, the bearded man asks if he looks like an idiot, pointing out that the duo deliberately avoided the 5th and 6th floors, proving they know something about the committee's schemes. With his face covered in sweat and pain, the guy's eyes widen as he realizes this mysterious figure has been following them from the start. Staring down at his prey on the floor, the bearded man scoffs at the guy's surprise, asking if they really thought there were no guards patrolling the area. The shooter's eyes widen even more as he notices a shocking detail in the back of the room. Spotting a pile of knocked out goons in the corner, the protagonist deduces with bewilderment that this one guy managed to defeat all those committee guards completely on his own. Outside, the enemy's furious voices echo, ordering them to catch the intruders and demanding a complete search of every home on the floor to find the Ally who escaped. Worried about the situation, the guy grits his teeth and curses his bad luck, fearing for the safety of his blonde partner left behind in the hallway. Bothered by the enemy patrol's shouting, the bearded man clicks his tongue, showing his irritation with the noise. Turning his back on the prisoner, the mysterious man walks toward the apartment window, leaving the guy completely confused by the sudden move. In a sudden movement, the bearded man throws the glass window wide open, allowing the strong blizzard to invade the room. Desperately, the protagonist points a finger and questions what the guy is trying to do, reminding him that they're technically 4 stories up. Crouching on the windowsill, the man coldly analyzes that the accumulated snow has already reached the 3rd floor, guaranteeing that the fall's impact will be cushioned by the soft layer. Looking over his shoulder, the man tells the guy to make his choice: a jump, or get beaten to a pulp by Jiang's goons. Suddenly, extremely violent bangs hit the apartment door, signaling the arrival of the furious guards. Staring at the storm outside, the guy swallows hard and wonders to himself if a jump from that height wouldn't be fatal. From the continuous force of the blows, the door lock begins to give way and break into pieces. Bashing down the wooden structure, the security team storms the room, yelling as they spot their target near the window and ordering his immediate capture. With no other option, the duo throws themselves from the top of the building, plummeting through the freezing midnight wind. During the freefall, the protagonist focuses his energy, activating the powerful violet magic aura in his hand to protect himself. With a muffled thud, the bearded man lands heavily on his knees in the middle of the thick snowbank. Lifting his dirty face, the mysterious invader notices a purple glow falling and lets out a doubtful grunt. Immediately, the guy hits the ground next to him, using his power to alter the snow's density and completely absorb the impact of the brutal fall. Leaning out of the broken window, the goons look down in disgust, announcing that the invader survived the jump and noticing the presence of a second mysterious individual in the snow. Taking advantage of the distance, the shooter breaks into a sprint, fleeing across the frozen terrain and away from the building. Frustrated by the escape, the committee's team slams the window shut, cursing the extreme cold. Still running through the blizzard, the guy grits his teeth and curses the dangerous situation they've gotten themselves into. The scene cuts to the vast, frozen, and silent apartment complex being battered by the continuous storm. The thick layer of ice covering the structure of the complex highlights the fatal temperatures outside. With the key in hand, the heavy armored door of the safe house is opened, revealing the protagonist's return, accompanied by the bearded man. Far away, the security patrol searches the empty area, deducing that the invaders escaped to the ground floor and ordering the team to go down to hunt them and report the breach to Mijang. In a much calmer setting, a top-down view shows the guy, his hacker neighbor, and the mysterious visitor sitting around the warm fire in the living room. Watching the stranger from the corner of his eye, the homeowner admits to himself that this bearded fellow has proven to be very smart. In his memory, the guy recalls the moment they fled by going up the stairs instead of down, acknowledging that he would have been captured without that man's lead. Wrapping bandages around his injured hand, the guy concludes that the tactic of running upstairs seemed illogical at the time, but going down would have led them straight into a trap set on the lower floor. Noticing the guy's stare, the bearded man breaks the silence and asks with a mocking tone if the host is scared of the situation. In response, the protagonist maintains a hostile silence while the visitor downplays the danger, claiming they only dealt with some unimportant zombies. With an expression full of anger, the shooter questions why the man helped him escape, confessing he had a strong urge to take him out right there for stomping on his hand. Letting out a dry laugh, the man praises the duo's intelligence for not falling for the explosive trap on the 7th floor and demands the guy tell him everything he knows about the residence committee's schemes. Finishing the bandaging, the guy glares at the intruder while the man maintains a relaxed posture, stating that he can stay quiet if he wants, since he'll serve perfectly as a future human shield. Analyzing the pieces, the protagonist deduces that the man either beat up the guards to steal food or out of pure hatred for the committee, concluding that his arrival ended up ruining the man's original plan. With a look of pure boredom, the guy gets straight to the point and asks if the invader has some personal beef with Jiang's group. Looking at the fire, the bearded man confirms the suspicion, warning that the story would have been very different if it weren't for a terrible secret that Jiang Shuyu is hiding from everyone. Intrigued by the revelation, the shooter raises his voice and demands to know what this big secret is. Instead of answering, the mysterious man just lets out a mocking little smirk. Already on his feet, the man shoves his hands in his pockets and comments that the guy seems to know Jiang Zhuyu's tactics very well, proving there's a strong connection between them. To settle the matter, the man proposes a deal, demanding that the host tell him all the details he knows about the enemy faction right now. In an intimidating stance, the visitor coldly warns that the alternative to silence is the guy becoming the second casualty of the night. Pinned against the wall and breaking into a cold sweat, the protagonist listens as the aggressor tells him to make his final choice. A dense, tense silence fills the room, lit only by the flames of the makeshift fireplace. Suddenly, the homeowner shatters the tension with an over-the-top performance, yelling that darn Jiang Zhuyu brought explosives to his door, stole his girlfriend, and took all his supplies. In an aggressive move, the guy's gloved hand slams the heavy metal pistol forcefully onto the table's surface. Forcing the victim pose, the guy stands up and confesses he fought with everything he had purely for revenge, but laments that a simple pistol won't be enough to take down Jiang, deciding to use the weapon as a bargaining chip for his own life. Behind the act, the shooter smirks internally, confident that mixing small truths with a few lies and giving up the firearm will make the whole story much more believable to the invader. Evaluating the offer, the bearded man shows a calm expression and rejects the pistol, claiming that an old gun like that isn't a real threat that the committee's big shots would worry about in a direct confrontation. Sitting in front of the fire, the bearded visitor states that the fact he let the guy go without taking the pistol already proves he believed the story. The protagonist stares at the intruder and thinks with relief that the act worked, but soon wonders why the man didn't confiscate the firearm. In his mind, he deduces that the enemy is just putting on a show to maintain his untouchable leader persona, or that the committee is hiding weapons infinitely more powerful than that one. With his gaze fixed on the fire, the bearded man concludes that the guy brought his blonde ally specifically to try and eliminate Jiang Shiyu, and deduces that without that psycho's leadership, the committee would quickly collapse. The man gestures calmly and ponders that the group's original intentions were actually good, since they really did help ensure the survival of some residents at the beginning of the chaos. However, he points out that Jiang's twisted philosophy corrupted everyone, making the neighborhood believe that malice is the only way to live comfortably, and that people without a conscience will never fit back into society, even if the apocalypse ends. Directing a very serious gaze toward the flames, the protagonist agrees and declares that they need to take down the committee's leadership once and for all. Silence takes over the warm room as the two remain seated around the makeshift fireplace. A dry laugh escapes the visitor, who indifferently questions what would even happen if they did manage to destroy the enemy faction. Turning his head, the bearded man argues that the strong have always hunted the weak, and that destroying the group would only lead to more uncontrolled looting and massacres throughout the complex. Standing up and walking toward the door, the man cryptically suggests they get a third opinion on the matter, leaving the host completely confused. With a firm hand on the doorknob, the man unlocks the entrance and throws open the heavy apartment door. In an extremely fast move, a figure is violently pulled into the dark room. The giant's nimble hand grabs the hood of the coat and immobilizes the surprised intruder with no difficulty. From the force of the pull, the mysterious person is thrown brutally, falling directly onto the smooth living room floor. In a killer reflex, the protagonist lunges forward, brandishing a knife, ready to eliminate the new threat that just invaded his home. Quickly, the bearded intruder grabs the guy's wrists, stopping the deadly attack with great firmness. The giant immobilizer casts a curious glance at the figure fallen at his feet. Huddled on the floor, the intruder lifts her frightened face and tearfully begs for them to stop the aggression. Recognizing the woman, the bearded man asks in surprise if she's Nurse Jin, leaving the pink-haired girl utterly confused by the situation. The young woman stammers the protagonist's name in fright as she recognizes the owner of the apartment she was just thrown into. Minutes later, the nurse carefully bandages the guy's injured hand while apologizing, stating she didn't mean to overhear their conversation through the door. Seated before the fire, she explains that she went to the floor to examine Grandpa Lai at the committee's request, but ended up hiding in fear in the room when she found the old man gone and heard footsteps in the hallway. With his arms crossed, the bearded man accuses the girl of being involved in the old man's passing, mocking all that altruistic dedication as nothing but a big joke. Showing a determined expression, the nurse agrees with the harsh criticism but guarantees she doesn't regret her medical choices one bit. Her teary eyes reveal her pain as she argues that she needs to survive at any cost to be able to save even more lives in the future, not caring if she's called cruel or heartless. Faced with the emotional speech, the giant man just stares at her in complete silence, seeming to evaluate the sincerity of her words. Intrigued by the easy access, the shooter asks if that psycho planned her visit in advance, receiving confirmation that Jiang had cleared a special passage. With flushed cheeks and very embarrassed, the young woman confesses she accepted the bribe simply because she received many valuable supplies in exchange for that small medical favor. Leaning against the wall, the bearded man reveals in a grim tone that Jiang has been kicking many sick elderly people out of the camp, lamenting that he didn't arrive in time to save Grandpa Li from freezing. With a cold expression, the man admits that cutting resources from the weakest makes the committee last much longer and confesses he would probably do the exact same thing if he were in charge. Immediately, our protagonist retorts, arguing that the real reason for the expulsions is the war against the new rebel faction, and that the leader in glasses is desperate to eliminate this new threat from the complex. The guy gestures, pointing out that Jiang abandoned the sick to focus all the food on the young goons, and concludes that the excessive use of explosives on his door proves that the enemy's stockpiles are critically low. Perplexed by the guy's perfect reasoning, the giant and the nurse's eyes widen as they realize the fake benefactor is about to start a widespread bloodbath in the building. Excited by the discovery, the homeowner jumps up from his chair and declares that the absolute priority now is to find and steal the entire weapon stash the psycho has hidden. The visitor directly questions what a lone guy with an injured arm could do even if he found the hidden arsenal. Straightening his jacket, the shooter warns that he's not going to sit around waiting for his end and guarantees he'll think of an attack plan as soon as he finds the exact location of the weapons. A tense silence dominates the room as the bearded man remains quiet, reflecting on the determination of the guy's bold words. With his back to the room and walking toward the exit, the man authorizes the guy to dig his own grave if that's really what he wants. With his hand on the doorknob, the invader looks over his shoulder and warns that this building's committee is just the smallest of their problems in this apocalypse, and that a much worse massacre for general survival will happen soon. Throwing the entrance open to the blizzard, he points out that in this world dominated by the law of the fittest, the only winner is the one who manages to keep breathing until the very end. With a heavy thud, the armored door is slammed shut, leaving the guy and the nurse completely alone in the warm room. The young pink-haired woman approaches, firmly gripping her own bag to offer help in the dangerous infiltration mission. With a cold look, the protagonist immediately refuses the offer, stating he has no intention of dragging an innocent person into the middle of that deadly crossfire. Desperate at the refusal, the woman begins to gesture frantically, yelling that everyone will perish if the theory is correct, and confessing she was furious to learn that the thugs had taken the neighbor's girl. Completely red with emotion, the nurse stares at him with a look of pure determination, proving she's willing to make any sacrifice for the cause. The guy maintains an expressionless face, silently processing all of that woman's sudden and naive outburst. Watching the snowstorm batter the window, the shooter thanks her for her courage and admits he does have a very important task for her to carry out. Far away at the committee's camp, one of the guards asks another goon if he's sure the mysterious invader was really the owner of the 18th floor. Based on the visual confirmation, dozens of armed goons begin to mobilize quickly with flashlights to hunt the new infiltrated threat. In a dark hallway, the beam of a flashlight hits the protagonist's head, on as one of the patrolmen yells his name in an extremely threatening tone. Without a second thought, our hero turns his back and breaks into a sprint through the pitch black corridors. Exhausted from the chase, he ends up tripping over his own feet and falls heavily to the floor, coughing hard from the impact's pain. Easily catching their prey, the goons deliver brutal club strikes to the guy's back, cursing his audacity for trying to steal the group's food again after being forgiven. Aggressive and furious, one of the invaders raises the metal pipe, threatening to break the thief's healthy arm to ensure he can never steal anything again. The assault is abruptly interrupted by his partner, who warns of an urgent call from Mr. Jiang, ordering the entire team to gather immediately in the main lobby. Left behind, the protagonist remains sprawled on the icy floor, completely tied up with thick restraining ropes. A deathly silence dominates the dark corridor, as the contorted silhouette patiently waits for the dust to settle. Suddenly, a strong emerald aura begins to radiate from the guy's body, engulfing the ropes in sparks of magical power. Using his healing and alteration magic, the guy easily breaks the ropes, celebrating breathlessly the success of his bizarre, suicidal infiltration tactic. Focusing the green light on the wounds on his face, he mutters that he needs to hunt down the weapons arsenal right now, before this golden opportunity disappears. On the concrete floor, the destroyed ropes still emit sparks of the powerful violet magic, used to soften the material's structural resistance. Leaning against the wall, the guy gasps violently, admitting that regenerating his own body consumes an absurd amount of energy, and that he needs to figure out how to heal specific areas to avoid passing out on the battlefield. Suddenly, the shooter's gaze focuses on the crack in the door in front of him, noticing a curious detail in the shadows. The heavy wooden structure is slightly ajar, revealing that the mysterious room wasn't completely locked as it should have been. Peeking through the illuminated gap, the protagonist overhears two guards debating whether they should leave the tied-up prisoner in there until they receive new punitive orders from the committee. With the dry thud of the closing door, the goons leave, leaving the prison corridor completely clear for action. Driven by curiosity, the homeowner stealthily enters the room, wondering who the unlucky soul captured by the building's patrol might be. Upon illuminating the bruised and unconscious face on the floor, the guy's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the fake millionaire, tied up and isolated in the room. To wake his ally, the protagonist delivers a sharp slap to the con artist's cheek, who wakes up coughing and ironically thanking him for the aggressive rescue method. Sitting in the dark, the blonde complains that half of his face was already numb from the beatings and asks his friend to hit the good side next time, while the shooter just ignores him and demands a status report from his partner. With a bruised face, the partner explains that he had to flee by unlocking the power distribution room, right after witnessing his friend's sudden kidnapping on the floor above. In the recounted memory, the image shows the scoundrel's silhouette silently crawling through the tight maintenance ducts and cables in pure desperation. During the claustrophobic escape, the invader narrates finding a bizarre secret passage that drops straight down into the isolated depths of the enormous building complex. Fearing being caught by the imminent patrol, the invader doesn't think twice and starts descending through the long, dark hole, using the thick steel cables as a makeshift ladder toward the unknown. Explaining the escape route, the blonde narrates that he expected to land in the first basement level of the garage, but ended up going straight down the dark shaft to level 2, where he noticed there was absolutely no one guarding the area. Shining his flashlight on the floor, he describes finding an absurd number of stacked boxes in the storage room, noting that they all seemed to be very well sealed. With his hands in his pockets, the con artist says he opened a few of the nearest packages, coming face to face with immense cylinders that looked like sausages as thick as his own arm. Detailing the investigation, the guy says he was about to grab one to get a closer look when he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from right behind him. Turning his bruised face, the chatterbox confesses that the only thing he remembers after that was his friend slapping him in the face to wake him from his blackout. Sitting on the dark floor of the room, the blonde comments that he finally understands the committee's arrogance, owning so many of those long sausages, and curiously asks if that was really some kind of food. Analyzing the information, the protagonist questions why the enemy group would use explosives to steal his supplies if they already had so much food stored away, while his partner guarantees the packaging had no label, but the shape was identical to a giant sausage. Piecing together the bizarre story, the guy's eyes widen as he realizes something is very wrong, asking if that could be the suit's secret warehouse, while his partner starts sweating with fear, questioning what the heck those huge things were if not food. Looking at the door, the shooter deduces that this secret explains why the leader sent goons to dispose of the blonde so suddenly, since the fake benefactor had tried to recruit the guy in front of everyone earlier. Struck by an electric shock of despair, the fake millionaire's eyes widen and he grits his teeth, realizing with terror that the patrol was sent with the clear intention of taking him out. At that exact moment, a metallic clicking sound echoes in the darkness, proving that the front doorknob is being slowly turned by someone on the outside. Entering the room with a lit flashlight, two goons search the empty space, asking in confusion where the prisoner went and questioning if their partner had tied him up properly. Unaware of the danger, one of the men tells the other to check under the bed, while two eyes glowing red appear menacingly in the shadows right behind the pair of intruders. In an extremely swift pounce, the con artist leaps from the darkness, landing a direct punch to the heads of the distracted guards. With both thugs completely tied up on the floor, the blonde partner concludes that the leader wants him gone, and that they need to go down to find out what those boxes are, while the protagonist asks what they would do with dozens of those things even if they were important supplies. Peeking through the crack in the door, the homeowner tells his friend not to worry as he's already made preparations, suggesting they find the Demon King first before making a move. Turning his head, the blonde questions if Big Sis shouldn't have already come to get him up there, asking suspiciously if something went wrong with the rescue plan. Remembering past troubles, the con artist points out that the woman had already stolen the guy's gun and tried to take him out before, questioning if leaving the mission in her hands was really a good idea. Immediately, the protagonist's eyes bulge in pure panic, making him scream desperately as he realizes the girl who went upstairs was the darned gold-digging blonde. Snatching the walkie-talkie in a hurry, the shooter yells at the top of his lungs, telling the hacker not to open the door under any circumstances, warning that the visitor is the dangerous woman and not the ally they were expecting. Bringing the device to his ear, the guy hears only static interference, yelling once more in the hope of getting some response from his neighbor. Completely enraged by the communication failure, the guy curses the situation, telling his partner to go get the Demon King first, receiving an immediate confirmation. Opening a heavy metal door in the dark hallway, the blonde reports that there's no one there, while his friend right behind him tells him to wait a moment before advancing. Observing the dimly lit environment, the two partners hear sounds of heavy banging through the place, wondering why there's so much noise coming from this empty sector. In front of a loud and heavily armed crowd, a leader shouts, organizing the group, ordering the wounded and women to go up the stairs while the rest of the team goes down with weapons to stop the invaders from advancing at any cost. Hidden in the shadows, the partner questions if the ex-boxer is fighting to clear a path to them, while the protagonist admits he's not sure but concludes that this general chaos is extremely beneficial for their plan. Taking advantage of the confusion, the guy tells his friend to fix his mask on his face properly, instructing him to try and stealthily infiltrate the agitated crowd. In a chaotic push and shove, the mass of residents hurries down the dark stairwell, carrying their improvised weapons for the battle on the lower floors. In the middle of the dense crowd, someone lets out a loud groan of pain, being brutally pushed by the other members of the hurried group. From a sudden loss of balance, a man tumbles down the stairs, knocking over other residents in the process, and causing a major commotion on the way down. Focusing on the improvised weapon, a hand covered by a thick glove grips the metal pipe very firmly, indicating preparation for the confrontation. Breathless and surrounded by the confusion, an elderly man holds his wooden club, positioning himself for the imminent combat on the icy staircase. Trying to go unnoticed, the blonde bumps into someone in the middle of the group and apologizes softly, warning his masked colleague about the small slip up. Observing everything with a sharp and calculating gaze, the gold-digging blonde tries to blend into the chaotic environment, focused on her own dirty plans. Standing in front of a door with a knife in hand, the woman deduces that there's no noise coming from inside, asking herself if the armed neighbor really moved to this abandoned place. Interrupting her thoughts, the pink-haired nurse approaches, illuminating the hallway with a flashlight and calling the armed woman's name in surprise. Immediately, the gold digger spins around, startled, questioning what the girl with the medical case is doing there in the dark. Sweating nervously, the blonde stammers a lie, justifying that she only went to that floor to look for some forgotten food. Not understanding a thing, the nurse repeats the excuse with a confused expression, finding the justification of looking for food while carrying a knife very strange. Right behind them, a large group of armed goons emerges from the darkness, making the blonde ask in fear why there are so many people gathered there. Leading the patrol, one of the men demands to know what they're doing, and the nurse firmly replies that she came to treat a patient, asking what the problem is with her practicing her profession there. Hiding behind the team, the blonde wonders if the protagonist might be sick, but soon deduces from their attitudes that the two girls seem to know each other very well. Seizing the chance to screw over her enemy, the gold digger leans close to the leader's ear, whispering the valuable information to the invading gang. Surrounding the defenseless woman, the goon warns that the suit ordered her not to interfere with the group's work, making the young woman back away in fear as the thug concludes with a malicious smile that the homeowner will definitely open the door if they use the medic as a hostage. In a sudden lunge, the invader's hand stealthily shoots out, grabbing the sleeve of the pink-haired girl's blue jacket with great force. Keeping the young woman restrained, the goon mocks her with a fake apology, while the nurse seriously warns him to let her go or suffer the consequences. With her eyes hidden in the shadows, the girl decrees in a cold voice, promising she won't be polite with any of those insolent thugs anymore. Confused by the fearless reaction, the goons let out doubtful grumbles, not understanding the threat coming from this seemingly fragile woman. In an explosive move, accompanied by a battle cry, the nurse uses absurd strength, lifting the immense goon and hurling him through the air with enormous ease. From the brutal impact, the man falls sprawling on the floor, while the blonde and the rest of the group watch the scene, completely frozen and silenced by the sudden shock. Adjusting her gloves, the young woman warns that she doesn't care about their dirty business, but demands they not disturb her work, making the thugs take a step back in pure fear. At that moment, an aggressive hand moves stealthily, pulling a sharp knife from inside the thick winter clothes. Consumed by hatred, the gold-digging blonde attacks from behind, calling the nurse a monster and delivering a swift, cowardly blow with the metal blade. Tearing the blue jacket, the stab hits the young woman's chest, sending feathers and a trickle of blood into the air, as the medic's eyes widen at the unexpected pain. Reforming their line, the leader of the goons warns that the girl has abnormal strength, telling the entire team to be very careful as they surround the wounded woman again. Suddenly, the sound of a lock breaking echoes through the hallway as one of the doors begins to slowly open on its own. Terrified by the bizarre sounds, the invaders huddle together and desperately ask what's happening in the shadows, seeing their weapons start to tremble in the air. Struck by invisible blows, the blonde and the guards scream in pain, unable to see where the sudden and brutal attack is coming from. Emerging from the open door, the young hacker envelopes her hands in a powerful blue magic energy, sucking all the weapons and loose objects directly toward her body, as if she were a giant magnet. In a focused pose, the neighbor positions her fingers nimbly, executing rapid hand signs to intensify the range of her dimensional power. With the black hole glowing intensely in her chest, the girl activates the maximum force of her magical pull, yanking all the objects in the hallway around her. Desperate against the invisible gale, the gold-digging blonde screams, feeling her own clothes being torn and sucked into the mystical rift, unable to defend herself. Being swallowed by the dimensional hurricane, the goons fly through the air without any control, screaming in terror that they're being attacked by a ghost. Far from this confusion, the ex-boxer delivers a crushing punch to a guard's face in the middle of the parking garage, cursing the man with accumulated rage. Taking advantage of the chaos of the widespread confrontation, the guy and his masked partner advance quickly, delivering club blows to the goons fallen on the concrete floor. In a nimble escape, the two silhouettes run through the crowded garage, stealthily dodging the focused fights so as not to be noticed by the crowd. Running side by side, the con artist questions if the thugs will keep chasing the duo just because of a single punch he threw, while the protagonist complains ways about the useless colleague is being during the run. Focusing on the assaulted goon, the man shows off his completely purple and swollen eye, complaining about the weight of the blow and promising to take out the darn troublemakers who attacked him. Keeping pace with his friend, the shooter comments with a smirk, pointing out that reinforced gloves are incredibly useful when you're in a situation of pure desperation and combat. Seeing the does escape, the guards yell, warning that the protagonist and the blonde are getting away alive, cursing the group's incompetence for not stopping them in time. Breaking a cold sweat, the homeowner assesses that they'll be finished if they're captured again, grumbling that he needs to think of an urgent plan to shake off the angry enemies. Pointing in opposite directions, the guy tells the blonde to rescue the Demon King while he serves as a distraction, arranging to meet at the designated spot, ignoring his partner's doubt about how he'll manage to escape so many people alone. Stepping firmly on the hood of an abandoned car, the protagonist sneaker gets a strong boost to execute the evasive maneuver in the dark. Sliding nimbly over the car's hood, the guy flees through the garage, while the goons run after him, lighting the way with flashlights and yelling for him to stop immediately. An intense beam of light cuts through the absolute darkness of the underground parking garage, blindly focusing on the lone fugitive's escape route during the relentless hunt. Standing on top of the vehicle, the protagonist points his finger and demands at the top of his lungs that everyone listen very carefully. Flashing his middle finger, he mockingly reveals that he was one of the ones responsible for raising the supply prices earlier, telling the peasants to go hungry. Immediately, an absolute silence falls over the enormous underground parking garage. Consumed by pure hatred, the goons' faces contort with fury after hearing the arrogant confession. In an explosion of rage, the crowd surges forward desperately, threatening to cut him to pieces as the guy flees, lighting the way with his flashlight. During the escape, he deduces that the basement entrance must be blocked by the metal gate, but calculates that the pressure from the accumulated snow can be released. Without wasting time, the shooter lands a firm blow to unlock the wall's closing mechanism. From the force of the release, a brutal avalanche invades the area, throwing the pursuers violently to the ground. Caught by the snow's impact, the guy coughs, trying to shield himself from the extreme cold. A huge white wave sweeps through the parking garage, dragging people and covering the parked cars. Enraged by the trap, the goons curse the guy and swear to slice him up, guaranteeing he has nowhere left to run. Cornered against a large metal roll-up door, the protagonist prepares to act. Quickly, he positions his hands and activates his powerful violet magic directly against the steel surface. Confused by the bright light, the invaders stop their pursuit and wonder what that glowing purple light on the gate is. Suddenly, the structure melts completely, leaving the crowd perplexed by the suddenly cleared exit. Totally confident, the homeowner taunts the thugs, yelling for them to attack him again. Above the exit, the blocks of ice and concrete begin to crack rapidly under the weather's weight. In a fraction of a second, a colossal avalanche descends through the tunnel, swallowing everything in its path. Desperate at the imminent disaster, the goons scream for everyone to run away from there. Without mercy, the storm's fury buries the entire group, spreading a massive amount of snow everywhere. Sinking in the ice, one of the invaders curses the situation as he's swept away by the white wave. Amidst the desperation, the men try to crawl back into the building in search of shelter. The wide view shows the access ramp completely blocked by a mountain of snow and buried vehicles. Suddenly, a gloved hand breaks through the white surface, trying to free itself. Coughing violently, the protagonist manages to crawl out of the accumulated snow. Crouched in the cold, he reflects that destroying the metal gate didn't tire him out, wondering if he's getting more proficient in using magic. Just then, the guy raises his face and comes across the giant bearded man crouched calmly on the snow. Breaking a cold sweat, the guy finds his presence strange, asking himself why he has the feeling this man has been watching his every move this whole time. Maintaining a relaxed posture, the mysterious man casually comments that the avalanche has finally stopped. Extending a hand to help, the giant calls the guy over while the shooter lets out a wary grunt. In a dark, frozen corner of the first basement level, tension still hangs in the air. Walking beside the man, the protagonist suspiciously asks who he really is and why he's helping. Upon hearing the answer, the guy takes a step back and recognizes with surprise that this man is Li Junghao, the same person who was fighting against Jiang Zhuyu. With an extended hand, the bearded man calmly confirms his identity. Confused by the approach, the homeowner points a finger and questions what the ex-boxer is planning. Being direct, the fighter proposes an alliance, making the guy remember he had been rejected before, only to hear from the man that he simply changed his mind. Glancing sideways, the shooter asks if this sudden change of heart isn't just a ploy to trick him. Imposingly, the giant retorts that they are just two parties seeking what they need and demands a quick answer. Silently, the guy deduces that having this man's help will greatly increase their chances of success in taking down Jiang Zhuyu once and for all. Agreeing with the plan, the guy accepts the proposal in a dry tone. However, he warns that he still doesn't fully trust his new partner, pointing out that he only accepted because they share the same goal. Sealing the deal, the two gloved hands shake firmly as the fighter thanks him for his cooperation. In the depths of the second underground floor, the headlights of large military vehicles illuminate the darkness. In front of the armored vehicles, a goon informs Mr. Jiang that the transports are ready, receiving the order to have the families come down. Soon, another subordinate approaches, reporting that the blizzard broke through the gate on the upper floor, dropping the temperature and scattering everyone. Shivering from the cold, the goon finishes his report, announcing that the two invaders have fled. Adjusting his coat sleeve, the fake benefactor calmly states that it doesn't matter and that their escape won't disrupt the group's plans. Hidden behind a car, the protagonist is surprised by the military jeeps while Zheng Hao explains that he heard the leader talking about relocating the residents out of there. Cocking his pistol, the guy questions where they would go in a frozen world and suggests they go ask the enemies directly. In an impulsive leap, the shooter charges forward, telling his partner to take care of the suit while the giant tries to stop him, asking why he's in such a hurry. Near the armored vehicle, Zhang orders the team to prepare to go up and get the rest of the residents. Suddenly, a gunshot echoes through the parking garage, destroying one of the floodlights. Panic takes over the floor, with goons yelling about gunshots and the presence of intruders in the area. Charging into combat, the ex-boxer yells for the team to stay alert and not to split up. Suddenly, the giant freezes with a confused look as he feels a hand touch the side of his face. In a swift impact, the fighter is hit by a brutal kick that sends him flying, making him scream in pain. Taking advantage of the opening, the guards point their firearms at the invader and begin to shoot. Dodging the shots, the bearded man lands a heavy punch on the face of one of the shooters. Cornered by the bullets, the ex-champion dives behind a pillar, letting out a grunt from the effort. Maintaining formation, one of the security guards orders the team not to advance too far, focusing on protecting Mr. Jiang. Pressing the pistol's barrel against the enemy's neck, the protagonist orders him not to move. Keeping the weapon steady, the guy takes the leader in the suit hostage in the middle of the parking garage. Without showing any fear, Jiang looks over his shoulder and coldly states that he was already waiting for Mr. Han. Surprised, the shooter questions if the fake benefactor knew about the invasion, receiving an ironic confirmation. Immediately, the goons point their weapons at the guy, but the leader raises his hand, asking for calm and assuring them he's fine. With an analytical tone, the psychopath explains that he deduced the accumulation of supplies and thought the guy was one of their contacts, but discovered his mistake, instructing the guy to look at the base of his own pistol. His eyes widening, the protagonist notices a small tracker stuck to the gun, indignantly asking how that device got there and remembering when he picked up the pistol. Showing the controller in his hand, Zhang scoffs, questioning what other reason he would have to return the weapon. Confessing that he knew exactly every step the guy took. Breaking a cold sweat, the guy retorts, asking what the enemy could do now, even as a hostage, while internally wondering who these so-called contacts are and what their objective is. To de-escalate the tension, the leader in glasses tells the guy to relax, stating that if he wanted him gone, he would have done it already, and praising his adversary's intelligence. Trying to recruit the guy, the suit proposes he join the group, revealing that as long as they keep sending people to them, they will be able to survive. With a defiant smile, the protagonist asks if the villain wants him as a simple pawn, refusing the offer immediately. Due to the refusal, the fake benefactor sighs in disappointment, murmuring that it's a great shame. Just then, extremely heavy footsteps echo as an immense soldier in full military tactical gear approaches from behind the guy. Turning his head in shock, the shooter's eyes widen as he realizes he's dealing with special forces. The protagonist, Han Feng, holds the leader hostage while a heavily armed special operations soldier points a rifle directly at him. From a high angle, the scene reveals the tense standoff between the guy and the military team positioned in the frozen parking garage. The giant bearded man firmly tightens the bandages on his hands, preparing to enter the imminent combat. Stepping out from cover, Zheng Hao tells the guy that they can't just stand there, and that they need to find a way to escape. He whispers, telling the shooter to stay calm in this situation. Pointing his finger, the ex-boxer assesses the tactical formation and notes that there are only 3 soldiers blocking the way. Maintaining a serious expression, the giant volunteers to distract the shooters in order to create a safe opening for the protagonist. The guy breaks a cold sweat and tells his ally not to joke about it, reminding him of the lethal danger of the enemy rifles. Without hesitation, the big man takes a heavy step and comes out of hiding, bravely advancing into the line of fire. Immediately, the military team opens fire, unleashing continuous bursts of bullets that light up the garage's darkness. Running in a zigzag pattern under the hail of projectiles, the ex-champion tries to dodge the bullets that shatter the concrete around him. In a quick action, the fighter's bandaged hand firmly grabs a thick metal pipe found along the way. With extreme brutality, he delivers a heavy blow, using the iron bar to knock away the rifle barrel of one of the soldiers. From the violent impact, the soldier recoils in surprise and warns his comrades that this guy's strength is definitely not normal. In this moment of distraction, the shooter launches a small object through the air, directly toward the armed confrontation. Observing the military vehicle, the leader in glasses warns that there's no time and orders the team to drive the armored truck to run over the people. Crouched beside the large wheel, the protagonist concentrates his purplish magic energy, placing his palms directly on the cold floor. With the violet light expanding, the guy mutters with focus, warning that they won't be so fast. Due to the density alteration, the armored vehicle's heavy tire begins to sink into the concrete, which has turned into a purple, malleable goo. Inside the cabin, the driver asks in fear what's happening, while the passenger reports that the right side of the vehicle has sunk into the ground. Through the rearview mirror, the man in glasses asks in confusion if the garage floor is collapsing beneath them. Keeping the power active, the shooter deduces that using the purple light on a very large area diminishes its effect, preventing him from sinking both wheels simultaneously. Suddenly, a fragmentation grenade flies through the air, landing directly in the direction of the crouched guy. Surprised by the device, the guy tries to use his violet aura to envelop the explosive before it hits the ground and detonates. Under his hood, one of the goons flashes a diabolical smile, confident that the grenade attack was perfect. The explosive hits the ground, quickly illuminating the space beside the armored vehicle, where the protagonist is cornered. A devastating explosion destroys the area, launching a large fireball and debris violently throughout the underground parking garage. From the colossal force of the impact, the protagonist's body is thrown far away amidst a lot of dark smoke and dust. The scene cuts to the inside of the guy's mind, where a blade smoothly cuts something, and he mutters that the tickling sensation is comforting. In the dream world, a white goat chewing on reddish leaves appears with a curious expression before him. Thrown onto the illusion's floor, the guy relaxes as the small goats lick his wounds, commenting that the sensation is refreshing and asking them not to stop. Receiving a big, wet lick on his face, he smiles, finding this whole healing moment incredible. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widen in confusion as he feels a rough and much larger texture passing over his neck. Before him, a bizarre goat stretches a miles-long tongue in the middle of the dark red pasture of the illusion. In a swift move, the giant tongue wraps around the guy's waist, pulling him with great force as he lets out a startled scream. Back in reality, the guy's fallen body in the garage begins to radiate the familiar and powerful healing magic energy in a vibrant green color. Healed from the severe explosive damage, he awakens, gasping, with his eyes glowing an intense emerald shade. In an attempt to escape the purple goo, the armored vehicle's rear wheels spin frantically, striking bright sparks from the concrete. At the wheel, the goon in the beanie celebrates the engine's high performance, stating that they would have been stuck forever if it weren't for this immense power. Suddenly, the shooter reappears next to the driver's window, brandishing his hand, which is completely covered in an intense scarlet magic aura. Concentrating all the extreme heat, the glowing red hand moves aggressively through the air. With the energy pressed against the vehicle, the protagonist creates a wall of heat around the front doors, blocking their escape. Desperate at the lethal approach, the driver pulls out a pistol and shoots at the invader, cursing the guy in a panic. With a furious look, the goon continues to aim the weapon, intending to mow down the enemy from close range through the open cabin window. However, the shots collide directly with the dense red energy barrier, which dissolves the attack and perfectly protects the protagonist. As soon as the bullet hits the heat shield, the metal melts instantly, leaving the shooter completely shocked and defenseless. Unable to retreat in time, the driver screams in agony as the magic invades the cabin, consuming his hand and melting the firearm. Panicked by the situation, the passenger yells for his partner to get out of the car as fast as possible as the scalding smoke advances relentlessly. A top-down view shows the interior of the armored vehicle being completely flooded by the disintegrating red mist conjured by the protagonist. Consumed by the extreme power, the driver suffers severe burns, babbling that he feels very cold and begging for help with empty eyes. Seeing the brutal scene from outside, one of the goons screams his brother's name, firmly gripping a crowbar. Consumed by blind hatred, the man runs toward the guy, cursing the killer and preparing the metal weapon for a lethal blow. Dodging with agility, the shooter focuses his glowing eyes and prepares a swift counterattack, concentrating all the energy in his bare hand. In a brutal charge, the guy lands a cutting blow imbued with red magic, tearing through the aggressor's clothes and the flesh of his chest, sending a spray of blood. Terrified by the enemy's lethality, the other goons retreat, telling someone to go up the stairs and call for reinforcements immediately. With the improvised weapon dripping blood in his hands, the protagonist emanates heat from his own body and casts a threatening glare at the rest of the enemy group. Noticing the shooter's intimidating advance, the men in the other armored vehicle panic, telling the driver to run over the guy, who is already focusing his violet light. In an agile leap, the guy lands on the roof of the military vehicle, spreading his powerful purple magic over the entire reinforced bodywork. From inside the cabin, the passengers look up in confusion as they see magical bubbles appearing through the metal roof, which begins to give way. Due to the density alteration, the armor melts like plastic over them, making the team scream in desperation and order an immediate evacuation of the transport. The entire structure of the military vehicle collapses on itself like softened rubber, while the goons scream for help. Trapped in the middle of the destroyed metal, staring at his finished work, the guy shows a cold, focused look, with the violet magic aura still emanating intensely from his eyes. With a change in the magical flow, the color in the guy's eyes shifts to an emerald tone, and he lets out a tired sigh to catch the breath he spent on the attack. On the other side, a security guard trembles, holding his empty weapon, babbling hopelessly that he's out of bullets in front of this unbeatable monster. Consumed by absolute terror, the remaining goons turn their backs and flee, running desperately through the garage, yelling for everyone to fall back. Suddenly, a new burst from a machine gun hits the concrete floor, kicking up bright sparks and pieces of stone. Retaking their tactical position, the special forces continue to fire nonstop, warning that the team's priority is only to protect Mr. Jiang's men. Confused by the movement, the ex-boxer raises his sweaty face, watching the elite soldiers ignore the main threat in the garage. In an aggressive advance, Zheng lands a devastating punch, sending one of the masked soldiers flying with great violence. With a face wrinkled in tension, the giant wonders what the suit's real plan and objective is behind all this mess. From an elevated position, the remaining soldiers concentrate their firepower, firing mercilessly at the protagonist's isolated position. To dodge the shots, the guy crouches and applies his intense purple aura directly to the hard parking garage floor. Due to the magical alteration of the ground, the two elite soldiers begin to sink into the violet puddle, asking in terror what's happening to the concrete beneath their feet. Quickly, the magical goo climbs up the soldiers' bodies and swallows the tips of their rifles, completely softening the reinforced firearms. With the targets immobilized, the protagonist emerges from the shadows and delivers a lethal attack, creating a huge, brutal explosion of blood that eliminates the shooters once and for all. The protagonist's hand firmly grips a kind of glowing green energy blade. In a swift move, he swings the magical weapon down toward the remaining elite soldiers. With a violent blow, the emerald energy hits and shatters the adversary's defensive equipment. Completely surprised, the two soldiers' eyes widen as they realize their weapons have been utterly destroyed in the attack. Without giving them a chance to react, the guy lands a fatal cutting attack, sending a spray of blood into the dark garage. Exhausted from the combat, the shooter pants heavily as he remains standing before the fallen bodies. Still focused, he takes a step forward, his eyes glowing intensely with an emerald color. Far away, one of the goons raises his hands in pure terror, stammering, not knowing what to do. From the shadows, the guy's threatening silhouette emerges, brandishing his heavy metal pipe. In a brutal charge, the homeowner delivers a violent club strike that knocks the thug to the ground. With a sweaty and bruised face, he closes his eyes for a second, trying to catch the breath he spent in the fight. Fallen and bleeding, the invader stares at the guy in a panic as he hears that people reap exactly what they sow. Raising his leg, the protagonist prepares for the final blow, telling the trash to go straight to heck. Suddenly, an extremely fast blur zips through the air, its movement blurred by speed. Interrupting the execution, the giant Zheng Hao appears, holding the goon by the neck and pulling the target away from the guy. Holding the goon, the fighter realizes the guy has passed out from exhaustion and wonders if he lost control like a madman. Just then, the ex-boxer's expression quickly changes to a look of total surprise and alarm. Quickly, the giant drops the thug to the floor and spins around to check the new movement. Down the access ramp, an entire riot squad equipped with shields advances, running in tactical formation. Leading the descent, one of the agents instructs the team to be very careful and focus on joining up with the three elite soldiers. As they illuminate the floor, one of the guards' eyes widens in shock as he finds the bleeding body of one of the soldiers. The patrol spreads out, illuminating the fallen corpses and confirming over the radio that the military team has been completely wiped out. Faced with the disaster, one of the hooded goons anxiously asks Mr. Jiang what the next step should be. Breaking a cold sweat, the leader in glasses reflects that with the soldiers' demise, they've lost the exact location of the base camp. Accepting the momentary defeat, the suit declares the mission a failure and orders the entire team to return immediately. In a calmer setting, the flames of a makeshift fire burn intensely inside a metal barrel. Waking with a violent jolt, the protagonist screams in fear about the grenade while pulling at his blanket. Confused by the situation, the guy analyzes his own body, confirming he survived and wondering where he ended up. The bearded man says that he's finally back to normal, while the guy questions how they made it to the second basement level in one piece. Shrugging, the giant retorts that he has no idea how the magic worked but guarantees he has already figured out the enemy's general plan. Pointing a knife, the ex-boxer indicates the tied-up soldier nearby, saying he can provide the specific details. Staring at the prisoner, the big man asks what exactly the commercial deal the military base was going to make with the fake benefactor was. Hearing about the exchange of supplies and weapons, the protagonist indignantly questions the reason for this human trade. Spitting blood, the tied-up soldier yells that the civilians were to be used as labor to help build the main base. Coldly analyzing the tactic, the bearded man agrees that expanding the workforce makes much more sense than just reducing the population in this crisis. The prisoner tries to justify himself, shouting that the plan has no ill intentions and focuses only on rebuilding civilization and saving humans. Without an ounce of patience for the heroic speech, the ex-champion stomps with great force on the soldier's injured leg. As the hostage howls in pain from the impact, the giant threateningly asks what the army will do in case of mission failure. Trembling and bleeding, the man stammers the answer, confessing that the military command will certainly send many more people to the location. With a cigarette in his mouth, the fighter asks with a dark look if there will be people with superpowers in this new squad. Utterly confused by the term, the prisoner's eyes widen, and he swears he doesn't understand what the man is talking about. With his hand on his chin, the shooter deduces from the reaction that the base might not have superhumans, but if they do, they will certainly become major enemies. Squinting, the guy focuses on a detail that's really bothering him in this situation. Observing the miserable, completely bloodied state of the soldier, the protagonist internally concludes that his partner's interrogation methods are way too cruel. The guy crosses his arms and comments that getting rid of the hostage was an unnecessary exaggeration, asking if the bearded man really believed that salvation excuse. Wiping his dirty knife, the big man warns not to have any illusions, as the base is just another dangerous faction, and they need to either eliminate the threat or flee from there. Maintaining a serious expression, the guy agrees to return to his hideout and discuss all this new information with the rest of the team. Moving stealthily, the protagonist carefully peeks around the edge of a wall in the dark corridors. Descending the icy stairwell, he reflects that the giant is impossible to decipher, and that seeking shelter outside the building might be the safest choice. The wide view shows the frozen vastness of the second underground parking level, filled with abandoned cars. Searching the area, the guy scratches his head in confusion, remembering that the patrol had left military jeeps and forklifts parked right in this sector. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps breaks the silence, making the shooter look to the side and warn that someone is approaching in the dark. Immediately, the guy assumes a combat stance, brandishing his pipe and cursing the possibility of having walked into an ambush. In a swift charge, he advances and strikes the mysterious figure wearing a thick winter coat. Fusing his energies, the guy's hand glows with a powerful mixed magic aura of purple and emerald during the swift attack. With an intense visual impact, the magic explodes violently against the cornered person, illuminating the entire garage. Seizing the attack, the shooter's eyes widen in confusion, not having felt any pain or physical resistance from the delivered blow. Realizing that the fusion of light causes no damage, the guy halts his movement, yelling for the mysterious figure to stop. Dispelling the magic, the guy comes face to face with his blonde partner and Nurse Jin, crouched down, immediately recognizing his two lost allies. Holding the flashlight, the blonde con artist finishes explaining what happened, saying they came down desperately looking for an escape route from the neighborhood. Joining the group, the protagonist reveals indignantly that Jiang was trading residents for supplies, but the blonde retorts that going to a shelter doesn't sound like such a bad idea. The shooter crosses his arms and shatters the argument, asking why they would need an armed escort if the camp were really a peaceful and safe place. In front of the immense abandoned yellow forklifts, the homeowner mutters with focus that there are still many secrets in this situation that they don't understand. Agreeing with the suspicion, the partner points to the machine, fearing the possibility of more dangerous soldiers being sent to the complex in the future. Jumping onto the side of the vehicle, the guy warns that that's a problem for later and declares that the current priority is to find a ride to get out of there. Taking charge of the search, the guy informs the team that he's going to check the bed of the military jeeps to see if he can find anything useful stored away. Searching the armored vehicle's cabin, the shooter clicks his tongue in frustration upon noticing the keys were taken, but is soon interrupted by his ally shouts calling him over. As he approaches, the guy illuminates a large open box and his eyes widen, impressed by the absurd amount of firearms left there. Excited by the discovery, the protagonist instructs his partner to call the young hacker to store the entire arsenal in her magic portal. Walking a bit further, the guy observes a vehicle with its bodywork completely melted, wondering if his magic caused that damage, and calls the girl over. Following the sounds of conversation, the two partners approach a distant point in the parking garage, curious about the movement. The flashlight beams reveal a colossal wall blocked by a huge plastic tarp from which muffled noises seem to echo. With the spatial rift already active in her hand, the young woman in glasses gives a positive confirmation when the guy asks if she brought a flashlight. Positioned strategically in front of the blockage, the shooter begins a countdown for the team to pull the fabric at the same time. At the end of the countdown, the immense tarp is pulled with force, sliding heavily and revealing what was hidden in the shadows. Before the immense revealed passage, the trio's eyes widen in awe while the young hacker mutters, completely at a loss for words to describe it. Observing the vast frozen cavern, the protagonist concludes that now they can be sure there's a base built somewhere around there. Keeping his gaze fixed on the darkness, the guy deduces that the people behind such a colossal excavation beneath their neighborhood are definitely not ordinary individuals. In the guy's mind, the bloodied image of the tortured soldier appears, reminding him that if this was just the tip of the iceberg, the region where they live is no longer a safe place. Advancing through the cold, flashlight-lit cavern, the shooter calls his partners to come closer and take a look at the corridor. Shining the beam of light to the side, the homeowner examines the frozen tubular structures and notes that those must be the neighborhood's drainage pipes. Just then, a hand in a thick glove quickly zips up a backpack in a nimble move. With a tense expression, the fake millionaire warns his partner about the extreme danger of continuing forward, while the guy agrees with a nod. Staring at the long, dark corridor of the cavern, the shooter decides that the best thing to do now is to return to the temporary camp. Back at the hideout, the guy observes various tools, handcuffs, and grenades scattered on the floor, asking the team if there's anything else they need to prepare. In front of the improvised table, the blonde partner assures him that this arsenal is more than enough, while the protagonist asks for just a few more seeds and a piece of pork. Receiving the items from his neighbor's hands, he argues that that's enough, as the current mission is just for reconnaissance, with the promise to return immediately if any emergency arises. With a slight smile, the guy notes internally that the girl is becoming much more proficient in using her dimensional ability, managing to separate the items with extreme ease. Facing the ex-boxer and the nurse, he explains that this room is very well hidden, and that the duo can wait for them there safely, as the walls have been armored with magic. Walking away down the lit corridor, the protagonist advises the duo to quickly return to the room due to the danger of being exposed outside. Waving her hand, the nurse smiles gently, telling the team not to worry. Adjusting her glasses, the hacker dramatically states that the Eye of the Demon King will bless its apostles, leaving the medic completely confused by the bizarre phrase. During the climb up the stairwells, the shooter reports that Zhang is no longer the only threat they face, as the enemy could also emerge from that tunnel. Crossing the empty parking garage, the guy reasons that the lack of security in the neighborhood forces them to seek a new survival point through that passage. In front of the colossal frozen entrance, the protagonist decides they will only think through their plans after completing a full reconnaissance of the area. Illuminating the ice walls, the homeowner comments that he expected a milder temperature underground, but realizes the cold is just as brutal. Intrigued by the completely frozen environment, he wonders how they managed to excavate this path and calls his partner to advance a little further. 15 minutes later, the duo walks with great difficulty over the slippery rocks of the dark cavern. Half an hour later, the two crawl through a narrow hole, while the shooter notes with surprise that the tunnel branches off in all directions. After a full hour of exploration, they cautiously climb a long metal ladder embedded in the cold stone. Upon reaching the top of the structure, the protagonist pushes the manhole cover with force, complaining that the snow blockage prevents any movement. Walking through another underground duct, the guy confesses he's disoriented from the long journey, while his partner illuminates the pipeline and calls him over to check the residential area. Following the narrow corridor, the duo keeps their flashlights on, focusing on exploring the confined space. Suddenly, the blonde con artist points the beam of light forward, drawing his friend's attention to something embedded in the wall. Standing side by side, they illuminate a large frozen sign where the blonde clearly identifies it as a map of the sewer network. Analyzing the route, the guy notes that after half a day of walking, they are still near the neighborhood and will soon reach the stadium if they continue in this direction. In a swift reflex, the protagonist pulls his partner down, demanding he turn off the flashlight immediately. Down the wide corridor, the heavy tires of a vehicle crush the ice on the dark floor. A fleet of huge military trucks advances with their headlights on through the colossal mountain tunnel. From a top-down view, the heavy transports follow their straight path through the cold underground passage. In complete silence, the duo watches the vehicles cross the area, passing right in front of the huge duct where they are hidden. Keeping their lights off, the partners patiently wait for the fleet to disappear into the darkness. With the area clear, the shooter deduces that the trucks are heading to the city region, confirming that this is the military escort that was with the 3 fallen soldiers. The blonde understands that the fleet will be used to transport the civilians for the base construction, while the guy laments that following the vehicles would reveal the path, but would leave them completely exposed to the enemy. With a confident smile, the partner assures him they don't need to follow the cars, as he knows a very useful back entrance. With a heroic pose, the fake millionaire recounts that a year ago, he saved an elderly woman who fell into that exact manhole, and used that route to get her back to the surface. Surprised by the precision, the protagonist questions his friend's memory, who promptly boasts about being an exemplary student with excellent grades in high school. However, upon trying to push the metal hatch, the blonde yells in frustration, warning that the cover is completely frozen solid. Pointing down the corridor, the guy suggests they try the next exit, even at the risk of slightly missing the exact location in the process. Straining hard, the partner groans, trying to lift the heavy iron cover while the protagonist watches from below, doubting his physical ability to get the job done. With a final push, the structure gives way, and the blonde announces with relief that the passage is finally open. Carefully, the two peek over the edge of the manhole to assess the dark environment above them. Already outside, the con artist boasts about knowing the place perfectly, while the guy identifies the area as the city's underground parking garage. Just then, the partner lets out a sound of astonishment at something ahead, forcing the shooter to reprimand him to speak more quietly. Crouched behind a large vehicle, the two hide to observe the movement in the crowded garage. Focused on the situation, the protagonist maintains a cold gaze, carefully analyzing the details of the hostile scene. Near the concrete pillars, he observes a bloodied body lying on the ground, deducing that a violent battle also took place there recently. The view reveals several injured and fallen residents scattered on the floor next to an abandoned white van. Further ahead, a group of armed soldiers holds dozens of prisoners cornered in an area surrounded by scaffolding and bars. Guarding the camp, a soldier complains about the lack of food and having to watch an incomplete tunnel, while his colleague retorts that the assault squad has no choice but to obey. With his headlamp off, the protagonist concludes that this neighborhood's residents have already been completely subjugated by the armed military forces. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble, drawing the guy's attention, while the blonde points desperately, telling him to look toward the barrier. In the middle of the base, one of the soldiers yells for everyone to get away from the wall, warning that something is about to break through the structure from the other side. Large cracks begin to form rapidly in the solid concrete as the military team retreats in pure panic. In a colossal explosion, the wall is completely destroyed, sending gigantic pieces of stone and ice throughout the parking garage. From amidst the dust, a sphere of emerald energy cuts through the air at an extremely frightening speed. Breaking through the rubble, a colossal, scar-covered creature invades the parking garage, displaying eyes that glow intensely with a lethal green hue. Completely shocked, the partner questions if that giant monster is even human, while the guy understands that it was this aberration that excavated the monstrous tunnel without being noticed. Analyzing the threat, the shooter warns that the danger level is too high, and that they'll be done for if they're discovered now. Yelling, the deformed giant demands his snacks, while one of the soldiers trembles, warning that the tunnel hasn't been cleared yet, and there's no food available. Displaying a disturbing smile, the creature clenches its teeth in a fit of pure, uncontrollable madness in front of the armed team. Grabbing one of the soldiers with extreme violence, the monster emanates bursts of electric energy throughout its body, yelling that it wants food immediately. In the background, the soldiers desperately try to stop the attack, cursing the creature, while the protagonist and his partner remain crouched behind the car, observing the chaos. In a direct whisper, the guy decrees an immediate retreat and begins to crawl away from the intense combat zone. Moving stealthily, the duo advances through the shadows, keeping a low posture to avoid attracting the electric monster's attention. Keeping pace, the con artist breathes heavily, trying to hold in the cold air that uncontrollably enters his nose. Unable to control the reflex, the blonde partner lets out an extremely loud sneeze that echoes throughout the silent parking garage. Immediately, the protagonist's face contorts in pure terror, realizing the fatal mistake that just exposed their position. Under the headlights, the two are discovered by the soldiers, who shout the order to capture the fugitives at once. Breaking into a frantic run, the blonde cries, apologizing for the sneeze, while the shooter yells furiously for him to stop whining and run for his life. The blonde partner sprints through the dark garage, desperately warning that the big guy is catching up to them quickly. During the escape, the protagonist's gloves begin to emanate the familiar violet-colored magic energy. With a brutal stomp on the ground, the monstrous creature creates a trail of shattered ice that advances swiftly toward the duo. Looking back, the con artist curses the situation as he sees the freezing attack approaching. At that moment, the shooter tells his ally to keep going, warning that he'll delay the threat, while the blonde agrees without a second thought. With a focused gaze, the guy prepares his glowing hands, deciding that the time to act has come. Through the magical touch, the frozen surface of the tunnel melts instantly, transforming into an immense puddle of glowing purple goo. Unable to stop in time, the giant monster steps directly into the middle of the malleable trap. Sinking into the sticky substance, the creature lets out a confused grunt, noticing the trap. Behind the enemy, the homeowner activates his emerald aura, observing that the target is also a superhuman and that capturing him would be very useful. Immediately, the monster screams in pain and desperation as it feels its legs being crushed while the purple puddle converts to green energy. In an attempt to free itself, the aggressor's huge hand rests on the surface that is rapidly crystallizing. With the magic acting, the ground solidifies again, firmly trapping the creature's fingers in the stones. With extreme fury, the giant curses his opponent and swears to take him out right there. The wide view reveals the aberration immobilized from the waist down in the middle of the green, luminous ground. Very tense, the protagonist notes that the situation is bad and that the enemy is about to break free. Far away, the blonde partner runs back through the tunnel, worriedly deducing that his friend is in danger. From the monster's strength, small stones begin to levitate and crack around the blockage. Through a quick assessment, the shooter notices that the giant seems to be weakening and calculates that he'll be able to trap it for good if he keeps applying the magic. Suddenly, the guy turns his head in surprise as he hears hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Carrying a large rock, the chatterbox appears running and yells that he's back to help his little bro. In an impulsive move, the con artist smashes the rock with force directly onto the head of the immobilized monster. With a bleeding face, the creature shows an enraged look as electric sparks start to crackle around its body again. Faced with his colleague's stupidity, the homeowner stands completely still and speechless. With its eyes glowing intensely, the aberration roars, threatening to bury them both right there. Grabbing his ally by the jacket, the protagonist yells for him to run as they flee from the electric creature. During the run, the guy demands to know why the blonde didn't flee, receiving the justification that a true partner would never desert in the middle of a fight. Right behind them, a huge explosion of rocks and smoke destroys the tunnel, completely blocking the path. Amidst the rubble, the fake millionaire asks if his friend is okay and celebrates that they've finally shaken off that giant monster. Apprehensively, the blonde questions if the threat can break the rocks again, while the protagonist deduces that the enemy will need some time to get free and warns that they should get out of there soon. Focused on survival, the guy says they first need to figure out where they are, while his ally points to his own head, guaranteeing he has an impeccable sense of direction. Confidently, the con artist claims that the underground map is engraved in his mind and tells his friend to leave the navigation to him. Leading the way with the flashlight, the blonde runs through the pipes, telling his little bro to follow his steps closely. 10 minutes later, the duo walks along a metal catwalk, with the scoundrel deducing that these are the neighborhood sewers and that the exit is near. 20 minutes pass, and they continue advancing through the pipelines while the guide insists that the neighborhood must be just ahead. 40 minutes later, the protagonist rests, crouched on the floor, while his partner scratches his head, admitting they should have found the exit by now. Just then, the homeowner feels a cold breeze pass over his face and wonders where the wind is coming from. With the light pointed behind him, the shooter indicates the exact direction of the air current, making his friend turn in confusion. Illuminating a vertical passage, the guy notes that the wind is blowing directly from that opening in the ceiling. At the bottom of the large rocky pit, the protagonist notices a brightness coming from above and suggests they can escape through there. Excited by the discovery, the blonde raises his arms, asking what they're waiting for, while the guy remains silent. With a firm grip, the protagonist's gloved hand clings to the icy edges of the frozen wall. During the risky climb, the shooter warns his partner just below to be very careful with the extremely slippery rocks. Already on the surface, the con artist points out in surprise that the blizzard has subsided and comments in shock about the current state of the outside world. The wide view reveals an entire city submerged in a sea of ice and ruins under the apocalyptic night sky. Standing on the frozen surface, the protagonist tells his ally to get down, warning that the snow on the ground has completely hardened. Across the ruined landscape, the guy points to a large structure in the distance, identifying it as the Ding Feng building. With the flashlight in hand, the shooter explains that this building is the tallest structure within a 5-kilometer radius north of their neighborhood. The aerial perspective of the city illustrates the guy's words, deducing that his friend's navigation made them walk in the completely wrong direction. With the help of the virtual map, the guy details the locations, confirming that they ended up on the complete opposite side of the city. Given the remaining options, the homeowner states that to get back, they'll need to cross the Jingshan Villas area, looking for higher ground. Already on his feet, the shooter laments that it's unlikely they'll get home that same day, while his partner guarantees he has rich contacts in that villa to arrange for shelter and food. With confident steps through the snow, the blonde boasts about having traveled these roads before, guaranteeing the journey won't be that difficult. In the next second, the con artist slips on the smooth ice and falls face first into the snow, letting out a cry of pain. Helping his ally up, the protagonist advises they move very slowly because of the slippery path. Due to the change in weather, the guy warns with a serious look that the blizzard is getting worse, and that they need to find shelter soon. Soon from high above, the two walk like little ants amidst the vastness of the city, destroyed by the Ice Age. Facing the strong storm head-on, the blonde warns that there are only 3 kilometers left to reach the luxurious villas. On the frozen street, the chatterbox tells his friend to hang in there for one more hour of exhausting walking. Shivering uncontrollably, the fake millionaire clenches his teeth, fighting against the biting cold that punishes his face. Against the force of the wind, the shooter warns that they need to speed up to avoid freezing, while the blonde gasps, refusing the idea of meeting their end after preparing so much. Suddenly, both their eyes widen in shock as they notice something in the middle of the path. Kneeling in the snow, the duo investigates the completely frozen corpses of two people who have fallen in the street. Faced with the sad scene, they remain silent next to a vehicle covered in ice. From the discarded tools, the protagonist deduces that the victims went out in search of supplies, but were caught by the blizzard without shelter and froze solid. Because of the discovery, the con artist points ahead, suggesting they rest in the luxurious villa before they meet the same tragic fate. With the flashlight on, the guy immediately agrees, deciding to pick up the pace so they don't freeze on that abandoned street. With their boots stuck in the thick snow, the partners advance with great difficulty through the white, desolate landscape. Little by little, the luxurious and immense mansions of the villa begin to appear on the night horizon. The top-down view shows the elevated terrain of the fancy neighborhood protecting the buildings from extreme snow accumulation as the duo approaches. From the preserved architecture, the homeowner comments with intrigue that the place wasn't buried and wonders how the residents there are surviving. Suddenly, the two stop walking, confused as they notice the movement of some figures approaching in the mist. With the light focused ahead, the shooter ironically questions if those are his friend's important contacts, who responds by stammering from pure nervousness. Running ahead, the blonde tells his partner to wait there, while he tries to negotiate, waving and calling the attention of the unknown group. However, the silhouettes in the middle of the storm just raise their rifles and point their weapons directly at the unarmed duo. Shining his flashlight into the blizzard, the protagonist reflects that two people showing up out of nowhere at a time like this is definitely not a good sign. With his eyes wide in alarm, the guy mutters a curse, sensing the danger. Before them, two hooded men point firearms and announce a robbery. While the shooter tries to get his partner's attention, the robber's pistol remains firmly aimed, covered by a thin layer of ice. Surprised by the approach, the homeowner freezes in place under the strong snowstorm, keeping his light focused on the enemies. Keeping their aim, the robbers demand that the do not make any sudden movements and remain very quiet. Just then, one of the thugs tells his partner not to hurt the hostage or he'll have to carry him up the hill, while the other justifies, seeing the man try to pull something hidden. In the middle of the white path, the criminals tell the blonde partner to hand over what he's hiding in his clothes. Staring down the barrel of the gun, the protagonist quickly calculates that if he fought back now, his healing ability could handle at least one shot. However, upon observing the fake millionaire sweating bullets under the aim of another pistol, he concludes that his friend would certainly end up gone in the confrontation. The view pulls back, showing the group climbing the long, steep frozen slope toward the luxurious mansions at the top. Guiding the prisoners along the way, one of the guards mocks their courage for wandering around without even having a weapon, while his colleague thanks his own caution for not ending up lifeless. Complaining about the hostages crying, the thug tells them to shut up, explaining that they've already stolen the supplies but have other reasons for capturing them, instead of just letting them go. Walking in front, the con artist whispers, asking what that phrase means, while the shooter dryly replies that he has no idea. Terrified of their uncertain fate, the blonde suggests that maybe they'll become emergency food stock, begging his little bro to stop scaring him like that. Observing the landscape during the climb, the shooter comments to his partner that this place is truly an excellent observation point. From the top of the hill, the duo gets a panoramic view of almost the entire frozen city spread out below them. The gloved hand of one of the guards firmly holds an illuminated cell phone in the dark. As they approach the large gates of the villa, the protagonist is internally surprised to find that the place still has electricity. Staring at the lit-up lights, he quickly deduces that if the entire city is dark, the only explanation for this illumination is the use of their own generators. Crossing the illuminated complex, the guy analyzes the architecture, concluding that these mansions must have been built very recently. Surrounded by the armed goons, the two intruders continue marching silently under the aim of the flashlights. In front of a highly fortified house with barricades and tractors, the guy wonders how just two men managed to build such complex defenses. A discreet smile appears on the protagonist's face as he plans to take this place for himself, calculating that with his and the hacker's powers, they could turn the area into an impenetrable fortress. Noticing his friend's expression, the blonde partner whispers indignantly, asking what's the reason for all the jiggling in a situation like this. Arriving at a large, snow-covered staircase, one of the guards points to the ground and orders the prisoners to finish shoveling the area. With their weapons in hand, the thug promises that not only will they release them after the manual labor is done, but they will also return all the stolen supplies. Feigning innocence, the homeowner asks if the promise is real, receiving confirmation from the guard, who then threatens to show no mercy if they try any funny business. Already walking away, the leader of the robbers tells his colleague to watch over the slave's work while he goes to take a well-deserved rest in the guardhouse. Holding the snow shovel, the fake millionaire complains under his breath, cursing the lazy guy who only knows how to give orders while he relaxes. Threatening to shoot, the guard tells the duo to start working immediately, while the guy shows his handcuffed wrists as an excuse. Without an ounce of patience, the thug points the pistol and orders them to do the job with the chains on, telling them to stop complaining. The heavy metal chains clink as the shovel sinks forcefully into the thick layer of ice. Watched from a distance by the armed goon, the two partners shovel the frozen staircase in the dead of night. Working nonstop, the blonde quietly questions if the criminals will really let them go afterward, receiving instructions from his friend to just keep digging. Just then, the shooter's gaze focuses on a distant point on the slope, asking himself what that could be down there. The image reveals a snow-covered ravine where dozens of frozen corpses and abandoned vehicles lie buried in the ice. A pale human hand, completely crystallized by the extreme cold, stands out, emerging from the white surface. Discreetly, the protagonist gets his partner's attention, telling him to take a look toward the slope. Upon spotting the bodies, the fake millionaire panics and almost screams in fright but is promptly silenced by the guy's hand covering his mouth. Regaining his composure, the blonde whispers if the previous hostages were all taken out by these guys, while the shooter agrees that they can't just wait for their end or they'll meet the same tragic fate. With a look full of confidence, the protagonist tells his partner that he just had a great idea for them to escape. Sitting on the cold porch of the house, the guard shivers uncontrollably and curses the severe weather, feeling the weight of the watch. Following the plan, the blonde starts yelling, pretending to fight over shoveling space, while the shooter retorts with the same aggression. Annoyed by the noise, the goon raises his weapon and demands to know the reason for the shouting, being answered by the con artist who plays the victim, complaining about his colleague's ingratitude. Keeping up the fake confusion, the blonde challenges his partner to a fight, while the goon ignores the argument, only ordering that the whole be ready before nightfall. The protagonist's gaze focuses intensely on the guard's movements, calculating the exact moment to pounce. Turning his back to the duo, the guard threatens to end their lives with his firearm if the job isn't completed in time. The blizzard continues to fall heavily on the dark roof of the luxurious, isolated mansion. In the cozy interior of the house, the leader of the thugs relaxes comfortably on a sofa, reading a book in front of a lit fireplace. Completely distracted, the man lets out a loud laugh, finding his reading very amusing. Just then, he raises his face in surprise as he hears footsteps invading his moment of peace. With a bang, the protagonist appears, brandishing the enemy rifle, and mocks the leader's good mood, who raises his hands in pure terror upon seeing the hostages free and armed. A short time later, the two robbers are kneeling on the living room floor as punishment, bound by their own handcuffs. Standing before the prisoners, the homeowner listens to their cowardly justification and questions if the story of them being there just to collect debts is really true. Shining his flashlight, the guy questions who is responsible for that sea of frozen corpses outside, receiving a flood of desperate denials from the thugs, swearing they have nothing to do with the massacre. Illuminating their terrified faces, the shooter pretends to believe their innocence while the duo continues to beg and deny their involvement in the murders on the slope. With a gentle smile, the protagonist concludes in a cynical tone that the two robbers don't seem like such bad people after all. Relieved by the gentle words, the goons listen as the guy states that since they are innocent, they are free to leave. Indignant at this attitude, the fake millionaire leans into his friend's ear, questioning if he really believed that lie, and if he's actually going to spare the murderers' lives. A cruel and calculating smile lights up the protagonist's face as he firmly confirms the prisoner's release. Stripped down to their underwear, the two murderers walk through the extreme blizzard, shivering from the cold and babbling in pain, heading toward certain doom. From the safety of the porch, the guy mockingly tells the two to run so they don't catch a cold, while his partner confesses that his friend is the real demon. Turning his back to the cold, the blonde asks what the next step is, and the shooter declares the urgent need to return to the complex as quickly as possible. With a serious expression, the homeowner admits that the original plan was just a quick reconnaissance, but the accidents delayed everything and left him worried about the current situation in the neighborhood. The heavy snowstorm continues to isolate the luxurious and solitary constructions of the villa. Far away, the view focuses on the huge residential blocks of the main neighborhood, rising against the ice on the horizon. In the comfort of the heated hideout, the giant bearded man questions the duo's long absence, while the young hacker calmly assures him that the apostle chosen by the Demon King won't perish so easily. Smoking a cigar, the ex-champion warns the team that their biggest concern should be themselves, criticizing the girl's lack of nervousness in the face of the crisis. In his memory, the fighter recalls the colossal sight of a military army invading the sewer tunnel, highlighting the frightening presence of a soldier capable of controlling the earth element. In a scene of absolute control, the armed troops line up in the lobby next to the slick Jiang, proving that the fake benefactor has consolidated a strong alliance with the military to command all the residents. Sitting on the sofa, the big man warns that the group has become public enemy number one and that Jiang's patrols must already be searching the entire building for them. Lighting a new cigarette, the fighter laments the naivety of the neighbors, who still believe in the army's salvation, predicting that they will all perish before realizing they've been sold like cattle. Adjusting her glasses, the neighbor ponders that the truth no longer matters, as blind submission offers an illusory chance of survival in a situation of total powerlessness. With a deep and apathetic look, the young hacker concludes in a philosophical tone that human nature boils down to exactly this basic instinct for preservation. Sleeping soundly, the young hacker with glasses lets out a soft snore in the silent room. Complaining that she'll catch a cold if she sleeps without a blanket, the giant bearded man mutters that it's a huge pain to be stuck with these burdens. With his hands in his pockets, he walks thoughtfully toward the frozen window of the hideout. Observing the snow outside with a cigarette in his mouth, the ex-fighter reflects on the choice to simply obey. Just then, a memory invades his mind, showing a brutal blow being delivered directly to someone's face. The scene pulls back, revealing a professional boxing ring where an intense fight is taking place under the red lights of the Federation. Yelling furiously, the coach tells his student to dodge, asking what the heck he taught him to do and reminding him that he didn't train him to just stand there and take hits. Due to the lack of reaction, another devastating punch hits the fighter squarely, making him groan in pain from the impact. Fallen and bleeding on the ring ropes, the competitor pants, exhausted, while the white-haired man yells at him. Telling his student to get up and fight, the coach questions how much effort he thinks was invested in his training, asking if he wants to go back to the life he had, and demanding he get up, because he doesn't have the right to stay on the ground. Back in the cold reality, the big man exhales the cigarette smoke, processing those harsh memories from the past. Cutting through the silence, the protagonist tells the team to get ready to move, reporting that the enemies are checking each unit one by one, and that it's dangerous to stay in the same place for too long. Promptly, the bearded man adjusts his heavy backpack on his shoulders, while the girls also prepare for the escape through the apartment. Suddenly, the wooden door of the place is kicked in with extreme violence, sending splinters and dust everywhere. Caught completely by surprise, the hacker, the nurse, and the ex-boxer cringe in fear at the sudden invasion. Huddled in the dark corner of the room, the group waits tensely as the giant bearded man wonders if they were discovered so quickly. Completely ignoring the danger, the young hacker adjusts her glasses and asks with the utmost naturalness if it's time to eat yet. Tearing through the smoke from the broken door, a bald invader with sharp teeth warns with a sadistic smile that he can smell living people, and that there's definitely someone hiding there. The scene transitions, revealing several heavy metal cylinders being organized in a warehouse as a voice confirms there are no problems. In an outdoor area filled with boxes, a man in a suit orders them to pack the rest of the material, receiving immediate agreement from the worker. Near a glowing heater, a goon reports that the inventory and count are complete, totaling 97 refugees and 126 boxes of food supplies. Satisfied with the result, the army officer with a cigar in his mouth orders everything to be loaded onto the vehicles and transported directly to the base, being promptly obeyed by his subordinate. Returning his attention to the conversation, the scarred soldier asks the other person to continue explaining what happened to the 3 members of the advance team they sent earlier. Adopting a defensive posture, the slick Jiang assures them that the matter has nothing to do with them, revealing that the soldiers were taken out by a man named Hen Feng. With a suspicious and dark look, the officer questions what kind of person would be able to eliminate 3 members of the special forces, demanding a very solid reason to believe it, even if it's a lie. Sweating nervously, the fake benefactor reveals at the top of his lungs that the target has a superpower, arguing that many residents saw him use a strange purple light capable of melting metal. Trying to prove his worth, the psychopath claims to have heard the army's plans and prepared all those sausages with a specific material, but is quickly silenced by the soldier. With his finger raised threateningly, the man with the cigar decrees that certain things must remain an absolute secret. Pressured by the situation, Jiang confesses he's out of options and guarantees he has no logical reason to lie to the armed forces at that moment. Giving a friendly pat on his ally's shoulder, the soldier states that since he has provided so many supplies, he is already considered one of them, and that the army doesn't take out its own members without a good reason. Maintaining an intimidating tone, the officer promises to send someone to find Han Feng so they can interrogate him face to face, warning that he hopes his ally isn't lying. Returning to the invaded apartment, the bald brute advances through the smoke, maniacally repeating that he can smell living people in the place. With saliva dripping from his mouth, the invader stares at the group and directly asks which one of them is this Hanfeng. In a sneaky move, the thug grabs the young hacker's collar, who lets out a confused noise as she's pulled backward. Positioning himself in front of the girls, the giant Jung Ho yells for the protagonist to stay away, warning that there's something very wrong with this invading guy. Breaking a cold sweat in the face of the threat, the ex-boxer tensely reflects that the attacker not only instantly destroyed the door that had been armored by the guy. As if seeing the aura of a ferocious tiger, the big man notices that the enemy exudes a stench similar to that of wild beasts, concluding that he doesn't even seem human. Preparing a powerful punch, the fighter calculates that his years of combat experience indicate a mortal danger, decreeing that they need to flee from there immediately. In an incredibly resistant block, the bald man defends against the brutal impact using only his forearm, which emits a faint magical glow. Holding his own injured hand, the bearded man wonders why the glass is so resistant, deducing that this structure had also been strengthened by the protagonist's magic. Staring at the monster, the fighter offers to hold off the attack, instructing the rest of the team to take the chance to escape quickly. Completely confused by the group, the bald invader scratches his head and questions if he made a mistake, since apparently, there's no one named Hanfeng there. Calmly turning his back, the man walks toward the hallway, apologizing for the inconvenience, thinking he had the wrong apartment. Relieved by the attacker's bizarre departure, the nurse and her partners let out a long sigh of accumulated tension in the middle of the room. Already in the hallway, the brute analyzes the number painted on the wall, confirming that he's in front of Unit 1804, and that he didn't get the address wrong. Spinning around with extreme fury, the bald invader yells and points his finger, accusing them all of being a bunch of liars. With a colossal stomp on the floor, the monster creates a huge crater of energy, declaring that if the target doesn't show up, everyone will go straight to heck as the team plummets into the hole. At the edge of the abyss, a gloved hand firmly grips a snowboard in a nimble move. Grabbing the nurse and the blonde partner by their jackets, the protagonist shouts the order for them to follow immediately. Unable to fight against gravity, the entire group plummets through the dark, frozen ruins of the destroyed building toward the void. During the freefall, the pink-haired young woman screams for Brother Lai, while the group tries to balance in the cutting air. Standing at the edge of the crater, the brute raises his fists and yells at the top of his lungs how much he hates that kind of attitude. From an external view of the gigantic frozen building, the monster's voice echoes, stating that he hates dishonest people more than anything. The snowstorm continues to relentlessly sweep over the destroyed and buried roofs of the apocalyptic city. Sliding at high speed down the icy slopes, the protagonist and his blonde partner flee on snowboards, while the con artist yells in pure excitement. Cutting through the soft snow, the improvised board kicks up a large white trail during the radical descent. Maneuvering skillfully, the guy confesses that the snowboard idea really surprised him and guarantees he's gained a whole new level of respect for his colleague. Letting out a conceited laugh, the scoundrel explains that he used to negotiate billion-dollar deals and frequently accompanied his rich clients to ski resorts. After the long descent, the duo finally reaches the base of a huge residential block identified by a sign as Qingfu District. Standing before the buried windows, the homeowner announces that they have finally returned, suggesting they find a gap to sneak into the building. Returning to the scene of the confusion, the bald invader's indignant screams continue to echo throughout the entire building, demanding to know what's happening and reinforcing his hatred for liars. Activating her dimensional power, the young hacker summons her magical black hole in the middle of the freezing gale. In a continuous flood, hundreds of cylindrical packages begin to pour uncontrollably from within the spatial rift. Being bombarded by the objects, the bald monster screams in pain and desperation as he is completely buried by the avalanche of items falling from above. In the midst of the chaos, the protagonist shouts, telling the team to dodge quickly as the huge mountain of ice collapses around them. Overcome by the absurd weight, the brute is left completely buried and immobilized beneath the colossal pile of heavy packages. Walking through the debris with the girls, the guy worriedly asks if they're okay and demands to know what just happened there. Hugging the shooter, the nurse tearfully explains that a gigantic monster suddenly invaded the house with the clear intention of capturing him. With the reflection gleaming on her lenses, the young woman with glasses points her finger and warns in a very calm tone that the enemy is still there. In a violent explosion, the pile of packages is thrown everywhere as the furious monster re-emerges, breaking through the blockage. Turning his head in disgust, the shooter clicks his tongue and complains, asking what that aberration wants now. Breaking into a sprint, the guy flees, cutting through the icy wind with his face covered in extreme tension. Frantically sliding on the ice, the entire team escapes in tears while the nurse yells, warning that the creature is right there. Charging like a wild animal, the bald man pursues the group, shouting angrily that he's a good little baby and that they are the real monsters. During the desperate escape, the protagonist encourages the medic to run faster, warning that the enemy is catching up, while the hacker supports her sister in the race for survival. In the middle of the blizzard, the nurse angrily questions why they don't just try to escape on their own. From above, the fugitives descend the slippery slope, begging the protagonist to think of something fast, while the guy retorts, questioning what the heck he could possibly do. With a monstrous, drooling face, the aberration yells that it's hungry, wanting to eat snacks, and threatening to devour the entire group. Just then, the shooter looks to the side and agrees with the enemy's idea. The guy points to the beast, telling the team to keep going and guaranteeing he has a method to deal with the threat. On the frozen ground, a small cloth bag falls into the snow. The homeowner displays his emerald magic aura and taunts the aggressor, calling the creature a big baby. In a swift charge, the guy hurls the beam of green energy, announcing that here is the enemy's little snack. The magic shot crosses the blizzard, hitting the giant bald man directly in the mouth. Chewing the food, the brute mutters that the soybeans are delicious. With a sarcastic smile, the protagonist apologizes for the poor hospitality shown. Immediately, the creature's green eye widens as it lets out a strange groan. From the force of the magic, an immense tree sprouts violently from inside the monster's head, making the beast scream in agony in a sea of blood. The colossal body staggers backward as the green branches continue to tear through the aberration's flesh amidst its screams. Overcome by the wound, the creature topples over heavily, sinking into the cold snow. With absurd strength, the monster rips the plant from its own head, sending dark blood spraying through the air. Utterly furious, the giant curses the guy, promising to crush him to pieces. However, the creature turns in confusion as it notices an unexpected movement right behind it. Shattering the silence, an armed soldier fires at the monster's back, yelling that the target is a big coward. In the background, a military leader instructs Team 1 to pursue the fugitives, while the rest should secure the perimeter. Obeying the order, the soldiers run swiftly among the frozen pillars of the location. Walking imposingly, the commander deduces that the targets won't get far in a world of ice, having no choice but to hide in the nearby buildings. Standing before the wounded soldier, the officer in the cap questions how the subordinate got so severely injured. With the torn branches in his hands, the injured man explains that he ate the bean thrown by the guy, that the plant sprouted directly from his mouth. The commander takes the plant in his hands, finding the power interesting and calculating that the ability could solve the base's food shortage problem. Through a radio, the officer orders the prisoner to be brought from upstairs, receiving immediate confirmation from the team. The image focuses on the destroyed concrete steps, covered by a thick layer of ice. In an isolated room, the group of fugitives remains hidden in the dark. The protagonist asks what happened and why Jungho isn't there, hearing from his blonde partner that the group of soldiers arrived after the shooter's departure, and Jiang Zhiyut took the residents over to the military side. The young hacker tightens her beanie and deduces in fear that the enemy in glasses ratted the guy out to the army, causing the tracking monster to be sent. The girl continues her reasoning, explaining that the aberration easily destroyed the magically fortified door before invading the place. Shocked by the information, the homeowner questions how that's possible, remembering that not even the bombs could blow up the structure. In the memory of the escape, the bearded ex-fighter appears, blocking the monster, while the blonde laments that the giant stayed behind to hold it off, and that they don't know if he survived. Reunited with his allies, the shooter coldly states that the departed don't come back to life, deciding they must escape from there, so as not to waste the fighter's sacrifice. In disagreement, the young woman with glasses crosses her arms, demanding they go back to save their ally, as he must be alive. The blonde partner agrees with the idea, stating that as brothers, they need to be loyal to each other. Closing his eyes, the protagonist sighs warily, confessing he doesn't want to leave his friend behind. From a distant perspective, the guy argues that facing that monster again doesn't guarantee the team's survival. Cutting the scene, two soldiers drag the wounded ex-boxer, informing the commander of the prisoner's arrival. Through a megaphone, the military leader calls for the shooter in the blizzard, announcing that they found an injured friend of his, and have already treated his wounds. Peeking through the frozen window, the guy and his neighbor listen, as the officer guarantees they have no ill intentions, calling the previous attack a misunderstanding. Desperate, the young woman tries to run outside, celebrating her ally's survival, but the guy holds her back, telling her to calm down as the enemy is lying and going out would be suicide. From the window, the girl with glasses insists that the captured person is really the giant fighter. With a persuasive smile, the officer declares that the organization needs the guy's talent, promising special treatment for his entire family and friends if he joins the army. Turning her head, the neighbor asks in confusion if the protagonist really has a wife and kids hidden away. Breaking a cold sweat, the shooter dryly denies the accusation. The The perspective pulls back, showing the armed platoon waiting silently in the concrete ruins. Impatient with the delay, the commander questions the prisoner if his good friend doesn't care about others' lives. With a bloodied face, the ex-champion confesses he only met the guy a few days ago. Annoyed by the revelation, the officer strikes the prisoner's head with the megaphone, complaining about the sacrifice for strangers that caused this whole misunderstanding. Enduring the blow, the giant bearded man clarifies that those two aren't the target's family either. In an explosion of rage, the soldier violently kicks the prisoner, knocking him into the snow while lamenting the wasted effort. Picking up the megaphone again, the leader argues there's no reason to risk one's life for strangers, offering any woman from the base, if the guy is interested. The young hacker pushes the protagonist, stating that surrendering doesn't seem so bad, while the shooter tries to hold her back, repeating that going out is a one-way trip. Sharply pulling away, the neighbor points her finger, accusing all guys of being untrustworthy. Adjusting her glasses, she says she has an idea to save their alley, demanding to know if the team will help. Surprised by her attitude, the homeowner asks how she plans to execute the rescue. Back on the street, the heavy military boot stomps down forcefully, crushing the fighter's head against the snow. Pressing the hostage, the commander questions how the targets can stay so quiet, stating that the shooter is careful, probably because he thinks the army is the villain. The ex-boxer glares at his aggressor and argues that it's impossible for the army of food for so many people, asking the real reason for capturing civilians. The soldier smokes his cigar and lies, saying that saving people is their responsibility, accusing the hostage of not understanding noble sentiments. Disgusted by the fake answer, the giant spits blood on the snow, cursing the commander as a liar. Leaning close to the prisoner, the officer whispers coldly that he's going to meet his end anyway, so there's no problem in telling the truth. The villain's face is covered by the shadows of his cap as he questions what kind of creature is most abundant in the city, guaranteeing it's an inexhaustible source of food. The ex-champion's eye widens in pure terror as he realizes the military is gathering residents to serve as food. Cocking his rifle, the psycho soldier brutally decrees that only the living consume food, while the departed become the meal. The image focuses directly on the dark barrel of the firearm, about to deliver the lethal shot. Suddenly, a soldier points upward, yelling that several things are falling from the sky next to the building. Plummeting from the heights, dozens of drink bottles and food packages rain down on the impressed team. Along with electronics and fresh meat, the items fall in the storm, making a goon shout emotionally that he hasn't seen real food since the world froze over. Driven mad by hunger, the soldiers rush to grab the supplies, laughing hysterically as they find bags of rice and yelling that no one will steal from them. Seeing the platoon lose control, the leader fires a warning shot into the air, yelling for everyone to stop the disorder. The officer grips his weapon tightly and breaks a cold sweat, deducing the enemy's imminent ambush against the disorganized battalion. Through the blizzard, the commander's gaze focuses on the upper floors of the glass skyscraper, searching for the origin of the objects. High up on the building, the glass panes shatter violently, revealing falling silhouettes ready for the attack in the icy darkness. With a deafening crash, an immense yellow excavator plummets from the sky amidst the snowstorm and glass debris. At the wheel of the heavy vehicle, the protagonist shows a confident look, calling the team to the fight. Standing on a rock, the young hacker explains her tactic of spreading attractive bait across the sky to lure and distract all the hungry soldiers like sheep. She then details that the plan is to create absolute chaos with the supplies, so that the guy can attack with his metal beast and rescue their lost ally, clearing a path for them to escape. Fulfilling the strategy, the colossal machine plummets, violently crushing the ice and snow on the street. The fake millionaire translates the girl's bizarre language, stating that she just meant they're going to run over the soldiers to save the ex-fighter and flee. Hearing the translation, the nurse praises the idea and asks how he manages to understand her, while the guy coughs, covering up that practice makes perfect. Taking the lead, the girl with glasses points her finger, ordering the entire team to start moving according to her ocular powers directives. Without wasting time, the blonde raises his hand, questioning if the soldiers will really be lured by the bait, and asking where his friend got that heavy vehicle. From behind her lenses, the neighbor calmly replies that she had previously collected that metal beast in her portal. The immense excavator hits the ground brutally, proving that this is definitely not a simple passenger car. Excited at the controls of the machine, the shooter confesses that the feeling of driving this metal monster is incredible and charges into combat. In a relentless charge, the vehicle tears through the layer of ice, sending the armed goons flying in all directions. With its headlights on, the heavy machine advances mercilessly through the darkness, forcing the military team to flee desperately from its path of destruction. From the force of the advance, the invaders tumble through the air while one of them yells, lamenting the loss of his precious bag of rice. Desperate in front of the machine, One of the soldiers yells the order for the team to block its advance immediately. Consumed by blind fury, a goon lets out a battle cry, charging with open arms against the excavator. Immediately, the man is hit squarely by the reinforced metal bucket, yelling that no one there is stronger than him. Through the cabin's glass, the protagonist stares at the scene, perplexed, and mocks the enemy's insanity for trying to compete in physical strength against a heavy vehicle. Without losing speed, the colossal machine continues to destroy the barriers of ice and debris along the way. With the impact, the heavy metal tracks mercilessly crush everything they encounter on the frozen street. Breaking through the obstacles, the colossal yellow beast advances, tearing through a huge cloud of snow. Violently stomping on the fallen ex-boxer, the military commander threatens to take out the hostage if the machine doesn't stop at once. To feign ignorance, the shooter keeps the vehicle moving and yells that he couldn't hear a single word because of the noise. The machine then speeds up, kicking up ice and heading straight for the officer who has the prisoner pinned under his feet. Facing the imminent lethal threat, the leader smokes his cigar as his face becomes covered in a cold sweat and pure tension. In a desperate leap to save his own life, the soldier dodges the vehicle, cursing the relentless driver. Left behind in the path of collision, the giant bearded man's eyes widen, and he lets out a terrified yell as he sees the metal bucket coming to crush him. At high speed, the military equipment advances relentlessly toward the alley fallen on the snowy ground. With his eyes closed, the fighter grumbles in fear until he notices a strange purplish magic light enveloping the snow around him. Touching the luminous barrier, the big man notes with shock that the ice structure has turned into a completely soft goo. Taking advantage of the magical cushioning, the vehicle safely scoops up the partner, while the protagonist tells him to hold on tight for the acceleration. Inside the iron bucket, the ex-champion complains in confusion, asking where the machine is turning now. In a sharp and swift maneuver, the heavy excavator drifts across the track, sweeping up a large amount of snow. With its headlights illuminating the street, the machine stops in front of the rest of the team, while the driver announces he's arrived to rescue them. Promptly, the fake millionaire and the girls jump onto the side of the vehicle, announcing they're climbing aboard. With the team in position, the metal beast takes off in flight, receiving a hail of gunfire from behind. Clinging to the bodywork, the young hacker peeks over her shoulder and desperately warns that an entire fleet of jeeps is chasing the group. Illuminating the darkness, the military vehicles fire continuous bursts from their machine guns, obeying the order for suppressive fire. Through the car window, the military commander smokes his cigar, demanding the driver speed up so the targets don't escape. At the wheel, the driver tensely reports that the accumulated snow is too thick, and the tires have lost traction, preventing any gain in speed. Furious with the obstacle, the officer curses, questioning where the fugitives got that colossal machine, while his subordinate deduces the equipment belonged to their own advance team. With his eyes on the road, the man with the cigar clenches his teeth in a silence filled with extreme hatred. Thus, the soldier orders them to track the marks in the snow and continue the relentless pursuit to find them at any cost. Suddenly, a blinding flash hits the vehicle head-on, making the pilot scream the captain's name in pure terror. With no escape from the imminent impact, the commander just mutters a resigned curse. In a violent collision, a huge structure of scrap and ice plummets directly onto the military jeep. From the impact of the crash, the heavy concrete blocks completely block the street's passage. Halted by the debris slide, the rest of the armed fleet brakes sharply, kicking up a lot of snow. The top-down view shows the combat vehicle completely crushed under the frozen beams and rubble. Faced with the immense mountain of trash and debris closing the passage, the goons question in shock where all that scrap came from. With a gentle movement, the young hacker shrinks and closes her magical black hole between her hands. Standing on the roof of the excavator, she dramatically decrees that this colossal blockade is the true power of the Eye of the Demon King. Breaking the intimidating pose, the girl lets out a loud sneeze, feeling the icy wind of the apocalypse hit her face. Because of the blockade, the yellow vehicle drives away alone, plunging into the depths of the ruined city. Through the cabin glass, the shooter yells in annoyance, complaining that his colleague's sneeze gunk landed right on his head. Crowded at the controls, the giant thanks them for the rescue while the blonde asks to drive the machine, warning the protagonist about the need to set a destination. Secure at the wheel, the guy reports the discovery of the luxurious villa in the mountains, asking for the team's opinion on moving there. Despite the quick agreement from all partners, the conversation is interrupted by beeping sounds from the dashboard, warning of the imminent lack of fuel. Under the heavy blizzard, the vehicle emits a sound of mechanical failure, confirming the drastic worsening of the group's situation. With a forced smile and breaking a cold sweat, the driver meekly asks if his colleague has stored any oil in her portal. Immediately, the neighbor confirms positively as she summons her illuminated dimensional rift in the middle of the cramped cabin. In a spatial explosion, dozens of gigantic jugs appear, crushing the team's faces against the vehicle's glass. Powerless, the metal beast engine dies, and it stops in the middle of the frozen road while the protagonist yells that he wasn't asking for cooking oil. Displaying the yellow containers on the dashboard, the girl's misinterpretation of the mechanical need is confirmed. Furious and squeezed by the jugs, the guy points his finger, reminding her that he had ordered her to take out the fuel he himself had stored. Rummaging through the blue magic, the young woman dips her hands in, trying to search her immense virtual inventory. Due to the prolonged delay, the guy finds the situation strange, asking why she isn't able to take things out as easily as before. From the corner of her eyes, the girl confesses with a shy smile that it seems she threw the fuel, the refrigerator, and the generator into the mountain of junk used to block the soldiers. At that moment, a terrifying silence takes over the interior of the excavator, with the entire team paralyzed by the disastrous revelation. In complete panic, the homeowner screams, holding his own face, questioning how she had the nerve to throw away a whole year's worth of energy reserves. As an excuse, the young woman offers a teapot, replying that she still has a bit of natural gas, but the guy curses the item's uselessness for the engine. Right after, the girl holds out a bucket full of charred leftovers, calmly pointing out that she also saved those mysterious remains from his stash. Holding the black piece, the shooter angrily questions what he could possibly do that useless junk in the middle of the street. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he associates the material with a memory, and he lets out a sound of pure questioning. To test his experiments, the protagonist recalls that the plants turned into a substance similar to highly flammable charcoal. He then associates that memory with the meat that turned into a dark liquid and wonders if that would also catch fire. In a hurry, the guy turns to the young hacker and tells her to quickly get a metal bucket and a piece of meat, and she promptly agrees. On the vehicle's floor, the empty metal bucket is positioned, awaiting the test. Surrounded by the entire attentive team, the shooter concentrates his emerald aura on the container, explaining that it's very difficult to successfully transform a piece of meat into suitable fuel. With a confident smile, he applies the green magic and guarantees that intentionally failing the process is a much easier task. Under the magical power, the protein quickly melts, turning into a large puddle of dark goo inside the bucket. Because of the smell, the blonde con artist plugs his nose in disgust and complains about the unbearable stench, questioning what the heck his friend just created. Paying no attention, the homeowner dips a metal rod into the dark liquid, announcing that he'll do a little experiment now. Up close, the guy's gloved hand brings the flame of a lighter directly to the nasty substance stuck to the metal. Immediately, the goo reacts to the heat and explodes into an intense, bright flame. A laugh of pure excitement escapes the protagonist, who excitedly confirms that this stuff is indeed very flammable. Curious about the fire, the ex-fighter bearded man suspiciously asks if the guy is really planning to replace the machine's fuel with that thing. Maintaining a serious expression, the guy justifies that they have no other choice but to try. As a final argument, he points out that if the idea doesn't work, the only option will be to abandon the excavator and continue the journey on foot through the ice. Without wasting time, the newly created dark goo is poured directly into the heavy vehicle's fuel tank. Right after, the protagonist's hand closes the reservoir's metal cap, ensuring the mysterious liquid is sealed. Excited by the success, the fake millionaire praises his friend, calling him amazing, while the giant quietly observes, mentally wondering what other secrets this discreet guy still hides. Fueled by the new substance, the excavator's engine roars back to life, advancing without problems through the ruins of the frozen city. Tearing through the darkness, the metal beast's headlights illuminate the path as it cuts through the relentless snowstorm. In the cramped interior of the cabin, the nurse smiles gently, offering some snacks to the young hacker, who accepts at once. Through her black hole, the girl pulls out some packages, asking which flavor the medic prefers, while the blonde butts in, impressed by the variety, and asking for some for himself too. Curious about the bizarre power, the ex-champion points to the spherical portal and questions the little girl about the exact amount of things she has stored in there. With this information, the big man remembers the gigantic supermarket that was completely looted in a single night, asking if it was her work, and receiving a simple vocal confirmation as an answer. Suddenly, the protagonist flashes an excited smile and gets everyone's attention in the cabin. Through the foggy glass, he points ahead, announcing that the luxurious villa in the mountains he had mentioned before is right there. Relieved, the bearded man sighs, confirming their arrival, while the con artist encourages his friend to go full throttle to climb the slope at once. Obeying the command, the machine's immense metal track begins to crush the ice of the steep slope with great force. Suddenly, a violent metallic crash shakes the excavator, sending sparks and pieces of ice everywhere. In a colossal explosion, the vehicle's engine combusts, shooting flames high into the air and forcing the team to watch the disaster in silence before the shooter yells in frustration that the machine broke down just steps from their final destination, forcing everyone to continue the climb on foot. Covered in snow from head to toe, the team walks with extreme difficulty through the blizzard, panting heavily with each step. The wide view shows the group slowly climbing the frozen slope among the large abandoned mansions. Unable to bear the cold, the blonde con artist yells that he's freezing to his end before falling to his knees at the door of a house, celebrating that they've finally arrived. Inside the mansion, a beautiful brick fireplace burns wood intensely, spreading a warm glow through the dark room. Huddled around the fire and covered in blankets, the fake millionaire sighs with relief, celebrating the fact that they survived that storm. With his body finally warm, the blonde partner stretches, stating he's so comfortable that he has no more regrets in life. Focused on the comfort of the place, the ex-boxer admits with a calm look that this villa district is truly a very good place. From the external view of the mansions on the mountain, it's deduced that the strong wind pushes the snow down the slope, preventing the houses from being buried and making the place perfect for defense and hard to attack. Directing his gaze to the guy, the bearded man asks if his intention is to use this luxurious property as a long-term base for the team. In response, the shooter instructs the young hacker to place the generator in the corner, while the fighter suggests it would be better to place the equipment a little further away. Promptly, the protagonist announces that he's going to start the engine, telling the girl to put the television near him, while the blonde is surprised to see a latest generation video game console and decides to hide his excitement. Powered by the engine, the mansion's large glass windows light up quickly, cutting through the night's darkness. In front of the power box, the homeowner grumbles indignantly, not expecting the girl to throw away her own generator, pointing out that they would be in trouble if the former owners of this mansion hadn't stored their own fuel and machine. Finishing the adjustments to the wiring, the guy sighs with satisfaction, confirming that the electrical service is ready. In a party atmosphere, the entire room is perfectly lit, revealing the luxurious decoration, while the blonde throws his arms in the air, yelling with joy at the return of electricity. Standing in the hallway, the protagonist gets the team's attention, asking if they're hungry and suggesting they prepare a big feast to celebrate. Interrupting the idea, the young hacker pulls a huge water heater from her portal, announcing that she wants to take a shower and telling the guy to teach her how to install the machine. Immediately, the nurse's imagination takes off, her eyes shining with excitement at the simple idea of being able to take a hot shower again. With a very red face and rubbing her hands, the medic tries to hide her anxiety, lying that she's not that interested in a shower and justifying that she just hasn't washed properly since the storm began. Faced with this scene, the protagonist's face instantly turns the color of a tomato as he unintentionally imagines the beautiful woman showering in front of him. With a confident smile to hide his embarrassment, the guy gives a thumbs up, guaranteeing he'll get everything ready for them. Holding the machine, the neighbor asks how to use the heater, while the shooter observes the completely frozen bathroom, deducing that the pipes and the appliance are already destroyed by the ice. Standing side by side at the room's doorway, the two stare at the frozen destruction, assessing the true situation of the mansion's bathroom. From the shower wall, thick, sharp icicles hang, proving the fatal temperatures that hit that plumbing. Through his powerful violet magic, the homeowner softens the floor's structure, stating that even with the broken pipes, they can still use the large ceramic bathtub. The image focuses on a round electric heater glowing a strong orange hue as the guy commands the installation of the appliance to heat the room first. To maintain order, he tells the girl to bring a good amount of snow inside and demands she quickly pull out that specific magical tool. In an exaggerated and theatrical pose, the girl with glasses displays a high-power heating rod fresh from her portal. Without delay, the equipment is submerged in the snow-filled bathtub, beginning to melt the ice and generate hot steam on contact. Touching the icy surface with his hands, the guy grumbles that the water is heating up too slowly, receiving immediate agreement from his frustrated partner. Crouched beside the edge, the shooter complains that the water is still cold, questioning how much longer it will take to reach the ideal temperature. With his hand stretched over the wet surface, small bluish electric sparks begin to crackle between the guy's fingers. In a violent reflex, the guy gets a strong shock and pulls the rod's wiring out, cursing indignantly at the electricity leak from the wet appliance. Suspiciously, he narrows his eyes, staring at his own trembling hand and asking himself if he just saw a faint red glow emanate from his skin. Using an iron bar propped over the bathtub, the protagonist channels his powerful scarlet magic directly into the water while his neighbor asks in surprise how he managed to make everything warm so quickly. As steam rises from his magical palm, the guy deduces with surprise that the red energy is not just for disintegration, but also acts as a lethal source of thermal heating. Completely transformed, the bathroom now displays a relaxing atmosphere, immersed in a dense, warm curtain of water vapor. Tugging at her own blouse with great excitement, the nurse blushes with happiness, celebrating that she will finally have her well-deserved shower. Through the mist, the woman's eyes widen in shock, and she stammers upon seeing that the young hacker is already completely undressed, waiting in the middle of the room. With the dimensional rift active on her stomach, the girl with glasses pulls out a box of bath salts, casually asking which fragrance the medic prefers to use. To the complete bewilderment of the older woman, the little girl continues to pull dozens of bottles of shampoo, conditioner, and moisturizers from the black hole, offering every possible brand for her colleague to choose from. Overcome by so much cuteness and utility, the nurse gives the small hacker a crushing and affectionate hug, stating that she likes her new little friend very much. The top-down perspective shows the two girls relaxing comfortably, submerged in the hot, foamy bathtub, with the medic sighing that this place is true paradise. Pinching her colleague's cheeks, the pink-haired woman compliments how cute she is, while the girl complains grumpily, demanding not to be treated like a child as she is already 21 years old. With a provocative smile, the medic mocks her friend's defense, humorously pointing out that being only 21 years old still makes her just a cute little kid. Shocked, the medic's eyes widen upon hearing the revelation of the little girl's age. With an abrupt splash in the tub, the young hacker shouts irritably, confirming to the woman that she is indeed 21 years old. With her arms crossed in the water, the girl makes up that the power of the Demon King preserves her youth, leaving the older woman completely confused and stammering because of the flimsy excuse. In a calmer tone, the girl with glasses admits she's lying because she has a naturally childish face, but points her finger, remarking that the medic looks too young for her own age and that is what's absurd. Outside in the dark hallway, the protagonist coughs in embarrassment, finding it completely ridiculous that this girl, who looks like a middle schooler, is already an adult. Just then, the ex-boxer gets the guy's attention, asking what he's doing standing there and suggesting they play some video games together. All nervous and looking away, the homeowner stammers that he was just passing by, while the big man flashes a mischievous smile, accusing him of peeping on the girl's shower. Putting his arm around the guy's neck, the fighter jokes that a real man should look openly and threatens to demonstrate how it's done, forcing the shooter to push him away, desperately announcing he'll go play video games right now. Now in the lit living room, the trio of guys settles comfortably on the sofa to start their gaming session on the television. Focused on the controller, the protagonist plays alongside his blonde partner, who invites the bearded man to the game, arguing that they have plenty of food, drinks, and electricity to enjoy this moment without worries. Without taking his eyes off the screen, the shooter points out that they'll be there for a long time and need entertainment to avoid dying of boredom, taking the opportunity to ask if the fighter plans to stay with them or go back to rescue his own subordinates. The ex-boxing champion remains in absolute silence, displaying a thoughtful and extremely serious look. Breaking the tense mood, the giant states that he just wants to live his own life, and allows the guy to stay as long as he wants, as long as he doesn't drag him into trouble. Quickly changing the subject to focus on the game and yelling that he's going to save his blonde partner's character. Adjusting his posture on the sofa, the white-haired man decides to reveal his true identity, confessing that he is there specifically to investigate people with superpowers and directing his suspicion directly at the homeowner. Immediately, the protagonist raises his hand, telling the fighter to shut up, refusing to listen to any dangerous secrets, just to avoid being dragged into more problems. Faced with the direct refusal, the bearded man just stares at the guy seriously, while the video game's cries for help continue to echo through the room. With a long sigh of acceptance, the giant closes his eyes and says he understood the guy's message perfectly. Standing on the rug, the fighter promises to leave as soon as his arm heals and guarantees he will keep an absolute secret about the group's location and abilities. On the TV screen, the shooter complains that he almost perished in the game because of his blonde partner's mistake, who quickly apologizes, promising to play much better in the next round. Wearing very cute animal pajamas, the two girls emerge from the bathroom, freshly showered, and ask if the guys aren't going to take a wash too. Grabbing his friend's arm with flushed cheeks, the fake millionaire suggests they shower together to save water, only to be promptly pushed away by the protagonist, who disgustedly rejects the idea of sharing a tub with another man. The image focuses on the surface of the warm bathwater, where small bubbles begin to form continuously and very suspiciously. Submerged in the water, the two guys end up sharing the space against the shooter's will, who bluntly confesses to letting one rip right after the blonde, with his eyes closed, complimented the pleasant smell of the bath. Now clean and gathered around the table, the entire group enjoys a huge, hearty feast, devouring the long-awaited meats and drinks with pure excitement. Overcome by exhaustion after the generous meal, the two girls lie down, cuddled together on the spacious double bed of the mansion, finally enjoying a completely safe night's sleep. In the following days, the protagonist uses his purplish magic energy on the outside of the isolated property, focusing on strengthening the walls, roof, and fences to create a truly unbreakable fortress. Taking advantage of the large structure on the upper floor, the homeowner adapts the wooden room, turning it into a comfortable hot sauna, allowing the team to relax in the middle of the apocalypse. Savoring a juicy slice of watermelon in the heat of the steam, the guy uses a pair of binoculars through the foggy window, managing to perfectly monitor all movement at the base of the mountain. Through the device's lenses, the guy notices something strange in the blizzard and mutters that there's a mysterious person climbing the frozen hill. Overcome by the extreme weather conditions of the storm, the small silhouette finally stumbles and collapses heavily in the middle of the sea of ice, unable to take another step. Rescued and brought inside the mansion, the stranger is laid on the living room floor, while the protagonist questions if his blonde partner really knows the identity of the frozen man. To explain the man's origin, the chatterbox reveals that he is Brother Chiang, one of the trusted henchmen who works for the mob boss who got the rifle for the shooter before the weather went south. Through the activated memory, the guy finally remembers the big, tattooed man from the casino, while the injured man slowly begins to open one eye on the floor. Confused and rubbing his own head, the henchman sits up on the sofa, questioning if he's still alive and where he ended up, being greeted by the blonde who celebrates his colleague's awakening with relief. In an aggressive reflex, the man grabs the fake millionaire's clothes, yelling and asking what he's doing in that place, forcing the con artist to tell him to calm down at once. Looking to the side, the mobster points his finger, immediately recognizing the guy who came to buy the weapon in the past, who introduces himself politely, confirming his identity. Sitting on the sofa, the chatterbox asks what happened and hears from the henchman that the casino was ambushed by military soldiers days ago, resulting in many injuries, casualties, and a very tragic end for their boss. In pure desperation at the news of the invasion, the partner throws his hands up in terror, demanding to know all the tragic details of what happened to his old and generous mob contact. The camera focuses from above as the man recounts that the leader followed the guy's valuable advice from the past and accumulated a colossal amount of supplies long before the world froze over. From the proud account, the image reveals the old casino base, crowded and well-structured, confirming that the stockpiled food was enough to save the gang and also help hundreds of needy residents in the neighborhood. However, the peace was utterly shattered when a group from the army invaded the place with extreme violence, stealing all the valuable resources while executing defenseless civilians in the snow. Protected behind heavy ballistic shields and walls, the mobsters returned fire to try and defend the frightened residents, suffering terrible losses and serious injuries in the confrontation against the military forces. Due to the overwhelming force of the invading attack, Boss Lou himself ended up taking a direct shot to the leg, falling to the concrete floor, and being brutally captured by the team of soldiers. Without a leader to guide the chaotic combat, the rest of the gang scattered, running through the blizzard and agreeing to regroup at a secondary hideout, where some of the supplies were hidden. Observing through the closed living room window, the man in the beanie reveals that the gang's secret meeting point is exactly one of the luxurious mansions in that same mountainous and isolated region. Because of this information, the homeowner understands the situation and deduces that this is precisely why the henchman passed out at the base of the hill as he was trying to reach the Allies' safe mansion. Holding the injured man's shoulders, the blonde partner fills with hope and asks if the mob boss is still alive, hearing from his colleague that the cowardly capture seemed to have precisely that objective. With a smile of pure relief on his face, the con artist takes a deep breath and celebrates the possibility that the big guy wasn't brutally executed in the military attack. Squinting his teary eyes, the henchman laments his own weakness with great sadness, confessing that he would have been gone a long time ago if it weren't for the constant protection and loyalty of his former boss. In a sudden burst of courage, the fake millionaire begs to be taken along on the dangerous rescue mission, making the mobster recoil on the sofa and call him a complete madman for suggesting such a suicidal idea. Yelling, the injured man argues that the army has an absurd number of highly trained soldiers and heavy weaponry, proving that a rescue carried out by just 2 civilians is something completely impossible to succeed. To motivate his defeated ally, the chatterbox points his arm, swearing to fight side by side until the end if there's any shred of hope. But the henchman just turns his face away angrily, telling the madman to go seek his own demise alone. Amidst the confusion in the room, the bearded ex-boxer approaches, bandaged, asking if they are talking about the same leader of the volunteer group, leaving the blonde intrigued by the unexpected connection. With a deep and very nostalgic look, the giant reveals that the mob boss paid his heavy ransom in the cruel underground arenas, granting him his long-awaited freedom from the world of fighting. Showing immense gratitude for the life saved, the warrior easily breaks the cast on his own healed arm, decreeing that he will also participate in the attack to pay his old debt to his benefactor. As the cast shatters and flies through the air, the fighter rips off his bandages and guarantees that he still has several dangerous allies scattered throughout the destroyed city who can be summoned for the imminent combat. Completely shocked by the revelation, the henchman points his finger, recognizing the imposing figure of the white-haired man, yelling excitedly that the guy is the legendary wild dog of the underground arenas with 30 consecutive victories on his record. Comfortably on the sofa, the shooter spits out his drink, finding the bizarre and animalistic nickname hilarious, forcing the big man to turn his red face away in embarrassment and tell the team to forget about that dark past. In an explosion of joy, the duo jumps up, celebrating the valuable help of the legendary fighter and praising his great loyalty to the cause, while the warrior grumbles impatiently, telling them to stop calling him by that darn dog nickname. Intrigued by so much irrational devotion, the protagonist focuses his gaze on the floor and wonders if this so-called mob boss is really such a just person to deserve that deadly rescue, while his blonde partner holds him by the arms, begging for help on the mission, just so he doesn't come off as a coward in the story. With a bead of sweat on his face, the guy squints and hesitates at the request, calmly reasoning that facing a heavily armed military base is something far too dangerous to get involved in willingly. Pulling his hand back with a very embarrassed smile, he refuses the team's suicide mission, explaining that he is also being hunted by soldiers and that he prefers to value his own survival first in the midst of this chaos. As the team walks toward the mansion's door, the con artist questions his selfish friend's final refusal, who decides to just offer a good amount of supplies from his invisible stash as a way to help the warriors complete the boss's rescue. Stopping the group in the hallway with a heavy hand, the ex-boxer holds the protagonist's shoulder, seriously emphasizing to his two allies that they must protect the hacker girl's magical secret and his identity at all costs. Back at the table eating, the rescued mobster devours a hot bowl of noodles while the homeowner instructs the starving guest to savor the dish calmly, internally reminding himself not to serve the lavish feast so as not to raise unnecessary suspicions. Showing the downstairs quarters, lit by a fireplace, the shooter presents the room, prepared for the new member to take shelter, reasoning that he couldn't display too much luxury to maintain a secure disguise of poverty before the guest. In another completely secret room, a veritable lethal mountain of heavy weaponry, rifle barrels, and thick ammunition is displayed, piled on the wooden floor, admired by the overstuffed tactical backpacks that were delivered. The mobster praises the guy's impressive military preparedness, but then asks in confusion what the real use is of carrying dozens of packs of regular cigarettes on a war mission like this. Through the memory of an old barter on the ice, the henchman himself comes to the logical conclusion that money has completely lost its value in the city, and that packs of smokes have become the main and most solid currency of exchange between the rival factions isolated in the apocalypse. Carefully and in a hurry, the long barrels of the large-caliber weapons and the sealed boxes of lethal ammunition are firmly organized inside the heavy transport backpacks by the rescue team. Positioned in the thick snow outside the mountain mansion, the blonde partner and the rescued henchman wave excitedly, promising the shooter they will return safely after completing the impossible mission. Before marching down the dangerous slope, the man in the beanie shouts a strong thank you on behalf of the entire volunteer faction, proudly guaranteeing that the whole group will repay this giant debt to the generous guy and his wife in the future. Not understanding the romantic thanks at all, the guy dryly denies being a married man, while the young hacker in the blue beanie questions who this heroic sister-in-law might be and points her finger directly at the pink-haired medic. Caught completely off guard by the embarrassing statement, the nurse freezes in place, her face flushing the color of a tomato, letting out only a confused mumble, unable to react properly. Desperate with embarrassment over the clueless mobster's monumental gaffe, the protagonist throws his hands in the air, demanding that the huge misunderstanding be explained later, while the small hacker observes her friend's frozen reaction, not understanding the reason for so much shock over a simple mix-up of marital titles. After the incident with the enemy invasion, the guy announces that he has installed some cameras at the foot of the hill to maintain better surveillance of the entire external area. Next to the young hacker in the blizzard, the shooter explains that he has positioned extra equipment around the mansion so they can have full access to the neighborhood's situation on the screens. With the defenses ready and the perimeter secure, he resumes his carefree daily life of playing video games on the sofa until the fateful day a new nightmare decides to appear. Focused on the television screen, the guy lets out a loud grunt of surprise upon being suddenly interrupted in the middle of his quiet gaming session. Running desperately into the middle of the room, the nurse warns that the situation is terrible, forcing the homeowner to immediately ask what the heck just happened. Holding a kitchen knife with trembling hands, the medic stammers the young neighbor's name, unable to form a complete sentence due to extreme panic. Faced with a tiny piece of cabbage on the table, the guy listens as the woman reveals that this is the last remaining vegetable in their heady-out, internally deducing that this is a true apocalyptic nightmare scenario. The shooter grabs the girl with glasses by the collar of her jacket, demanding to know how many vegetables and fruits are left in the stash, receiving the calm and direct answer that there is Still a good amount. Perplexed by the 2 shopping carts filled only with cucumbers, the guy indignantly questions why she only took those when she emptied an entire market, while the girl justifies that she doesn't like vegetables and focused on her personal preference during the dimensional looting. Leaning tensely on the kitchen counter, the protagonist laments that they are consuming supplies quickly without generating anything in return, predicting that they will soon be completely out of food if this consumption rate continues. In his mind, the guy reflects that he can currently only produce wheat, soybeans, broccoli, and meat using his ability, remembering with frustration that all his other agricultural attempts with vegetables and fruits ended in major failures. Staring at the small vegetable in his own hands, he decrees the urgent need to discover a method to produce more of that food, hearing the medic place the entire future and happiness of the group on his miraculous capabilities. Sitting alone and silent on the living room sofa, the shooter analyzes the leftover food with an expression full of total concentration to solve the crisis. Summoning his powerful emerald magic aura, the guy envelopes the green leaf with energy, begging for a divine blessing for the mutation process to work perfectly. In a sudden magical explosion, the food completely disintegrates into countless pieces of dark charcoal, spreading smoke through the living room air. Frustrated with the previous failure, the homeowner uses his magic again on the leftovers from the cart, cursing the situation for the continuous letdown. For the second consecutive time, the emerald energy reacts violently, destroying the target in an explosion of dark, useless smoke. In a tireless sequence of frustrated attempts, the guy tests his rapid growth power on carrots, potatoes, and peppers, yelling to try one more time after each magical shatter. Covered by the dense shadows of the apartment, the shooter sits disheartened on the sofa, surrounded by the black mess, questioning the real reason he hasn't succeeded in a single one of the botanical attempts. Peeking stealthily from around the wall, the nurse observes the guy's deep disappointment, asking with a very worried expression if he's feeling okay. In a desperate startle, the guy yells that they won't have any more vegetables to eat in the future, decreeing the group's miserable end, while the woman backs away, questioning the real need for him to exaggerate so much. Displaying the black hole of her dimensional rift, the young woman with glasses suggests using the huge amount of stored cucumbers for more tests, soon being supported by the medic who guarantees that no one will perish from the lack of other vegetables, since they can simply consume encapsulated vitamins. With the team gathered near the sofa, the nurse proposes the great idea of growing their own natural food, forcing the guy to cross his arms and ask how they could possibly plant anything with the completely freezing weather outside. Explaining her previous and casual experience, the woman in the jacket reports that she usually cultivates plants on her balcony throughout the year, guaranteeing with a smile that indoor planting is perfectly viable as long as there is enough light and a suitable ambient temperature. Through mental visual illustrations, she meticulously details the need to buy shelves, soil, nutrient fluids, and artificial LED lights, earning an enthusiastic compliment from the guy who immediately calls her a true agricultural expert. Excited by the plan's viability, the protagonist turns his head, leaning on his colleague and asking where they would need to go in a situation like this to get all these specific gardening items. Stopping her chewing of snacks, the neighbor with glasses casts a look of pure confusion, questioning if the shooter doesn't have these basic tools in his own invisible stash. Outside the luxurious mansion, a heavy metal shovel strikes the thick layer of bluish ice with extreme violence. Straining hard against the snowy floor under the extreme cold, the guy gives up the excavation, breathless, announcing to the medic that the ground is completely solid, preventing any minimal advance of the tool. Showing total confidence in her absurd physical strength, the nurse tells him to watch her movement carefully as she prepares her own wielded shovel to strike the frozen ground with force. With a brutal and accurate impact from the woman, the frozen concrete shatters, breaking the shovel and sending gigantic pieces of ice flying through the air as the guy watches the scene with a look of absolute shock. Staring at what's left of the tool destroyed by her own crushing blow, the medic wonders what they should do next, while the guy, with his hand on his chin, suggests they go back to the warmth of the house before they freeze outside with no results. Back in the warm and lit interior, the shooter approaches the young woman with glasses, curiously questioning how many cultivation containers she managed to prepare while they were out. Surrounded by dozens of cut plastic bottles scattered near the fireplace, the girl states she's not messing around with the manual labor, soon being praised and congratulated by the guy for her incredibly hard work. Analyzing the assembled and ready recyclable material, the homeowner thoughtfully concludes that the number of water bottles will be more than enough to replace the absent flower pots in the agricultural project. Being petted and praised by the nurse who holds one of the bottles up close, the hacker lifts her face upon hearing the guy point his finger and question the result of the soil excavation they had gone out to do. Sitting on the living room floor next to her partner, the medic in the blue jacket looks away, calmly explaining that the outside soil is as hard as rock, blocking any chance of manual extraction. With a metal rod in her hands emanating a bluish aura, the young woman with glasses suggests using those heating rods directly on the ice to try and melt the cold earth, deductively pointing out that there must be a practical limit to the continuous effect of the heat. Pondering the situation of the seedlings, the medic pinches her cheeks, lamenting the extreme logistical difficulty and wishing out loud that there was some magical way to instantly melt the backyard ice. In a dramatic pose, palming her hands, the girl points directly at the protagonist, summoning the so-called apostle in charge of the bathwater to use his true mystical power, leaving the guy startled and not understanding the new bizarre nickname. Immediately, a crucial epiphany hits the shooter's mind as he widens his eyes, stating with his mouth open that he perfectly understood the ingenious hint from his weird neighbor. Clenching his fists with a focused expression, the guy explains to his attentive allies that his skin emitted a strong red glow while heating the bathwater, recalling that the water boiled in an instant upon contact with that strange force. Observing his own scarlet aura flaming over an improvised metal pan, he intelligently deduces that discovering the physical principle of this magic's activation will be the exact key to melting the frozen earth outside. 20 long minutes later, the guy courts on the edge of the sofa, straining hard with his legs apart and complaining in frustration that he can't activate the red light at all. Exhausted by the useless concentration with empty hands, he scratches his head, trying to focus on his memory to figure out the exact trigger that differentiated the current attempt from that terrible accident in the bathroom before. Reliving the exact moment of the electric shock memory, the shooter's eye widens as he brilliantly associates the sudden discharge from the wet bathtub with the magical activation of his body's fire power. Turning his face directly to the young hacker, the guy shamelessly asks if his neighbor has any dangerous device capable of electrocuting him right there, being met with an apathetic look of total disbelief at the absurd request. With the rod in hand to illustrate, he clarifies the big misunderstanding, guaranteeing he's not trying to off himself for no reason, while the girl coldly suggests he stick his finger in a high-power strip to get a quick instant demise effect. Pulling a long object from her magical portal, the girl displays a low-voltage electric baton made for self-defense, describing the contraption as a useful basic shock magic staff. Holding the tactical and threatening baton with both hands, the homeowner questions the equipment's safety, remembering the real power of these immobilizing weapons, receiving an affirmative nod from his neighbor who guarantees it's an extremely safe and mild spell. Deciding to test the risky theory in practice, the guy's gloved thumb moves forward and firmly presses the red activation button of the stun gun, noting that he'll trust her this time. In an overwhelming explosion of electric rays and extreme heat, the protagonist's hand is completely consumed by the intense scarlet magic aura reacting to the defensive stimulus. Outside the mansion, facing the severe weather, the guy screams desperately, feeling the brutal electric charge of the baton course through his entire body under the heavy blizzard. Fallen to his knees in the middle of the completely frozen ground, the shooter radiates a formidable wave of scalding red heat that organically melts and pushes away the thick ice around him, gasping from the pain and with his glowing hand pressed firmly on the muddy ground. He mutters that he doesn't perfectly understand the principle behind this bizarre electrical activation but accepts the torturous process as long as the result melts the earth. To maintain the continuous aggressive magical flow, the guy again presses the blue sparks of the electric baton against his own arm and lets out a loud groan as he receives another voluntary and agonizing shock. From the colossal force conjured by the incessant red magic, an immense circular crater forms around the shooter, melting everything and raising a dense column of boiling steam that cuts through the icy night. With the temperature stabilized on the melted terrain, the protagonist's tired fingers sink gently into the fresh, moist mud revealed beneath the now extinct hard layer of ice. Displaying a huge smile of victory for the overcome ordeal, the guy raises his mud-caked hand and yells excitedly, celebrating that the extraction of the essential soil was finally a triumph. Back in the cozy warmth of the isolated apartment, the view focuses on the dozens of cut plastic bottles, dely-aligned and filled with the fresh earth, ready to receive the precious seeds. With the material perfectly organized, the medic asks which specific variety of seeds they will use first, forcing the shooter to intervene, reminding them that the internal temperature of the house is not high enough to sustain certain more delicate plants. Carefully analyzing the packets of tomato, cabbage, and eggplant gently offered by the nurse, the guy chooses those exact options for being naturally more resistant to the cold environment, receiving an immediate compliment from the hacker praising his agricultural skill. Following the logical progression of the planting plan, the trio moves down the illuminated stairs of the large mansion toward the lowest level of the architectural structure. In the spacious basement, lit by the fire of 4 intense heaters, the guy decrees that this isolated environment will serve perfectly as an indoor farm. despite showing concern for the real and lasting efficiency of the heating generated by the arranged machines. Crouched in front of the bottles and working the damp black earth, the woman in the blue jacket buries the small seeds and warns with a focused look that the cultivation will completely fail if the room's heat doesn't reach the ideal minimum. Emanating his vibrant emerald energy over the plastic containers in his hands, the shooter fully trusts his biological acceleration power and begins the process, cheerfully guaranteeing they have plenty of seeds in the inventory to test at will. Completely engrossed in the fine-tuning of his organic ability, the homeowner visualizes rhythmic videogame commands floating in the verdant air to perfectly control the inflow and outflow of his pulsating magic aura. In a thunderous, vibrant emerald flash, the leaves grow uncontrollably, sprouting from the bottle with a snap of pure magic, making the guy smile as he confirms the absolute success of the audacious botanical experiment. Exhausted by the great and constant expenditure of energy in his hands, he continues to breathlessly apply the repairing green light to several other lined-up pots of soil, confessing with a grumble that not all miraculous activations result in a perfect harvest. Effusively celebrating the hard effort with a resounding high five with the nurse, the team celebrates the successful birth of dozens of small, vibrant green sprouts lined up on the heated basement floor. However, the sad image of the plantation reveals that the great botanical victory was short-lived, showing the little plants completely withered and lying dead from the invisible brutality of the low temperatures that dominated the following days. Staring closely at the thermometer firmly fixed on the cold concrete wall, the medic touches the structure and laments with terror that the internal climate doesn't exceed the mark of 10 degrees Celsius, even with the 4 furnaces running at maximum. Disheartened near the dried-out bottles on the floor, the shooter calculates the urgent need to increase the ambient heat to at least 20 degrees for survival, being questioned by the confused medic about the practical possibility of installing more extra heaters in that space. Explaining the tough thermal physics of the problem with no easy solution, the homeowner points his finger, informing them that the machines have a maximum limit if the room's insulation isn't improved, seriously pointing out that this basement is already by far the most protected area in the entire mansion. In a sudden line of logical reasoning that flashes in his mind, he visualizes a small backhoe tirelessly digging the ground, associating the depth of the subsoil with better retention of warm air and asking himself if they shouldn't just dig an even deeper level into the rock. Worried about the plan, the medic asks if he really intends to dig a hole, while the protagonist assures her there's no problem, and that he fully trusts his physical strength. Displaying his green and red auras in his hands, the guy says he'll research if the lights are effective against rocks before they try to dig with brute force. Crouched on the basement floor, he concentrates the violet energy, deducing that the other two would be useless against the rock, but that the purple glow has the ability to soften the material. Using a metal tool against the floor, the guy realizes with frustration that the softened stone looks like mud but is still as hard as a normal rock. Sweating from exhaustion, the shooter mixes the magics, trying to reorganize the commands and combine all 3 glows in a different rhythm, but notes that all attempts resulted in failure. Staring at the dark remains in his hands, the homeowner concludes that plants turn into a solid substance and meat into a sticky liquid when they fail, suggesting that the lack of change in the rocks is due to the difference between organic and inorganic matter. After a few days of countless failures, the guy loses his patience and punches the ground with his fist enveloped in the intense scarlet aura, cursing the situation. Holding the crumbled pieces of the rock, he admits with relief that he didn't imagine the red light could break stones when it surpassed a certain intensity limit, making all his hard work worthwhile. In a dual charge, his hands covered in the flaming energy pressed down on the concrete floor with extreme force. Fully releasing the scarlet power, the shooter expands the magic's area of effect as much as possible to analyze the type effect generated in the environment. By the brutal force of the magical heat, the rocky surface of the basement cracks and shatters completely around the guy's body. Sinking his fingers into the destroyed structure, the protagonist confirms the absurd efficiency of his technique against minerals. Lying face down in front of the excavated crater, the guy pants heavily, lamenting that he's already exhausted after using the amplified effect just once. With his eyes rolled back and slightly foaming at the mouth from extreme exhaustion, the homeowner mentally questions how many times a day he could withstand that draining process. The image focuses on the open crater in the bare rock, revealing that from that moment on, the guy took full command of the deep excavation. Doing her part in the heavy lifting, the pink-haired nurse is tasked with transporting and discarding all the shattered rocks outside the mansion. A full week passes, revealing that they managed to excavate a new basement of 20 square meters, dozens of meters deep underground. In front of the organized seedlings illuminated by heaters, the team observes the new underground greenhouse, which was finally completed after some remodeling of the rocky environment. In a celebratory high five, the guy praises the medic's hard work, who promptly returns the compliment, stating that all the success is due to the shooter's great contributions. With a very focused expression, the guy mentally declares that the next stage will be his favorite part of all these last days of effort. Descending the long, illuminated wooden staircase, the protagonist carries large harvested vegetables, celebrating the excellent reward of that project. Climbing the steps right behind, the girls carry more food while the medic calculates that they will harvest these vegetables in 2 months if all goes well, due to the plant's growth time. Sitting on the floor surrounded by a green mountain, the guy notes that more than 2 weeks have passed since the decision to cultivate, remembering that the old stocks have run out and they've been eating only broccoli for 4 days straight. Chewing the repetitive meal with a look of total dejection, the homeowner confesses to himself that he won't be able to eat this for another 2 whole months. To resolve the situation, he channels his emerald energy directly into the earth, deducing that the same power capable of reproducing broccoli and germinating seeds must also be able to accelerate the growth of the new vegetables. Holding a small bowl, the pink-haired woman suggests to the guy that they also plant some bean sprouts, since they could consume them in just 3 days. Immediately, the medic's heavy winter boot slips violently on the edge of the steep wooden staircase's step. Completely losing her balance, the woman falls backward, letting out a frightened scream as she falls directly toward the protagonist, who is climbing right behind. In a nimble attempt to avoid the accident, the guy raises his hands and firmly catches his colleague from behind, cushioning the heavy fall with a muffled thud. Utterly embarrassed, the nurse bows, repeatedly apologizing for her lack of attention, while the guy turns his face away, assuring her it's okay. Pulling the guy's arm, the medic desperately warns that his nose is bleeding a lot, while the shooter tries to wipe away the thick blood with his gloved hand. Dashing up the stairs, the woman insists on examining the wound, using her medical authority, while the guy flees in a hurry, swearing he wasn't really hurt. Entering the upper hallway of the mansion, the protagonist suddenly stops in his tracks and mutters in confusion, asking what the heck just happened there. On the dark floor of the room, a huge, brilliant magic circle drawn on the floor emanates a cyan light, surrounded by lit candles at its points. Mysteriously floating above the ritual, the young hacker invokes, with open arms, the great eye of the Demon King, using the name of her own apostle. Wielding a modified drone, the girl continues her bizarre enchantment, begging for the entity to descend to the world in its omnipotent form to help her complete an extremely challenging mission. Landing on the floor with a clap of her hands, she commands at the top of her lungs for the 5th evil eye to appear before her as the equipment rests on the laptop's keyboard. Finding the scene ridiculous, the shooter questions if his neighbor has lost her mind, while the girl displays the small drone equipped with googly eyes, guaranteeing it's a legitimate summoning ritual. Sighing with relief, the homeowner translates the madness, deducing that one of the security cameras at the base of the hill broke and that her theatrics were just preparation for installing new equipment. The wide view of the villa area in the mountains reveals that the terrain has a cliff on one side and a single steep path full of buried cars for the ascent on the other. Walking heavily through the snow, the guy concludes that positioning cameras all along the access trail ensures the team can monitor anyone who tries to invade the mountain. Propped on a metal ladder held by the nurse, the guy installs the small lens on the rock, internally complaining that the devices break too easily due to the extreme snowstorm. Observing the fury of the cutting wind, the protagonist curses the harsh climate and wonders when this whole frozen nightmare will come to an end. Suddenly, a sharp, very fast noise rips through the blizzard, passing very close to where they are working. Surprised by the disturbance in the air, the shooter turns his head tensely, demanding to know where that sudden noise came from. With his backpack on, the protagonist focuses his gaze on the distant hills, noticing a dense cloud of smoke rising from among the buried trees. Clinging to the ladder, the nurse asks in fright what's happening, while the guy admits he's not sure about the origin of that huge amount of mist that appeared out of nowhere. Quickly descending the steps, the shooter decrees an immediate retreat, guaranteeing that the smoke confirms the presence of dangerous people in the area and receiving a consenting nod from his colleague. On the afternoon of the next day, the guy comes down the house stairs, letting out a long yawn, confessing he hadn't paid much attention to the strange event on the hill the night before. Kneeling in the heated basement, he focuses entirely on the small makeshift garden, justifying that his one and only real concern at the moment is accelerating the food's growth. Holding one of the plastic containers, he envelopes the earth with his emerald aura, deciding to first focus on the simple germination of the planted seeds. Staring at the small illuminated sprouts, he notes with frustration that the process failed again, calculating that the energy rhythms used for one specific function don't work for different purposes. Faced with failure, the guy takes a deep breath, keeping the power active on the plants, and accepting the harsh reality that he will need to discover a new magical pattern from scratch. Half an hour passes with the shooter remaining in the same crouched position, relentlessly concentrating his green light on the garden of plastic bottles. Exhausted by the immense continuous effort, the homeowner massages his own temples, complaining of a headache and questioning why the new experiment went so wrong. The image focuses on the dry earth, revealing that absolutely all the small plants that received direct and prolonged contact with the magic aura ended up dying. Turning his head in confusion, the guy comes face to face with the other side of the basement, where the untouched vegetables have grown monstrously and extremely healthy, dominating the space. Observing his own illuminated hand, the protagonist formulates a new hypothesis, deducing that the larger plants only need a tiny, weak amount of magic energy scattered in the air to accelerate their own development. Already on his feet, the guy tests the theory by spreading the light throughout the room and confirms his hypothesis upon noticing that the plants stop growing if the environment is exposed to the weak aura for more than 30 minutes. Surrounded by the huge plantation in the basement, the guy sits next to his partners, concluding that the lack of instant growth will force him to come down every day to apply short baths of green magic to the vegetables. Exactly 5 days pass, revealing a huge, distortedly shaped cabbage growing vigorously in the middle of the underground plantation. Holding the immense vegetable with both hands, the protagonist smiles excitedly, while the medic admires the formidable growth of her beloved Chinese cabbage. Examining the other harvested foods, the nurse questions worriedly if it's safe to consume such a deformed radish, while the young hacker agrees with the suspicion, pointing out that the shape of the tomatoes is also terrible. Through the reflection in her glasses, the neighbor's focused gaze announces that the worst mutation of the harvest wasn't those small imperfections. In front of a colossal green cabbage, the shooter scratches his head, asking if that size is normal, while the medic tries to justify the anomaly by suggesting it's a completely new breed. Hugging the heavy green sphere, the homeowner internally laments that almost all the vegetables suffered strange mutations and questions if the fault for all that genetic anomaly lies with his emerald power. Putting the shape aside, the nurse suggests a rich menu of pork soup with radish and beef stew with tomato, being supported by the guy and the hacker, who points out that she doesn't care about the food's aesthetics in the middle of the apocalypse, as long as it doesn't take them out. In a beautiful table setting, the large meal is perfectly plated on delicate dishes, displaying a hot and luxurious feast illuminated by the warm light of the room. Sitting together devouring dinner, the shooter concludes with relief that all the effort of those 2 weeks finally paid off, while the girl with glasses takes the opportunity to demand the planting of strawberries and sweet fruits in the future. Pointing her chopsticks directly at her neighbor, the guy mocks her, recalling her old statement about the group surviving only on synthetic vitamins, while the hacker retorts the provocation, guaranteeing that the evil god is the one who deserves the delicious fruits. Pushing a huge bowl full of greens toward the girls, the protagonist ignores the divine debate and calls out his partners for having already stopped eating even with so much food left on their plates. Sinking her face into her collar, the young woman with glasses shows a nauseated expression, confessing that she hates that vegetable, and is already completely full from eating the same thing. Chewing his salad, the shooter remembers the giant-bearded man's enormous appetite, imagining that the ex-boxer would be perfectly capable of devouring all those gigantic leftovers alone if he were present at dinner. The scene shifts to the guy's mind, showing a tactical squad marching in the blizzard as he worriedly calculates that the fighter's team must have already run out of the compressed biscuit ration he provided 2 weeks ago. With his gaze lowered and a very thoughtful expression, the protagonist just lets out a long, silent sigh, sincerely hoping that his former allies are safe in that hellish disaster. A gigantic explosion happens on top of a snowy mountain in the distance, sending a dense cloud of smoke into the air. Sitting at the table, calmly eating dinner, the protagonist comments that it's the 6th consecutive day he's heard that boom, which the girl calls the roar of the Demon King, and states that whatever is happening out there is none of their business. Stretching his body relaxedly in the chair, the guy concludes that this only happens once a day and that, in any case, it won't affect them much. 3 days pass, with the image showing violent ice attacks bombarding the external region very close to the mansion where they are sheltered. During another meal, the environment shakes violently with a new impact, making the shooter curse the situation angrily. With his hand on his head, the homeowner complains that the booms have already happened dozens of times just that day, without stopping for a single second. A metal ladder is firmly positioned on the edge of the roof, which is covered by a thick layer of snow. Climbing the steps, bundled up against the cold, the guy grumbles that he'd like to see with his own eyes what exactly is causing all this commotion. Now on top of the terrain, the guy lies down, camouflaged in the snow, to safely observe the area below. The panoramic view reveals an immense, destroyed crater in the middle of the frozen valley, proving the force of the continuous bombardments. Faced with more violent explosions sending up columns of snow, The protagonist wonders with intrigue what the heck is happening down there. Tearing through the gray sky, a powerful energy projectile zips through the air, leaving a long, luminous trail behind it. With the help of binoculars, the guy questions who exactly would be responsible for carrying out these attacks. Noticing the impacts on the hills, he deduces that causing such a big fuss would end up revealing the shooter's location to any enemy. After lowering the equipment, the guy concludes with a worried expression that even with a good distance, it would be a gigantic problem if those bombardments ended up hitting their mansion. Staring at the snow trench around the house, the guy admits he's not sure if the walls he magically strengthened could withstand a direct explosion impact. Standing on the illuminated roof, he assesses that the protective barriers seem too low and thin, deciding he needs to improve them a bit more. Gathering the girls outside, the shooter explains that he decided to build taller and thicker walls as a precaution in case the bombardments reach them. With her beanie adjusted, the young hacker questions what kind of material he intends to use, since she doesn't have cement in her portal, receiving only a confident chuckle from her colleague, who tells her not to worry. Just then, the protagonist reveals by pointing to the rubble that they already have perfectly available materials, using the stones left over from the basement excavation. In the middle of the blizzard, the guy instructs the girls to pile up all those rocks as the first step of the defensive plan. With a bucket in hand, the homeowner pours a large amount of water directly onto the newly assembled stone structure. Through the wet surface, he explains that as soon as the liquid freezes due to the extreme cold, everything will transform into a single solid barrier. To test its resistance, the guy strikes the structure with a metal shovel in a dry, strong impact. Analyzing the tool, he concludes that due to the absurdly low temperature, an ice wall reinforced with stones might be even stronger than concrete. In an intense collective effort, the trio works nonstop, building and raising the barriers to make them ever taller and thicker. To solve the lack of material, the shooter uses his magic to demolish the abandoned neighboring mansion to get even more stones for the construction. After 3 long days of hard work, a colossal and impenetrable ice wall is finally erected around the property. From the top of the wall, the guy sighs with relief, believing that with such a thick defense, they can finally rest in peace. Suddenly, a violent boom hits nearby, making the guy scream in fear and question if the bombardments have really reached their area. Stealthily crawling through the accumulated snow on the roof, the protagonist approaches the edge to investigate the origin of the attack. Peeking over the wall, the guy's eyes widen in complete shock at the scene he finds, exclaiming in surprise. Tearing through the storm, a massive pillar of energy plummets from the sky, hitting the frozen surface with extreme brutality. With the equipment in hand, the shooter curses the situation, noting with concern that the bombardments are indeed getting closer and closer to their hideout. In a terrifying dive, a projectile zips through the air, passing just inches from the guy's face in the middle of the blizzard. The shot hits the neighboring mansion squarely, causing a devastating explosion that spreads fire and debris everywhere. Consumed by the intense flames, the structure of the abandoned house begins to crumble and fall apart under the force of the impact. Due to the proximity of the attack, the debris flies but ends up colliding directly with the newly built ice wall, which holds firm. Without letting up, another lethal sphere cuts through the dark sky at high speed, heading toward the neighborhood. Kneeling in the snow, the homeowner maintains a completely serious expression, processing the gravity of the imminent danger. With his face obscured by shadows, the guy remains in absolute silence, just absorbing the destruction around him. Back on the metal ladder, the guy thinks with relief that the early construction of the wall was their salvation, because otherwise, they would be in fatal danger now. Dashing through the illuminated corridors of the mansion, the protagonist yells, warning the girls about the attacks and ordering everyone to go down to the underground basement immediately. Sheltered in the basement, surrounded by the illuminated plantation, the group waits tensely for 12 long hours until they decide it's safe to return to the upper floor. During the second night, a new violent tremor shakes the mansion, surprising the guy while he's showering and forcing him to lean against the wall. Desperate and wearing only a towel, the shooter runs screaming down the hallway, telling everyone to flee to the safety of the basement once again. On the morning of the third day, the neighboring house is completely pulverized by a direct impact while another projectile violently hits the hideout's ice wall, sending up fire and smoke. On the afternoon of the fourth day, the structure shakes brutally again, at the exact moment the guy is preparing to use the toilet in the bathroom. Sitting on the toilet, the guy tells the young hacker to hurry up because he wants to use the bathroom, while the girl, trembling with fear, retorts, complaining that he should have knocked on the door first. In the isolated corner of the basement, the electric heater radiates an orange light, trying to keep the environment bearable. Hurriedly putting on his combat gear in the room, the homeowner curses repeatedly, furiously stating that the team cannot continue living in this constant terror. Tightening his gloves with an expression full of extreme hatred, he He complains that having to hide in the basement every day prevents them from eating, drinking, and sleeping properly. In a swift and precise move, the shooter snaps the loaded magazine directly into his heavy firearm, confirming that he is ready for the confrontation. Fully equipped with a snowsuit and emanating his lethal scarlet aura from his hand, the guy declares with a killer smile that he's going to find out exactly who the heck is responsible for these continuous bombardments. Already outside in the blizzard, the protagonist waves to his two allies at the door, telling them to take care and assuring them he'll be back soon. On his skis, the guy descends the steep slope, leaving a winding trail in the snow under the strong wind. Breaking his descent, the shooter freezes as he comes across an immense, blackened crater carved into the middle of the white ice. Crouched on the frozen ground, the guy's gloved hand picks up a piece of torn fabric left in the debris. With the scrap in hand, he notices the traces of a military uniform and wonders suspiciously if the recent bombardments have any direct connection with the armed forces. In his mind, the malevolent figures of the fake benefactor and the military officer appear, laughing, which makes the guy internally hope it's not the work of that dangerous group. Walking through the battlefield, the protagonist observes the enormous number of corpses fallen in the snow, deducing that an extremely tragic confrontation happened there. To ensure his own safety, he decides to change his route and climb the nearby hill to observe the situation below with a tactical advantage. Crawling breathlessly through the thick layer of ice, the guy advances stealthily, so as not to be detected by any enemy. Positioned on top of the hill, the shooter adjusts his binoculars to his eyes to analyze the distant scene with precision. The device's lens reveals a gigantic frozen cavern housing what appears to be a heavily fortified military installation. Through the lenses, the guy curses angrily as he spots two huge cannons pointed outward, concluding that those were the weapons responsible for the bombardments on the mansion. Just then, his gaze is drawn to an armed platoon advancing silently through the entrance, forcing him to wonder about the reason for that team's stealth. Confused by the sparks of gunfire, the guy questions why the soldiers are shooting at each other, suspecting it's an internal conflict within the base itself. Suddenly, a colossal hurricane of energy and wind sweeps through the courtyard, throwing the soldiers into the air amidst agonizing screams of despair. Surprised by the violent explosion, the homeowner instinctively ducks his debris, and bodies fly through the air right above his head. Overcome by the air displacement, the protagonist loses his balance and slides on his back down the snowy hill, cursing the fall. As he gets up, he comes face to face with an immense pool of blood and the mangled body of one of the soldiers at the bottom of the crater, confirming the man's demise. Back to his surveillance with the binoculars, the guy investigates the destroyed area, wondering with surprise if that entire group of soldiers was annihilated in a single blow. Through the dissipating smoke at the base's entrance, the equipment captures the movement of some mysterious figures walking calmly out of the place. Intrigued by the exotic trio with colored hair carrying a heavy weapon amidst the ruins, the shooter mutters in confusion, questioning why such a peculiar family is emerging from a massacre like that. Focusing the lens, the guy observes a woman with glasses and white hair showing a very serious expression in the middle of the storm. Suddenly, the mysterious woman turns her head and gives a slight smile, looking directly in his direction. Hidden in the snow with his binoculars, the shooter breaks a cold sweat and wonders if he's been discovered, but quickly deduces that it would be impossible from such a great distance, and must be just a coincidence. In a careful retreat in the snow, the guy tries to convince himself that it's unlikely the woman noticed him. Through the equipment's view, he notices the leader with glasses calmly pointing her finger in the exact direction of the hill where he is. Immediately, the pink-haired girl points a heavy weapon forward, displaying a maniacal smile. With a violent boom, a huge projectile is fired from the cannon. The attack zips through the air and hits the mountainside squarely, generating a colossal explosion near the protagonist. Sliding down the slope amidst the debris, the guy wonders in shock how the enemy managed to locate him. While running through the snow, the homeowner concludes that this trio is very strange and decides to move further away to assess the situation calmly. During his escape, a sequence of bombardments begins to hit the area, making the guy look back, confused by the noise. In a wide view, several simultaneous explosions begin to destroy the entire ice-covered mountain region. Fleeing desperately, a group of soldiers is hit by the attacks while one of them yells that the enemies are catching up to the team. With no chance of defense, the soldiers are thrown violently through the air amidst the snow explosions. While the chaos unfolds, the trio with colored hair remains standing calmly, observing the destruction from a distance. Just below, one of the soldiers is mercilessly crushed by a large block of ice that rises from the snow. The force of the impact causes a brutal explosion that engulfs the soldiers in agonizing screams. Observing from above, the protagonist's eyes widen, perplexed by the surreal magnitude of that attack. Caught by the resulting avalanche, the guy is buried and mutters that this is the end for him. A colossal white wave of ice snow sweeps across the entire mountainside, dragging everything in its path. At the end of its journey, the landslide hits the ruins of a large dam and finally stops. The immense concrete structure blocks the flow of snow at the base of the frozen valley. The landscape calms down, revealing the wall withstanding the absurd weight of the accumulated ice. Under the white surface, a muffled cough echoes along with a faint scarlet glow. In a burst of red magic energy, the shooter melts the ice and manages to free himself from being buried. Coughing hard, the guy moves away from the hole and tries to catch his breath in the cold. With his hand on his neck, the homeowner gasps, grumbling that he almost suffocated in there. Stepping on a buried soldier and wielding a rifle, he thanks the dam for stopping the avalanche before he was dragged further away. Looking up, the guy recalls seeing 3 people at the top during the fall and wonders if they have the power to control the snow. Staring at the soldier trapped beneath his feet, the protagonist hopes that this man can provide him with some valuable information. To find shelter, the duo hides inside a small abandoned guardhouse in the middle of the ice. In the enclosed space, the guy keeps the prisoner tied to a chair while waiting for him to wake up. With his pistol in hand and shaking the soldier by his coat, the shooter tells the man to wake up. With a groan of pain, the soldier slowly opens his eyes, still dazed. Panicking at the sight of the pointed gun, the prisoner yells, begging for his life and promising to tell everything he knows. With a confused smile, the homeowner is internally surprised that he didn't need to use any of his interrogation methods, as the target gave up so quickly. Now settled in a chair opposite the man, the guy guarantees he will release him as long as he provides details about the woman and the youths. Due to extreme terror, the soldier claims that the trio is not human, as they use ice magic or energy waves and cause explosions. Lacking patience, the shooter tells the coward to stop stalling and explain each one's abilities separately. Starting with the leader. According to the soldier's explanation, the white-haired woman has the power to fire energy blasts capable of sending an entire platoon flying. The pink-haired girl, on the other hand, masters explosive magic, able to turn any object into a lethal bomb. The blonde boy accompanying them has the ability to manipulate the environment's snow and ice, creating gigantic avalanches with a simple movement. Shocked by the accounts, the protagonist listens as the prisoner yells that the trio is made of monsters and wonders if they are really that absurd. Creating a small red spark on his finger, the guy smirks and deduces that he has no right to judge anyone for having magical powers. With a focused look, the shooter recalls the young hacker and the monsters from the military base, concluding that there are many other people with abilities similar to his scattered around. With his weapon raised again, the protagonist asks one last question, wanting to know if it was the army that was responsible for bombing the mountain villa in recent days. Completely desperate and drooling, the soldier swears that their base was taken by the trio a long time ago, and that the squad was only there to try and reclaim the territory with the help of reinforcements. In his analysis of the information, the guy reasons that the constant explosions he heard were just the result of the conflict between the 2 factions on the hill. Standing in the middle of the frozen floor, the shooter pieces it together, realizing that the enormous number of dead soldiers on the hill was exclusively the work of those 3 people. In his mind, he visualizes the trio's brutal attacks, deducing that the incessant bombardments against his hideout were also caused by them. Losing his patience, the guy advances with his pistol, yelling that he doesn't know them and questioning why he's being attacked every day, while the prisoner cries, insisting he doesn't know the answer. Accepting the soldier's ignorance, the homeowner lowers his weapon and lets out a long, tired sigh. As he turns his back, the guy tells the hostage to leave, which makes the man thank him for his mercy over and over. Seizing the chance, the soldier runs desperately through the snow, thankful for his life. Suddenly, a boom attracts the protagonist's attention, who quickly turns his body to observe the street. In a lightning-fast attack, a gigantic energy blast zips through the air and instantly disintegrates the fleeing soldier. The residual force of the magic shot hits the guardhouse's structure, sending pieces of ice everywhere. From an external view, the small construction shakes violently under the impact of the surprise bombardment. Inside the room, the shooter applies his green magic to the wall, reinforcing the structure to withstand the strong pink shockwaves sweeping the exterior. Pressing his illuminated hands against the concrete, the guy tensely concludes that the enemies are not firing randomly and that the attack was aimed exactly at that location. With his body firm against the barrier, the guy indignantly questions how the enemy group managed to discover his position despite being several hills away. Far away, the trio walks calmly through the frozen landscape toward the bombarded guardhouse. Protecting his companions with a dome of snow, the blonde praises his older sister's precision, guaranteeing that his own defensive ability has also improved after much training. Adjusting her glasses, the white-haired leader analyzes that after the bombardment, the target's ability fluctuations didn't disappear but instead became much stronger. With the heavy weapon in hand, the pink-haired girl complains that the enemy survived the avalanche and the bombs. Doubting his strength, while the leader retorts that they have plenty of ammunition to eventually take him out. With a cold look, the leader commands a few more shots, warning that if the target doesn't go down, they will pursue him personally, while the boy agrees that letting him escape would attract more trouble. Utterly furious, the pink-haired girl yells, asking if they can defeat someone immune to explosives, but the blonde scoffs at her fear, reminding her that his own snow power is invincible in this environment. Obeying the command, another energy attack hits the exterior of the guardhouse, kicking up a lot of snow. Sitting exhausted on the floor of the destroyed shelter, the protagonist sighs with relief upon noticing the bombardment has ceased, confessing he would be done for if he hadn't strengthened the structure. With his gaze on his own gloves, the guy ponders whether he should attack first, even with 3 superhumans on the other side, deducing that if he flees home, he'll end up being bombarded every day. With a darkened expression and emanating his lethal red magic, the shooter decrees that the only way to ensure a peaceful future is to eliminate that trio once and for all. Positioned on top of a small hill, the guy carefully analyzes the battlefield with his binoculars. Through observation, he focuses on the ruined dam, detailing that there is a vast snowfield in front of the structure, surrounded by slopes on both sides. Mapping the threat in his own mind, he reviews that he will face 3 enemies, all of whom master dangerous magics of energy waves, snow, and explosions. Looking at the situation analytically, the protagonist recalls the explosive girl's maniacal smile, but confidently guarantees that his magical strengthening will be able to defend against any bomb she creates. The shooter observes intently through his binoculars and concludes that the white-haired woman can emit very powerful energy waves from long distances, making her a moderately dangerous threat. As his focus shifts to the blonde boy manipulating the snow, the guy realizes that this one is definitely the most dangerous enemy, being capable of creating gigantic avalanches. In his mind, the image of the kid burying an entire security guardhouse under the snow appears, leading him to deduce that the target could easily bury the dam, and him along with it in a long-range attack. With the heavy sniper rifle propped on the frozen window sill, the guy just wishes he could hit the target from very far away to solve this problem quickly. Through the scope, the protagonist admits to himself that he is not a professional sniper, and that he would probably miss the shot due to the extreme distance. Without moving his face from the weapon, he assesses that if the trio decides to hide in the hills around the dam, it will be impossible to detect them in time to react. With a sigh of frustration, the guy lowers the rifle and looks at the ceiling, wondering what other methods might be available to eliminate all 3 of them at once. In an attempt to imagine the trio falling into an improvised snow trap, the homeowner immediately discards the idea, as he doesn't know their route, and the boy who controls the ice would easily disable any such ambush. Staring at the immense frozen structure of the dam, he formulates a plan to lure the enemies to the lower level, and then open the floodgates to release the water and trap them with no chance of escape. The strong wind continues to sweep across the desolate, white-covered landscape outside the hideout. Already positioned outside near the concrete structure, the guy scratches his chin, trying to figure out how he'll lure the targets there, and who would be responsible for opening the gate at the exact moment. Faced with the immense wall of the dam, he notes that the floodgate is gigantic, measuring at least 7 meters in height. Analyzing the mechanism blocked by ice, the shooter recalls that in North Pole fishing, the layer is about 2 meters thick, indicating that the liquid water level must be above the gate. Crouched on the hard surface, the guy uses his purplish magic to melt the ice, deciding to investigate the lower level just as a precaution. Through the softened gap in the wall, he stealthily descends, reflecting that if the water isn't released at the crucial moment of the plan, everything will be completely ruined. Down the immense wall, the guy slides, using his violet magic aura to create a continuous opening and descend safely to the base of the dam. Now at the bottom, he applies his density alteration power directly to one of the large blocks, jamming the floodgate's gear. With the material softened, the guy easily pulls the structure, opening a small space in the frozen mechanism. Immediately, his hand glows with an emerald tone to restore the piece's rigidity and confirm the system is working. Crouched and very satisfied with the result, the protagonist confirms the presence of flowing water and decrees that victory will be certain if he can lure them to that lower level. Far away, the silent landscape displays the vastness of the snow covering the valley in front of the abandoned dam. With calm steps, the trio advances through the frozen forest, continuing their relentless hunt through the white territory. Suddenly, the white-haired leader raises her hand and orders the group to stop walking at once. Eyeing the mountain, she warns that the target is hidden in the second house above the dam and tells her pink-haired partner to prepare a bomb to send to him immediately. Adjusting their strategy, the woman determines that the blonde boy should attack first to force the enemy out of the house, ensuring the perfect opening for the explosive girl to act. Promptly, the kid kneels on the ground and presses both hands firmly on the snowy surface. By the force of his power, a colossal wave of snow begins to rise violently from between the dry trees of the forest. In a brutal explosion of ice, the avalanche gains terrifying proportions, advancing like a white, destructive tsunami. With great force, the mass of snow descends at high speed toward the dam's structure and the surrounding houses, sweeping the mountainside. Without mercy, the crushing impact of the avalanche hits the base of the constructions, raising a thick cloud of frozen dust. Hidden inside the building, the shooter fuses his green and purple magic auras to intensely strengthen the structure of his sniper rifle. Due to the tremor in the environment, the guy looks through the crack in the window and announces with a confident smile that the targets have finally arrived. Due to the force of the avalanche created by the boy, huge boulders roll dangerously down the snowy mountainside. In a devastating collision, the gigantic rocks hit and crush the ruins of a nearby construction, raising a lot of smoke. Protected by the reinforced walls, the protagonist's shelter withstands the impact of the snow and rocks that pass around it. With the rifle barrel positioned through the small hole in the wall, the homeowner mutters with focus, wanting to discover the enemy's exact location. Through the weapon scope, he scans the frozen forest, sweeping the white landscape and the dry trees. With the perfect focus of the lens, he spots the trio standing in the middle of the open field and quietly announces that he has finally found them. Without hesitating for a second, the guy's gloved finger pulls the trigger of the heavy firearm. With a muffled boom from the headiout, the golden projectile is fired at extremely high speed, tearing through the icy air outside. Cutting through the wind, the shining bullet advances like a deadly ray toward its destination. On its trajectory, the ammunition crosses the vast distance of the forest, heading straight for the small enemy group's position. Standing in the snow, the white-haired leader perceives the lethal approach and reacts quickly before impact. In a swift collision, the golden projectile is sharply deflected from its original route upon hitting an invisible barrier. To protect the team, the woman summons an energy shield that easily repels the bullet, generating only a small spark in the air. Under the bombardment of a relentless sequence of shots, the woman's energy dome blocks all projectiles, creating dozens of flashes around the trio. Realizing that the avalanche wasn't enough to bring down the target's headiout, the leader asks the pink-haired girl to take over the attack, being answered with great excitement by her partner. Through the scope's view, the shooter observes the enemy's movement, noticing that the girls are preparing a much more aggressive assault against him. Pulling his face away from the weapon, the protagonist displays a smile of pure excitement, guaranteeing that he had been waiting for this reaction for a long time. Without wasting a single second, the guy abandons the rifle propped on the barricade and runs swiftly toward the back of the dark room. In a nimble escape, the guy jumps through an open trapdoor in the floor, quickly descending to the lower and safer levels of the dam. Upon landing in the concrete corridor, his hands already glow intensely with the lethal scarlet aura, ready to melt any obstacle in his escape route. Outside, the fortified guardhouse remains completely isolated and exposed in the middle of the snowy landscape, awaiting the imminent attack. Through the lower tunnels with his backpack on, the homeowner pants from exhaustion but celebrates that all the curses and provocations he invented work perfectly to enrage his enemies. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl summons hundreds of small explosive talismans that magically float around her body like a deadly hurricane, making way for the colossal attack. The leader and the blonde boy jump back while their maniacal partner channels all her destructive magic. With an expression of pure madness, the explosive girl yells in indignation at the target's audacity for cursing them, promising to blow him to bits without any mercy. Suddenly, the young woman ceases her attack with a look of confusion, emitting a sound of doubt as she perceives an unexpected movement right beside her. Wielding a gigantic, newly summoned energy cannon, the white-haired leader asks in a dark tone if the team knows what she hates most in life. Consumed by hatred from the insults she heard, the woman fires the heavy weapon, yelling that the guy and his entire family are the ones who are a bunch of cheap floozies. In a devastating impact, the cannon's shot hits the guardhouse squarely, causing a gigantic explosion that pulverizes the entire armored structure on top of the dam. Through the air, the pink-haired girl laughs uncontrollably, calling the enemy ugly and telling him to get ready because she's not done with her attack yet. Down the snowy slope, the blonde kid desperately points to the bottom of the valley, warning his older sister that the target is fleeing through the base of the construction. Completely blind with rage, the white-haired leader slides furiously down the ice slope, yelling that she's going to kill the bastard, while the boy begs her to calm down. Along the immense wall of the dam, the protagonist's small silhouette runs swiftly, trying to escape through the lower level of the colossal concrete structure. With his powerful violet magic, the shooter melts the ice blocking the passage and intentionally drops through a hole, clearing the path with the energy beam. Now safely at the bottom, the homeowner displays a smile of pure victory and bids farewell to the enemy group, guaranteeing that the plan worked perfectly. With the mechanism unlocked, the dam's gigantic floodgate breaks, releasing a torrent of pressurized water with incredible violence. In a crushing waterfall, the water gushes from the top of the construction, rapidly flooding the lower level, where the enemies are focusing their pursuit. Insane with fury, the white-haired woman aims her energy cannon at the dam's wall, yelling that just one hole isn't enough, and that she's going to make several more. In a frantic sequence, the leader lands the second, third, and fourth direct shots, destroying the colossal protective barrier once and for all. Due to the loss of support, the entire dam collapses, releasing an overwhelming tsunami of icy water and debris throughout the snowy valley. With colossal force, the flood drags everything in its path, turning the area into a truly turbulent and deadly ocean. To save the team, the leader quickly summons her spherical energy dome, protecting the trio from the crushing impact of the furious water. Safe inside the protective bubble, the pink-haired girl excitedly points her finger, announcing that she has finally found the bastard, while the older woman just tells the team to stop. The white-haired woman touches the side of her face, stating with focus that there are no ability fluctuations coming from that direction. Looking back in the middle of the blizzard, the blonde boy asks in confusion, what kind of strange sound is that approaching? A colossal avalanche of water and ice violently plummets down the rocky slope, swallowing everything in its path. Descending through the valley, the crushing current advances relentlessly toward the group while someone screams desperately about the flood. Running desperately for her life, the leader warns that it's a trap and tells the blonde boy to hurry, accompanied by the pink-haired partner, who also urges him to rush. At that moment, a boot steps firmly onto an ice structure that quickly begins to rise from the ground. Using his power, the blonde boy lifts the team to the top of a huge frozen pillar while the furious current tears right below them. Driven by the brutal force of the destroyed dam, an even more gigantic and threatening wave rises, ready to crush the defensive structure. Protected inside a thick dome, the group cowers under the brutal pressure of the tsunami while receiving orders to move fast. Sliding over the violent waters, the pink-haired girl encourages the escape while the blonde boy complains, panting, that he is doing his best. But the surrounding snow has melted, limiting his powers. Overcome by the absurd current, the three plummet down the slope, sliding uncontrollably over the ice amidst screams of pure terror. Unable to keep her balance, the pink-haired girl falls backward while the blonde boy is also thrown by the impact of the fall. Spinning chaotically, the entire team is trapped in the middle of the water, an ice whirlpool, being tossed everywhere without any control. Quickly, the immense sphere of frozen water crashes with full force against the rocky valley floor. After the fury of the water passes, the reverb remains completely crystallized and silent under the thick, newly formed layer of ice. A wide view of the frozen valley reveals the immense destruction left behind by the crushing force of the broken dam. Leaning on his rifle, the protagonist pants heavily, deducing that even if he can't see the targets due to the hills, they will certainly freeze to death if they haven't drowned. Climbing the slope carefully, the shooter decides that he can now relax and return to the cave with the intention of destroying all the enemy cannons. In his mind, the boy visualizes relaxing in carefree days in a sauna eating watermelon, celebrating that his peaceful life will soon return. Leaving deep footprints behind, the boy's heavy boot advances firmly over the thick layer of ice. Walking with some difficulty, he laments the uneven terrain, wishing it were possible to travel over that snow, as if walking on a completely flat surface. Across the vast white landscape, the small silhouette of the homeowner continues his solitary journey toward the ruins embedded in the mountain. With an agile jump, the boy lands near the entrance of the large military cave, keeping his weapon positioned. Holding the rifle firmly, he analyzes the surrounding environment with extreme caution before advancing. Sneaking towards the dark gate, the shooter watches his own back to ensure he won't be surprised by any ambush. Peeking through the crack in the rock, he murmurs hopefully that the interior of the base must already be completely empty. Sweating cold under his goggles, the protagonist internally begs not to run into an armed platoon ready to execute him as soon as he enters. Suddenly, the boy's gloved hands glow intensely, emanating the powerful and familiar violet magical aura. Directing the magic against the heavy artillery, the boy decides to melt the two immense cannons first to permanently eliminate the threat of bombardments. Consumed by the density alteration, the heavy metallic structure of the military weapon quickly dissolves into a puddle of useless purple goo. Staring at the melted puddle, the protagonist wonders worriedly if the ammunition will explode after the alteration, deducing that such a noise would attract unwanted attention to the location. With his glowing hand, he decides to ignore the projectiles, logically concluding that without the firing weapons, those gigantic bullets become totally useless. Advancing through the darkness, the shooter hides half his body behind the stone wall to carefully peek down the long excavated corridor. Walking through the colossal tunnel, the boy marvels at the size of the military installation and wonders curiously what else might be stored inside. Immediately, the boy's pupils widen, demonstrating a state of absolute shock at the sight he just encountered. Faced with an unbelievable, kilometer-long arsenal, the homeowner curses, impressed by the absurd amount of colossal weapons perfectly lined up on the floor. With his face bathed in sweat, he counts his lucky stars that they only used normal mortars against his hideout before evaluating the destructive power of those giant machines. Leaning on the rifle, the boy stares at the human-sized missiles, calculating the damage those projectiles would do. In his mind, the image of his mansion being instantly pulverized proves that no magical reinforcement would be able to withstand a military impact of that magnitude. Overcome by urgency, the shooter advances and fires his violet energy directly against the metal structures, ordering himself to melt everything. In an agile sequence, the boy jumps among the heavy machinery, spreading his purple disintegration magic to destroy each of the artillery pieces present. Landing firmly on the concrete, the protagonist pants, tired, and declares that the destruction job is finally complete. Delving deeper into the base, he observes dozens of stacked boxes, deducing that there are enough supplies there to equip an entire military battalion. Walking among the wooden crates, the boy concludes, perfectly understanding why the previous squad was so desperate to reclaim that valuable territory. Standing before the cargo, he laments not being able to take everything with him, but recognizes the lethal danger of leaving that entire arsenal to fall into the wrong hands. Leaning against the pile of boxes, the shooter internally wishes that the little hacker girl were there with him so they could transport all that military treasure in her dimensional portal. In his imagination, his partner summons the Dark Rift, sucking the items perfectly, making the boy smile foolishly and confess that just thinking about that scene makes him very excited. Raising his head, the homeowner considers returning to fetch his neighbor, reasoning that keeping all those weapons under his own control is the safest option for the future. Decided on the new plan, the small silhouette of the protagonist runs swiftly through the long illuminated tunnel toward the base's exit. Suddenly, the boy digs his shoes into the ground, skidding abruptly as he notices several small rocks falling from the ceiling right around him. One of the rocks falls heavily, displaying the mark of a hand glowing in an incredibly dangerous dark red tone. Surrounded by the explosive stones, the protagonist widens his eyes and curses in pure panic upon realizing the trap set against him. In a devastating detonation, the cave's entrance is completely swallowed by a fireball and smoke that throws debris outside. From the outside view, the violent explosion spreads a dense cloud of dust and destruction across the frozen slope, proving the success of the surprise attack. Leaning on a rock with a psychopathic smile, the pink-haired girl mocks the target, promising to blow him up to death as punishment for trying to annihilate her team. Beside the imposing leader, the pink-haired girl confidently asks her older sister to check if the bastard has finally kicked the bucket in there. Adjusting her glasses frame, the white-haired woman frowns, emitting a sound of total surprise at what she just detected. Breaking through the dust, a secondary and even more brutal explosion bursts from the inside out of the tunnel, shaking the mountain's stone walls. Driven by the force of the secondary impact, dozens of rocky shrapnel fly, tearing through the air directly toward the enemy trio positioned outside. Piercing through the dark mist, the threatening silhouette of the protagonist resurfaces, enveloped in a powerful and vibrant healing emerald aura. In front of the darkened cave, the dust slowly begins to settle, revealing the unwavering figure of the shooter standing amidst the destruction. Completely bathed in the green magical energy, the boy displays his healed body, proving that his strengthening spell blocked the lethal damage. Analyzing his own uniform, the homeowner murmurs in relief, confessing that it was a gigantic scare when those little stones exploded so close. Holding the weapon firmly, he thanks his own caution, deducing that he would definitely be dead if he hadn't magically hardened all the clothes he was wearing. Looking toward the tunnel ceiling, the protagonist reasons that the trap fell from above, concluding that the enemies must be positioned exactly on top of the rocky mountain. Still surrounded by debris, the boy grits his teeth and curses the situation, irritated at being cornered like that by the adversaries. Raising his fist glowing with scarlet magic, the shooter mentally warns the enemies not to think they are safe, just because they are attacking from a blind spot. In an overwhelming charge, the boy's hand fires a colossal burst of red heat that cuts through the cave ceiling, rising vertically toward the surface. Due to the brutal force of the destructive power, the frozen ground at the top of the cliff cracks and glows intensely, evidencing the underground attack about to explode. Standing on the snowy field, the three superhumans are startled by the red cracks under their feet, while the leader desperately warns that the situation has gone terribly wrong. With no chance of escape, the stone ground completely collapses, throwing the white-haired woman, the pink-haired girl, and the blonde boy into a crumbling hole. Accompanying the trio's fall, tons of sharp rocks and ice blocks noisily plummet down the immense abyss created by the magical destruction. Plummeting backward into the darkness of the cave, the enemy team screams in pure terror, waving their arms frantically, unable to stop falling. With a very violent thud, the group hits the uneven floor surrounded by rubble, while the blonde boy complains of a headache and the pink-haired girl cries from the impact on her back. Leaning on a rock with a bruised face, the bespectacled leader raises her head, yelling orders for the team to get up quickly, because the enemy is right there. Standing firmly on the edge of the crater, the protagonist points his assault rifle directly into the hole, where the enemy trio just fell. Without wasting a single second, the gloved finger pulls the trigger, firing a continuous burst of bullets against the bottom of the abyss. Like lethal rain, the projectiles hit the ground around the three figures who desperately try to dodge the surprise attack. During the evasion, one of the bullets hits the white-haired leader's leg squarely, making blood spray into the air. Due to the impact and the uneven terrain, the entire team slides downhill, while the pink-haired girl screams in fright during the fall. Upon landing violently on the frozen bottom of the crevice, the two girls let out groans of pain as they hit against the rocks. Leaning on her own hands and panting heavily, the white-haired woman raises her bruised face, begging the shooter to wait a moment. Cornered in the ice pit, the leader screams at the top of her lungs, announcing the group's surrender to the boy's relentless aim at the top of the cliff. Through his goggles, the homeowner pulls his face away from the weapon, emitting a sound of confusion at the sudden surrender. Outraged by the situation, the pink-haired girl summons an explosive red energy sphere in her hands, ordering the bastard to let her sister go immediately. Keeping his eyes on the threat below, the shooter calculates that the explosive power of those stones is quite strong, but trusts that his magically reinforced jacket can withstand the damage. Still with the weapon pointed, he ponders that shooting the woman first would leave him no time to defend against the explosive girl's imminent attack. Following the same logic, the boy deduces that focusing the shot on the pink-haired girl first would open a fatal gap to be attacked by the white-haired leader. With a lot of cold sweat under his goggles, he concludes that throughout this standoff, he still needs to be very careful of any ambush coming from the blonde boy. To adopt a more diplomatic stance, the protagonist states that there is no real enmity between them, suggesting they can live in peace as long as they stop bombing his house. With her face turned to the top of the crater, the white-haired leader asks in confusion if he is talking about them bombing his house, thinking that can't be right. With an expression of pure disdain, the pink-haired girl asks if the shooter is one of the rich people living in the hillside villa. Completely furious, the protagonist yells, asking what they think he was doing there, guaranteeing he wouldn't leave his house for a spring excursion if he wasn't being bombed every day. Kneeling in the snow, the pink-haired girl pouts while her older sister demands to know why she blows up the boy's house daily, receiving the answer that blowing things up feels too good, and she feels uncomfortable if she doesn't do it. Through a psychopathic smile, the girl confesses that just thinking about the rich people in the villas makes her want to bomb them to death, forcing the boy to yell asking if she is sick in the head. After putting the pieces together, the white-haired woman concludes that the shooter has no connection to the soldiers who ambushed them, pointing to her own clothes to prove that she doesn't look like military either. Still with the rifle raised, the boy demands to know why they appeared at the exact same moment as the army, while the woman tries to justify herself by asking if he would believe it was just a big coincidence. A long and dense silence takes over the icy abyss while both sides stare at each other, maintaining the armed standoff. In a gentle tone and displaying a kind smile, the leader calls the boy handsome and apologizes, stating that it was all a big misunderstanding. Without lowering his guard, the shooter warns that he won't forgive them just because they are crying, rejecting the apology very firmly. The view focuses on the woman's bloody leg, revealing the bullet wound while she calmly murmurs that her injury is hurting. The scene suddenly changes, showing an illuminated door in the middle of a dark, underground concrete corridor. On a messy table, various medical supplies and bandages rest next to blood-stained scissors. Sitting on a chair in a cramped room, the protagonist keeps his weapon pointed at the trio on the bunk bed, reflecting that the woman remained too calm, even during the bullet extraction, which would make him scream in pain. Watching the pink-haired girl bandage her sister's leg, he notes that she is extremely experienced in dealing with bullet wounds, deducing in fright that those girls' pasts must not be simple at all. To finish the dressing, the pink-haired girl ties the bandage firmly around her sister's ankle, leaving the bloody dressings on the floor. Settled on the bed, the woman promises that the team will stop bombing his house, while the little girl kneels on the floor, thanking him for his forgiveness and completely accepting the peace suggestion. As a gesture of goodwill, the leader invites the boy to take any resources from the place to prove their sincerity, while the pink-haired girl protests furiously in the background, complaining about handing over what they stole with so much effort. Overcome by a threatening aura, the woman grabs the girl by the collar, ordering her to kneel properly and giving her a harsh scolding for causing all that misunderstanding and injury just out of boredom, forcing the girl to apologize. With a calm sigh, The leader apologizes for the little girl's insensitive attitude, while the shooter keeps his weapon raised, finding it bizarre how fast the woman can change personalities. Without lowering his guard, the protagonist points out that the woman always seemed to know his exact location, demanding to know how she managed to do that. In an attempt to calm the situation, the woman suggests the boy lower his firearm first since they just reconciled. Ignoring the request, the homeowner keeps his aim steady and answers dryly that he still can't trust them. Through a persuasive smile, the woman reveals that the tracking ability is a superpower technique, offering to teach it to him, which leaves the boy visibly surprised. Creating a small energy vortex in her hand, the leader explains that even before the climate change, there were already people with supernatural abilities around the world. Through the visual demonstration, she details that a superhuman emits fluctuations similar to a magnetic field, allowing anyone who can feel these waves to determine the target's approximate location. With his eyes on the blonde boy sleeping on the bottom bunk, the protagonist deduces after some conversation that he finally understands the basis for tracking other people's magical fluctuations. Focused on the information, the boy asks if it's possible to awaken new powers through continuous training, but the woman denies it, guaranteeing that the abilities are not compatible and that each person can only possess a single type of power. Filled with cold sweat under his goggles, the shooter remembers his red, green, and purple magics, internally questioning what is wrong with him for having 3 different gifts, and deciding to research it calmly later. With her hand extended in a friendly manner, the woman introduces herself as Jiang Roking, a former teacher, proposing mutual cooperation, while the boy shakes her hand and introduces himself as Han Feng, an ordinary former office worker. With a satisfied smile on her face, the former teacher points out with relief that the boy has finally lowered his firearm. With an expression loaded with malice, the boy gives a dark smile, demanding the woman explain herself for the previous offenses of calling him a cheap slut and an ugly man. With a loud laugh, the pink-haired girl points her finger, celebrating that her big sister wouldn't let the enemy off so easily, while the boy tightly grips the leader's hands. With a firm grip on the woman's wrists, the shooter asks if they are planning to die along with him, while the youngest sister summons her explosive magic, suggesting they blow the target up right there. With extreme confidence, the boy mocks them, warning that he isn't afraid of the little girl since he survived the previous bombings, even though he internally admits he would be badly hurt by a point-blank attack. Under a tense aura and sweating cold, the woman asks the boy not to misunderstand, reminding him of the cooperation agreement and demanding he also explain himself for the curses he threw at her earlier. Pulling her hands even harder, the protagonist plays dumb, asking what offenses she is talking about, and swearing he doesn't remember absolutely anything. Staring at the woman, he begins to flatter her, calling Miss Zhang graceful, wise, gentle, and every man's dream, guaranteeing the insults were just a big misunderstanding. Completely blushing at the compliments, the leader scolds her youngest sister, telling her to deactivate her power so as not to hurt their new ally, which leaves the pink-haired girl totally confused by the change of plans. Pointing her finger indignantly, the little girl curses the shooter, warning him not to think he is forgiven, just because he complimented her sister a little bit. Keeping up the act, the homeowner compliments the little one, calling the girl lively, adorable, and romantic, making her cheeks flush immediately as she acknowledges he has a good eye. While the pink-haired girl trembles with happiness at the compliments, the woman whispers to the boy that he won't fool her with pretty words, but agrees to forget the past rudeness, while he mentally concludes that the youngest is very easy to manipulate. Tired after the long day, the blonde boy continues sleeping deeply and in total peace on the bunk bed in the room. Ready to leave, the protagonist warns that he will bring someone in a few days to collect supplies, hoping the leader won't mind, while secretly planning to take the fuel for his own power generator. Lying on the bed in a provocative pose, the woman guarantees he can take whatever he wants and suggests the boy spend the night there to rest, since the early morning hours are very dangerous. With his face turned away in a sarcastic smile, the shooter grumbles with his eyes closed, deducing that the leader had planned things with much more depth than he expected. Overcome by a flaming aura of pure jealousy, the pink-haired girl screams, accusing the boy of wanting to spend the night there, leaving the guy totally speechless in the face of the tantrum. In a quick escape from the confusion, the protagonist slams the door, raising dust while he yells that he has urgent matters to attend to at home and says goodbye. Waving her hand, the youngest asks her sister if they shouldn't have talked about the superpowers issue with their new ally, but the woman counters that keeping the secret ensures he will come asking for favors in the future. Walking to the bunk bed, the girl warns that the visitor has finally left, ordering the blonde boy to stop pretending to be asleep. Pulling the covers to protect himself, the kid justifies that he hates talking to strangers, while his pink-haired sister sits beside him, asking if the excessive use of his powers that day caused any bizarre changes to his body. Without waiting for an answer, the girl advances aggressively and starts groping the little boy's body, stating that she needs to check everything with her own hands. Due to the invasion of privacy, a comic censorship bar covers the mess while the siblings continue fighting around the room. Pinning the boy face down on the bed, the pink-haired girl lets out a scandalous laugh, celebrating having found the weird growth right on his rear end, while the kid thrashes around screaming for her to let him go. Smiling at the confusion, the leader argues that they were lucky the side effect appeared in a hidden place, but seriously warns that they shouldn't abuse their magical abilities in the future to ensure their own safety. The scene transitions back to the desolate night landscape, showing the protagonist's small silhouette walking with difficulty under the heavy snowstorm. Standing among the frozen trees, the shooter pants heavily, complaining aloud that he is suffering from extreme fatigue. Inside the boy's body, his heart pulses violently and painfully, indicating an absolutely unbearable physical burden. Kneeling in the snow and leaning on his rifle, the homeowner sweats cold, feeling great discomfort and complaining he can't even catch his breath, not understanding what is happening to his health. In slow, trembling steps across the ice, he declares that he won't be able to go much further, remembering with hope that there is a hidden security camera just ahead on the trail. Walking with extreme difficulty through the blizzard, the shooter raises his hand toward a camera attached to a tree and asks for help, begging for someone to see him there. The security camera lens remains static, while the snowstorm continues falling around it. Through a monitor screen, the boy appears waving desperately in the middle of the freezing night. Far away, the computer illuminates a completely dark and silent apartment with food scraps scattered on the living room table. In the cozy bedroom, the young hacker sleeps soundly under warm blankets, illuminated only by small yellowish lights. Right next to her, the doctor and the white-haired leader also share a bed, sleeping heavily in the middle of the night. Noticing the lack of response, the protagonist deduces that everyone is sleeping due to the time and concludes that he is totally doomed. Inside his body, his heart pulses violently, radiating an intense reddish glow, indicating an imminent collapse. Amidst coughs and clutching his own chest, the boy groans in extreme pain, feeling an unbearable agony take over him. Overcome by exhaustion and the cold, the homeowner collapses on the snow-covered ground, completely losing his strength. With completely blurred vision, he gradually sees the yellowish glow of a ceiling lamp being turned on. Still dizzy, the boy notices the silhouette of the bespectacled girl shaking him frantically while she screams his name. With a violent jolt, the protagonist wakes up with a panting shout, sweating cold as he props himself up on his arms on the bed. Looking around completely confused, he questions what is happening and how he ended up back in that room. Immediately, the shooter pulls the covers up to his neck upon realizing he is naked, while the doctor and the hacker are startled by his sudden awakening. Holding a bowl, the doctor explains that she woke up in the middle of the night feeling hungry and ended up looking at the camera screen by coincidence. Through the woman's memory, she ran down the hill braving the storm, just to carry the shooter's unconscious body on her own back. Once inside, the nurse and the hacker strip the boy's wet clothes off to help recover his body temperature as quickly as possible. Leaning on the bed, the protagonist thanks them for their help but questions why he fainted, remembering the sudden chest pain. Then, the boy sits up and tells the two girls all the dangerous details he faced the previous day. From the clinical analysis, the nurse deduces that the extreme cold and exaggerated effort caused angina, praising his strength, while the shooter demands a bit more concern for his health. Opening the bedroom door, the white-haired leader enters, telling the other two to get out soon so she can grab the promised resources. To block her entry, the doctor warns that the patient needs absolute rest to avoid cardiac overload, telling the young hacker not to bother him for the next few days. As time passes, the nurse diligently cares for the boy, serving hot meals in bed and ensuring he makes a full recovery in 5 days. Now inside the hot sauna, the boy eats watermelon while the bespectacled girl complains about being abandoned by the Demon King, being cut off by the protagonist who asks for silence, because he is almost reaching his goal. During deep concentration with his fingers raised, the shooter feels the nurse's magical fluctuations and finds the weird posture her energy is emitting at the moment strange. Far away, the doctor is shown sitting on the toilet feeling cramps and wondering in fright why she feels like she's being watched. With his face dripping with sweat, the homeowner opens his eye in surprise and concludes, impressed, that this tracking ability is truly a divine technique. Outside, the freezing wind continues blowing relentlessly through the rocks and frozen ruins of the mountain slope. Walking through the snow, the enemy team finally appears with the blonde boy in a wheelchair, while the pink-haired girl complains that the target took 8 days to return. Watching from afar, the pink-haired girl is startled to note that the shooter brought 2 other people with powers, while the leader calms her down, reminding her they aren't there to fight. Along the snowy road, the trio slowly approaches the protagonist's team, who wait patiently in front of the mansion. Upon getting closer, the white haired leader greets the team, letting them know they came to collect the promised resources. With his weapon slung, the boy introduces the nurse and the young hacker as his superhuman allies. Holding her briefcase, the pink-haired doctor bows politely, wishing the newly arrived visitors a good morning. Faced with the introduction, the enemy group remains in absolute silence, just staring at the small girl with glasses. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the leader murmurs regretfully that she shouldn't have come there, while the young hacker breaks into a run towards them. Hugging the woman's legs tightly, the bespectacled girl cries out, calling the visitor sister, and asking what she is doing there. Completely perplexed by the scene, the protagonist, the blonde boy, and the pink-haired girl widen their eyes, letting out sounds of pure confusion. Striking a cute pose, the little hacker tells the pink-haired girl not to misunderstand things, guaranteeing that she is only 12 years old. Furious with the blatant lie, the pink-haired girl points her finger, yelling and asking if the brat thinks she is blind. Through the leader's memory, she appears crying and hugging the little girl, complaining about her sudden disappearance from the research institute, while the younger one justifies it by saying she went after a new dream. In another memory, the white-haired woman is shown lying on top of the little girl on the floor demanding explanations, while the hacker holds a pistol and confesses she just wants to be a useless person locked at home forever. Back to reality, the bespectacled girl clings to her sister's leg with tears in her eyes, begging for help. Understanding absolutely nothing, the shooter asks the blonde boy if those two know each other, but gets a negative response from the wheelchair user. To escape the cold, the entire group enters the dark facilities of the mansion. Settled on the living room sofas, the pink-haired girl points at the duo, questioning if they really are blood sisters. Sitting on the older woman's lap, the little hacker listens as the leader explains that they are sisters from different fathers and mothers. Faced with the nonsensical explanation, the shooter and the other two youths freeze completely, letting out murmurs of confusion. After adjusting the little girl, the leader explains that she was an orphan and was adopted at age 11, becoming the little girl's younger sister and creating an inseparable bond. Unconvinced by the logic, the pink-haired girl stands up, pointing her finger and yelling at the white-haired woman should be the older sister because of her appearance. Stroking the little one's head, the woman smiles, stating that the misunderstanding is normal since her sister is tiny and adorable. To prove the story, the visitor shows an old photo on her cell phone where the two appear together in childhood, proving that the short one is a year older. Peeking at the device's screen, the shooter finds it all ridiculous, internally concluding that the bespectacled girl hasn't changed absolutely at all since that time. With this information, the boy reasons that if the short one is 21, the tall leader is only 20, getting scared by her rapid growth. Bursting into laughter, the pink-haired girl mocks the duo, stating they look much more like a mother with her little daughter than sisters. Immediately, an evil and murderous aura emanates from the white-haired leader, forcing the pink-haired girl to stutter in panic, saying it was just a joke. Focusing her attention back on her sister, the bespectacled girl asks what kind of things happened after the woman abandoned the research institute. Noticing the protagonist's fixed stare, the woman tells him to speak freely, questioning why she is being stared at. Observing the abrupt change of subject, the shooter deduces with a sharp look that the leader doesn't want him to hear the details about this institute. Understanding the hint, the protagonist calls the doctor to take a walk in the caves and look for supplies while they walk toward the room's exit. Tapping her foot impatiently, the white-haired woman states that the two don't need to leave the room. Standing in the middle of the group, the young hacker decrees that, because they are companions chosen by the Demon King, they have the right to listen to these confidential matters. Coughing to cover it up, the boy states that since his best friend asked, he will just stay right there, apologizing for the interruption. Turning her face, the woman sighs, yielding to her older sister's request and deciding she will speak freely about the past. In a serious tone, the leader reveals that the research was a success after the girl's departure, but that the professor was murdered and the institute totally destroyed. Sweating with confusion, the shooter finds the summary exaggeratedly brief, lamenting his inability to process the absurd amount of information thrown into a single sentence. With a very calm expression, the bespectacled girl replies that she already knew all of this, forcing her sister to ask in astonishment how she found out. Adjusting her glasses, the little hacker explains that she already knew about the existence of factions capturing humans around the city, and that revealing their powers would attract these hunters. With an excited smile, the leader explains that the excessive use of abilities causes magical crystals to grow on the user's body. Lifting her own shirt, the woman reveals the crystallized scales in a pinkish tone marking the skin of her stomach, while her younger sister merely agrees with a murmur. Pointing his finger at himself, the protagonist interrupts the conversation, revealing that the exact same crystals grew in his heart days ago, and that she helped remove them, leaving the visitors totally shocked. Indignant, the pink-haired girl asks how she didn't know this story, while the white-haired leader confronts her sister for hiding such a crucial healing detail. With a very disappointed look, the bespectacled girl asks if the woman also already knew the technique of feeling other people's magical fluctuations, receiving a sincere no from the younger one. Huddled in a corner hugging her own knees, the hacker fakes sadness, asking her sister not to lie to comfort her, and begging for the genius to teach her this simple technique that she couldn't learn. Irritated by the cryptic conversation, the pink-haired girl points her finger and loudly demands that they explain everything from the beginning with all the details. With a very serious expression, the white-haired leader warns that the beginning of it all is a true hell, asking her sister if she is really sure she wants to hear it. Adjusting her glasses, the young hacker confirms firmly, while the protagonist is surprised, internally admitting it's the first time he's seen the little girl with such a heavy expression. Through a flashback, the woman recounts that at 18 she graduated from college, while her sister completed her master's at 19, making them famous genius researchers, which makes the shooter grumble that this sounds too unreal. Detailing the story, she reveals that 2 years ago their research institute accidentally found a super-human sealed inside ice because of her own power. Clutching her own chest, the woman laments that the previous year she and her sister suddenly gained abilities, but the youngest ended up disappearing right after. Through a violent scene in the laboratory, she explains that earlier that year the institute finally succeeded in the project of creating artificial superhumans. Displaying the professor's bloody corpse, the leader reports that the man responsible for the research was murdered in the women's bathroom months later, leaving the shooter and the nurse confused about the crime scene. Showing another body slumped in a car, the woman continues narrating that the other researchers involved in the project also began to disappear or be murdered one by one. With an immense explosion destroying the entire building, she concludes by saying that the institute was annihilated, but the trio managed to escape using their magical abilities. Analyzing the information, the protagonist questions if the assassins weren't people wanting to monopolize the technology, destroying everything and everyone related to the research. With a focused look, the leader reports the existence of an organization in the city called the Base, which gathered several superhumans, and that she strongly suspects they are the true culprits. Immediately the boy widens his eyes, remembering the platoon he faced in the garage, wondering if this base could be those same military soldiers. Sitting on the bed, the woman asks if the enemies he faced were from this organization, pointing out that they also captured a captain from the volunteer group who swore he wasn't part of that base. Completely shocked by the unexpected information, the homeowner yells, asking if she is really talking about the volunteer group. Trying to understand the situation, the guy comments that that prisoner guy helped an entire neighborhood before becoming cannon fodder, emphasizing that the man seemed to be a good and very cultured person. With eyes full of doubt, the shooter murmurs that it makes no sense for the volunteer group to capture people to use as the front line, since Brother Lai and the others wouldn't do that kind of thing. In his mind, he imagines the figure of a suited man leading a gang of brutes, questioning how the people of that group could have such a refined appearance. Faced with the mystery, the boy reaches out his hand and asks the white-haired woman where this prisoner is, demanding to be taken to him immediately. Walking down a long underground corridor lined with cells, the guy follows the pink-haired girl, who warns that the prisoner is locked up right ahead. Stopping in front of the bars, the girl tells the inmate they came to ask a few questions, while the man sitting on the bed calmly replies that he has already told them everything he knew and demands his release. Smoking a cigar in the dark, the suited guy plays the victim, claiming that the volunteer group captured him and his friends, forcing them to obey orders just to survive. Approaching the bars, the protagonist displays an ironic smile, confessing he didn't expect to find that guy there and mocking the fact that he became a minor captain. Sitting calmly in the cell, the prisoner has his face revealed in the shadows with his glasses lenses gleaming, confirming him to be the fake benefactor Jiang Shiyu. The homeowner mocks, calling the enemy a great philanthropist and questioning why he is stuck in a basement instead of leading his henchmen to a better life, while the pink-haired girl finds their familiarity strange. With a calm and cynical smile on his face, the suited psychopath admits he also didn't expect to see Mr. Hanfeng again in that place. Adjusting his coat, the fake leader tries to justify himself, arguing that in the past he had to try to take the boy's resources to be able to save more people, begging for understanding. Outraged by the audacity, the shooter asks if it was his fault for not handing over the food, while Jiang sweetly replies that that wasn't what he meant, and that he understands the boy's survival priority. Consumed by rage, the protagonist lowers his completely shadowed face, telling the enemy to stop with that cheap theater and asking if he looks like an idiot. In a sudden movement, the boy raises the rifle, pointing it straight at the prisoner's head, demanding to know why he is pretending to be from the volunteer group, if he had fled with the base's army, which leaves the pink-haired girl in shock. Grabbing the bars with intense anger, the pink-haired girl curses the prisoner, screaming indignantly that he had the nerve to lie to her team. Maintaining his placid expression and serene voice, the suited man immediately begins to formulate his defense. With his hands on the iron bars right near the weapon's barrel, the psychopath smiles, stating he didn't tell any lies, and that the real story is just a bit long. Through the fabricated account, the scene shows Jiang walking alongside military personnel, while he narrates that he initially joined the base and was appointed as a minor captain. The false memory displays a large battle in the underground warehouse where the prisoner explains that the volunteer group sent spies disguised as soldiers to try to take control of that location. Showing a look of pure boredom, the boy just tells the enemy to keep spitting out all those ridiculous lies. Staring at the shooter in a supposedly sincere manner, the bespectacled man laments that there is nothing he can do if the boy decides not to believe his words. Without the slightest warning, the protagonist's gloved hand lunges quickly through the bars and grabs the enemy's hair with tremendous force. In a brutal charge, the homeowner smashes the psychopath's face against the iron bars, yelling at him to stop with that act and warning him that he isn't one of the idiot residents who can be manipulated. Bleeding from his nose, the fake benefactor remains clutching the bars, swearing with a trembling voice that he isn't telling any lies. Due to the villain's stubbornness, the shooter pulls his head back and lands another violent impact right against the cell's metallic structure. Using a lot of force, the boy throws the enemy's body backward, tossing the prisoner to the back of the dark room. With a heavy thud, the suited man collides violently against the makeshift bed, bouncing on the mattress from the impact of the fall. Propped up on the sheets, the psychopath wipes the blood from his nose, sweetly stating that Mr. Han has misunderstood him and guaranteeing that everything he said is the absolute truth. With his back to the grate, the prisoner argues that since he is already a hostage and knows the boy is aware of his dark past, he would never dare lie, just to ensure his own survival. Clicking his tongue with impatience, the shooter displays a dark look, proving that his patience for that psychological game has completely run out. In a swift and intimidating movement, the guy pulls the bolt of his heavy assault rifle, loading the lethal weapon with a new round. Pointing the barrel straight at the enemy, the boy warns he will give him just one more chance to reveal everything he knows about the base organization, demanding not to hear a single lie. With a desperate smile and sweating cold, the psychopath raises his finger and insists on the lie that he was captured right after joining the base, justifying that he doesn't have much information. With a deafening roar, the boy fires the rifle and the bullet grazes the prisoner's face, hitting the stone wall and making the man cower in pure terror. Cold and calculating, the protagonist handles the firearm again, ejecting the empty shell casing to prepare the next shot. Positioned in front of the cell, the shooter warns in a threatening tone that the previous shot was only non-lethal because he believes the enemy still holds some strategic value. Keeping his aim locked on the villain's head, the guy promises the next shot will be fatal if the preppy guy continues to be useless and refuses to tell the truth. Totally overcome by fear, the fake benefactor cowers against the wall, trembling uncontrollably and finally realizing he won't be able to manipulate the boy. Walking back down the dark corridor, the pink-haired girl praises the shooter, calling him little brother and exalting the incredible way he beat up the prisoner, while the guy thanks her humbly for the compliment. Opening the door to one of the shelters, the girl excitedly announces to her older sister that they finally returned from the interrogation session. In the lit room, the white-haired leader and the little hacker wait sitting near the bunk beds, watching the arrival of the armed duo. Coughing to get their attention, the protagonist approaches and tells his bespectacled neighbor and the nurse that they will never guess who the mysterious hostage locked up downstairs was. Interrupting their card game on the floor, the doctor and the hacker widen their eyes in complete shock, hearing from the boy's mouth that the prisoner is the damn Jiang Zhuyu. Leaning forward, the white-haired woman asks curiously if the team knows the inmate, giving the bespectacled girl the floor to start narrating the whole story they went through. With her hand on her forehead, the leader laments that they were fooled so easily by the prisoner, while the pink-haired youngest points out she always thought most pretty people are actually bad people deep down. Explaining the details to the group, the young hacker reveals that the preppy guy is now an official member of the base, and that the underground hideout originally belonged to this very organization. With a calculating look, the protagonist concludes that the base's patrol team was being frequently attacked by the volunteer group, which is why the military was gathering forces to surround the opponents. Thoughtful, the pink-haired girl suggests that the volunteer group responsible for the attacks could be the faction led by Uncle Li Zhenghao, the giant ex-boxer. Remembering the confession under torture, the shooter reveals that the preppy guy guaranteed the current leader of the volunteers is the swindler Lazai, which makes the bespectacled girl label the information as totally impossible. Crossing his arms, the boy admits he didn't believe the report initially either, thinking it was just another of the psychopat's lies, and that's why he decided to beat the enemy up a bit more to be sure. Intrigued by the connection, the white-haired woman asks if the boy's team is also familiar with the volunteers, allowing the little hacker to narrate the whole saga they went through. Earning a compliment from the leader for their difficult journey. Taking the floor, the protagonist passes on the information that the military base established its main camp at the frozen international airport of the city, amassing a terrifying contingent of nearly 1,000 heavily armed soldiers. Through a grim image of trucks dumping corpses on the ice, he reports that the military seeks resources and manpower by using the youth in the army, while turning women, the elderly, and corpses into processed food for ordinary citizens. Holding her own mouth, the pink-haired girl holds back vomit, calling the organization inhuman, and swearing loudly that she really wants to bomb and kill all those monsters. Staring at the calmness of the doctor and the neighbor, the shooter asks indignantly why they don't seem surprised by the cannibalism. Hearing from the little hacker that the giant Junghao had already told them that dark secret in the past. With his teeth clenched in anger, the homeowner remembers the ex-fighter's face, internally cursing the bearded guy for hiding such vital war information during the time they spent together. Now standing before the team, the guy decrees in a grave tone that as soon as the base finishes annihilating the volunteer faction, they will focus all their massive military power to conquer the underground warehouse once and for all. Through the isolated view of the mansion on the mountain, he justifies his concern by remembering that their hideout is very close to that area, running the constant risk of being discovered by army patrols in the future. Wielding his rifle with determination, the protagonist proposes a tactical alliance to provide weapons and equipment to help the volunteer faction win the war, thus preventing the base forces from achieving their goals in the region. The young hacker, with her glasses gleaming, fully agrees with the suggestion that was just made. The camera focuses on the large metallic structures attached to the dark ceiling of the immense underground installation. In the middle of the kilometer-long corridor, the white-haired leader commands them to take all those cannons and munitions to bomb the bastards from the base to death. With a dramatic pose, the little girl summons her bluish portal, sucking in countless supply crates while crying out for the true evil eye to reveal its powers before her. Observing the impressive scene, the pink-haired girl praises the wonderful ability, emphasizing that this was exactly what was expected from the leader's sister, while the protagonist just analyzes everything in silence. Running through the corridors, the leader warns about the large amount of fuel and rations ahead, accompanied by the shooter, who points to another arsenal packed with weapons and ammo. Standing with his rifle in hand, the boy instructs the team to collect all the weapons and resources they find along the way, trying to remember what else they might need in that invasion. Through the dimensional rift, the huge blue box disappears, while the young hacker falls backward onto the floor complaining of being so full she could vomit. Gathered around the blonde swindler in the wheelchair, the leader hands out long-range military communicators to ensure they can all speak freely in the future. Sprawled on the floor with her stomach glowing, the little hacker cries, warning she has absolutely no more space, but the pink-haired girl and the protagonist insist she swallow just one last box. Desperate in the wheelchair, the fake millionaire laments that enemy forces have surrounded them, and that he can't find the ex-boxer, admitting he isn't cut out to lead anyone, but receiving support from his friend who tries to calm him down. Through the wooden window, the elderly man yells warnings that the bastards tied residents to the armored cars as human shields, and are advancing directly towards them. Down the middle of the frozen street, the military fleet uses the civilians strapped to the bodywork while a voice on the megaphone demands immediate surrender under the threat of opening fire on the rebel base. Through the greenish thermal vision, the soldiers perfectly identify the position of all the rebels hidden in the ruined buildings, proving their camouflage was useless. Cornered behind the snow barricades, the volunteers cower in fear while bursts of enemy bullets hit the protective structure, kicking up lots of dust and ice. Driven by the continuous attack, the projectiles tear through the ice barrier, violently scattering shrapnel in all directions. Watching the reddish thermal screen, one of the soldiers questions if the targets are really hiding nearby, since they detected no one on the way there. Sitting inside the armored vehicle, his partner tells the operator to stop talking nonsense, guaranteeing they just have to follow the captain's orders, because if he stated the rebels are there, the information is true. With his hand on the radio communicator, the driver reports the situation, informing command that the 4th Squad couldn't locate the targets in the designated area. Taking a drag from his cigar, the peaked cap officer receives the message and orders the team to stick to the original plan, advancing to the next street in the search. Sitting comfortably in the back seat, the commander demands the report from the other 2 squads, hearing the same negative answer that no one was found. Faced with the failure of the searches, the gray-haired man with the cross necklace questions in a provocative tone if Captain Zhao is truly capable of completing that mission. Through a mocking smile, the guy reminds him that the officer had already let a superhuman escape in the past and was punished for it, mocking the fact that he can't even deal with a bunch of normal humans now. With his face turned to the window, the military man justifies himself, explaining that the buildings in that old district are too clustered, making the search difficult, but guaranteeing the siege will eventually corner the rebels. Exhaling his cigarette smoke, the man with the necklace cuts off the commander's excuse, coldly stating he doesn't need any excuses. In a sudden movement, the man opens the door of the moving armored vehicle, warning he won't keep playing around with that incompetent team. With a snap of his fingers, the guy's gloved hand creates a small, mysterious bluish flame hovering in the freezing air. Once outside in the blizzard, the gray-haired man wishes the captain good luck, hoping ironically that he manages to complete the mission this time. Outraged by the attitude, the driver of the armored vehicle curses the guy's arrogance, stating the guy basically doesn't even seem human. Without changing his irritated expression, Captain Zhao ignores the comment and orders over the radio for all squads to close the perimeter, checking every house and basement in the area meticulously. Across the vast frozen landscape, the military vehicle fleet slowly advances, leaving deep tracks in the snow toward the old district. In a risky descent, the protagonist's group slides swiftly down the mountain using their makeshift snowboards. Upon reaching the base of the hill, the young hacker praises the blonde boy's ice ability for the fast trip, while the kid grumbles about being treated as a mere mode of transportation. Holding her younger brother, the pink-haired girl tells him to just accept the deal, justifying that she only helped the shooter in exchange for those fresh meat and vegetable rations that are so hard to come by. Taking the lead, the protagonist points the way, warning that they will reach their destination as soon as they turn left down the next street. With a strong kick, the boy's boot kicks open the heavy frozen manhole cover to clear the underground access. Before the huge sewer entrance, the boy explains that this tunnel connects right to their district, recalling that he and the blonde partner used that road in the past. In the darkness of the cave, the small team begins the cautious descent over the ice-covered rocks. With his rifle drawn and flashlight on, the homeowner warns the group to follow him closely because the underground paths are complex and easy to get lost in. Along the metal walkway, he announces that they will soon be under the district, recommending maximum attention against any possible ambush by people hiding. Upon reaching an intersection, the shooter raises his hand, blocking the way and ordering quietly for his allies to stay back while he checks the area. Right after passing through a large yellow grate marking the district, the team sighs in relief at finally having reached the sewer exit. Observing the vastness of the destroyed underground garage, the boy confesses he didn't expect to ever return to that terrible place. With his eyes focused on the dark environment, memories of the violent rebellion and Zhang's manipulation pass through the guy's mind, making him feel that the recent chaos happened much longer ago than reality. Curious about the plan, the pink-haired girl asks where they will look for Uncle Lee, remembering that the bespectacled enemy only mentioned they were in the West Zone without giving any exact location. An hour later, the army's great war machine relentlessly advances, breaking through fallen cables in the frozen streets. Through an aerial view, the protagonist deduces that following the military patrol route will lead them straight to the blonde partner's hideout. Positioned on the edge of the ruined building, the pink-haired girl complains about the delay, questioning where the rebel faction would be hiding after so much time being chased. Suddenly, a violent roar catches the shooter's attention, and he points to the smoke rising on the horizon, announcing a distant explosion. Driven by the attack's force, concrete debris flies through the air while fire consumes the structure of one of the residential blocks. Using the binocular's lens, the boy spots the volunteers shooting from the upper floors, deducing that his blonde friend's group is fighting back against the base troops. Analyzing the tactical formation below, he corrects his own theory, warning that in reality, the volunteer faction has been completely cornered by the armored vehicles. Cornered on top of the building, the older men observe the military fleet parked on the street with expressions of pure despair. In a defiant attitude, the elderly man with a beanie yells into the megaphone, cursing the army bastards and provoking the enemies to try to kill him if they are capable. Moved by the leader's courage, the other residents raise their makeshift weapons and throw rocks, yelling in unison that they will never surrender and will take some enemies to the grave with them. Inside the armored vehicle, the officer orders over the radio for the team to shoot to kill all targets, being questioned by a subordinate who remembers the higher-up order to recover the mithril stolen by the volunteers. With his cigar in his mouth, Captain Zhao justifies the massacre by recalling the sacrificed soldiers and decreeing that since the rebels refused to surrender, they deserve to die. Complying with the merciless order, the cannons of the war tanks are raised, aiming directly at the bullet-riddled building. Kneeling on the snowy field, the infantry soldiers aim their rocket launchers at the structure, just waiting for the attack command. With a cold and sadistic look, the captain issues the single fatal order, demanding the team open fire immediately. In a deafening explosion, the projectiles hit the building squarely, tearing the concrete apart and raising huge columns of fire on the facade. Caught completely by surprise by the impact, the military captain widens his eyes at the armored vehicle's window, demanding to know what the hell just happened. Like a lethal rain, a true battery of grenades falls mercilessly upon the parked fleet while the soldiers scream in panic. Laughing maniacally, the young hacker throws the bombs taken from her dimensional portal, mocking the losers, while the shooter positions himself beside her with his rifle drawn. Due to the chain detonation, the armored vehicles are swallowed by gigantic fireballs, throwing the military men through the air amidst agonizing screams. Holding his military cap, Captain Jia recognizes the figure of the boy on top of the neighboring building, yelling furiously at crossing paths with him once again. Over the radio, the commander deduces that the ambush is a distraction to save the rebel faction, but decides to focus on capturing the boy because he is a valuable human who would bring him much prestige with the high command. In a sudden maneuver, the captain's armored vehicle accelerates through the snow while he orders his team to ignore the volunteers and focus all forces on hunting down the damn kid. The great war machine advances down the abandoned street, cutting through the landscape of fallen poles and dark ruins of the old district. With the megaphone on the vehicle's roof, the soldier tries to negotiate a surrender, offering the protagonist the second in command position if he agrees to join the base's army. During the chase down the frozen road, the blonde boy complains indignantly that using a child like him as bait to attract enemies is a completely inhumane attitude. Giving no quarter, the armored vehicle relentlessly accelerates over the snowy asphalt, keeping the chase close. In an agile maneuver, the blonde kid pulls the little hacker girl and the two throw themselves behind a large ice barricade, escaping the vehicle's line of sight. Positioned on top of a nearby structure, the protagonist, the white-haired leader, and the pink-haired girl watch the enemy fleet drive by, falling straight into the trap. Unaware, the military fleet advances to the middle of the blocked intersection, becoming completely surrounded by the rebel team in the middle of the ice. It all starts with the blonde partner crying tears of joy as he hugs the shooter and thanks him for being alive thanks to him, receiving the answer that they should talk about it later since they aren't in a safe place. Surrounded by members of the volunteer group who ask who the newcomer is, the fake millionaire introduces his friend as Brother Han Feng, ensuring they are brothers who live and die together. Pointing behind him, the homeowner tells the team to follow him because he prepared some good things, while the partner asks what kind of resources he brought, since all the brothers have been starving for a long time. At the revelation, the blonde swindler's face is illuminated by a strong yellow flash as he displays an expression of absolute shock. Completely perplexed by the sight, the men of the volunteer group stare at the massive military cannons covered in snow, yelling to ask why there is heavy artillery in a place like that. Calmly, the protagonist explains that he asked the high school girl to position the cannons there earlier to not reveal her magical ability, making his ally agree immediately. Positioned next to the heavy machinery, the shooter raises his fist and rallies the volunteer group brothers for the counterattack, decreeing it is time to turn the base bastards into ashes. With a war cry in the middle of the blizzard, he orders the team to blow the enemies to pieces. On top of the cannon, the little bespectacled hacker strikes a dramatic pose, proclaiming herself to be an apostle chosen by the tyrant's evil eye and threatening to rain the purifying fire of karma upon that world. Below her, the homeowner tells the girl to stop acting, while the men praise him for being so cool, forcing one of them to ask what the little girl is, saying and hearing from his colleague that it's called youthful delusion. Grabbing his friend's arms with intense excitement, the blonde boy begs to be taught how to shoot, that thing to send the sons of bitches straight to hell. Sweating cold with an embarrassed look, the guy confesses he only brought the weapon and asks why his colleague thought he would know how to fire a cannon, receiving a scolding from the swindler who demands a bit more reliability. Admitting his own limitation, the shooter says he only knows how to shoot a pistol and has only seen cannons on television, prompting the blonde boy to suggest they just flee since they overestimated their friend's capability. With cheeks flushed from the cold, a young man raises his hand timidly in the middle of the group, revealing he used to be a military gunner and surprising the protagonist who didn't expect to find that kind of talent there. Excited by their salvation, the volunteers push the boy toward the equipment, telling him to stay sharp and not embarrass them while they prepare the attack. Analyzing the machine, the young gunner begins giving a technical lecture on the cannon's caliber and range, irritating his partners, who tell him to stop the lesson and just shoot already. With his finger pointed, The protagonist shows the ruined building just ahead, warning the gunner that the base personnel are hiding exactly inside it right now. The view focuses on the frozen and destroyed structure of the building erected in the middle of the snowy landscape. Curious about his friend's certainty, the fake millionaire asks how he knows the enemies are in that building. Hearing the boy say with a smirk that he left something very good for them inside. Through the scope, the image shows the military vehicles parked around the building, while the shooter guarantees that once the targets see the bait, they won't be able to leave. Inside the ruins, a group of armed soldiers reports to the captain that they lost the main target, but warns they made a new discovery on site. Walking through the dark warehouse, the military team shines lights on several stacked barrels, reporting they found lots of fuel and food while wondering who would store so many supplies there. Intrigued by the scene, the peaked captain questions if that place could be a rebel hideout. Hearing a subordinate ask what they should do with all that material. With an authoritative posture, the officer orders the team to check the surroundings for traps and, once they confirm security, take everything with them. Staring seriously at the barrels, he justifies the decision, recalling that supplies are very scarce, and he has no reason to ignore fuel and food, regardless of where they came from. Walking among the metallic containers, the captain stops suddenly, noticing something strange and asking if that really is just fuel. The officer's face contorts in pure shock, veins popping and eyes wide upon realizing the imminent danger of the situation. Yelling, he questions if it could be an ambush, while the team remains near the suspicious barrels. Far away, the protagonist throws his arm down violently, giving the final order for the gunner to open fire. With a deafening roar, the huge military cannon fires into the blizzard, launching the lethal projectile at high speed. Outside the building, the platoon of soldiers stands idle next to their snow-covered armored vehicles. Suddenly, the military men look up as they hear the high-pitched sound of the projectile, cutting through the sky towards them. In a devastating collision, the artillery strike hits the center of the enemy formation, initiating a series of detonations. The impact creates a colossal fireball that explodes brutally against the frozen ground. Pushed by the shockwave, the soldiers are thrown through the air, screaming in agony as the explosion consumes them. The external area is entirely swallowed by intense flames, destroying the vehicles and henchmen in the blink of an eye. Inside the building, the captain lets out a scream of terror as the bombardment hits the structure around him. Hit by the fire, the hidden barrels detonate in a gigantic secondary explosion, burning the soldiers alive inside the warehouse. Surrounded by the flaming inferno, the peaked cap officer murmurs with a defeated expression that they are finished. From the chain reaction, the entire facade of the building is blown out from the inside, sending burning concrete blocks flying. An immense cloud of black smoke and fire rises to the heavens, marking the complete destruction of the enemy hideout. Sustaining the attack, the young gunner continues firing the cannon non-stop into the blizzard. Covering his ears from the deafening noise, the blonde partner yells that the shot was incredible, while the protagonist yells back complaining he can't hear anything. Desperate, the gunner warns that their position was exposed after the shots, and that since they are out of ammo, they need to get out of there very fast. 10 minutes later, the ruined structure of the building collapses completely amidst the flames, accompanied by a maniacal laugh echoing in the background. Celebrating the victory, the volunteers jump for joy around the cannon, laughing that the enemies got what they deserved and calling Brother Han a badass idol. Grabbing his blonde colleague by the collar, the shooter tells him to stop stalling and warns that their position has been exposed, demanding they take the chance to escape. Raising his arms, the swindler asks the team to take the cannon with them, but the protagonist counters that the machinery is too heavy and has already sunk deep into the snow. To solve the problem, the homeowner suggests they abandon the weapon and plant landmines around it, guaranteeing the enemies will explode when they come looking. Promptly obeying the order, the men of the group kneel in the snow and begin burying the explosives around the cannon's wheels. Once sitting on the frozen ground, the protagonist asks his blonde partner how the mission to rescue Boss Liu is going. With a serious look, the swindler explains they don't know where the boss is being held hostage because they spent the last few days only capturing enemy men to gather information. Understanding the strategy of attacking patrols, the shooter asks about the whereabouts of bearded Uncle Junghao, finding it strange not to have seen him around. Through the blizzard, the blonde answers that they split up earlier and lost contact, but reassures his friend, saying they will find him soon, and suggests they return to the Xingfu district to rest. Agreeing with the plan, the boy reveals he left many weapons and supplies in the underground garage of the complex, guaranteeing the group will be armed to the teeth. Moved by the gift, the fake millionaire high-fives his friend, immensely thanking him for the vital help. The view cuts to the ruins of the apocalyptic city, showing buildings buried under the continuous snowstorm. Walking down the destroyed street, a new military patrol finds the abandoned weaponry and reports to the captain that they found the cannon that bombed them. In a wheelchair and covered in bandages, the enemy officer smokes his cigar and ironizes the fact that they finally found the weapon. Completely infuriated, he yells at his subordinate, calling him useless, asking if the order was to find the cannon or the bastards who fired it, swearing to blow them to pieces. Suddenly, a soldier's heavy boot steps on a wire hidden in the snow near the cannon's wheel, triggering a metallic click. With his cigar in his mouth, the wounded captain locks his eyes and immediately realizes what that sound means. Sweating cold, he simply mutters a curse, understanding they have fallen into a fatal trap. A colossal explosion erupts from the ground, swallowing the entire platoon in a gigantic fireball and destruction. From atop a distant hill, the protagonist watches the column of flames rising on the horizon of the frozen city. Holding the detonator remote, he flashes a smirk and comments that the landmines detonated, cynically wondering who the unlucky guy was this time. Approaching from behind, the blonde partner calls out to his friend, asking what he is doing out there and telling him to come back in to keep drinking. The wide shot reveals the block structure of the underground garage, now serving as a safe hideout for the rebel group. Inside the heated room, the volunteers enthusiastically toast around an electric stove, enjoying a feast of meat and drinks with great joy. Returning to the explosion site, the smoke dissipates to reveal the blackened crater and soldiers' bodies scattered across the ice. Walking through the destroyed area, the military commander orders the team to clean up the bodies and scattered pieces, coldly justifying that food is scarce these days. Over the radio, a soldier reports that Captain Joe was ambushed and died heroically, while the officer stares at a totally charred and frozen corpse, lamenting the waste. With a wicked smile and psychopathic look, the commander takes control of the situation and orders the subordinate to take over the unit, demanding they find the key. The scenery changes to an elegant abandoned panoramic cafe, now transformed into a temporary command post for the 3rd Enemy Brigade. Sitting comfortably at a table with a hot drink, the new brigade captain, Zhang Dongsu, observes the destroyed city through the large glass window of the venue. Enjoying his coffee peacefully, the new captain concludes that only a fool would go out to work in the middle of that blizzard, and decides to enjoy his drink first. With his eyes closed, he savors the moment of peace and silence. Soon the officer orders the squads to gather and divide into 3-man teams to conduct a careful search without slacking off, receiving quick agreement from his subordinate. At this, the subordinates internally grumble, remembering that the old Captain Joe always shared the hardships with the team, while this new boss only knows how to relax and enjoy life. On the table, a tray with fresh, well-prepared food rests next to the frozen window. Picking up a piece of food with his gloved hands, the captain deduces that as soon as the rebel volunteer group runs out of food, they will leave their hideouts to look for something. Watching the patrol trudge with difficulty through the heavy snow outside, he guarantees he will be able to locate the enemies as soon as they attack the search teams. Totally enchanted by the flavor, the preppy guy chews his meal in wonder, emphasizing that only a superior person like him can afford the luxury of eating such delicious rice in these times. Focusing on the frozen ruins of the city, the officer mocks, imagining that the rebellion bastards must be chewing on snow by now to survive. Completely contradicting the enemy's expectation, the volunteers' hideout displays an abundant and well-lit banquet where men complain of being stuffed after spending the whole night eating and drinking non-stop. With tears of joy streaming down their faces, the guys devour the meats, celebrating that it's the first time they've tasted such luxury since the freezing began, and stating they could die with no regrets after eating so many fresh vegetables. In an excited toast, one of the members raises his skewer, yelling that everyone is willing to accept Hanfang as their great leader, while the protagonist gets embarrassed, mentally questioning if that team has any dignity at all. Next to his blonde partner, the boy comments on his feeling that these guys aren't very reliable since they'll call anyone boss. Hearing from his friend not to worry because the rookies were recently recruited and are still very inexperienced in the apocalypse. With a malicious smile, the swindler points his finger, reminding him that the guys have already accepted him as leader and demanding the shooter show some goodwill towards the group, while the homeowner remains completely silent. Pulling a luxurious pack from his coat, our hero shows off the expensive brand cigarettes, asking if the brothers would like a smoke, leaving the surrounding men completely slack-jawed at the offer. Desperate for the valuable reward, the faction members rush forward, drooling to grab the cigarettes immediately. Scattered across the sofas and boxes in the hideout, the entire group enjoys their smoke, relaxing comfortably in the heated environment. Blowing smoke into the air, the men praise the quality of the expensive brand, highlighting their deep relief after going almost an entire month without taking a single drag. Revolted by the toxic cloud, the two girls put on gas masks and cough heavily, cursing the men's lack of manners for smoking in front of a child and calling that place a demon's den. Adjusting his snow gear, the protagonist announces he has fulfilled his part of the request and is going home, while the blonde partner agrees with his departure. Standing with his backpack, the boy explains that the only reason he went there was to deliver supplies to everyone, and that his job is done, forcing the swindler to ask in shock why he is leaving so soon. With a cautious smile, the shooter justifies that he also recently picked a fight with the base and needs to run back to prevent any accidents from happening at his hideout. Shocked by the information, the fake millionaire's eyes widen, stuttering as he asks if the military discovered the exact location of the luxurious mountain villa. The homeowner turns his back to the team, muttering that his business must be kept an absolute secret, receiving an apology from his friend, who admits he almost said too much. In a lower tone, the protagonist reports that he found a warehouse packed with weapons and equipment, right after fending off the enemy soldiers, deciding to bring part of that arsenal to the allied faction, which makes the blonde guy emotional, calling him a true friend. Pressing the partner's shoulder, the blonde boy whispers, begging for a few more packs of cigarettes, revealing they pawned some of their old group brothers, and need to recover the bargaining chips for the ransom. Understanding absolutely nothing of what he just heard, the shooter lets out a sound of doubt with a very confused expression. The image focuses on an ashtray plate where several cigarette butts rest abandoned by the team. Resuming the conversation amidst the mess, the protagonist confesses his astonishment that he never imagined the existence of an underground black market in the city capable of trading living people like merchandise. Gesturing with outrage, the swindler explains that the team was so desperate for shelter in the past that they had no choice but to pawn their own members, complaining indignantly that the mercenaries are demanding 4 times the original value for their return. Sweating cold at the tragic possibility, the shooter points his finger, asking if his partner is absolutely sure the kidnappers haven't already killed the hostages. In the middle of the discussion, the elderly guy threatens to level the place with cannons if the hostages are dead, while the blonde details the bizarre exchange rate, warning that an adult man is worth very few grains of food, while a pack of cigarettes is worth a fortune in supplies. Completely shocked by the brutal devaluation, the homeowner murmurs that human life has become absurdly cheap in those conditions. In the rogue's narrative, the image shows tied-up women, illustrating that fruits and vegetables have become such valuable relics that 3 fresh tomatoes were enough to buy 3 beautiful girls in the underground market. Caught off guard by the surreal proportions of the barter, the boy blushes violently, asking if this kind of absurd transaction really happens around there. Trying to hide his own embarrassment, he buries his face in his jacket collar and resumes a serious posture, cursing the situation as revolting. Completely shifting the focus of the conversation, the shooter sits down with his arms propped, deducing firmly that if the black market operates freely, the military base doesn't yet have full control of the city. Before a subway map, the swindler explains that the military uses the underground tunnels to transport troops, only managing to dominate regions that lie along the train routes. Completing the reasoning, the protagonist points out that logistical difficulties prevent soldiers from reaching other areas, forcing his colleague to agree that choosing to hide in the old district was perfect because there's no subway there. Standing up with difficulty, the huge mafia henchman calls the team to the mission, justifying that they will need the strength of the rescued brothers to save their old boss later. Suddenly the big guy freezes in place, sweating cold and panting heavily as he brings his injured hand to his chest. Overcome by extreme weakness, the man falls heavily backward, fainting in the middle of the hideout. Catching his fallen ally, the blonde partner screams desperately, asking what is wrong with the guy and begging him not to scare them like that. The scene cuts to the heating coils glowing a strong orange in the isolated room. Focusing on the henchman's injury, the view reveals an infected bullet hole in his shoulder, as someone assesses that the infected wound must have happened several days ago. Before the big man sleeping on the bed, the fake millionaire comments sympathetically that his friend endured that agony in silence, just to not slow the team down, praising the guy's absurd resilience. Surrounding the protagonist, the volunteers clasp their hands together, begging for a miracle cure for their wounded companion, while the shooter laments his total ignorance in the medical field. Shifting his posture to a focused look, the boy orders everyone to wait outside the room so he can try to solve the problem his own way. In the hallway, the guys protest, bumping into the door wanting to watch the procedure, but the blonde pushes the team away, demanding silence and kicking everyone out of the area. With the metallic click of the lock, the top-down view shows the homeowner finally alone in the room with the unconscious patient. Wasting no time, the shooter wraps his own hand in the powerful emerald healing aura and presses it directly over his ally's infected wound. After 10 minutes of exhausting effort, the boy curses the situation in frustration, noticing no improvement in the wound and deducing that the healing spell must only be effective on his own body. Using the radio communicator, the guy contacts his allies at the base and asks if the team has any medicine stored, receiving a soft no from the doctor over the device. Frustrated, the shooter asks how the white haired woman was cured of her gunshot wound, since the base had access to military stockpiles, and hears from the hacker girl that the depot only had weapons and fuel, besides the fact that the leader's wound never got infected. Staring at the feverish patient, the homeowner grits his teeth, realizing that the injured ally will die very soon if he doesn't receive urgent medical treatment. Over the radio communicator, the protagonist describes his colleague's inflamed gunshot wound and begs for medical instructions, leaving the woman quite surprised by the news of the injury. Giving the technical guidelines, the doctor instructs that the bullet must be removed immediately, followed by deep cleaning with saline solution, while the guy precisely notes every detail on his phone. After wrapping up the emergency consultation, the woman in the bear coat lists the exact disinfectants and antibiotics needed to stop the severe fever and treat the patient's infection. Across the vast landscape of the ruined city, the narrator reports that the only remaining option was to travel to the dangerous underground black market to buy the required medicines. Sliding across the frozen surface, the protagonist uses his snowboard, being pulled at high speed by the blonde partner who runs desperately, while the shooter gets scared by the absurd acceleration, complaining about having become a mere cargo vehicle again. Holding tight to the rope, the shooter asks the remaining distance to the black market, fearing being spotted by some enemy patrol on the way, while the guide guarantees they are almost there. Through an aerial view, the image reveals the bed of a huge, completely frozen river swallowing up destroyed vessels in the middle of the blizzard. At maximum speed, the duo descends the steep slope, sliding straight into the depths of the crystallized river. After breaking the board, the homeowner pants from exhaustion and asks in disbelief if the secret market really is underwater, while his partner confirms, pointing to the old underwater tunnel a few kilometers away. Along the sidewalk lined with buried cars, the narrator warns that criminals often set up lethal ambushes on the main routes, requiring extreme caution from travelers. With his gaze fixed on the piles of crushed bodywork, the boy laments the number of people who must have died in those cowardly attacks aimed at stealing resources from those seeking the parallel trade. Scanning the horizon with binoculars, the shooter calculates that few thugs have firearms, ensuring that the well-equipped duo will make it through safely. The aggressive wind continues howling through the maze of abandoned ruins and rubble of the apocalyptic city. On top of a destroyed building, an enemy sniper shivers with cold, waiting for his next victim ambushed in the icy shadows. Inside the shelter, the thug complains in frustration about going 5 days without looting anything valuable, foreseeing imminent starvation, while his partner wrapped in a blanket criticizes him for attacking a useless target before trading in the market. In the constant cold, the blonde woman criticizes the miserable theft of a few packs of cigarettes, arguing dryly that no one can chew tobacco to survive. Faced with a pale corpse dumped on the floor of the room, the assassin cries in revulsion, confessing her dread of being forced to consume human flesh again to avoid dying of starvation. With his eye glued to his rifle's telescopic sight, the psychopath cracks a cruel smile, telling his partner to stop crying, because a new target has just entered their visual range. Through the long-range lens, the snowboard glides swiftly down the white track, forcing the assassin to ask in confusion what kind of bizarre vehicle is cutting through the snow. Keeping the weapon aimed at the street, the sniper stays dead silent, trying to process the speed of the duo rapidly approaching his kill zone. Holding desperately onto the moving board, the mafia henchman yells, questioning what madness is this surfing a wave of snow, while the protagonist asks dryly if his ally is sleep-talking. Across the vast landscape of buried cars, the boy steers the vehicle and explains that the entrance to the black market is just ahead, emphasizing that the rules require them to proceed exclusively on foot. Breaking the snowboard, the shooter warns in a serious tone that if they don't follow the rules to the letter, they will end up exactly like the guys lying up ahead. The view focuses on the face of a completely frozen human corpse, swallowed by the thick apocalypse snow. Right next to it, another body with skin blackened by the deadly cold rests abandoned amid the debris of a structure. Frightened by the macabre scene, the partners let out murmurs of shock upon finding a large toll structure blocking the way. Hanging by the neck from the metal roof, several frozen bodies serve as a warning while the homeowner tells the team to hold on, as the official market territory lies just past that barrier. Trembling uncontrollably in the blizzard, the blonde partner pantingly confirms that the river crossing tunnel up ahead is the true heady-out for the clandestine trade. A wide, gloomy perspective shows the huge entrance of the road tunnel, partially swallowed by the night storm. During the descent down the slope, the fake millionaire looks around confused, asking how they are going to get into that hole, while the protagonist points out the exact path. Walking with difficulty against the wind, the trio approaches the facade of a square building sitting isolated and buried in the ice. Now inside a dark hallway, the shooter advises his allies to try not to freak out at what they'll see next, arguing that nowadays, there's nothing left they haven't already witnessed. Upon throwing open the heavy door, the team is given a huge scare by a small robot issuing a friendly greeting and demanding they present their membership card. Perplexed by the unusual reception, the blonde asks in amazement how a simple hotel robot still has battery power in an era of global blackout. Showing his phone screen to the scanner, the boy has his ID read and hears the machine welcome member number 250, asking the group to follow it. Guiding the trio down a blood-stained corridor, the mechanical assistant warns that the market is a peaceful place, threatening to open fire and turn violators into paste if they commit any violent act. Sweating cold from pure nervousness, the blonde partner whispers to his friend, warning that this environment is too dangerous for them. Inside an elevator, the homeowner tells his colleague to stay close while the swindler murmurs in shock at the existence of a working elevator there. During the illuminated descent down the shaft, the boy analyzes that both the machine and the lights are working perfectly, proving that the place has a strong power grid. Agreeing with the deduction, the fake millionaire nods, assuming that the faction behind this business must be incredibly powerful and well-structured. Stopping in front of a double door, the robot happily announces they have finally reached their destination, inviting the group to enter. Sliding his hand over the doorknob, the protagonist focuses his eyes and points out that the real underground black market awaits them right behind this entrance. In his mind, the guy imagines a chaotic scene, wondering if the place would be a meeting point for cruel assassins and thieves in a completely lawless land. In another visual guess, he imagines rich people negotiating slaves in cells, questioning if the place acts as an auction house for illegal goods. Gripping his pistol firmly, the shooter peeks through the crack in the door, deciding the best option is to maintain absolute caution, regardless of what they find inside. Immediately, the guy's pupils widen, demonstrating deep shock at the sight he just witnessed. In a horror scene, the large dark hall reveals dozens of corpses scattered on the floor, while the machine advances and the boy murmurs, perplexed by the number of bodies. Through a top-down view, the group observes computer terminals scattered among the dead, and the frozen pools of blood on the floor. Gliding calmly down the macabre aisle, the smiling artificial intelligence reiterates the local rules, reminding them that any act of danger will result in immediate execution, while the team cowers in fear. Attached to a concrete wall, a giant, intimidating rotary machine gun points directly into the hall, proving the lethality of the security system that the machine just thanked them for understanding. Pale with terror, the fake millionaire asks if the mafioso is sure the place is safe, receiving the tense answer that their only remaining option is to just obey. Overcome by panic, the blonde tries to flee, crying and begging to go home, while the big guy drags him back, and the protagonist takes the lead with his weapon raised. The camera shows a top-down view of a laptop resting on a table surrounded by dead bodies, while the robot guides the team to use the machine to conduct their buying and selling transactions. Focusing on the device, the illuminated screen displays a digital interface with menus ready to be operated by the logged-in client. Leaning on the table, the swindler grumbles that this whole scenario is completely ridiculous, supported by the henchman who agrees with the absurdity but guarantees they need to get used to it. Typing swiftly on the keyboard, the shooter takes control of the system, telling his allies that their first priority is paying the ransom for the faction's old companions. Through the system's interface, the photos of the 3 kidnapped men appear listed under the Recommendations tab, displaying their ages and the ransom prices charged in Huazi cigarettes. With its digital smiling face, the little robot confirms the selection of the 3 hostages in the cart and charges a total of 4.5 packs of cigarettes for the human transaction. Without taking his eyes off the screen, the boy tells the machine to wait a moment, warning that they also need to use the access to find and buy medical supplies. Through virtual navigation, the system lists vital options like saline solution, iodine tincture, amoxicillin, cephalosporin, and antibiotic ointments floating in an illustrative hologram. After finalizing the purchase, the artificial intelligence announces that the total amount has reached 17 packs, demanding immediate payment while the guy complains about the high price. Sweating cold, the blonde partner whispers in panic, warning that they don't have enough cigarettes to cover this debt, but hears from the shooter that it's fine, because he brought valuable products for trade. Inserting the fruits into the compartment, the robot calculates that 3 tomatoes equal 7 packs and the banana is worth 4, adding perfectly to the 6 real packs of cigarettes. Flashing a smile, the machine confirms that the payment was successfully approved, asking the clients to wait for the delivery of the goods, under the cold surveillance of the machine gun fixed on the wall. Huddled near the equipment, the blonde asks fearfully if the market won't steal their merchandise and kill them afterward, being reassured by the boy who argues about the supposed commercial integrity of that environment. In a smooth slide, the machine's top drawer opens, revealing the box with all the medical supplies perfectly sorted, and asks the team to inspect the cargo. Right after, a cell door flies open in the hallway, ejecting the 3 beaten and tied up men onto the floor, while the robot announces the delivery of the live human specimens for verification. Yelling with emotion, the mafia henchman runs with open arms to hug his old allies, who cry with relief, assuring them that the big brother has finally arrived to take them back home. Opening the side compartment, the electronic assistant hands over the 10 video game discs and 30 photo albums requested by the shooter, while the 2 older partners stare at the request in absolute silence. With a drop of sweat on his face, the fake millionaire questions the absurd amount of magazines and advises his young friend to exercise a bit more self-control over these needs. Walking away from the tunnel with the rescued men, the protagonist yells that this place is hell and swears never to return, while the blonde follows him, begging to keep at least 5 of those magazines. Holding up 3 fingers, the homeowner declares that 5 is too high a number, offering a maximum of 2 units, since he is also exhausted from being his friend's transport for so long and wants to relax by reading. Accepting the 2 magazines, the rogue shows an excited smile and tells the rescued guys that kids aren't allowed to look at that kind of material, which is considered bad for their health. Away from the market entrance, the night landscape reveals the ruins of a frozen building from which the red laser of a telescopic sight cuts through the darkness of the storm. With a sudden crack, the lethal projectile hits the protagonist square in the chest, spraying blood into the air while the blonde partner screams his name in pure dread. From the bullet's impact, the shooter's face contorts in an expression of extreme shock and agony, feeling his flesh torn by the surprise attack. Leaning out the destroyed window, the enemy sniper reloads his rifle with a psychopathic smile, stating he doesn't care about the target's identity, and telling them all to go straight to hell. Cornered in the open field, the entire group throws themselves desperately behind a small concrete block to take cover from the continuous bursts of gunfire in the snow. Consumed by fury at having lost his ally, the mafioso rises from hiding, firing his weapon frantically and yelling that he will avenge Brother Henfeng no matter the cost. The dozens of bullets fired by the henchman relentlessly hit the concrete walls of the building where the elite sniper is holed up, kicking up sparks and frozen dust. Protected behind the concrete pillar, the enemy sniper ducks and cocks his weapon, grumbling that he needs to finish the team quickly to prevent anyone from hearing the firefight and stealing his loot. Suddenly, the heavy blade of an improvised axe pierces and shatters the window glass right next to the assassin, while the mafioso's voice echoes, ordering the coward to show his face once and for all. Overacting absurdly outside, the henchman fires random shots into the dark room, wailing loudly that Big Brother Han died in a horrifying way. Taking advantage of his colleague's noisy performance, the fake millionaire grabs the protagonist by his clothes and starts dragging him stealthily to a safer hiding spot in the snow. With blood running down his chest, the wounded boy pants and complains, saying he asked them to draw attention, but that henchman's dramatic acting is crossing all lines. Cornered by the aggressive attack on the window, the enemy assassin leaps swiftly out of the building, landing heavily on the soft layer of ice outside. Sprinting in a desperate run to save his own life, the cowardly shooter flees, jumping over the debris and leaving a long trail of footprints in the thick snow. The wide view shows the huge, ruined apartment block being left behind as the assassin's small silhouette escapes down the frozen hill slope. Fully recovered from the shock, the protagonist gets up with hatred in his eyes and fires a colossal beam of red energy, yelling that the enemy will pay with his life for the audacity of shooting him. Sliding down his escape route, the psychopath freezes and turns his head in confusion, wondering what that intense, bright light coming straight at him is. In a crushing explosion, the scarlet attack hits the structure squarely, swallowing the assassin in a true inferno of flaming magic and brutal destruction. Driven by the force of the detonation, the cowardly shooter and his blonde partner are thrown together into the rubble, while she curses in fright and he yells, not understanding what is happening to the ground. Overcome by the foundation crumbling, the assassin lets out a deafening roar of terror, falling uncontrollably backward into the depths of the newly created ice abyss. The impact of the red heat magic violently shatters the entire mountain slope, causing the solid ice surface to collapse and break into thousands of gigantic pieces. As a final punishment, a colossal avalanche of snow and debris crashes down on the site, completely burying the assassin duo in an icy tomb with no chance of escape. The heavy blizzard continues to blow relentlessly over the frozen landscape after the slope's destruction. The enemy shooter resurfaces, coughing and spitting out snow to catch his breath and break through the thick white layer. With wide eyes, the assassin pantingly confesses that he was totally surprised and didn't foresee that brutal attack. Completely panicked, the man yells, asking indignantly how it's possible that the target is still alive. Standing before the enemy, the protagonist calmly adjusts his suit and ironizes, stating that wearing a bulletproof vest when leaving the house is just common sense. Sweating cold with terror, The sniper widens his eyes and stutters his deduction that a common citizen wouldn't have access to this kind of military gear, suspecting the boy is a soldier from the base. In a cowardly act, the man raises his hands in surrender, begging for mercy by revealing he belongs to the White Tiger Gang and swearing loyalty to the base, mentioning he even knows Captain Zhao and participated in the previous attack. Turning a deaf ear to the lame excuse, the boy fires a lethal strike that pierces the assassin's head, spraying blood in the freezing air. Immediately, the homeowner turns his back on the corpse, coldly murmuring that based on his confessions, the trash deserved to die even more. Stopping his walk, the guy points his weapon at a pile of rocks and tells whoever is there to stop hiding, justifying that he had heard a woman's voice in the building shortly before. Hidden and cowering amidst the frozen rubble, the blonde woman trembles uncontrollably from cold and fear. Showing obvious fear, the intruder widens her blue eyes with her hands near her face, displaying an expression of pure dread at the threat. In a desperate act, the hostage holds up a red pack of cigarettes, trying to use it as some kind of bargaining chip. Kneeling in the snow, the woman approaches the armed boy, begging him not to shoot, and swearing through her tears that she has no connection to the recently killed assassin. Clutching the packs against her own chest, the blonde shivers from the cold while making up that she was held prisoner by the shooter for days, and falsely thanks the protagonist for saving her. Reaching out her arms, the girl offers some cigarette packs that the thug had stolen, begging the shooter to accept them. With blushing cheeks and a seductive posture, the survivor offers herself to the boy, guaranteeing that from now on she will do whatever he commands. Surprised by the sudden proposal, the protagonist blushes slightly while internally deducing that there is something very wrong with this whole situation. Crouched before the woman in the snow, the boy listens to the blonde guarantee, with a gentle smile, that he doesn't need to worry because she isn't a bad person. Promptly, the guy's gloved hand grabs the red packs, directly thanking her for the offer. In a brutal, unprovoked charge, the homeowner swings a machete directly at the woman, cursing the fraud as an idiot. Hidden under the snow, the firearm wielded by the traitor goes off, firing a shot that cuts through the air, sending sparks into the dark. Hit by the lethal impact, the assassin falls to her knees, bleeding heavily, and curses the boy, asking indignantly if he's even a real man to have the nerve to hurt a woman as pretty as her. Calmly leaning on the ice, the protagonist deconstructs the act, stating that a prisoner held in captivity for days would never have completely intact clothes with no injuries and wearing flawless makeup. With a cold gaze, the guy watches the woman's body collapse completely lifeless onto the frozen surface. During the walk back, the blonde partner praises his friend's coldness, confessing he would have hesitated to shoot a woman like that, while the shooter dryly retorts that this only happens because his ally is stupid. Turning his face slightly, the boy admits with a smirk that the fraud just reminded him of a certain person from the past, making the swindler laugh and agree that he got the message. Investigating the stolen goods, the homeowner finds it strange that the assassins hadn't traded those valuable packs for food in the underground black market. Beside him, the fake millionaire clarifies the doubt, explaining that without an official membership card, it is absolutely impossible to access the parallel market's facilities. Looking at the partially empty packaging, the protagonist logically concludes that this was the exact reason why the thugs only had 4 packs left in their hands. The heavy blizzard continues, sweeping the isolated structure of the ruins where the rebel faction is taking shelter. Inside the hideout, a wooden table displays various medical supplies used in the emergency treatment of the rescued henchman's injuries. Cheering and jumping, the volunteer team happily celebrates their ally waking up the next day, while the patient sits up in bed totally confused by the yelling. In a deep bow of gratitude, the 3 rescued prisoners thank the protagonist for saving their lives, guaranteeing they have also fully recovered their spirits. Taking the floor, the bearded warrior reveals that the team decided to appoint the boy as the official new leader of the faction, receiving an immediate refusal from the guy who waves the idea away. With a firm posture, the shooter justifies that he only rendered aid out of respect for his blonde friend, pointing out dryly that he isn't foolish enough to risk his own skin for strangers. 2 long days pass until the boy announces to the patient in bed that the injury is no longer at risk, demanding he return home. To convince his ally, the wounded man insists his savior stay a few more days, claiming he hasn't repaid the favor yet and warning that the team won't stop pushing for his leadership if he doesn't leave soon. Handing over a radio communicator, the homeowner promises to send a monthly supply shipment, instructing his ally to call for help over the device if they need anything. Excited by the partnership, the henchman stretches his arms out, guaranteeing that with that support they will definitely be able to rescue their old boss, even without knowing if the man is still surviving in captivity. Because of his exaggerated excitement, the patient feels a sharp pang and curls up on the bed, grabbing his own injured shoulder while groaning in pain. Thanks to the abundant resources provided, the wounded guy ended up being officially named the new faction boss, displaying an imposing suited posture next to his bodyguards in a meeting room. Far away from the new leadership, the protagonist and his blonde partner return swiftly, sliding over the snow on their makeshift snowboards. Pulling the rope, the shooter praises his allies' hard work during the intense days of conflict, promising to repay the effort with VIP treatment back at the mansion. To encourage his exhausted colleague, the boy describes the wonders of the hideout, citing the cozy warmth, the video games, and the luxurious hot sauna as true symbols of the lost civilization. Completely amazed by the promise, the fake millionaire's face blushes just imagining the luxury of a hot bath and a video game match. Forcing a smug expression, the rogue mocks the offer, stating that all those perks can't beat the comfort of his own cave. Standing before the open door, the shooter widens his eyes in shock upon finding his own mansion overtaken by huge icicles, asking indignantly how the house ended up like this. Inspecting the frozen environment, the boy notes that his precious coal heater is completely covered by a thick white layer. Walking deeper into the room, the homeowner focuses his eyes on the power generator, confirming the worst upon seeing the machine broken and frozen. In an explosion of despair, the guy yells, mourning the loss of his beloved vegetable garden upon finding the underground plantation decimated by the harsh climate. Gathered on the sofa in the freezing room, the protagonist questions the huddled girls about what happened, deducing that all the electric heaters fried at the same time. Looking at the protective grade of the broken appliance, the boy murmurs irritably that the build quality of those heaters was always terrible. Through a memory, the boy recalls that upon leaving for the rescue mission, the team believed they would return the same day, deciding to leave the machines running unsupervised. Due to continuous, uninterrupted use for several consecutive days, the entire system overheated and the appliances shorted out, leaving the environment vulnerable to extreme freezing. With his hands on his hips, the shooter approaches the large generator, stating that their absolute priority now is to restore the mansion's power grid. Pressing the activation button, the panel screen flashes a red low fuel alert, forcing the guy to grumble that he clearly remembered leaving the tank full. While evaluating the engine piping, the protagonist suspects the liquid inside ended up freezing and complains that this hadn't been a problem during previous startups. To resolve the situation, he concludes that though the oil he'll need to increase the heat in the house, but to generate heat he relies exactly on the power the broken machine provides. Stuck in this vicious and illogical cycle, the homeowner shows a tense smile and sweats cold, cursing the technical trap the group just fell into. Standing before the jammed machine, the protagonist ponders that he can't simply bring a hot torch close to melt the fuel, because that wouldn't be a very safe method. Summoning his scarlet magical aura into his hands, he realizes that the only viable alternative to avoid causing a fire is to use his super-powered thermal control. With extreme concentration, the boy touches the red light directly to the metal piping, calculating the exact force needed just to heat the oil without causing a detonation. Through the magical action, the structure begins to glow intensely in a reddish hue, while the shooter celebrates the internal dripping proving the ice is finally melting. With an electrical snap, the machinery roars back to life, emitting small blue sparks and confirming the resumption of power flow. Due to the operation's success, the guy jumps back startled when the furnace flames explode violently, resuming the heating of the environment. The view pulls back, showing the lights of the mountain mansion turning back on in the darkness, while smoke rises again from the snow-covered chimney. Coughing from the sudden smoke, the homeowner wipes his own soot-stained clothes, trying to catch his breath in the middle of the room. On the room's ceiling, the square lighting panel turns on at full strength, expelling the shadows from the isolated hideout. With the heat returning, the young hacker jumps excitedly under the covers, yelling her typical phrase about the emissary of darkness, while the blonde partner covers his ears, bothered by the noise. Covered in soot and panting, the protagonist shows a confused expression, asking the girl to repeat what she just screamed in the room. Completely flushed, the fake millionaire looks away while the little girl pouts, puffing her cheeks and denying having said anything important. Walking beside his friend, the shooter reports that the power was successfully restored but warns that if the machines break down again, due to prolonged use, the house will freeze for good. Standing before the glass wall, the homeowner crosses his arms and concludes with focus that he needs to design a permanent, fail-proof heating system for the group. To endure the chill, the boy hugs his own body and exhales condensation in the cold air, proving that the local temperature is still dangerously low for their survival. Shivering from the cold with his breath condensing, the protagonist rubs his own arms, muttering ironically that it's getting really hot in there. At this, his bundled-up blonde partner approaches, asking what could be hot in there and pointing to the generator's cooling water tank. Immediately, a great idea strikes the shooter's mind, and he shows a very excited smile. Turning his face, the boy hears his friend point to the door, asking if he can finally go home to rest. With his hand on his colleague's shoulder, the homeowner dryly rejects the request and proposes that his little brother help him with just one more tiny thing. Through an imaginary diagram, the guy explains the plan to build a heating system and asks if his friend has any steel pipes stored. Totally confused, the fake millionaire replies he has no idea about pipes, forcing the shooter to push him by the shoulders, deciding they will go look for them in the cave themselves. Carrying the heavy materials alongside the young, bespectacled hacker, the group discovers that her sister had mentioned an entire warehouse full of steel pipes, while the youngest complains about being insulted. Overcome by physical exhaustion, the duo of guys pants while carrying the load, while the protagonist tells his partner to stop slacking because there's no time to waste. Back at the hangout, the little neighbor strikes a dramatic pose in the hallway, laughing as she announces it's time to reveal her new magic. Raising her hand, the girl summons her bright, bluish dimensional portal, crying out for the emergence of her second evil spatial eye. With the magical object floating, the girl instructs the team to take the sphere and store the pipes inside it, guaranteeing she can pull them out the other side, while the shooter watches, impressed. Holding the small dimensional rift, the blonde partner widens his eyes, asking how she manages to hand that power over to other people, being reassured by the little girl. To demonstrate the magical link, the hacker displays a second, identical black hole glowing intensely right in the center of her own chest. Completely shocked by the revelation, the homeowner yells, asking how on earth his neighbor managed to do such a thing. Sitting on the floor, the little bespectacled girl explains that the second spatial rift appeared right after she ate until she was completely stuffed the last time. Analyzing his own hand, the protagonist deduces that the explanation makes sense, since his powers are also getting stronger for no reason, so there's no reason for the girl's ability to remain the same. Hugging his colleague by the neck, the boy gives a forced smile and delegates the entire heavy task of carrying the supplies to the blonde swindler. Half an hour later, the duo works hard in the dark cave warehouse, shoving the huge steel pipes straight into the floating magical sphere. Drawn by the pull, the long metal tube quickly disappears into the bright little black hole. In the hideout, the shooter praises the extreme convenience of that new ability, while his neighbor pulls the materials out of her own chest, demanding the mere mortal bow before her. Crouching before the large pile of metal, the homeowner cracks his knuckles and confidently states that now it's his turn to work. In a cautious action, the guy's gloved hand presses the red button, turning off the generator temporarily to facilitate and guarantee the safety of the electrical modifications. Positioned next to the large machine, the protagonist holds a metal bar, calculating that the water cooling system will allow him to harness the boiling liquid from the tank. Concentrating his violet magical aura, the boy softens the iron pipe, explaining that the first step is to connect the reservoir's outlet directly to the piping. Bending the metal structure with extreme ease, he details that the hot water will flow through that path, reaching absolutely every corner of the isolated environment. Thanks to the density-altering power, the shooter shapes the iron, creating a simple but highly efficient homemade radiator for heating. Carrying the finished heavy part down the hallways, the guy declares excitedly that he is going to install those devices throughout the entire house. Crouching on the floor, he finalizes the closed circuit by installing a pump that will pull the water from downstairs back to the machine, ensuring reheating and constant circulation of the liquid. With the job done, the protagonist's firm hand pulls the ignition lever, restarting the generator and activating the entire new heating system. Driven by the machinery, the newly installed radiator begins to heat up quickly, melting the thick layer of ice accumulated around it. Touching the wall with her small hands, the young hacker complains in frustration that the environment isn't even slightly warm yet. Resting on the floor, the shooter asks his partner not to worry, and just wait a little bit longer for the system to take effect. Half an hour later, the room already displays a messy table with food, scraps, and bottles, proving the team made good use of the waiting time. Overcome by the extreme heat, the protagonist appears sweating in a tank top, asking his neighbor's opinion as she plays video games in shorts and praises the work with a divine thumbs up. Savoring a refreshing popsicle, the boy scratches his head, feeling a slight nagging suspicion that he's forgetting some important detail. Immediately, an epiphany strikes his mind as he remembers his precious vegetable garden abandoned in the freezing basement. The image focuses sadly on the vegetables, completely shriveled and crystallized by the extreme cold that punished the lower floor. With no chance of survival, the huge Chinese cabbage lies completely destroyed and covered by a hard layer of ice. Back in the dark basement, the homeowner wipes the sweat from his forehead, announcing with relief that the underground section's heating system has finally been fixed. Concentrating his powerful emerald aura over the plastic bottles, the guy tries to revive the plants, wondering if they will manage to survive the thermal trauma. After half an hour of intense magical effort, the protagonist holds the spoiled cabbage, dripping with sweat and cursing indignantly upon noticing the healing had no effect. Taking a frustrated bite, he tries one of the shriveled small radishes, complaining about the vegetable's lack of growth during that period. Looking at the greenish tomatoes in his hand, the shooter laments that the fruits have already grown quite a bit, and it would be a real waste to throw them in the trash before they ripen. Suddenly, the boy's face lights up with a confident smile as he gets a brilliant new idea to repurpose that ruined harvest. In a brave taste test, the guy chews the green tomato but ends up writhing in agony due to the extreme acidity and absurdly bitter taste of the food. Giving up on that bad idea, the homeowner walks back down the lit hallway, deciding it will be much easier to just replant all the seeds. Entering the messy room where his neighbor is playing at the arcade, the shooter reports the garden's death and asks her to supply a new batch of seeds to start over. Summoning the dimensional rift, the little girl hands over the packets, dramatically demanding an offering of fruit like sweet strawberries, while the guy agrees without hesitation. Drooling with hunger, the little hacker adds a large juicy steak to the wish list, forcing her colleague to point out the inconsistency of that supposed divine offering that has just become her personal menu. During the conversation, a strong memory hits the boy's mind, and he widens his eyes in amazement at having forgotten such a crucial detail. Gesturing with his hands, he perfectly recalls that the mystical fusion of the green and red lights was able to multiply the size of a piece of meat in the past. The image focuses on the guy's gloved fingers firmly holding the small hardened core of the Chinese cabbage that survived the cold. Settled on a stool in front of the garden, the shooter gathers the ingredients and wonders curiously if the mixed magic will turn that core into a giant vegetable again. With his auras glowing and a musical rhythm interface floating in his mind, the protagonist focuses intensely on perceiving the energy to find the exact timing for the mutation. In absolute silence, the boy maintains his concentrated posture, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to release the magical fusion onto the plants. In a violent explosion, the food turns into large pieces of useless charcoal, proving that the synthesis process is not at all easy to master. Coughing from the black smoke, the homeowner changes his tactics and decides to merge only different parts of the cabbage itself to see if he can get any positive results. Dripping with sweat after another frustrating failure, the guy grits his teeth in a tense smile and curses the high difficulty level of that damn botanical experiment. Holding a bunch of unripe tomatoes, the boy laments the total loss of the cabbages and decrees it's time to try his luck with those green fruits. Without losing hope, the protagonist's agile hand dives into a metal bowl to grab a perfect soybean for the new fusion attempt. Concentrating the emerald and scarlet auras in his fists, the shooter focuses deeply on the magic's oscillation, seeking the ideal synchronization of the energetic rhythm. With his face very close to the glow, the guy keeps his eyes half closed and his forehead drenched in sweat, demonstrating the extreme effort of that crucial moment. In a blinding flash, the seed undergoes a brutal mutation, rapidly expanding and transforming into a colossal fruit in the hands of the boy, who yells excitedly at the size increase. Supporting the heavy and bizarre green vegetable in his arms, the homeowner celebrates the volume success, but soon asks in frustration why the color still indicates the food hasn't ripened. Driven by curiosity, the guy decides to test the practical result and takes a large bite of the fruit's surface, hoping the taste improved through magic. Immediately, the shooter's face contorts in pure revulsion, spitting the pieces far away upon realizing that the acidity and bitterness remain absolutely unbearable. Resuming the magical production line, the protagonist works non-stop and proudly displays a gigantic white radish that was also successfully fused. After a quick tasting, the boy shows an approving smile upon noting that the taste of that giant root remained perfectly normal and edible. Comparing the two experiments, the shooter analyzes that the tomato's immaturity preserved its bad taste, while the unfinished radish managed to read its own original flavor, even as it grew. Through a visual scheme in his mind, the guy logically concludes that dimensional fusion works like a magnifying mirror, faithfully preserving the exact characteristics of the original manipulated material. Excited by the discovery, the homeowner shares the plan to multiply ripe strawberries with his neighbor, who is wearing an adorable blue dinosaur pajama, and supports the idea with shining eyes. In a sudden hug, the little dinosaur girl jumps onto the guy's neck, revealing she had been watching everything since the giant tomato was created, while the shooter screams, startled by the stealthy approach. Holding the radio communicator with her beanie pulled down, the little hacker reports that the doctor just radioed to say she is already heading back home safely. Worried by the news, the protagonist asks if it isn't too dangerous for the nurse to go out alone for so long, hearing from his neighbor that the woman found a pet on the street, leaving him totally confused. Watching the snowstorm outside, the protagonist wonders how the doctor managed to find a pet in that horrible weather. Soon the view focuses on the face of a huge polar bear with a red mark on its cheek, leaving the boy totally speechless. Faced with the giant beast accompanied by the young hacker, the The shooter points his finger indignantly, asking if that really is the supposed pet, while the girl dramatically claims the emissary brought her mount. Petting the animal, the little girl guarantees that the bear, named Dabai, must have escaped from the zoo but is very docile and cute, begging to help him since he's been thin and starving for months. Sweeting cold with suspicion, the homeowner repeats the adjectives, cute, and obedient, mentally wondering what the hell that beast went through to end up like that. From the recounted memory, the girl tells how she was running back home after leaving Mez Jiang's hideout. On the snowy path, the wild bear suddenly appeared, charging extremely aggressively towards the bespectacled girl. In an instinctive reflex, the little hacker delivered a brutal punch straight to the colossal beast's face, justifying that she ended up hurting the animal by pure accident. Totally terrified by her absurd strength, the predator kneeled in the snow as a sign of submission, while the girl explains she decided to bring him back to treat his wounds as an apology. Staring at the animal's pitiful state, the boy deduces that the bear is only that obedient because he was brutally beaten and traumatized by his weird neighbor. Despite the bizarre origin of the mascot, the group decides to adopt the polar bear, while the protagonist feeds him a colossal piece of synthetic meat. Thanks to the abundance of food in the hideout, the animal quickly gets used to everyone's presence over the next few days, relaxing comfortably on the floor of the heated room. Across the vast frozen city, the white-furred beast pulls a sled at extremely high speed, proving to be an excellent and fast mode of transportation for the guy. Holding his goggles, the shooter praises the mount's utility, emphasizing that the cost-benefit is incredible since the beast only eats the magically multiplied meat without wasting the precious garden vegetables. Back inside the mansion, the homeowner praises the efficiency of the ride, while the large bear collapses on the floor panting and whining from exhaustion. Carrying boxes down the hall, the doctor notices the mascot's fatigue, but the animal reacts by letting out a frightened roar upon seeing her approach. Backing away confused, the woman asks the reason for such fear since she was the one who initially rescued him, while the boy pets the hiding bear's head, explaining that her physical strength is simply too terrifying. A few days later, the view focuses on the underground garden, where the little hacker jumps for joy celebrating the final ripening of the long-awaited strawberry harvest. Sitting on the stool, the protagonist holds a colossal red fruit, feeling the absurd weight of that magically fused food. Gathered in the basement, the entire team savors the gigantic strawberries, happily confirming that the taste remained perfectly sweet and natural. Striking a theatrical pose, the bespectacled girl shows off her dimensional portal, demanding her mortal servants be extremely grateful for her spatial gift transporting the fruits to their allies. In the neighboring hideout, the white-haired former teacher analyzes the colossal strawberry in awe, asking her sister if it is truly a real fruit due to its absurd size. Sprawled on the bed surrounded by boxes, the pink-haired youngest complains on a full stomach that she can't eat any more strawberries, while the leader praises the delicious taste of the delivered meal. Suddenly, a violent roar destroys the room's wall, sending pieces of ice and concrete flying everywhere. Surprised by the sudden attack, the two sisters quickly stand up, deducing in panic that the hideout was invaded by a superpower user. In the darkness of the smoke, a pair of red eyes glows in a threatening and intense manner. Stepping over the rubble, a colossal man with the appearance of a wild beast declares in a dark voice that he has finally reached his destination. Outside, several heavy military boots march synchronously over the mountain's rocky, frozen ground. An entire battalion of soldiers advances stealthily through the cave's shadows, ready to initiate a tactical invasion. Leading the march, the gray-haired captain walks closely accompanied by his loyal short-haired female subordinate. Through the corridors of the underground installation, the elite military troop continues advancing, under the direct command of the officer duo. With a subtle wave of his gloved hand, the gray-haired captain orders the containment team to take the front line of the operation. Immediately, the bald soldier points his finger, demanding that the civilian prisoners search every room of the place, not letting absolutely anyone escape alive. To motivate the horde of residents armed with wooden clubs, the officer promises that everyone will become official base members and receive a woman as a reward if the job is done well. Overcome by greed, the enslaved civilians let out maniacal laughs and charge through the dark tunnels, wielding their improvised weapons with pure malice. Watching the horde, the captain smirks cynically, justifying that bunch of trash makes perfect bait to trigger traps, since the enemies in the warehouse are extremely dangerous superhumans. Beside him, the short-haired officer coldly points out that her partner has no authority to grant official rewards, but agrees that dead men don't need to be paid. Adjusting his coat, the gray-haired man suggests they also split their own teams to cover a larger area, while the woman accepts the proposal with total indifference. With the troops separated at the tunnel intersection, the captain tells the bald soldier that he is now the one making the rules, not that arrogant woman. Walking away into the darkness, the officer goes her own way, while the bald brute asks her to wait for him. Looking over her shoulder, the woman clicks her tongue, showing deep contempt and irritation at her mission partner's attitude. Now positioned with her tactical squad, the captain orders her team to hold their current position to prevent the enemies from cutting off the escape route with a surprise attack. Promptly, the soldiers salute, agreeing with the defensive strategy, while the horde of civilians continues running and yelling through the dark corridors. Maintaining a cautious posture, the woman orders her men to slow their pace, preferring to let the slaves take all the risk of exploring the unknown terrain. Far away, the dust settles to reveal the white-haired woman staring at the immense beast, man who just invaded her hideout. Adjusting her glasses frame, the white-haired leader sweats cold as she processes the size of the threat she just detected. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the woman warns her siblings that two super-humans are approaching rapidly from deep within the hideout, while the pink-haired youngest asks in terror how the enemies sprouted from underground. Staring at the rubble of the destroyed wall, the leader laments not foreseeing an attack coming from inside the mountain itself, remembering that the little hacker only set traps at the surface entrances. Frustrated by the disadvantage, the woman notes that her little blonde brother's ice manipulation power is totally useless inside a dry cave, not understanding how the invading forces found that path. Pressing her injured leg, she concludes panting that she won't be able to defeat two magic users alone, much less the entire squad of soldiers that must be accompanying the invasion. Through the radio communicator, the protagonist's voice echoes desperately, demanding to know who these superhumans are and what is happening in his allies' hideout. Over the device, the woman reports that they were caught completely off guard by the underground attack, and that the team is already preparing to retreat from that dangerous place. Sweating from nervousness at the mansion, the shooter bombards his ally with questions, wanting to confirm if the invading troops belong to the base's army. Keeping calm, the former teacher reports she hasn't seen the army yet, but describes that one of the enemy superhumans possesses a gigantic and animalistic physical stature far superior to a normal human's. Immediately, the memory of the bald brute flashes in the boy's mind, making him deduce in fear that that damn tracking monster survived and found another way in. Grabbing the guy's shirt, the young hacker uses the radio to say goodbye to her older sister, asking her not to worry because they will get in touch as soon as they find a safe place. After the pink-haired girl's tearful goodbye, the radio goes silent, leaving the shooter in total silence with a heavy expression. Scratching his neck in deep irritation, the homeowner grumbles that there is something very wrong and dangerous about this whole escape situation. Visualizing the infinite boxes of the underground depot, he reasons that if his allies flee, that entire arsenal of war and ammunition will fall straight into the hands of the base military. In a tragic mental projection, he concludes that with this new heavy weaponry, the fake benefactor Jiang will easily massacre his blonde partner's volunteer group in the city. Looking at the tactical map, the protagonist calculates that his mountain hideout is very close to the cave, predicting that the army will discover the mansion if they take over that area. From the image of the enemy captain in the blizzard, the boy understands that once their location is exposed, the base forces will launch a relentless attack against him. Staring into nothing with a determined expression, the shooter internally vows that he must recover that arsenal at any cost or absolutely destroy everything to leave nothing for the enemy. Grabbing his combat gear, he states aloud that he can't simply abandon Ms. Jiang, as she has become a very important ally. Putting on his thick coat, the guy reinforces his obligation to rescue them, because they are his neighbor's family. But the little hacker holds his hands, calmly assuring him that her sister is strong enough to escape any danger alone. Shocked by the little girl's coldness, the homeowner asks how she cannot be worried about her own blood sister, while the girl finds her colleague's excessive concern weird. Suddenly, an imaginary lightbulb lights up over the young hacker's head, who emits a sound of understanding as she deduces the fake reason for all that heroism. Holding the guy's hand, the girl dramatically states that she approves of their romantic union, demanding to be called divine sister in law from now on, leaving the shooter dumbfounded, understanding absolutely nothing of that delusion. Leaning forward, the nurse whispers, asking what they are talking about, admitting she is totally lost in that train of thought. Covering her mouth with her hand, the little neighbor gossips that her magic eye's wisdom revealed that Mr. Han Feng is in love with her sister and wants to play the lovesick hero, forcing the doctor to let out a chuckle of discovery. Cutting to the storm outside, the heavy white paws of the huge polar bear run swiftly, sinking into the thick layer of snow. Tearing through the freezing wind, the wild animal roars, baring its teeth as it relentlessly accelerates through the hostile terrain. Riding on the sled and gripping his rifle, the protagonist tries to tell his companion gently that she didn't need to come along on this suicide mission. Positioned on the back of the bear and operating a colossal heavy-caliber machine gun, the nurse smiles kindly, guaranteeing it's time to repay all the times the boy saved her in the past. The aerial view shows the duo advancing at high speed over the ice while the guy yells desperately that she really didn't need to get involved in this, and the doctor just asks him to stop being so polite and formal. Through the dark corridor, the white-haired woman's team in the wheelchair flees panting, pushed by the pink-haired girl, while the blonde and the bespectacled boy run right behind. During the desperate escape, the leader looks over her shoulder with a tense expression to check if they are being followed. Out of the corner of their eyes, the woman and the blonde boy notice something dangerous approaching from the shadows. Right behind them, two thugs armed with rifles let out maniacal laughs, celebrating the presence of women in the group and ordering them to be captured alive. With a sharp reflex, one of the members' shoes skids violently on the stone floor to break his run. Spinning nimbly, the wheelchair is quickly turned backward while the leader brandishes a heavy assault rifle, aiming straight at their pursuers. Without hesitation, the white-haired woman fires a fierce burst of bullets, lighting up the corridor with the muzzle flash. Scared by the sudden attack, the thugs try to take cover from the shots that kick up sparks on the stone walls. Standing with his back turned, a man in a dark cape calmly raises his hand amidst the smoke from the gunfire. Fleeing again, the team runs through the tunnel while the infuriated thugs order them all killed so they can't escape. Enveloping his hands in an intense bluish aura, the bespectacled boy orders his two partners to hold tight to the wheelchair's handles. Promptly, the pink-haired girl and the blonde boy grab the grips tightly, preparing for action. In a burst of energy, a colossal bluish magical wave is fired at extreme speed down the tunnel. Thanks to the force of the fired beam, the wheelchair is ejected backward like a rocket, making the pink-haired girl laugh and yell that it was incredible. Perplexed by the flash, the thugs stop their pursuit and look in fear at the huge barrier of energy coming toward them. Swallowed by the magic, the bluish wave hits the thug's head on, violently throwing their bodies into the air amidst screams of agony. Driven by the brutal force of the impact, one of the thugs is pinned directly against the corridor wall. Taking advantage of the throw, a colossal bald guy grabs the thug by the neck with a single hand, smiling like a maniac and thinking he'll get all the credit for the capture alone. Fired at high speed, a colossal wave of bluish magical energy crosses the cave's dark corridor. Holding tightly to the wheelchair's handles, the pink-haired girl and the blonde boy brace themselves, while the boy shouts for his sister. Pushed by the beam's force, the team is thrown backward like a rocket, making the pink-haired girl yell that they are going to crash. Quickly, the white-haired leader summons a spherical energy dome, protecting the entire group from the imminent impact during flight. Supporting the woman in the air, the explosive girl receives a direct order from the leader to blow up the entrance to that tunnel immediately. Realizing their escape, the bald giant widens his eyes and curses the team, furious that they let them get away. With a devastating roar, a gigantic explosion completely destroys the cave access, kicking up lots of smoke and ice everywhere. Outside, the protagonist watches the smoke cloud rising on the horizon and wonders, intrigued, what could be causing all that commotion. Through his goggles, the shooter concludes with relief that the superhuman trio apparently managed to escape the enemy base. Breaking through the snowy surface, the blue energy bubble erupts violently, throwing the girls and the blonde boy outside amidst screams of despair. Completely out of control, the team crashes heavily against a massive block of snow. Sliding across the frozen ground, the entire group sprawls over the track, letting out groans of pain from the brutal fall. Smashing through the ice barrier, the bald brute resurfaces enraged, swearing to kill everyone for the audacity of blowing up the cave in his face. Paralyzed on the ground, the team watches in pure shock as the monster's gigantic figure rises menacingly right in front of them. Emanating an intense red aura from his hands, the aggressor prepares to crush the youths, yelling for them to die once and for all. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire tears through the air, hitting the monster's back and striking sparks off his armor. Wielding his smoking rifle, the homeowner appears on the slope, mocking his reunion with the giant. Wasting no time, the shooter tells the trio to get on the vehicle quickly so they can escape. Recognizing the boy, the bald monster turns his face, consumed by hatred, and promises he won't let him escape alive this time. Cutting through the blizzard, the nurse appears riding her huge polar bear, wielding a heavy rotary machine gun. In a relentless charge, the woman unleashes a true rain of bullets against the brute, forcing him to shield himself from the crushing attack. Astounded by the firepower, the pink-haired girl and the blonde boy stutter, praising the doctor's absurd strength. Pulled up by the protagonist's hands, the youths finally manage to climb onto the makeshift transport. With the whole team on board, the boy shouts the departure order, initiating a swift escape across the frozen landscape. Overcome by blind fury, the giant runs desperately after the group, swearing he won't let them flee. Looking over his shoulder, the shooter sweats cold as he notices the monster is still alive and chasing them closely. Suggesting a trap, the team asks if they can use the snowbank on the side to create an avalanche and stop the enemy, receiving confirmation from the blonde boy, Promptly, the kid touches his hands to the mountain, activating his ice manipulation power. Due to the magic's force, a colossal avalanche crashes down onto the road, completely swallowing the brute's figure. Breaking through the white mountain, the monster resurfaces unharmed, mocking that a little bit of snow is nothing, and threatening to crush everything with a single punch. In a sudden blast, a massive beam of blue energy hits the aberration square in the face. Frozen instantly, the giant gets entirely trapped inside a gigantic blue ice pillar. The strong wind continues sweeping the snowy field where the colossal ice sculpture rests immobilized. Observing the trapped henchman, the gray-haired captain orders his soldiers to stop running and stop pursuing the targets. Adjusting his posture, the preppy guy justifies that they have other priorities right now, and that simply driving away the invaders is enough. Far away, the group of fugitives finally reaches the safety of an area full of buried ruins. Sliding off the bear's back, the pink-haired girl praises the doctor, claiming she was incredibly awesome in combat, while the woman blushes with embarrassment at the compliment. Taking the lead, the protagonist instructs the nurse to take his allies back to the hideout, announcing he will stay behind to cover the group's rear, which surprises the doctor greatly. Displaying a dark look, the boy states that if the enemies try to follow them, he will simply unleash another lethal trap on them. Staring at the guy's psychopathic expression, the girls and the blonde sweat cold, murmuring that this guy is truly merciless. Now alone near the cave, the shooter stares at the blocked entrance and decrees that his turn to act has arrived. Walking through the snow, he approaches the immense pile of rocks that seals the underground access. Analyzing the area, the guy notes that the entrance is completely closed off and with no guards watching. In his mind, he reasons that even if he runs into some soldiers inside, they won't be a threat as long as he reinforces his own clothes with magic. Concluding his tactic, he deduces that the only dangerous enemies are the giant and the other superhuman. But, since they are in the deepest part of the cave, it is highly unlikely they will cross paths. Emanating his powerful purple aura, the boy touches the barricade, ordering the material to soften immediately. He squeezes through the gelatinous crack with some difficulty, grumbling that it would be very humiliating if he ended up stuck there. Once inside, he pulls back his glowing hand and, relieved, confirms the absence of enemies at the entrance. Stealthily, the protagonist's small silhouette advances through the dark stone corridors. Reaching a wider area, he observes the path is completely deserted. Finding the situation strange, the shooter wonders why that place is so empty. With his hands in his pockets, he walks among the huge barrels, reflecting on why the enemies went through so much trouble to take over the cave, but didn't send anyone to move the supplies. Ignoring the doubt, he brandishes a bundle of dynamite, deciding that his goal will be accomplished as soon as he destroys all the fuel, weapons, and ammunition there. Running through the tunnels, the boy murmurs in confusion, remembering that the arsenals were exactly in that direction, but he can't find them. Suddenly, he stops running and hides upon noticing movement just ahead. Peeking around the corner of the wall, he catches a large military platoon pointing their firearms at a small group cornered in the passage. Wounded and leaning on the ground, the short-haired officer curses Captain Zhang Dongsu, accusing her colleague of treason. Watching from afar, the boy finally understands that no one is moving the supplies, because the army is busy fighting amongst themselves. Surrounded by shooters, the gray-haired captain advises the woman to yield wisely, promising to treat her well if she agrees to surrender. Unconvinced, the woman retorts, reminding him that the commander promoted them to captains, asking how he has the nerve to betray the boss like this. With an apathetic look, the traitor justifies that bastard commander treats all humans as mere tools and never considered them real people. Pointing to the deformed giant next to him, the gray-haired man uses his and his colleagues' monstrous bodies as proof, guaranteeing that continuing to follow that boss will only result in a quick death. Faced with the revelation, the short-haired woman remains silent with a heavy expression. Through the officer's memory, the mysterious commander reprimands her for the delay in conquering the depot, ordering her to force the giant Dazhuang to work even harder to finish the excavation in 10 days. In the same memory, the woman tries to defend her ally, warning that the big guy's brain has already started to crystallize due to the effort, and begging for a rest for him. Dryly, the leader dismisses the concern, stating he only cares about getting the supplies at any cost. Back in the present, the officer lowers her head in sadness, realizing the commander truly no longer cares whether they live or die. Expanding his arguments, the gray-haired traitor highlights that the only remaining humans at the base are the commander and one useless guy, plus the extreme shortage of resources, questioning why they should obey since they have powers and control the depot. With a manipulative stance, he reminds the woman that she failed the mission, and that even if she crawled back, the ruthless leader wouldn't forgive her. Supporting the mutiny, the rebellious soldiers urge the officer, reminding her that her men haven't eaten a proper meal of rice in a long time, and guaranteeing that by joining Captain Zhang, everyone will have all the food and oil they want. Raising his hand, the gray-haired leader invites the woman to join them to eliminate the bastard commander and share the base's supplies together. Pressured by the team, the officer's own soldiers beg her to accept the proposal because they are right. Convinced by the arguments, the woman lets out a long sigh of surrender. Raising her hands in a sign of peace, she agrees to join the mutiny but imposes one final condition. Pointing to her own wounded team, she demands that the traitor captain treat her men's injuries first. Running panting through the dark tunnel, the protagonist is startled by the absurd speed at which the enemies manage to catch up to him and decides he just needs to keep fighting. Pondering the situation, he deduces that a direct attack on the base commander wouldn't be the worst-case scenario, but if those invaders got their hands on the supplies, they would become a massive threat in the future. Wasting no time, the boy concludes that the best option is to simply destroy all the weapons and ammo in that place before getting the hell out of there as fast as possible. 10 minutes of walking later, the guy's small silhouette enters the long, gloomy corridor of the underground arsenal. Already positioned in front of the metal shelves, the shooter's agile hand begins planting explosives directly onto the large artillery cylinders. Taking advantage of the absence of guards, he continues sticking detonators onto the heavy green crates of military equipment scattered around the depot. In a quick, coordinated movement, the intruder crosses the extensive corridor, connecting explosive charges all along the way. With the job done, the homeowner wipes the sweat from his forehead, assuring himself he will detonate absolutely everything once he is safe outside the cave. Admiring the vast amount of fuel and ammunition stocked up, he tries to imagine the colossal force a simultaneous explosion of that size would cause in the environment. Resuming his escape route, the boy runs hurriedly, remembering he had passed by a cell area earlier and calculating he is only 2 turns away from reaching the tunnel exit. Passing by the bars, the protagonist peeks into the dark interior of one of the cells and notices the solitary figure of a prisoner sitting on the bed. Immediately, the guy's eyes widen in pure shock upon recognizing the bruised face of the bespectacled commander smoking a cigar in the dark. Desperate upon seeing someone outside, the military prisoner throws himself against the metal bars, screaming for help. Driven by panic, the suited guy bangs violently against the transparent barrier, smearing his own blood on the glass as he cries out for rescue. Staring at the man's desperation, the shooter curses the situation, frustrated at having completely forgotten that guy was still locked up down there. Away from the cell area, the gray-haired captain and his female partner lead a heavily armed squad of soldiers through the base's corridors. Sprinting at full speed, the boy curses the fake benefactor Jiang Shuyu, lamenting that the bastard should have killed that prisoner a long time ago. Looking over his shoulder, the intruder sweats cold upon spotting the silhouettes of the enemies approaching, realizing they found him exactly as he feared. Taking tactical control, the enemy captain points his finger and orders the first squad to use a shortcut on the map to completely block the tunnel exit. Through the maze of boxes and abandoned military vehicles, the protagonist's small silhouette continues his desperate escape to avoid being cornered. Crossing a tubular passage surrounded by pipes, the guy pants from exhaustion but mentally celebrates that there is only 1 turn left to reach freedom. Skidding quickly across the cold floor, the shooter finally spots the end of the path and celebrates the proximity of his escape route. Exiting the narrow corridor, the boy hurries into a wider area, reinforcing to himself the need to be very fast. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the side, announcing the target's location and making the protagonist turn his head in alarm. Positioned strategically on the path, 3 soldiers with rifles open fire, shooting continuous bursts at the intruder. Enveloped by an intense, healing emerald aura, the guy shields himself from the surprise attack, asking indignantly how the military managed to circle around so quickly. Completely confused by the magical defense, the shooters cease firing for a second, not understanding why the bullets are having no effect on the target. Taking advantage of the moment of hesitation, the homeowner counters the attack with precise shots that hit the soldiers squarely, sending blood flying into the air. With his body still glowing and smoke coming from his weapon, the boy sighs in relief, admitting he would be dead if he hadn't activated the protection in time. Resuming his escape, the guy runs toward the exit but freezes when he comes across a massive pile of rocks completely blocking the passage. Cornered in front of the rocky obstacle, the shooter grabs his detonator remote, deciding to trigger the bomb's timer before getting the hell out of there. With the digital screen showing 158 seconds counting down, he concludes that 2 minutes will be more than enough to escape the detonation. Kneeling before the rocky obstacle, the protagonist's hand begins to emanate a powerful purple magical aura against the stones. Thanks to the density-altering power, the boy manages to clear a path, pushing the gelatinous rock aside with extreme ease. Peeking over his shoulder, the homeowner laments the loss of that absurd amount of supplies that will turn to smoke shortly. In a continuous effort, he squeezes through the magically softened tunnel, advancing toward the other side of the rock slide. On the outside of the barrier, The imposing figure of the bald giant immediately recognizes the purplish glow and points his finger, accusing the boy of being the wanted intruder. Overcome by blind hatred, the brute charges forward with his hand outstretched, roaring for the enemy to die once and for all. In a brutal charge, the monster lands a devastating punch against the pile of rocks, violently scattering shrapnel throughout the tunnel. Driven by the force of the impact, the protagonist is thrown back inside the blockade, while the magical passage dissolves around him. Falling heavily backward onto the hard floor, the guy curses the situation, frustrated at having his escape route destroyed when he was so close to the exit. Stepping over the debris, the giant threatens to end the target's life, while the boy sitting on the ground laments the terrible luck of running into that specific enemy. Looking at the timer showing just over a minute, the shooter sweats cold, realizing the urgency of eliminating the aggressor quickly so he doesn't get blown up along with the base. Wasting no time, the bald beast strikes the ground with extreme violence, kicking up a cloud of rocks and sparks that forces the protagonist to yell as he recoils from the attack. In a survival reflex, the homeowner raises his rifle and unloads a burst of bullets at the monster, grumbling indignantly at the adversary's strength. Completely ignoring the shots, the brute advances like a war tank, cornering the shooter who screams in the face of the unstoppable charge. In an agile movement, the colossal invader lands a brutal kick against the boy, who manages to block the impact at the last second using his powerful emerald barrier. Even with the magical defense activated, the force of the blow is so crushing that the protagonist is pushed violently backward, skidding across the stone floor with a shout. After managing to break his skid, the guy drops to one knee panting, while his green aura slowly dissipates into the dark environment. Suddenly, the monster's heavy boot stomps hard on the ground, crushing the detonator remote in an explosion of sparks and broken plastic. Resuming his relentless pursuit, the giant runs furiously after the boy, who tries to keep his distance, demanding the aggressor stop immediately. Staring at the destroyed remains of the remote in his hands, the homeowner concludes in terror that he has completely lost the ability to cancel the bomb's countdown. Peeking over his shoulder, the guy notices the enemy has blocked the only escape route, forcing him to desperately question what his next move will be. With the timer marking less than a minute to total destruction, the shooter deeply regrets the tactical error of having activated the explosives prematurely. In a display of pure brute force, the bald aberration strikes the tunnel's structures, kicking up dust and rocks in a terrifying shockwave. Sliding across the floor, the protagonist places his glowing hands on the ground and summons his emerald magic, yelling for the material to harden to the maximum. By channeling the power, an immense barrier of crystallized energy rises from the concrete, advancing directly toward the monster's position. Immediately after the first attack, the boy shifts the magical flow to the purple aura and presses the ground again, ordering the surface to lose all its density. Hit by the malleable trap, the brute loses his balance as he feels his own legs sink heavily into the puddle of bright purple goo. Totally immobilized by the melted floor, the giant curses his opponent as a coward, while the shooter's small silhouette sprints away down the frozen tunnel. Taking advantage of the enemy's immobilization, the guy runs swiftly through the vast arsenal, passing right by the huge abandoned military anti-aircraft batteries. Running around a transport truck, he calculates he has only about a minute left before the fatal detonation, pushing himself to find a safe shelter urgently. With his hand on his beanie, the shooter peeks at the distant silhouette of the monster caught in the trap, confirming with relief that the lethal pursuit has finally been interrupted. Suddenly, the boy's face contorts in pure shock as he notices the approach of new mysterious figures blocking his path just ahead. Breaking through the darkness of the corridor, the gray-haired captain and the short-haired officer appear, leading a heavily armed platoon toward the protagonist. In a stealthy maneuver, the homeowner throws himself behind the large military truck, hiding in the shadows while the enemy troop marches past, unaware of his presence. Peeking around the side of the vehicle, the guy pants and admits that that sudden encounter very nearly ended in a disastrous firefight. In the middle of the formation, the gray-haired captain grabs a subordinate by the collar, yelling indignantly that they let the target escape, and asking if the fugitive was a superhuman. Adjusting her gloves, the short-haired officer analyzes the tactical situation, arguing that splitting the team would make them easy prey, but keeping the group united would make the search for the intruder immensely difficult. Hidden behind the metal barricade, the shooter sweats cold at the platoon's delay, mentally begging the group to stop talking and get the hell out of there right away. Staring at the bomb, the protagonist goes into absolute panic upon realizing the countdown has reached 0, decreeing that the gigantic explosion will happen any second. Alerted by some small noise, the female captain nimbly draws her pistol, aiming the weapon straight at the truck and demanding to know who is hiding in the shadows. Obeying their leader's command, the dozens of soldiers raise their assault rifles, locking their aim mercilessly on the guy's isolated position. Pressured by the deadly situation, the boy swallows hard, desperately reflecting on his options, knowing he won't survive a hail of bullets of that magnitude. In a surge of pure adrenaline, the protagonist jumps out from behind cover, emanating his lethal scarlet magic, and yelling confidently that he'll risk everything on a frontal attack. In a colossal explosion, the boy's scarlet magic creates an immense barrier of red fire, completely blocking the enemy squad's line of sight. Taking advantage of the distraction, the protagonist turns his back and sprints away, yelling to himself that this was the exact moment to run. With a quick reaction, a powerful burst of bluish energy is conjured by the enemies, violently striking the walls of the dark tunnel. From the magical impact, a thick layer of ice spreads rapidly, partially blocking the stone structure. Totally infuriated by the escape, the gray-haired captain extends his hand and relentlessly orders his subordinates to pursue the target. Far away, our hero pants heavily as he runs without looking back through the facility's dark corridors. Passing by one of the barrels, the guy tensely checks the digital display of his bomb, showing only 11 seconds remaining until detonation. Sweating cold from the urgency, he quickens his pace even more, cursing the situation and demanding his own body to run as fast as possible. Shortly after, the troop led by the short-haired officer reaches the explosives area, letting out murmurs of confusion, seeing the empty corridor. Advancing through the maze of supplies, the captain ignores the barrels, while one of his soldiers pantingly begs him to wait. Turning his face with extreme irritation, the gray-haired leader curses the team, calling them all useless trash for always ruining things. At that exact millisecond, the digital display glued to the metal container next to the officer hits zero. A deafening roar shatters the silence when the first bomb detonates, creating a gigantic fireball right in the enemy's face. Desperate from the lethal flash, the short-haired woman screams the order for the platoon to run away from there immediately. From the chain reaction, the entire tunnel is brutally swallowed by an overwhelming sequence of explosions that set the entire underground depot ablaze. Managing to reach an apparently safe area, the shooter skids to the floor, sighing in relief, believing the danger of the detonation has passed. Suddenly, his face contorts in pure shock upon noticing figures emerging from the smoke right behind him. Surviving the inferno of flames, the enemy captain advances furiously, cursing the boy as an idiot for having the nerve to blow up the fuel depot. Overcome by terror, our hero resumes his desperate flight through the corridors, while the gray-haired officer relentlessly pursues him. In an attempt to delay the aggressor, the guy turns his body and fires a burst of red magic, forcing the enemy to block the attack. Demonstrating overwhelming power, the captain summons a bluish energy and destroys the magical charge, shattering the stone floor. Taking advantage of the kicked-up dust, the villain leaps nimbly over the rubble, maintaining the deadly hunt. Down the tunnel, the shooter runs, yelling for the guy to stay away, while the officer swears screaming that he will kill him right there. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the disaster, the base soldiers are burned alive, screaming in extreme agony in the middle of the sea of flames. Pulling the leader by the arm, the short-haired officer warns that this isn't the time for revenge, while the gray-haired man swears he won't let the target escape. And the boy continues running just ahead. During the frantic sprint, the protagonist widens his eyes as he spots a small open cave just ahead on his escape route. Pointing to the hole, the short-haired woman yells the order for them to quickly get into the hideout. United by survival instinct, the officer and the boy run side by side, fleeing the colossal wave of fire rapidly approaching their backs. In a desperate leap, the duo manages to cross through the heavy door of the shelter at the exact second the flaming inferno floods the outer corridor. Cornered inside the refuge, the enemy orders the guy to block the entrance with his superpower, being promptly obeyed by the shooter, who uses his scarlet magic, complaining that she didn't even need to ask. Through the crack in the blocked entrance, the colossal flames press with extreme violence against the stone structure, trying to invade the shelter. Finding no resistance, the sea of fire spreads uncontrollably, consuming all the oxygen in the outer corridor. Through a continuous and devastating reaction, the fire takes over the entire military base, turning the tunnels into a true inferno of agonizing screams. Far away on the mountain's surface, an immense avalanche of snow and ice buries the landscape, marking the catastrophic end of the underground installation.